If that's true, oh wow. Then she could just go directly to Lord Qin to buy supplies, without the trouble of hunting in the mountains. She lacks a steady source of healthy meat. Having money, but no tickets means dreaming of eating pork every day. Plus, eating only pork makes the diet too simple and not nutritious enough. At the same time, she could sell to people from different times and worlds. Wild game like this would be very popular in later generations. Just occasionally collecting goods could bring in a lot of money. This business is reliable. And she wasn't short of grain. After selling jewelry and silver, she could easily buy plenty of food. Lord Qin has meat, she has grain. It's a perfect mutual benefit. They could arrange a meeting in a cave or somewhere, timing the deliveries so neither side would be seen, avoiding exposure. Seeing Lord Qin so easily reveal his identity made Shindan Luo even more determined to keep her cover tight. But this cooperation depended on Lord Qin having a large and reliable supply of goods. So Shindan Luo's eyes twinkled, pretending to be super kind and unwilling to let him suffer losses. Big brother, you give me too much. That's not right. You'll be at a loss. How about this? I'll help you sell some things and sell the extra pork for a couple of days. After saying this, she acted very carefully. Big brother, is that okay? Lord Qin Huaijing's first reaction was to refuse, since having someone nearby risked exposing his secret. But then he hesitated and became a bit interested. The little brother in front of him was just a kid. What could he possibly know? As long as he distracted the person when collecting the goods, claiming he was going to get supplies from his parents, he could easily fool him. So he quickly convinced himself. Okay, but you can't tell anyone else. Not your parents, grandparents, or elders. Shindan Luo, about to start her brainwashing magic. Sigh, fooling Lord Qin was so easy. Previously, Qinda was very smart and sharp. Qin Huaijing didn't notice Shindan Luo complaining that he wasn't alert enough and was easy to catch. He thought there were still 2 black markets he could visit later, where he could sell an extra 1/3 or more, which made him quite happy. When telling lies, he became more fluent. I'll go find my parents to get supplies. If you trust me, you can give me the white flour first. Later, when you go home, I'll bring you the wild boar meat. Okay, Shindan Luo replied without hesitation, handing him a bag of white flour from the bamboo basket. Seeing this, Qin Huaijing liked the little brother even more. He didn't complain and trusted him. It would be great to have more helpers like this. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time and didn't get the chance to grow his team. Qin Huaijing slightly felt disappointed as he took back the white flour and asked Shindan Luo, "Little brother, how many pounds can you carry?" Shindan Luo smiled happily. "Big brother, don't look at my size, but I'm very strong. I can carry at least 30 pounds. Qin Huaijing was delighted. That meant he could carry 10 wild chickens or rabbits. Nice, this little brother is a good recruit. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Then wait here for me. I'll go get the supplies, and we'll visit the black market near the floating bridge. Shindan Luo thought to himself, he's quite diligent with his work. He happily agreed, okay, big brother. I'll wait right here. So, for the next half day, Qin Huaijing and Shindan Luo sold wild chickens and rabbits wildly at the remaining black market, greatly improving the local people's meals. In the alleyway buildings, everyone cooked outside on the corridor. The black market nearby was full of such communal buildings. Several households on one corridor each carried out a wild chicken or rabbit. Everyone understood each other's meaning. Meat aroma filled the air. The smell was so tempting that the children at home cried out for meat, and it was lively and bustling. While Shindan Luo and Qin Huaijing were busy at the black market, Su Kai and others were discussing Li Laosan's testimony in a cold, serious atmosphere. Su Kai said, "Yesterday, I questioned him all night. I didn't get much information from him. This group is very organized. Right now, I only know they have a small leader who moves around the black markets in the city. This person often asks Li Laosan for children. Every time Li Laosan catches a child, he sends them to a certain place as required. After 3 days, he goes back to check. If the child is still there, he takes them home and kills them. For each child taken, the other side leaves him 100 yuan as hush money. His family found over 2,800 yuan, but after deducting some expenses, 30 children have been taken away and their destinations are unknown. The others in the office heard this and were all very angry. They thought the case was already solved, but now they realized there was more to it. Things are far from over. After their anger, they felt more confused. 30 children, including the ones he killed, total around 45. Where does he get so many children? Su Kai's voice was cold. Most of the girls are bought. Due to serious gender preference issues, many poor families send their daughters away for a bag of grain. Most of the boys are brought from other provinces or taken from the mountains. Only a few are from our city. He has fake referral letters, so he can go anywhere easily. Because Li Lao-san and others target randomly, mostly from outside the city, they only found out about this late, which is why so many children either died or went missing. The city police chief asked, "What are the characteristics of the children taken?" Su Kai's voice was even colder. "They are smarter and more beautiful than average. Especially the pretty ones. None of them were left behind." As night fell, Qin Huaijing decided to stop after using the excuse of visiting relatives to check 2 small black markets outside the factory districts. "Aluo, where do you live? I'll bring some wild boar meat to take you home." This little brother, Xiao Do Ding, may not look very good, but he's still a kid. Qin Huaijing didn't feel at ease leaving him alone. No need, no need. Shundan Luo waved his hands quickly. "I'm from the city and know this place well." "From the city?" Qin Huaijing looked at his tattered clothes and fell silent. Is this the standard of workers and officials' families in the city? Why does he look even worse than Qin Huaijing, who lives in a cattle shed? Seeing Qin Huaijing staring at his clothes, Shundan Luo finally found a chance to give him a gentle reminder. "Big brother, my mother says dressing like this makes me less noticeable so others won't pay attention, and I should even paint my face dark so no one can recognize me. I was just about to say that big brother is tall and good-looking, so when you walk among people, everyone will look at you, which isn't very safe. But if you wear a braid, people will definitely think you're a big sister. It's okay if a big sister looks a bit prettier. If someone tries to bother you, you can shout for help, and everyone will come to help." Qin Huijing. "And if you happen to encounter a red flag, just find a place to hide, take off the braid, and you'll still look like a little brother. No one will recognize you. So, Big Boss Qin, are you ready to dress as a girl?" Qin Huijing. Shundan Luo feels a little excited. "Big brother, do you think my idea is really great?" Qin Huijing. "I will pay attention to what you said. But dressing as a girl is impossible. Never in this life." He immediately interrupted Shundan Luo. "Let's go. I'll get the wild boar meat for you, so you can go home early." Shundan Luo pouted. "Sigh. Big Boss Qin is just too proud." After half a day of investigation, she has decided to work with Big Boss Qin. He probably sold too much without noticing. She has carefully counted. Before she joined, he sold 80 wild chickens, 60 wild rabbits, nearly 30 pounds of wild boar meat, and a small half of a silly roe deer. But Big Boss Qin is cautious. He always divides the stock into different black market stalls, so the amount looks small and not suspicious. Plus, the chickens and rabbits he brings out are lively and jumping, and the wild boar meat and roe deer are as fresh as just slaughtered. Customers see this and don't bother to bargain. They just want to grab it quickly, afraid they'll miss out. It sells fast and smoothly. He spends less than 10 minutes in each black market. The rest of the time is spent on picking up supplies and traveling to other stalls. In half a day, he earned 320 yuan, plus dozens of pounds of fine grains and many very useful tickets. Wow, this earning speed makes her very jealous. With this kind of output, he'll go sell again tomorrow, planning to start early in the morning.
He's amazing.
Big Boss Qin must have a large farm with countless chickens and rabbits waiting to be raised for the owner. Shundan Luo is so envious she almost drools. She pats her chest with her little paw. Stay calm, stay calm. He has meat, she has grains, and various supplies. Nothing is missing. Thinking about how this person would be her future source of food, Shen Danluo became more sincere in her advice. Big brother, you really should think carefully. Qin Huaijing replied, "Did I know?" Following his usual pattern, he brought back wild boar meat. Bai also took this chance to say it was entrusted to his parents to watch over. Shen Danluo saw through but didn't say anything, acting innocent and trusting, like a good little brother. This made Qin Huaijing even more satisfied with his new little brother. He placed a large piece of wild boar meat into Shen Danluo's bamboo basket, added several eggs, and then, showing concern like an older brother, asked, "Do you really not want me to send you back? It's getting dark, and it might be dangerous." For some reason, he always felt that the story of Li Lao San kidnapping children and hurting them was not as simple as it seemed. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what felt off. No need, no need. My home is very close. Shen Danluo didn't understand why Qin Huaijing was worried. Even if she did, she wasn't afraid, since she still had many protective charms. She still didn't give up on the idea of making Qin Huaijing wear women's clothes. She looked worried and said, "Well, compared to me, big brother, you're much more in danger." Qin Huaijing said, "Forget it.
You can go now.
We'll meet here again tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Okay." Shen Danluo pretended to walk in the opposite direction of the hospital. "Big brother, I'm going home now. Be careful too."
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Qin Huaijing waited until she was out of sight before turning toward the hospital. Once he left, Shen Danluo sneaked back from the front. Seeing no one around, she entered her space to change back into her usual outfit. When she came out, she was dressed in a red shirt, looking like a cute little girl with delicate features. She hummed a song and skipped happily on her way home. Passing by an alley, she heard some movement inside and instinctively looked that way. She saw two men walking inside, one carrying a sack on his shoulder. Because she had just used a sack to cover old Jiang and old Shen with her grandma yesterday at Creekwater Village, and the excitement still lingered, she was quite sensitive about sacks. She instinctively looked more closely. But what she saw was strange. It wasn't the sack itself that looked suspicious. After all, the opening was tied, so she couldn't see what was inside. What made her suspicious was the thing on the shoulder of the man carrying the sack. That bamboo basket, the same one Qin Huaijing had used. This afternoon, it was filled with wild chickens and rabbits, with beautiful chicken feathers still hanging on it. This must be Qin Huaijing's bamboo basket. How could this man be carrying Qin Huaijing's basket? At this moment, Shen Danluo looked again at the sack and sensed something was wrong. From the length of the sack, it was very similar to Qin Huaijing's height. Could these two people have kidnapped Qin Huaijing? Wow, I hope I'm not jinxing things this badly. Shen Danluo's heart skipped a beat. She quickly hid in the shadows. Between calling someone for help and handling it herself, she decisively chose to handle it alone. After all, it was at least 2 miles to the hospital, and it would be strange to find these two people again on a round trip. She put away the bamboo basket and exchanged the injection she used last time against Li Lao. While they were a little farther away, Shen Danluo efficiently changed into a cloak that matched the wall color, putting it on as a lucky charm. It was already getting dark. Once she put on this outfit, unless someone looked closely, they wouldn't see her clearly. The space's speed was fast. Once everything was ready, it took less than a minute. She held a syringe in each hand, silently following behind them. She was small and light, and with the current situation, there were no streetlights. The two men ahead didn't notice the little person behind them. They were talking and walking leisurely, perhaps trying to avoid suspicion by appearing calm and unhurried. Shen Danluo followed quietly. She blended her steps into their footsteps, gradually moving behind them, then raised her hand. "Sorry, gentlemen, if I'm wrong. You can just accept the bad luck. Who told you to carry a villain's back and Qin Huaijing's basket?" Just as she was about to inject the medicine into their bodies, she heard the man carrying the sack ask uncertainly, "Brother Bao, are you sure it's safe to catch this person? We haven't fought so close before." Shen Danluo paused. They hadn't fought here, which meant they often fought elsewhere. Then she heard the man with the basket say, "Don't worry. I've never seen this person in the black market before. His clothes and style look like a rural person. It's his first time in our city's black market. If he dares to wander in the black market, it's normal to be caught. His family probably wouldn't want this to get out." The burlap man sighed in relief. "Brother Bao, you're right. Even if they find something wrong at home, they wouldn't dare cause trouble. They might even think he was caught by the Red Squad. By the time they realize something's off, we've already sent the people away, so there's nowhere to find them." The bamboo basket man snorted coldly. If Li Lao-san hadn't been so useless lately, and if the quality of the goods he sent was better, I wouldn't have to do it myself. Luckily, today I accidentally found this one. Its quality is 10 times better. The other side will definitely be very satisfied. The burlap man, thinking about how the boy on his shoulder looked, got excited. Yes, yes. Maybe we can even get several times more money. The bamboo basket man glanced at him and was about to speak when he caught a glimpse of something behind him out of the corner of his eye. He suddenly turned around. Who is it?" The burlap man was startled and quickly turned his head too. But upon closer look, he was annoyed. "Brother Bao, there's no one. You must have seen it wrong." The bamboo basket man looked carefully around and indeed saw no one. He rubbed his eyes and said uncertainly, "Maybe I was mistaken." Inside the space, Shin Danluo patted her small chest. "Oh my, how did that person suddenly turn around? It was really scary." Luckily, she dodged quickly. Soon, her little heart started pounding. She felt she was about to make a contribution again. Earlier, she had played tricks on Secretary Zhu and Officer Su to help her third aunt get a job. Honestly, she felt a bit guilty about it. But her third aunt's situation was special. If she wasn't a bit assertive, the opportunity would slip away. Secretary Zhu was a good person and even said she owed him her life. Yet, he still hesitated and refused to accept her help. Relying on others to pity you and give you a chance, such dreams only happen in stories. In today's world, every job is a separate spot. Many rural folks want to go to the city for work, but they can't even afford to buy a job with all their savings. It's not like in the past, where changing jobs was easy. The entire W County has over 500,000 people, but fewer than 30,000 are employed. The rest are either farmers or have been sent to the countryside under various policies. Now, farmers only earn enough for basic food. Their average annual income is less than 80 yuan, and they have expenses too. How much can they save in a year? They can afford to eat but still go hungry sometimes. They're poor, so poor it makes you want to cry. Urban and rural residents not only receive wages, but also various subsidies. Besides food, their average annual income is at least 400 yuan. In this era, that's quite good. Every farmer desperately wants to move to the city. Just like her little aunt, who has always said she would marry into the city and would never marry someone from the countryside. My sister-in-law doesn't even go home during her holidays. She squeezes into her classmate's house to do temporary work, earning only 5 yuan for some of the jobs, just to get a chance to meet city people and change her fate. Shin Danluo has already decided that if her plan succeeds, she will definitely repay the two people with a big favor. She is from the future and knows most of the country's future trends, so she can help Secretary Zhu and Officer Su. But right now, the country's situation doesn't allow many actions. Public officials like Secretary Zhu need to be very careful, or a single complaint letter could ruin their careers. She is still young and giving advice at such a young age. Who else can she trust besides her grandmother and mother? So she plans to wait a bit longer. When the right opportunity comes, she will give them a big gift. But unexpectedly, a lucky break falls from the sky. Officer Su, wait for me. I am bringing you good results. After confirming that the two people outside the space had already gone far, Shin Danluo quickly followed through the space. This time, she was even more careful to make sure she wouldn't be noticed by the two men ahead. They walked for about half an hour and stopped in front of a small courtyard. The man with the bamboo basket took out a key and opened the gate, and they entered the yard. Shin Danluo hid in the shadows outside the yard, trying to remember the place and look for its features. As she looked, She was shocked and widened her eyes. Oh my goodness, these people are really brave. If they go a few more streets, they will reach the back door of the police station. In her previous life, she and her grandmother once got lost while visiting the police station and passed by here. Although this place is still about 700 or 800 meters from the police station, it's surprisingly close. Thinking that these people dared to come here under the police station's nose, Shindanluo became even more cautious. Usually, only highly skilled people are brave enough to do such things. Ordinary people wouldn't dare. She wanted to help Officer Su achieve results, not trap him here. After some thought, Shindanluo decisively opened the treasure chest she had dug out in Shishui village, took some items from inside, and sold them on the space platform. When she earned 500,000 space coins, she reluctantly stopped and activated the space treasure hunting function. Once the treasure hunting function was on, she realized her caution was right. It turned out that this small courtyard was just a distraction. After the two men entered, they didn't stay long. They directly opened a secret door behind the back wall and entered the neighboring yard. Then they uncovered two blue stone slabs from the backyard and crawled down. Shindanluo. Luckily, she was careful, or she might have accidentally alerted the guards. The treasure hunting function's search range is within 50 meters. Shindanluo looked around. This area is made up of small courtyards with tall walls. She is small, so people inside wouldn't easily notice her. She quietly followed their trail from ground. Below, there are winding tunnels. She strongly suspects these underground passages were once used to deal with enemies. She doesn't understand how these people are now using them. Normally, the government should have taken control. Soon, she followed two people underground, looping around a large area, and reached a deeper courtyard. When they stopped, Shindanluo dared not get too close. She stayed far away, hiding in a spot, and used her treasure hunting function to check inside. She was stunned when she saw, wow, this must be a treasure storage courtyard. In the room on the ground, there are many kinds of grains. In the dark underground room, there are several large boxes, all with shiny red shells, like items used in the palace. Shindanluo couldn't hold back and secretly took most of what was inside the boxes. Actually, she left some behind, only taking the valuable items, which had a strong traditional atmosphere but couldn't be taken out now. The items she took could be used to offset what she sold earlier in the space. Haha, she's happy. Definitely not a bad deal. She didn't touch the grains in the room on the ground, worried about being discovered if she moved now. Then she focused on the people in the courtyard. Her brow furrowed as she looked. It turns out, besides Qin Huijing, who was carried in, there are 6 children in the courtyard, all unconscious and lying in a room. Outside, several men are guarding. The courtyard also has a tunnel leading to the left and right courtyards. Each of those courtyards has 4 or 5 men quietly listening to the sounds from the middle courtyard. It's clear they are protecting the people inside. Shindanluo was crouched outside one of the courtyard walls. She thought she might have stirred a hornet's nest. Could Su Gong'an handle this? She hugged herself tightly, quietly reducing her presence, and thought about how to get Su Gong'an and enough people here without raising suspicion. At this moment, Qin Huijing had already been taken into the room where the children were kept. The rough man carrying the bag threw him onto the ground, then roughly untied the bag and left. Within 2 minutes, Qin Huijing, who was supposed to be unconscious, suddenly turned over and sat up. His eyes were clear, with no sign of the confusion typical of someone in a coma. As soon as he got up, he immediately looked around, clearly prepared for this situation. Shindanluo. So, Big Boss Qin came into the danger himself? But isn't he a bit too impulsive? Did he not think he might face danger alone? While Shindanluo was thinking this, she saw Qin Huijing casually flip his hand, and 2 green snakes appeared in his palm. The snakes hissed and even rubbed their heads against Qin Huijing's slightly raised finger. Qin Huijing's lips curled slightly, with a tone full of affection. Little green and little blue, go help your brothers and take down the people outside. He placed the 2 snakes on the ground, then waved his hand lightly, and more than 10 smaller snakes appeared. The entire ground was covered in green. Shindanluo. Oh no! She was most afraid of snakes, and Qin Huijing even knew how to control them. She felt overwhelmed and thought, I don't want to be with him anymore. Seeing Qin Huijing start to act, Shindanluo didn't hesitate. She stood up quickly and hurried toward the police station. Inside the police station, the meeting was still ongoing. Su Kai, you mentioned before that a child saved someone and led you to Li Laosan. Does that child know anything? Su Kai shook his head. I asked him. When he saw those two children, they were already very scared. Besides screaming and crying, he didn't have any other exchanges with them. Hearing this, there was silence in the office. Sigh. They thought there were people outside facing the children unfairly, but progress was slow, and clues were scarce. Everyone in the police was anxious, eager to find useful clues quickly. Su Kai also looked serious. He hoped a big lead would fall from the skies so he could catch the culprits all at once. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. Captain Su, there's a child named Shindanluo looking for you. Su Kai immediately went out. From afar, he saw a small figure rushing over. He hurried to meet her. Danluo, why are you here? Did something happen to your mother again? Shindanlu waved her hand anxiously and said, Uncle Su, something is wrong. I saw Brother Qin Huijing pretend to faint on purpose and was kidnapped. Strangely, I secretly followed them. I overheard them talking about Old Man Li and how slow he was delivering goods. Uncle Su, Brother Qin Huijing must have done this because he knows you're working hard to solve the case. He's probably acting as bait for the wolves. He can't handle this alone. Please go help him quickly.
Bukayet Klemet.
How can this child be so brave? He dares to do anything. Old Man Li is very dangerous, and his accomplices are also very risky. Yet, little Qin Huijing dares to take such a risk. If Qin Huijing were here, Su Kai felt he would definitely catch him and give him a good scolding. He looked down at Shindanlu and asked, Danlu, do you know where they took him? Yes. Shindanlu nodded excitedly. I'm very clever. They didn't notice me. But, Uncle Su, I feel like there are many people with him. Su Kai's face darkened. Stay here and wait. Then he turned back to the meeting room, where the police were discussing another pointless plan. It felt like they had no way out. Just then, Su Kai pushed open the door. Chief, quickly. Organize some people. The child we rescued last time has found Old Man Li's accomplice. He's gone undercover now. We need to act fast, or it'll be too late. The chief exclaimed. The police officers gasped. Life's unpredictable changes are just like this. They had been worrying about clues just a moment ago. And then, someone told them they found the person. Surprise, confusion, shock. Each police officer's face showed it all. The chief was the first to stand up. Is the information accurate? He asked. Shindanlu rushed in and said, Absolutely, I guarantee it. It's correct, I promise. She then grabbed Su Kai's hand.
Unso Su, Huri.
Or I'll forget where I saw him.
Bukayet Klemet.
Quick, chief. Even if we make mistakes, it's better than wasting everyone's effort. The police chief looked at the anxious little girl in front of him, feeling a bit unsure. But Su Kai was right. Even if it was a false lead, better to check than miss it. Better to catch the wrong person than to let the real one go. He waved his hand decisively. Everyone, assemble. Call all the officers in the station and move out with Su Kai. Yes. The resolute response from the police officers made Shindanlu feel very excited. She waved her little hand and said, Let's go. The police officers. Su Kai smiled awkwardly. She saw where those people hid and is going to lead us there. The director frowned but decided not to insist on formalities. You protect her well. Make sure this excellent young comrade stays safe. Yes. So, Su Kai carried Shindanlu, followed by all the police officers from the city bureau. Under the cover of night, they quietly entered the alley. Seeing how close the place was, everyone from Su Kai to the other police officers couldn't believe it. But since Su Kai's little companion was so confident, Everyone tried to hide their surprise. While everyone was feeling mixed, the little girl scratched her head, looking troubled. I think I'm lost. Su Kai. All the police officers. Su Kai was so anxious he almost shook Shin Donlu's shoulder. Little Donlu, please think hard and tell us quickly. Yes, I'm trying, Uncle Su. Don't worry, Shin Donlu said, pretending to think hard. In her mind, she was thinking, what's going on? Why is there no movement in the yard where Qin Huaijing is? She had deliberately used the excuse of being lost to bring the others over, so that during the interrogation, no one would suspect anything. But now it was eerily quiet inside. Could it be that those snakes were defeated and already killed? Just as Shin Donlu was debating whether to be more direct and pretend to mistake the door, pointing to the 3 small courtyards, suddenly. What's that? Snakes. How can there be snakes here? Brother Bao, I have some here too. It's a little green snake. It's highly poisonous. Help me, Brother Bao. Brother Bao, watch out behind you. Wow, these snakes can even fly. Help! Help! Amid the chaos, the police outside the yard looked at each other in confusion. What should they do? Save the people or catch the bad guys? If they tried to save, they might reveal their position, and the others could escape. While Su Kai and the police officers hesitated, Shin Donlu lowered her voice and looked puzzled. Hey, Brother Bao, isn't that Li Laosan's accomplice?
Wookie.
All the police. What a coincidence. Everyone from Su Kai to the police officers got excited. Little Donlu, are you sure? Yes, Shin Donlu nodded confidently. I heard someone calling Brother Bao. Uncle Su, 2 of the voices inside are ones I've heard before. Then, there's no time to wait. Let's act now. Su Kai immediately sent Shin Donlu to the back and handed her over to colleagues guarding outside. He then led his team to kick open the courtyard gate and rush inside. When they entered, oh wow, the men in the neighboring 2 courtyards heard the unusual noise and opened the hidden door behind the wall to rush in. A group of police officers directly collided with the men from the 3 courtyards. The scene was extremely quiet. Brother Bao, who was being chased and bitten by a snake, reacted first and shouted loudly, Hey, what are you standing around for?
Run.
But Brother Bao's commanding presence only lasted a second. He felt a chill on his neck, and before he could even swing his hand, he fell to the ground with a thud. Seeing him fall, some people shouted in surprise, Brother Bao. Wow, so this is Brother Bao. Su Kai still didn't know how to find the Brother Bao Shin Donlu mentioned, but unexpectedly, they revealed themselves. He quickly stepped forward, dragged the fallen Brother Bao out, and secured him to a fixed rack. Seeing Brother Bao captured, the men from the other 2 courtyards rushed towards Su Kai and his team. Su Kai immediately realized that the man called Brother Bao must be important, so he ordered 3 colleagues to surround him tightly. Then he charged forward to fight with the others. Strangely, the snakes on the ground only bit the opponents, not the police. Even when the police approached, the snakes swam away to attack the men instead. Su Kai and the police. Initially, the police hesitated, but seeing this situation, they thought, what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Under the combined attack of the snakes and police, the dozen or so men quickly couldn't hold on and were defeated. The police. It was surprisingly easy to succeed, which made them a bit uncomfortable. Especially Su Kai, who had recently solved 2 cases almost by luck, felt even more uneasy. It was as if heaven was trying to hit him on the head with a pie. Captain Su, we caught the person, but what about these little green snakes? Looking at the snakes still wandering on the ground, the police were troubled. These snakes had made contributions. Would it be wrong to abandon them? But if they let them go outside, what if they bit ordinary people? Su Kai thought for a moment. How about catching them first and releasing them later? The police thought this was a good idea and were about to act. Suddenly, a faint, soft whistle came from somewhere. When the whistle sounded, the previously disorganized and unruly young green snakes started swimming in one direction. They swam and swam, all heading toward a bamboo basket that had fallen by the courtyard wall. They quietly curled up inside and remained still.
Wookie.
The police officers. Team Su, it seems these little green snakes are being controlled by someone. Su Kai replied, seriously, I have that suspicion too, but… While everyone was puzzled, a faint, clear voice of a young boy sounded, Uncle Su, is that you? Su Kai was surprised. Quick, find someone. It's the boy who came in undercover. Hearing this, the officers split into two groups to search each room. Soon, they found Qin Huaijing's room. Team Su here. There are other children too. Su Kai, who was searching elsewhere, immediately ran over when he heard the call. Seeing Qin Huaijing safe and sound, he relaxed and gently tapped his little head. You little rascal, you're so brave. How dare you come into this place? I'll definitely give you a good talking to later. Qin Huaijing obediently took the scolding, but he was quite curious. Uncle Su, how did you all come here? Su Kai's gaze then fell on several other children who were unconscious. Hearing his question, he said, Dan Luo saw you being caught and specifically came to tell me. Qin Huaijing was surprised.
Shen Dan Luo?
Su Kai approached and asked his colleagues inside, how are these children doing? They're breathing steadily, and their vital signs are stable. They probably just fainted from the drugs, said a colleague, carefully carrying each child out. Seeing this, Qin Huaijing stepped over and took Su Kai's hand. Uncle Su, you just said Shun Dan Luo saw me being caught, and then came to tell you to rescue me? Yes, exactly. She saw you being deliberately, and came here undercover. She hurried to find me. Hearing this, Su Kai suddenly realized. He looked down at Qin Huaijing with a frown. You came in alone, without any backup. What were you thinking? Do you really believe you'd be safe on your own? While Qin Huaijing was still confused about the two men he encountered, he sensed their intentions even though no one was around. He deliberately pretended to be drugged and fainted. But since Shen Dan Luo wasn't there, how could she have known? Could he have missed something? Hearing Su Kai's question, he collected his thoughts, thought for a second, then tilted his head. I have backup.
Okay.
Who? Who is your backup? I don't see anyone. Qin Huaijing, you said confidently, the little green snakes outside just now were my helpers.
Okay.
Meanwhile, the police officer who was holding the last child suddenly dropped the child onto the ground. The child, who had been unconscious, was hurt by the fall and cried out loudly, half awake and half asleep. The police officer quickly and awkwardly picked up the child and stepped outside, still carefully glancing at Qin Huaijing. That look was serious, as if trying to remember Qin Huaijing's face. Su Kai remained silent for a long time before finally asking, so, those little green snakes just now were under your control? Yes, Qin Huaijing explained. He had originally planned to knock out the group himself and then go find the police to catch them, so he had already prepared an excuse. Since the snake driving was exposed in front of Su Kai, he also played the victim a bit. Thanks to his experience of tricking his younger brothers all afternoon, he was now quite skilled at convincing Su Kai. He said, after my checkup today, I felt bored staying in the hospital, and I remembered that my grandfather and the others lacked medicine and food. I thought it was a rare chance to come to the city to bring some medicine and supplies back. But I had no money, so I decided to go up the mountain to catch some wild animals to exchange. I caught some wild chickens, rabbits, and a nest of little green snakes. He looked a little guilty as he added, on the way back, I traded the wild chickens and rabbits for some food. Su Kai didn't say anything after hearing this, but his mood was very complicated. It was all for survival, and this child was injured but still cared so much for his grandfather. Such responsibility was stronger than many adults. What could he say? He avoided this topic and continued asking, and then I thought the little green snakes had good medicinal value, so I wanted to bring them to the hospital to see if I could exchange them for some cooling medicine for my grandfather. Su Kai felt like sighing again. This child was too sensible. Qin Huaijing looked at Su Kai's expression and finally started mixing truth and lies. But I didn't expect to find two men sneaking behind me on the way, and I immediately thought of Li Laosan. Uncle Su, I've always felt that Li Laosan might not be acting alone. Su Kai. Wow, does this kid have to be so sharp? If Li Laosan hadn't been the one to do it, he might not have suspected anything until now. Being outsmarted by a 10-year-old was a bit frustrating for Su Kai. Sure enough, they took advantage of the alley being empty to attack me. Because I was prepared, I pretended to be knocked out and was led here by them. I had learned some snake-driving skills from an old woodsman before. There was a nest of small green snakes in my bamboo basket. I planned to let the little green snakes bite them or make noise so that nearby people would call the police. I didn't expect Uncle Su and you to arrive so quickly. Qin Huijing looked very grateful. Su Kai. Even if you look very touched, you can't hide the fact that I was just here to take advantage. Su Kai doubted everything, but at the same time, he was more eager to see Qin Huijing, who was so capable. He felt he should do something big to match his skills. Su Kai didn't realize that most of Qin Huijing's words were just tricks. But Shun Danluo, who quietly moved closer, understood very well and couldn't help but roll her eyes. There's a big difference between telling a lie once and 1,000 times. Look at how smoothly Qin Huijing is lying now. He almost fooled Uncle Su into thinking he was helpless. Qin Huijing looked down and saw Shun Danluo leaning outside the door, rolling her eyes. His eyes flickered, and he walked over with a grateful look. Shun Danluo, Uncle Su just said you saw me being caught, so he specially brought people to rescue me.
Thank you.
But next time, don't do this. What if the bad guys find out? Shun Danluo's heart sounded an alarm. This Qin Huijing was very clever. He wasn't knocked out inside the bag. Even if he couldn't see outside, he could definitely feel the movements around him. And he had a space who knew if he could do something else. Thinking of this, Shun Danluo immediately showed a guilty expression. Brother Huijing, I wanted to bring Uncle Su to rescue you, but I got lost. The two uncles I was following don't live here. Qin Huijing. He was a bit stunned and looked at Su Kai. Uncle Su, how did you find me? Shao Danluo got lost, so we stopped here. When she remembered, she heard someone shouting about snakes and someone calling Brother Bao. Shao Danluo said one of the men who tied you up was called Brother Bao, so we rushed in to check. And it turned out to be true. Wait a moment. Su Kai frowned at the two kids. Are you saying their hideout is not just here? Shun Danluo tilted her head, blinking her big eyes. Who is Lao Chao? Su Kai. That their home is not just this one place. Shun Danlu nodded eagerly. Yes, the two bad guys I followed don't live here. Their place only has a house on the left and nothing on the right. I don't know how they ended up here. I understand. Qin Huijing looked at Shun Danlu. Because Shun Danlu was speaking so openly and confidently, Qin Huijing's gaze no longer carried curiosity. Shun Danlu. Oh, dear, why do I still have to act every day after leaving you? It's so exhausting. Qin Huijing thought to himself that he might be too suspicious, then looked at Su Kai. Uncle Su, the two people who kidnapped me probably entered through a tunnel. When they carried me in a sack, I felt several bumps on my back. I was being carried, so normally my back shouldn't have touched anything unless there was a wall or something above us. Also, I calculated that the bumps on my back and the time they stopped, they must have been in the tunnel for about 10 minutes. Shun Danlu silently wiped a cold sweat in her heart. Luckily, she cleverly claimed she was lost, or she might have been exposed by this clever kid. But if she managed to scare this clever kid, does that mean she's a little smarter than him? Shun Danlu secretly puffed up her chest in pride. When Su Kai heard this, he immediately became alert. The fact that he could control 3 courtyards and make them into a protected inner and outer circle was already impressive. But now it seemed it was far more than that. All right, I'll have someone take you back to the hospital. I'll stay here to handle things. You two go rest first. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Shun Danlu. Okay. Qin Huijing nodded calmly. All right. The two followed Su Kai out of the room. Qin Huijing stood in the yard, looked around, and finally walked toward the bamboo basket leaning against the wall. Seeing his actions, the other police officers held their breath and watched him carefully, their eyes filled with heat, respect, and curiosity. Apparently, Qin Huijing's ability to drive away snakes had already been shared by the officer who had just fallen while holding a doll. Seeing Qin Huaijing casually pick up the bamboo basket, everyone gasped in awe. Yes, yes, he's truly a kid who can drive away snakes. The police officers were filled with admiration. Compared to their admiration, Shen Donlu felt completely different. She wished she were 100 or 1,000 meters away from Qin Huaijing. She quickly grabbed Su Kai's arm. Uncle Su, I don't want to go with Brother Qin Huaijing. He's too scary. Feeling a slight sense of pride from being watched by the police, Qin Huaijing said. Does he look scary? Where is he scary? Su Kai also found it strange. What's so scary about Brother Huijing? Shen Donlu shivered, like she had goosebumps. He has a snake on his back. That's too scary. I don't want to play with him anymore. Qin Huijing. The snake is actually very cute. Su Kai tried hard to persuade Shen Donlu, but she refused to ride in the same car as Qin Huijing. In the end, Su Kai directly asked Qin Huijing for the basket of snakes. Qin Huijing felt protective. I still need them to make medicine. Shen Donlu saw he was serious and immediately said, Your little brother has it tough. Every time he finishes work, he gets sold. Su Kai also felt speechless. For a snake that has helped him so much, not keeping it and instead selling it, this kid really is. I'll release these snakes back into nature. The medicine you need, I'll get it for you. Consider it a reward for your good deeds. When Qin Huijing heard this, he brightened up. Really? That's great. Uncle Su, you don't need to send someone specially. I can make them go back to the mountain on their own. Su Kai was surprised. Really? Qin Huijing nodded. Really? Seeing Qin Huijing trying to show his value to Su Kai, Shen Donlu sighed. Even the big boss has a hard time now. He's working so hard, just trying to live a decent life. Although he's a bit too eager. If it were her, she wouldn't tell others she could control snakes. After all, such skills can be a double-edged sword. If used badly, they could hurt oneself. But Qin Huijing's situation is different. She is a genuine third-generation poor farmer with a family history of martyrdom to protect her. Qin Huijing, however, lives at the bottom of society in this era. Anyone can insult or humiliate him. He doesn't understand the future, so he might seize any opportunity he can. Forget it. She'll reluctantly play along with him a little longer. She suppressed her uneasy feelings and helped this future partner, saying, So impressive. I want to see. Su Kai was also curious, so he took Qin Huijing to a road near the mountain. Outside the main road was a flat plain, with a small path running through the middle, leading directly to the largest mountain in the city, Beishan. Su Kai looked at him. Try it. Don't force yourself. Qin Huijing remained calm, nodded, put down the basket, and then plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, gently blowing on it. Suddenly, with a soft rustling sound, the tiny green snakes that had been silent in the basket slipped out and swam bravely toward Beishan. A straight line, with a clear goal, disappeared quickly. Su Kai stared in surprise. Other police officers who came to watch and planned to help with the aftermath if Qin Huijing didn't handle things well also looked on in shock.
Wow.
It's really possible. Shen Donlu, who had activated the treasure hunting function again, just sighed. These snakes didn't actually go back up the mountain. Clearly, Qin Huijing took advantage of the dark and poor visibility to retrieve the snakes once they reached a place out of sight. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then Master Qin can also retrieve things from a distance, and maybe even farther than she can? Shen Donlu instantly felt jealous. In any case, Qin Huijing successfully made a strong impression and gained goodwill from all the police officers. The name Qin Huijing and his personality will probably stay in the hearts of the police for a long time. As for Su Kai, it's even more obvious. This police officer, Su, has been completely fooled by Qin Huijing, and he's now a big fan, believing everything Qin says. Because he genuinely thinks Qin Huijing is capable, responsible, and a good person. Most importantly, he's a good kid. How could a good kid deceive him? Fortunately, although Qin Huijing is clever and calculating, he is very principled and knows his boundaries, so he would never trick Su Kai. Shen Donlu saw through this but didn't say anything. She obediently got into her colleague Su Kai's car. Although she still felt a bit uncomfortable about Qin Huijing touching the snake, she knew she had to go back soon, or her mother would worry. Sure enough, when they returned to the obstetrics and gynecology department of the hospital, Shen Danlu saw Su Qiushui with a stern face. She nervously shrank her neck and immediately apologized, hoping for leniency. "Mom, I know I was wrong." Humph. Although Su Qiushui was annoyed that her daughter was bold enough to run out without telling her, she wouldn't scold her publicly. She thanked the police officers and looked at Qin Huijing beside them. "Come over tomorrow for dinner at Auntie's place." Qin Huijing was surprised.
Auntie Su, noni.
"I'll just eat something simple myself." Su Qiushui waved her hand to refuse. "You saved Donlu twice. You're a benefactor to the Shen family. Now that you're in the hospital, Andy will take care of you. Don't be polite. Come over tomorrow morning to the room at the very back on the second floor of that building. Remember?" Qin Huijing didn't reply. "If you don't come to eat, I will personally bring it to you," said Su Qiushui, touching her belly with a threatening look. Qin Huijing sighed helplessly. "Okay." Seeing him agree, Su Qiushui said goodbye, then pulled Shen Danluo and headed upstairs. Little Danluo blinked her big eyes. "Mom, how did you know Brother Qin Huijing saved me?" "I don't think I had a chance to tell you yet." Su Qiushui glanced at her. "Your grandma and your third aunt told me. She also asked your third aunt to take care of Qin Huijing, so he wouldn't go hungry or thirsty here. Earlier, the police mentioned Qin Huijing's name. Your third aunt was worried I would be worried, so she told me." Shen Danluo. Her grandma really cares about Qin Huijing. She's not even in the hospital, yet she remotely controls her third aunt to look after him. She felt a bit jealous. What should she do? Back in the ward, Su Qiushui pulled Chen Liqing and Bao to sit opposite Shen Danluo, acting like they were in a serious trial. Although Bao was just a tool, Su Qiushui still made him look at Shen Danluo with wide eyes and a stern expression. Shen Danluo. Su Qiushui's face was serious. "Comrade Shen Danluo, do you know you made a mistake?" Shen Danluo lowered her head, showing a good attitude of admitting fault. "I know. I shouldn't have run out without telling anyone."
Mom, I'm sorry.
"Third aunt, I'm sorry. I scared you." And Bao, just a decoration, stared at her with wide eyes.
Ah.
This little kid, what does he understand? Just here to join the fun. Shen Danluo said impatiently, and Bao, "I was wrong." Hearing this, and Bao tilted his head and reached out his hand.
Ah.
Shen Danluo.
Shukyu Shui.
Chen Liqing. It seemed he wasn't really interested in admitting fault, just wanted something to eat. Su Qiushui, annoyed, handed him a sugar candy. "You little brat, all you know is eating." Chen Liqing looked at Bao with a surprised, happy gesture. "And Bao can talk now?" Su Qiushui smiled. "Yes, in the past few days, and Bao's emotions have become more obvious. He no longer keeps a straight face for 10 or 15 days. Chen Liqing was overjoyed. Could this be the arrival of the great Tai Tai? The two women were distracted by Bao. The trial had barely started when Shen Danluo let out a sigh of relief. She secretly nodded in approval at Bao but was caught by Su Qiushui, who immediately gave her a sharp look. "Don't think you can get away with it. What exactly happened today? Tell me clearly." Unable to do anything, Shen Danluo had to use her usual story to deceive Su Kai. Tonight, something very exciting happened, and both Su Qiushui and Chen Liqing were very surprised. Luckily, Shen Danluo told the story herself. If someone else had told it, Su Qiushui wouldn't have believed it. Right now, she was almost tempted to scold her daughter. "How can you be so brave? And Qin Huijing too. Why do they always go where there's danger? They're so reckless." So, Shen Danluo was scolded by Su Qiushui and Chen Liqing for an hour. Shen Danluo. She felt overwhelmed. It was Qin Huijing who was reckless, so why did she have to take the blame? Meanwhile, Shen Danluo was caught in a mix of worry and love from her mother and aunt. On the other side, Su Kai returned to the small courtyard and was greeted with another surprise. Captain Sue, I found a few storage rooms for grain and an underground cellar. But the way those people are storing things is a bit strange. Sue Kai raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Mainly, the grain storage rooms look full outside, but inside they are empty. Full outside, empty inside? Sue Kai looked puzzled.
Take me to see.
The man led Sue Kai into the grain storage room. After inspecting, Sue Kai was also confused. This is really strange. Let's go outside and see if anyone knows what's going on inside. Sure enough, they found the man who had carried Qin Huijing in a sack. When Sue Kai asked if the grain inside the sack was only that little, the man got angry. It must be the bald eagle. It must be him secretly taking our goods. Comrade Police, is he the one who reported us? Sue Kai sensed something was off. He cleared his throat and looked mysterious. The sack man immediately understood. Yes, it's definitely him. Comrade Police, I want to report him too. He's monopolized nearly a third of the black market in Jean City. Comrade Police, he lives at 32 Jiefeng Road. Catch him. Go arrest him now. The police. Is that even possible? Today really was a lucky day, like the heavens were handing out free pies. Everyone looked at Sue Kai. Sue Kai remained calm. How could he miss such a great deal of buy one get one free? He waved his hand confidently. Divide 10 people to follow me. When Sue Kai and 10 officers arrived at 32 Jiefeng Road, they saw the bald eagle and his men inside, counting their stash. No more words needed. Arrest them. Seeing the police officers who seemed to come from nowhere, the bald eagle and his men were all stunned. Before they could grab their tools, the police quickly took them down. After the bald eagle was handcuffed, he angrily shouted, "Who? Which betrayed me?" If no one had exposed him, the police would never have found out about this place. Sue Kai smiled and immediately blamed the situation on Brother Leopard, saying, "Your old friend, Brother Leopard, said you stole his goods."
Hey!
That scoundrel? The bald eagle was furious. He had planned to do that, but he hadn't had the chance. Now this old troublemaker dared to accuse him. So he gave up and decided to report himself. Report. I suspect Brother Leopard and someone named Wanwan are connected. I saw him delivering several groups of kids to a bunch of people. Those people look like they're from Wanwan's side.
Wookie.
The police. The surprise was so sudden it was hard to handle. Sue Kai quickly seized this important discovery. When did you see this? The time and place? What do those people look like? The bald eagle bargained, "Comrade Police, isn't this a big mistake? Can I get a reduced sentence?" Sue Kai raised an eyebrow. That depends on how much help your story gives us. Yes, it will be very helpful. The bald eagle desperately tried to recall information about Brother Leopard. He wanted to dig up all his ancestors. Meanwhile, in this dog-eat-dog situation, when Brother Leopard woke up, his pants were almost pulled off completely.
He didn't know any of this yet.
Seeing the familiar iron bars, he immediately decided to resist stubbornly and refuse to tell the truth. But suddenly, a report was slapped right in front of him. Sign here and stamp. Brother Leopard. Wait, I haven't said anything yet. Why do I need to sign? Oh, Officer Sue smiled kindly. You don't need to say anything. Someone has already spoken for you. Brother Leopard. Who? Officer Sue sat behind the interrogation table, looking innocent as he started to poke at his heart. Your subordinates and your rival, the bald eagle, have told everything they know. Brother Leopard. No way, they wouldn't betray me. And the bald eagle definitely didn't know anything about his affairs. Officer Sue calmly raised an eyebrow. It's possible. Just look at this confession and you'll see. Brother Leopard didn't believe it at all, but when he looked down at the content of the confession, his face immediately turned green. This confession clearly recorded the exact time he ate and went to the bathroom, not to mention the details of his delivery scene. Who could it be? Of course, it was the work of the bald eagle. They say the person who knows you best is always your enemy. Since the bald eagle discovered that Brother Leopard had other tricks besides black market dealings, he has been watching him closely. He originally planned to use this to threaten him. Maybe after stealing his goods, When he came to settle scores, he would hint at more benefits or something. But before he even stole anything, Brother Leopard dared to drag him into trouble. That's why the bald eagle decided to betray him completely. Brother Leopard looked at the confession in front of him and doubted everything. He couldn't understand how, after just fainting once, things had gotten so bad. Su Kai pounded the table and said, "Are you clear now? If you are, sign and seal it. Don't delay our work." Seeing his casual and indifferent attitude, Brother Leopard felt a chill. If he signed, everything would be lost. He straightened his neck and said, "Report to the police officer. I have something to report." Su Kai slightly smiled. "Come on, let's see if fate can throw something bigger our way." Unaware of the chain reaction caused by the true masterminds, Shindanluo and Qin Huijing, they were happily counting the confiscated supplies in their own space. It turns out Shindanluo felt Qin Huijing was slow because he hadn't acted yet. Instead, he had let the little green snake sneak into various rooms to check the situation. When he saw many rooms filled with supplies, he started quietly collecting them. He was very careful and methodical, collecting while making sure the items still looked full on the surface. About half of the supplies had already gone into his hands, which took some time. When Shen Danluo arrived with her team, Qin Huijing had just finished collecting and hadn't started moving the supplies yet. That's why she thought he was slow or had failed. The supplies Shindanluo had were collected after the chaos settled. At that time, she went into the yard to find Su Kai and the others, noticing that the police hadn't yet paid attention to the grain, so she secretly took half of it from behind the wall. She was in a hurry and didn't look carefully, so she didn't realize that what she thought was half was actually most of the remaining grain. After two such quick grabs, the remaining grain was naturally very little. Brother's men misunderstood, which caused a series of events that allowed Su Kai to take advantage. Su Kai was so excited that he almost believed he was destined for greatness, as achievements kept coming his way without him even trying. The next morning, Qin Huijing arrived, and to everyone's surprise, another person showed up too. Shindanlu looked at the person soaked with dew and carrying a lot of gear, and paused for a moment before exclaiming happily, "Uncle Fourth, why are you here?" "Hurry, hurry," old Fourth Shin was exhausted. "Help me take down that bamboo basket at the back. I carried it all night, and my arms are numb." Shindanlu was a bit confused. "Uncle Fourth, are you telling me you walked here?" "Yes. I walked all the way from the county," old Fourth Shin said, almost crying. "Your mother rushed me out the door in a hurry, but the ox cart broke down on the way, and I missed the last bus. So I had to walk here." Shindanlu asked, "Why didn't you find a place to rest for a night and take the early bus tomorrow?" Old Fourth Shin replied, "Huh?
Why didn't I think of that?"
Shindanlu sighed. Poor Uncle Fourth, she had already thought of his obituary. This person, old Fourth Shin. How did he die? From stupidity. She wanted to help, but she was too short to reach. Qin Huijing also wanted to lend a hand, but he only had one arm. Seeing how heavy the bamboo basket on old Fourth Shin's back was, he didn't dare to try. Su Qiushui wouldn't dare either. And Bao was just a decoration. In the end, they called Chun Liqing, who was cooking, to come help. When she took hold of the basket, she gasped in surprise. "Wow, Uncle Fourth, you're so strong. You carried a basket of watermelons here." There were also many wild vegetables, mushrooms, fresh vegetables, small melons, cucumbers, and other produce. But none of these compared to the weight of the watermelons. The basket held at least 10 watermelons, each weighing about 8 jin, totaling around 80 jin, not counting the other items' weight. Thinking about Uncle Fourth carrying all this for a whole night, Shindanlu thought he was a true hero. Her shoulders ached just imagining it. She carefully supported the basket underneath to help her aunt. Qin Huijing also helped steady it. The three of them worked together to place the basket safely on the ground. Once it was down, Shindanlu couldn't hold back her curiosity and peeked inside. "Wow, Uncle Fourth, you're so strong. You carried a basket of watermelons here." There were also many wild vegetables, mushrooms, fresh greens, small melons, and cucumbers. But nothing matched the weight of the watermelons. The basket contained at least 10 watermelons, each weighing about 8 jin, totaling roughly 80 jin, not including other items. Thinking about Uncle Fourth walking all night with this load, Shin Donlu thought he was truly a miracle. Her shoulders hurt just imagining it. Old Fourth Shin set down the remaining 4 bundles he carried, and once he unloaded everything, he finally used his last bit of strength. He collapsed on the floor, exhausted and unable to get up. Hearing Shin Donlua's words, he wanted to cry. "It's not just your grandma. I was worried you wouldn't have anything to eat outside, so I desperately carried these baskets and bags for you. This one, that one, and another bag. It's all for you." Shin Danluo was very happy. Her grandma cared so much about her. How could she not be happy? A warm feeling filled her heart. Seeing Uncle C, she no longer thought he was foolish. He was just doing his best to bring her things. As someone who benefited from this, how could she say Uncle C was silly? Thinking this, Shin Danluo quickly ran to the table, poured cold water from a teapot, added sugar, and dissolved a quarter of a big energy pill. Then she hurried back. "Uncle C, drink some water." Uncle C was about to speak but suddenly remembered. "Don't say anything." He couldn't even lift his hand. Qin Huaijing quickly stepped over and helped him up. Uncle C had been busy unpacking his bag and didn't notice who was nearby. Only now did he see Qin Huaijing and immediately frowned. "What are you doing here?" Qin Huaijing's face stiffened. Having been isolated for many years, he was very familiar with this look of disdain. He didn't know what to say. Shin Danluo hurriedly said, "Uncle C, Brother Huaijing is my benefactor. He's saved me twice. When we came to the city, Grandma knew Brother Huaijing was here for treatment, and she specifically told us to take good care of him." "Uncle C, what is this? Another one vying for favor?" Uncle C felt sour again. Why was everyone so kind to others but not to him, his own flesh and blood? But this guy had saved Shin Danluo. Uncle C was very unhappy inside, especially since the kid was living in the cattle shed. But he thought, after all, this was Shin Danluo's lifesaver. Turning his back on someone who helped her would be ungrateful, something his family would never do. So he nodded.
All right then.
"Be careful. I really can't hold on any longer." He didn't use any strength, just leaned his upper body directly onto Qin Huaijing, without holding back. Qin Huaijing was momentarily stunned. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Su Qiushui watched quietly and sighed softly. Sigh, this child was also pitiful. Just a little acceptance from others could make her quietly happy. It was clear she was a very grateful child. No wonder her mother-in-law cared so much about her. Shin Danluo didn't notice. She was busy feeding Uncle C water. After drinking the water from the teapot, Uncle C seemed to come back to life. He still looked satisfied, smacking his lips. "Danluo, your water monster is so sweet. It made me feel half alive again." Shin Danluo smiled happily. "That's because I added sugar." As they talked, they didn't notice Qin Huijing watching Shin Laozi drink the water in the tea bowl with a thoughtful look, his nose twitching a few times. Seeing Shin Laozi feeling better, Shin Danluo looked at the 2 bundles still pushed over here and asked curiously, "Are these both Uncle Fourth's bundles?" "Uncle Fourth, have you been bringing bundles out lately because you haven't been going home?" Hearing this, Shin Laozi's face changed. "I only have 1 bundle. The other one is for Su Gong'an." His mother was so anxious to send him out because that annoying Su Gong'an caused trouble. If his mother hadn't been in such a hurry to send him meat jerky, he could have left earlier this morning. But when he reached the county police station, the person wasn't there at all. He just carried it straight to the city. Anyway, he delivered it, and since the person wasn't there, it wasn't his fault. Now that it's hot, the meat jerky won't last long, so he happily accepted it. Thinking of this, Shin Laozi felt a bit happier and continued, "But I didn't find him at the county police station. That bag is meat jerky, and if it sits too long, it'll spoil." Shin Laozi was about to say, "We'll just make more of it." Suddenly, a big hand reached over and picked up that bundle. "Is this for me?" Shin Laozi turned his head and saw Su Gong'an smiling at him, saying, Is this the meat jerky made by Grandma Shin herself? Then I'll happily accept it.
Shen Laosi. Gosh.
Why is he everywhere? Given old lady Shin's personality, she would definitely feel embarrassed and probably make him some tasty food. As they interacted, their bond naturally grew stronger. Old Fourth Shin didn't notice the money Su Gong'an handed him or what he said afterward, because he was stunned by Su Gong'an calling him fourth uncle. He looked confused.
Fourth.
Fourth uncle? Su Gong'an, who are you calling fourth uncle?
Wukis miledrapili.
I'm calling you, of course. Old Fourth Shin. Is Su Gong'an a bit silly? Calling someone his age fourth uncle? Why lower his status, for no reason? Without any reason, he suddenly had a big nephew his age, and Old Fourth Shin wasn't happy at all. Shin Danluo and Su Qiushui looked at Su Gong'an with slight confusion. Yes, why does Su Gong'an always want to be called younger? Is he unhappy with his age? Su Gong'an remained very calm. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, he calmly helped Old Fourth Shin up from the ground. Fourth uncle, don't sit on the ground, or you'll catch a cold. Old Fourth Shin. He shivered, and his skin goosebumps stood up.
Su Gong'an thought he was right.
Fourth uncle, look, you're so cold you're trembling. Old Fourth Shin. Who's cold? I was just scared by you. Seeing Su Gong'an talking to himself, Shin Danluo and others felt speechless. Su Gong'an was completely immersed in trying to gain favor with his future fourth uncle. He helped Old Fourth Shin sit properly and, with a quick glance, saw the bruises on his shoulders, purple and blue, and immediately asked Su Qiushui, Madam Su, do you have any medicated oil? I want to rub it on fourth uncle, or he'll suffer tomorrow. Feeling suddenly much older, Su Qiushui was speechless. Shin Danluo even felt a little sympathetic toward her mother. She was only 24. Su Gong'an looked older than her mother and had the nerve to call her mother aunt, which seemed a bit strange. Even Qin Huaijing started doubting whether relying on Su Gong'an as a supporter was a good idea. Desperate to get closer, Su Gong'an didn't realize everyone in the room was questioning his intelligence. Seeing they didn't agree, he thought they hadn't, so he helped Shin Old Fourth sit down and strode out of the ward. Old Fourth Shin and the others immediately gathered and whispered among themselves. Old Fourth Shin, sister-in-law, Danluo, what's wrong with Su Gong'an? Why is he calling me fourth uncle? Su Qiushui was also puzzled. She remembered what happened yesterday. Su Gong'an also asked Danluo to call him brother yesterday. Old Shin Fourth. That shameless person, still trying to take advantage of his niece at his age. After complaining, he became curious. So how old is he exactly? Su Qiushui thought for a moment. Su Gong'an probably used to be in the army. Considering his retirement age and current position, I guess he's around 25 or 26. Shin Danluo looked at Su Gong'an's face. Mom, I think he's at least 28. Fourth uncle, what do you think? Old Shin Fourth, who had been annoyed by Su Gong'an's face for a while, immediately stepped on him. That's definitely not it. I'm 29, and he looks even older than me. He must be over 30. Everyone stared at Old Shin Fourth's face, which was handsome but darkened and weathered from years of sun and wind, making him look several years older than he really was. Then they looked at Su Gong'an's face, bright, handsome, and clearly much fairer than Shin Fourth, making him look much younger. They couldn't agree. Seeing that they weren't answering, Old Shin Fourth felt a bit angry. But since he was like a mother to his older sister and now his precious niece, Danluo, he didn't want to say anything. So, he turned his attention to the weaker Qin Huijing. Kid, tell me, does Su Gong'an look older than me? Like over 30? Qin Huijing. Just as Qin Huijing was trying to think of how to say something that wouldn't offend either side, there was a cold voice from outside the door. Fourth uncle, Aunt Su, Danluo, I'm only 23 this year. Everyone. 5 minutes later, a scream of agony echoed through the ward, so tragic that everyone on the floor got goosebumps. Chun Liqing also heard the noise and came back, gesturing curiously to Su Qiushui and her daughter, who were hiding. What's going on here? Su Qiushui couldn't say they were caught gossiping about Su Gong'an's age, especially since Su Gong'an was now taking revenge. She could only awkwardly say, well, Su Gong'an is giving fourth uncle a massage. He carried heavy loads all night, and if he doesn't loosen up, he'll suffer. Chen Liqing nodded. I see. Fourth uncle is too delicate. Why is he crying so painfully? Su Qiushui and Shen Danluo exchanged glances, sighing. Who asked fourth uncle not to have any self-awareness? So, old Shen Fourth endured over half an hour of torment, crying so hard his throat hurt. His hands trembled while eating with chopsticks. Qin Huijing couldn't bear to watch anymore and took a spoon to feed him. Old Shen Fourth immediately liked Qin Huijing. This kid has a good conscience, no wonder his mother cares about him. From now on, I should also treat him a little better. After all, this kid is much better than that sneaky, and means Su Gong'an. Su Gong'an, who is always scheming, is now burying his face in a big lunch box, eating happily. With some side dishes, drinking porridge, and taking a bite of a plain white bun whenever he has free time, he feels very satisfied. He chose this time just to grab a quick breakfast. When he can enjoy himself, he would definitely prefer to eat tastier food for the same money. Plus, he paid for his meals himself. The meal fee is for the meat jerky made by Grandma Shen, from which he took a pound and tore it into strips to make a cold dish. Everyone enjoyed it very much. Even Su Qiushui, who usually has a small appetite, added another bowl of porridge. Little An Bao was even more focused, eating quickly and seriously. Young Qin Huijing, who is usually very steady, couldn't hold back either. Grandma Shen's cooking skills are just too good. For the same porridge, hers tastes 100 times better than others. Qin Huijing feels he could drink this porridge every day for a year without getting tired. After finishing the meal, Su Gong'an didn't treat himself as an outsider. He helped Sister Shen wash the dishes. In the big kitchen, a few women saw Chen Liqing couldn't speak well and wanted to get closer to her to gain some benefits later. But when they saw Su Gong'an helping Chen Liqing with the chores, their little schemes were immediately shut down. Su Gong'an looked at those women sneaking around and shook his head. Most people in this era are honest, but there are always some who want to take advantage. It seems I need to come by often to show my face and support my third aunt. After washing the last lunchbox, Su Gong'an waved his hand and said, Third aunt, all done. Those women peeking around. Chen Liqing. She almost threw the small iron pot she was holding. Back in the ward, seeing old Fourth Shen still munching garlic, Su Gong'an frowned and asked, Did fourth uncle not rest well yesterday? Chen Liqing. Su Qiushui, used to Su Gong'an's strange family hierarchy, sat beside Chen Liqing, who looked quite startled. Fourth uncle traveled all night yesterday from the county, carrying over 100 jin of stuff. Fourth uncle is really in good shape. Su Gong'an, hearing this, looked at old Fourth Shen's muscular body and felt envious. Shen Danluo. Oh my, why does Su Gong'an's gaze look so scary? Qin Huijing was feeling a bit restless. Looking at the sky outside, he realized he was already late. His younger brother should already be waiting for him. He needed to hurry quickly. So he said, Uncle Su, Aunt Su, I have something to do. I need to go out now. Unexpectedly, Su Gong'an grabbed him firmly. Wait, I need to talk to you. Qin Huijing.
Come out with me.
I'll explain everything clearly. It's good news, Su Gong'an said, then turned to Su Qiushui and others. It's not appropriate for fourth uncle to rest here. After I finish talking to Huijing, I'll take fourth uncle somewhere to rest. He then pulled Qin Huijing out of the door. Shen Danluo was curious and wanted to follow secretly, but Su Qiushui pulled her back. Don't go. It's probably related to what happened last night. Don't get involved. Shen Danluo thought so too and stopped being curious. Her goal was to take care of her small family and help everyone get rich. As long as the outside troubles didn't affect her, she didn't care. Su Gong'an and Qin Huijing talked for a little while and then returned. Everyone noticed Qin Huijing looked a bit excited, but no one asked him about it. After Su Gong'an returned, he also briefly told Shen Danluo that the police department appreciated her help and promised the reward would be given after the case was solved. Then he carried old Fourth Shin away. Yes, carried. Because old Fourth Shin couldn't hold on and fainted. Even though Su Gong'an carried him on his shoulder, he looked completely unaware and passive. Seeing this, Qin Huaijing hurriedly left too. When he left, Shen Donluo's eyes flickered. Mom, I need to go out for a bit. Go do what? Her daughter seemed a little reckless, always running outside. Shen Danluo hesitated. Chun Liqing saw that the mother and daughter had something to say and quickly grabbed Bao, then rushed out the door, locking it tightly behind her. She was very skilled at this, making Shen Danluo smile secretly. Su Qiushui also found it amusing but looked serious when she saw Shen Danluo. Tell me, what exactly are you going to do? Shen Danluo honestly said, I want to check the black market. If possible, Mom, I want to sell some things from the White House to save more money for our family.
Su Yushui frowned, wanting to refuse.
It was too dangerous. She absolutely couldn't let her daughter take such risks. After giving birth, she could go back to work, earn wages, and support the family. Shen Danluo saw her mother's concern and said directly, Mom, fourth uncle is divorced.
Shukyushui?
Grandma is also divorced.
Shukyushui.
Shen Danluo continued, third auntie probably didn't tell you because she was worried, right? The fourth auntie still calls old man Jiang her cousin, but actually, fourth uncle was sold to old Li's family by old man Jiang. Su Qiushui experienced the feeling of being confused for the second time. Seeing that her mother was surprised but showed no discomfort on her face, Shen Danluo knew her mother could listen further, so she continued. But that's not all. My mother, and I suspect that old man Jiang has someone backing him. Do you know? Old man Jiang actually has a pocket watch he simply cannot afford or get. As she spoke, Shen Danluo took out the pocket watch and handed it to Su Qiushui. When Su Qiushui saw it, she frowned. This is a brand from Haisher. It's definitely not something my father-in-law could buy. Oh, Shen Danluo was surprised. Mother, you also know that Uncle Su said it's a Haisher brand. Yes, Su Qiushui nodded at her daughter's little head. Because I am from Haisher, a sent-down youth. Shen Danluo was even more surprised. I didn't know that, Mother. Uncle Su also said Haisher isn't far, just a day by train. Why do I not remember you going back? Hearing this, Su Qiushui's expression was a bit indifferent. Your mother and your grandmother, uncles, and aunts had some disagreements. After marrying your father, we lost contact. Just pretend you don't have that kind of relatives. Oh, Shen Danluo had never heard her mother was from Haisher before. But for some reason, listening to her mother's accent, it didn't sound like Haisher. Su Qiushui looked at the pocket watch, her brow slightly furrowed. Because she had been injured early in life, she didn't remember many things, but for some reason, she had a strong impression of this type of pocket watch. She put the watch to her ear and listened, then said almost instinctively, this pocket watch is custom-made. Although the exterior is a Haisher brand, inside it's a mechanical dial. Not many people in the country can make this now. There probably aren't many from Haisher either. Shen Danluo was stunned. Mother, how do you know? Su Qiushui hesitated. I don't know. I just feel like I've seen a similar pocket watch before. But when you just asked, I can't remember clearly. Seeing her frown, Shen Danluo quickly said, if you can't remember, that's okay. Don't think too much about it, Mother. I don't want to. Su Qiushui shook her head. Clearing her mind of the tangled thoughts, she looked at Shen Danluo and said, no matter what, this watch is something that someone at your grandfather's level would never touch. Shen Danluo corrected her mother. Nai, you should call old man Jiang or Jiang Huaisheng. Otherwise, Nai will get angry when she hears. Shukyushui. Although it was a bit strange, she didn't have a good impression of her father-in-law, who always liked to look at people in a creepy way. So she kindly said, all right, old man Jiang, tell your wife if you found anything else. Shen Danluo then shared what she and her grandmother overheard, old man Jiang and second Uncle Shen's conversation.
Shukyushui frowned.
From what you say, old man Jiang does seem quite strange, she thought. Could he be connected to the splitters? That was her first thought, and once it came up, she found it hard to dismiss. After all, his background was fake, his actions suspicious, and he had a big leverage. He was willing to trade his own son's happiness for his own benefit. That made her suspicious. She asked worriedly, "Did you find anything else? Did your grandmother say what she plans to do?" Grandma found old man Jiang acting strange, so she divorced him right away. She also told Uncle Su about it and asked him to investigate. Shen Danluo replied. She didn't dare tell her mother that the ring might have been obtained when old man Jiang was handling his father's affairs. Her mother loved her father deeply, so much that Shen Danluo was a little afraid. So she decided not to risk it and wait until her mother had a younger sibling before revealing her suspicions. Su Qiushui hadn't expected her daughter to hide things from her. Hearing this, her brow gradually relaxed. Some matters are better dealt with openly. It's easier that way. And her mother-in-law's quick decision to kick old man Jiang out once she found out something was wrong was very wise. Su Qiushui realized she had underestimated her mother-in-law. If her mother-in-law had lived in ancient times, she would definitely be a hero. Even a female general, someone formidable. Rural life really limited her. Thinking of the many provisions and the big watermelon basket Shen Lao Si brought back, Su Qiushui decided she should be nicer to her mother-in-law from now on, more caring. She looked at her daughter. Your grandmother did the right thing. We have no evil intentions, so we shouldn't hide things. When everything is out in the open, all plots and tricks are just paper tigers. You should learn more from your grandmother. Shen Danluo. Okay. Does she feel like her mother is about to become her grandmother's biggest fan? Mother, old man Jiang is so bad, so anyone he's with can't be good either. You said this ring is powerful, so his master must be very powerful too, right? If they want to harm us, it would be very easy. So maybe we should earn more money? Su Qiushui chuckled, finding her daughter's innocence adorable. Since ancient times, power can suppress people. Sometimes, even if you have money, it's useless. Shen Danluo tilted her head and asked, "What are all these things? Are they more powerful than money?" Su Qiushui patted her head gently, with a slight look in her eyes. They are more powerful than money, but when money accumulates to a scary amount, power will also fear it a little. You're right. We need to earn money because compared to power, earning money is easier for us. The only person in the old Shen family who could hold power was her husband, but he had already passed away young. Since that's the case, to protect the family, some risks must be taken. But, Danbao, you're still too young. Frequently going into the black market will attract attention. Others might see you as a child and even try to take you away. At such times, there's nowhere to argue if you're robbed, and you can't make a fuss because it's a secret deal. You just have to accept the loss silently. Shen Danluo nodded. Yes, mother. Danluo knows that. So, Danluo just wants to learn about it, not to go alone. Oh. Su Qiushui looked at her daughter. You little rascal, have you thought of some sneaky plan again? Hee. Shen Danluo giggled adorably. Mother, I don't have any sneaky plans. I just think I can't sell, and mother can't sell either. So, we can only ask others to help us sell. Others? Su Qiushui gently tapped her daughter's head. Have you already chosen someone? Yes. Shen Danluo nodded. It's Auntie Qianbei, Uncle Su Debao's wife. But we need to see her first after mother meets her.
Qianbei?
Su Qiushui thought carefully. In her memory, she was a timid woman who had been married to Shishui village for 3 or 4 years. They hadn't spoken much. She frowned slightly, doubting her daughter's judgment. Do you think she's capable? She seems a bit timid. Going into the black market requires courage. Really? Shen Danluo blinked her eyes. I think she's great. When I came back, I was with Auntie Qianbei, and we talked all the way. She had brainwashed her all the way, so how could Qianbei still be the same? Definitely not. In her previous life, Qianbei was a remarkable woman who single-handedly took over half of the East Market. She just hadn't realized she could fight against life before. A tiny spark can start a prairie fire. She believed her mother would change her opinion after meeting Qianbei. Shen Danluo was confident about that. Really? Maybe I haven't interacted with her enough before to understand her well. Su Qiushui thought for a moment. Later, I'll ask Auntie San to bring her over for a chat. While speaking, Su Qiushui mentioned old fourth Shen. Your fourth uncle probably came here to do some odd jobs during this quiet farming time. I think he might try it too. Of course, Su Qiushui always considers her family first.
Huh?
Shindan Luo was a bit doubtful. Can my fourth uncle do that? He once carried over 100 jin of stuff from the county to the city overnight.
Shukyushui chekel.
Your fourth uncle is simple, but he's not stupid. Think about it, there are many people in Shishui village. Besides farming to earn work points and support the family, how many can earn money with their skills? Your fourth uncle has his own cleverness. Oh, I see. Shin Danluo suddenly realized she had been fooled by her fourth uncle's simple look. Plus, she had left home early in her past life, so she didn't know her fourth uncle as well as her mother did. Su Qiushui continued, and your fourth uncle has two big advantages. Shin Danluo was curious. Mom, what are those advantages? Su Qiushui didn't keep it a secret. Your fourth uncle is obedient and open-minded. Shin Danluo understood immediately, but she blinked her big eyes and pretended not to understand. Mom, are these two qualities very impressive? She just wanted to see her mother carefully think about it. She was glowing with happiness. So beautiful. Her mother's side of her was something she never saw in her previous life. Sometimes she wondered, if her mother hadn't been harmed and killed in her past life, with her cautious and wise nature, she could adapt and be flexible. They probably wouldn't have ended up in that terrible situation, right? Of course, it's impressive. Su Qiushui didn't notice her daughter's thoughts drifting away and explained carefully. If your fourth uncle is obedient, he won't have other ideas. He will handle whatever he's assigned, and he will do it well. And being open-minded means that when problems arise, your fourth uncle won't be like others who can't let go. For example, if someone comes to search for us, as long as we tell your fourth uncle to protect himself and abandon the goods and escape, he will definitely turn around and run. Shin Danluo. But ha, suddenly I can picture my fourth uncle nervously running away, haha. Su Qiushui also laughed. Don't laugh. I haven't told you the most important part yet.
What?
Mom, tell me quickly, haha. Su Qiushui was also amused by her daughter and said, your fourth uncle is very easy to fool. Shin Danluo paused for a second, then burst out laughing. Ha, yes, fourth uncle is really good at fooling people. The old Shin family members all shared this trait, good at fooling others. Shin Danluo understood deeply, tears of laughter in her eyes. After finally calming down, she asked, when fourth uncle comes over, will you tell him? After listening to her mother's analysis, she also thought her uncle Four was very suitable. He seemed like the perfect agent for her small black market business. He was much more suitable than Qianbei.
Yes, Shukyushui nari.
I need to think about how to say it. Basically, we must keep everything clean ourselves, and you shouldn't reveal too much. As for Qianbei, I will observe her first. If she's suitable, let her get supplies from your uncle Four directly, without involving us. At least until the current national situation changes, we shouldn't let her know too much about our secrets. Dan Bao, trust your mother. Things in this world often change after 10 years, and our country won't stay like this forever. In the future, you will all live good lives. By then, maybe everyone can go back to the days when anyone could trade freely, without hiding or being so cautious. Shin Danluo. She looked at her mother's cleverness and sharp political instinct. Yes, Shin Danluo said proudly, I'll listen to you. After talking with her mother for a while, Shin Danluo hurriedly left the hospital. She changed her outfit in her space, and then headed to the place she had arranged to meet Qin Huaijing. When she arrived, she saw Qin Huaijing dressed differently. His clothes were torn and ragged, his face darkened with soot, and his hair was deliberately tousled. But he was still very handsome, with a special, captivating look of gentle, broken beauty. Shin Danluo couldn't bear to criticize him. Sometimes being too good-looking was a heavy burden, especially when he couldn't hide his true self and thought he was hiding well. Qin Huaijing didn't notice Shen Danluo arriving. He was looking at his injured hand with surprise, joy, and excitement in his beautiful eyes. His reaction was a bit strange. Curious, Shen Danluo stepped closer. "Big brother, what's wrong?" "It's nothing." Qin Huaijing lowered his injured hand and covered his face to hide his expression. He looked at his younger brother. "You came a bit late today." "Yes." Shen Danluo smiled sweetly, not noticing anything unusual. "My grandma wanted to talk to me before I left." "Oh." Qin Huaijing naturally didn't ask what she said. He was about to call his younger brother to handle some business when his younger brother called out to him. "Big brother, my grandma said your wild boar meat is very good. She wants more and several relatives and friends also want some. Do you still have more at home?" Qin Huaijing frowned as he looked at the young boy. If possible, he preferred to sell in small amounts. Developing a long-term customer base now was not suitable and too risky, especially since he didn't know much about the boy's family. What if someone in his relatives or friends warned others? Qin Huaijing, who was cautious by nature, didn't want to take any chances. He absolutely couldn't afford to get into trouble because he still needed to protect the people in the barn. So he directly spoke up, intending to refuse. But the boy continued, "My grandma said it's unsafe with so many people around. Big brother, you should find a cave or an old house to hide the meat. Just tell me how much money you want, and I'll ask my grandma for it. After paying, you can tell me where the meat is hidden and we can go get it ourselves. My grandma said it's too dangerous for her to show up, so she only wants me and Big brother to meet. She also said not to tell anyone where the meat comes from, so Big brother can rest assured." Qin Huaijing's eyes lit up. Separating people and goods was a good idea. Plus, getting the money first and then learning the hiding spot was a big safety measure for him. But he frowned and asked little brother, "Is that really what your grandma said? Since you're giving us the money first and then collecting the goods, it's still quite risky for you. What if someone dishonest takes the money but doesn't deliver the goods? Who will you turn to then?" Hearing this, Shen Danluo confidently patted her chest. "Of course, because I'm clever. I told my grandma that Big brother is a good person and wouldn't cheat. Also, Big brother's chickens and rabbits are much cheaper than others." Qin Huaijing was stunned. "Really? I thought the black market prices were similar everywhere. Turns out I've been selling at a loss." He then thought about how enthusiastic the black market people in town were. "Big brother, I'm so nice to you. Won't you sell me at a lower price?" Qin Huaijing was speechless. Even though he knew he was selling cheaper than others, now they wanted him to lower the price further. He realized he had misjudged. This little brother was also a shrewd merchant. Since he was family and even brought him business, he couldn't treat him unfairly. Qin Huaijing decided to ask how much he wanted first before making a decision. "Did your grandma say how much you need?" "Oh." Shen Danluo immediately responded with confidence, like a relative. "I have lots of relatives and friends. My grandma said even half a wild boar wouldn't be enough for everyone. So whatever amount you have, give it. For chickens and rabbits, my grandma said we need at least 50 of each." Qin Huaijing's mouth twitched. "Your grandma wants to sell it herself? Does she also want to monopolize my goods? Long Duan?" Shen Danluo blinked her big eyes. "What long what Duan? What does that mean?" Qin Huaijing tapped his forehead. "Forget it. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. You followed me around yesterday, so you should know my rules. Half the money and the rest in grain or vouchers. This time, it can be fine or coarse grain. Of course, if you want to increase the grain ratio, that's fine too. Less money is okay." Wow, isn't this the exchange method she wanted most? She prefers not to spend money if she can save it. She still plans to save up to buy a house and help her younger siblings. Thinking that she might get a lot of nutritious, healthy meat without spending a penny, Shen Danluo felt a little excited. She tentatively asked, "Big brother, what do you want most in exchange?"
Grain.
"We need a lot of grain. If you have enough to trade, it's okay not to pay money. We can split it evenly, and you can choose the location so both sides feel comfortable."
Shen Danluo?
Is it her imagination? Why does it seem like Chinda Lao's demand for grain has grown even bigger than before? He already traded a lot yesterday, and this time he's even willing to accept both fine and coarse grain. It's really strange. She was sure she could provide enough grain, but she naturally couldn't agree immediately. So she pretended to hesitate and said, "Big brother, wait here. I'll go ask my grandma." Of course, he agreed. She used fine grain of equivalent value to exchange for wild boar meat. A half wild boar weighs about 200 jin. With discounts, that's roughly 180 jin of various fine grains. Coarse grain is much cheaper. To exchange for wild chickens and rabbits, about 100 chickens and rabbits, she'd need around 800 jin of coarse grain. Seeing so much grain made Qin Huaijing visibly happy. This made Shindan Luo even more curious. Yesterday, he clearly didn't want fine grain, but today he seems more interested in coarse grain. What's going on? She suppressed her doubts and pretended to look caring. "Big brother, Grandma said these grains are gathered from many families. You can't be stingy with the meat, okay?" Qin Huaijing agreed in one breath, acting quite convincingly. "Don't worry. My parents are honest people. They definitely won't shortchange you. But your parents are just you, right? Old Qin boss, you're getting more and more passionate about lying." Shun Danluo muttered to herself while pretending to be confident. Yes, Big brother is so kind. Your parents must be nice too." So, the two tricksters, following their previous plan, spent half a day perfectly completing their first deal, then returned to the meeting spot. Qin Huijing looked sincere and touched. "My parents said the amount is correct. You are very trustworthy." Shindanluo was even more sincere and touched. "My grandma also said that Big brother's meat is really good. I will definitely ask you again in the future." "How can I find you later, Big brother?" Qin Huijing thought for a moment. "I'll be in the city these days. If you still want supplies, just draw a dog head mark on the wall a day in advance. I'll come early the next day to trade with you." "Huh, isn't Qin Huijing returning to Creek Water Village tomorrow?" Shun Danluo thought about it and realized it was probably related to what Su Gongan said earlier that morning. She nodded, okay. Then, Qin Big brother Qin, cleared his throat awkwardly and started to promote himself. "However, I won't stay in the city for long, and we probably can't do many more trades like this. Actually, smoked wild chickens and rabbits can last a long time. If you need, you can stock up more in one go." Shin Danluo. "Qinda, you're not being careful. Sooner or later, you'll get caught. Remember, 100 wild chickens and rabbits at once is not something an ordinary person can produce. Qinda, you're really getting carried away." But thinking that Qin Huijing is still young, only 10 years old, and has just recently entered the black market business, it's understandable if he's not thinking carefully. In her previous life, she suddenly gained a space and was so excited, feeling like she could buy and sell wildly and get rich overnight. She almost got caught several times, but luckily, her luck helped her avoid it. After those experiences, she became more cautious and decided to quietly make her fortune. So, she can understand Qin Huijing's excitement after obtaining a treasure, and also his momentary lack of careful thought. But not thinking carefully all the time is dangerous in this era. It's like courting death. Shun Danluo didn't want Qinda to get into trouble like that. Thinking for a moment, she blinked innocently and curiously. "Big brother, does your family do a lot of hunting? Catching so many wild chickens and rabbits, don't the villagers take care of it? My grandma said that if they catch too many things from the mountain, it should be managed by the collective. Or is this something your village does together?" Qin Huijing's face stiffened upon hearing this. He had been too reckless today. Even a child could see something was wrong. Where were the other adults? Qin Huijing felt a little cold on his back and whispered, "Little brother, Shin Danluo gently pressed her finger to her lips. "Big brother, don't tell my mom. I promise not to tell him." Qin Huijing sighed in relief, but also warned himself to be more careful in the future. He usually was careful, but today he was a bit distracted by a surprising event. He suppressed his thoughts and looked at Shun Danluo. "Little brother, I was wrong earlier. We have no supplies at home. When we get more, I'll market for you."
Shen Danluo smiled. Okay.
Qin Huaijing looked at his little brother's smile and felt strangely familiar, though he couldn't quite figure out why. Before he could think more about this feeling, his little brother waved at him. "Big brother, I'm leaving now. I'm so tired and need to go back to sleep." Watching his little brother run away, Qin Huaijing shook his head and turned back toward the hospital. After saying goodbye to Qin Huaijing, Shundan Luo didn't go straight back to the hospital. Instead, she carried her basket and wandered around the black market to learn about the main needs there. As she strolled, she noticed there were very few people in the market today, and those present looked quite worried. She stopped and asked an honest-looking old woman a few questions, learning that something had happened in the black market. The main suppliers of grain hadn't shown up today. So many people hoping to exchange grain left empty-handed. Hearing this, Shundan Luo immediately thought of the batch of grain she had taken from Brother Bao. No way could it be a coincidence? Either way, her eyes lit up. Since the black market was urgently short of grain, she had some. Excited, she found a place to change her clothes and hurried to the hospital. As soon as she entered, she saw her mother holding a bamboo tube and drinking water. Next to her, Qin Huaijing looked a bit tense, staring at her mother and the bamboo tube. Shundan Luo frowned suspiciously, feeling that something was strange here. Su Qiushui took a few sips of water and was about to tell Qin Huaijing how sweet and delicious it was. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw her daughter standing at the door and quickly waved her over. "Dan Bao, come here." Big brother Huaijing specially went to Beishan to fetch mountain spring water for us. It's very sweet. Come and try some. The water brought by Qin Dalao? Why would he bring water all this way? Shundan Luo looked at Qin Huaijing and saw that he was slightly hesitant and nervous, but he didn't refuse. She became more suspicious. What was Lord Qin so nervous about? She smiled and nodded, okay. Then she jumped over to the other side and took the bamboo tube handed to her by her mother, tilting her head back to take a big sip. As the water went down her throat, Shundan Luo felt her spirit lift.
Wow, wow, wow.
The water was very fresh and sweet. After drinking it, all her tiredness disappeared. The taste was very similar to a powerful pill, unlike anything normally found in this world. It was obvious that Lord Qin had taken it from a space. No wonder he looked so hesitant and nervous. He was probably worried someone might find out about the secret in this water. But this water was a bit different from the pill. It was even sweeter and a little milder. Maybe Qin Huaijing diluted it with water to hide its true nature? But that wasn't the most important thing. The real point was, it seemed like there were quite a few good things in Qin Huaijing's space. Shundan Luo felt a twinge of envy again. Shundan Luo. Wait, does she have to envy the space next door every day? That's so petty. So she put down the bamboo tube and smiled brightly. It's delicious. Super delicious. Qin Huaijing stared at her, his beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. Seeing her expression, how could she not be surprised? Had she not noticed the strange thing about the water? Clearly, this taste was very similar to the water she gave Uncle Shin this morning. It was because of this flavor that he realized the water in that place had special effects. After leaving the hospital in the morning, he had tested it himself. Sure enough, the useless hand had recovered about 40 to 50%. With a few more days of drinking, it might recover almost completely. Earlier that morning, he saw Uncle Shun's face improve immediately after drinking the flavored water Shundan Luo brought. So logically, Shundan Luo should also have a similar effect. But now, judging by her reaction, she seemed unaware of anything unusual. Could it be that he misunderstood? That it was just a coincidence? Or did this girl realize something but was pretending otherwise? Thinking of this, Qin Huaijing kept staring at Shundan Luo, as if trying to see through her true thoughts. Unaware that Qin Huaijing was suspicious of her, Shundan Luo quickly handed the water back to her mother after noticing its benefits. "Mom, you should drink some more. This water makes me feel so energized." Qiushui smiled and said, "Yes, I think so too. I used to feel some soreness in my back, but after drinking this mountain spring water, I feel like my waist isn't sore anymore." She spoke, then took a few more sips, and gently patted Qin Huaijing's head. Huaijing, you're thoughtful, but you're still young.
Don't always go up the mountain.
It's hot now, and that's when snakes, insects, and mice come out. The mountain is too dangerous. Try not to go there in the future. Qin Huaijing had been watching Shindan Luo, but was caught off guard when Su Qiushui patted his head. At first, he was stunned, but then he felt a sweet feeling in his heart. At Auntie Su's place, there was a motherly feeling. He almost forgot what his own mother looked like. So, he obediently let Su Qiushui pat him. Auntie, don't worry. I won't go alone. I promised someone I'd go up the mountain with him. Auntie, drinking this water is good for your health. I'll bring you a bamboo tube of it every day.
Su Qiushui naturally disagreed.
How could she let a child go up the mountain every day to find mountain spring water? She hurriedly tried to refuse, no need. But Qin Huaijing interrupted quickly. If Annie won't take it, I'd feel embarrassed to come and eat.
Su Qiushui.
This child was quite capable, even threatening her now. Qin Huaijing continued, Auntie Su, don't worry. It's really not dangerous, and there's someone with me. Besides, I promised someone I'd go, so I can't break my word. Bringing water is just a side task. Su Qiushui wasn't convinced. She knew very well who Qin Huaijing was. The people in Shishui village definitely didn't like to get close to him. He probably didn't know anyone in the city either. He wasn't just going up the mountain to bring water, he was making a special trip. Sigh. This child was so sensible it made her heart ache. Su Qiushui also knew Qin Huaijing was a very independent child, so she didn't expose him. Instead, she seriously warned him, you must be very careful, okay? Qin Huaijing nodded happily. Got it, Auntie Su. I'll be careful. Shindan Luo watched from the side, smiling sweetly on her face, but inside, she was quietly criticizing. What's so hard or dangerous? It's just a trip to her space, right? People don't need to go up the mountain at all. But, just like she couldn't tell people too much about her space, she naturally couldn't reveal Qin Huaijing's secret either. Especially since the water was really good for her mother. Earlier, she had taken a powerful pill, but maybe her mother's constitution was too weak, or her younger sibling inside her mother's belly was in poor condition. One powerful pill wasn't enough for 3 people to use up. Overall, her mother's health hadn't improved much. At least not to her expectations. The Great Power Pill can only be taken once a month. She doesn't dare give her mother too much, relying instead on simple nutritional remedies to gradually improve her health, hoping she will have a smooth delivery. However, Shindan Luo is still worried, afraid that if she's not careful, her mother might be in danger. But now Qin Huaijing is willing to share this water, and she can't just forget kindness and expose him. So she pouts as she watches Qin Huaijing put on a dramatic act in front of her mother to win her over. Yes, I understand the reasoning, but I still feel jealous. Qin Huaijing observed Shindan Luo for a long time, but didn't notice anything unusual, feeling a bit disappointed and guilty. After all, the strange place appeared suddenly after he saved Shindan Luo. At that time in the water, he clearly saw Shindan Luo and himself both injured by that strange thing, and later the wounds disappeared together. Later, when he went into the mountains to hunt, he accidentally entered that strange place. He always felt he might have taken Shindan Luo's chance. This morning, he saw Uncle Fourth drinking a cup of water and was happy, thinking Shindan Luo might have a similar chance. But now it seems not. Shindan Luo might have a little luck, but not much. Otherwise, given how much Shindan Luo cares about Aunt Su, she wouldn't still be unwell. Also, she probably doesn't have that strange place. If that's the case, he must treat Shindan Luo's family even better, because that chance was too great and should have belonged to Shindan Luo. Qin Huaijing felt embarrassed to stay longer and had plans to meet Su Gong'an in the afternoon. Auntie Su, I need to see Uncle Su. I won't be coming for lunch.
Su Qiushui frowned.
We agreed you'd eat here.
It's almost mealtime.
Qin Huaijing patiently said. Uncle Su said he wants to eat with me and introduce someone to me. Oh. Su Qiushui nodded, glad that he gets along well with Su Gong'an. All right, forget lunch then. Come for dinner. Qin Huaijing nodded obediently. Okay. Auntie Sue, see you this afternoon. Sister Danluo, see you this afternoon. Before leaving, he specifically looked at Shun Danluo. Seeing her expression unchanged, he sighed softly and quietly left. Shun Danluo. Why does the boss keep looking at me? I didn't reveal anything in front of him, did I? Su Qiushui held her hand. Danbao, how's the black market situation? Hearing this, Shun Danluo quickly dismissed Qin Huaijing's strange look. Mom, good news. The black market is short on grain. As long as we have grain, we won't worry about selling it. We should tell Uncle Fourth about this right away. Short on grain? Su Qiushui was initially happy, then frowned. If there's a shortage, there must be high demand. Do we really have so much grain to sell? Yes, yes. Shun Danluo nodded vigorously, confidently convincing her mother, without any shame. Every day, the White House produces more grain on its own, almost too much to store. Su Qiushui was surprised. Really? It still produces grain every day? Shun Danluo confidently reassured her mother. Yes, Mom. I get so tired every day just organizing the grain. She wasn't lying. Yesterday, when she sorted through the supplies brought from Brother Bao, it was indeed exhausting. Su Qiushui was both surprised and happy. Since there's plenty of supply, they could start early. All right, let's see if Uncle Fourth can come at noon. If not, when Huaijing comes this afternoon, I'll ask him to make a trip and find out where Uncle Fourth is sleeping. Shun Danluo noticed her mother seemed to be growing closer to Qin Huaijing, especially in how she was unhesitatingly giving orders. Mom. She hugged Su Qiushui tightly. I'm your daughter. Your real daughter.
Shukyushui Chekel.
You little jealous one. It turned out that with Su Gong'an around, Shun Laozi wouldn't miss lunch. Su Gong'an claimed he was just checking on Shun Laozi's sleep, worried he might get lost on the way, so he brought him back and stayed for lunch. Of course, he didn't eat their food. He brought his own snacks. Su Qiushui and the others had long seen through his love of food but didn't expose him. Since he was friends with Su Kai, it was harmless to them. Still, Su Qiushui was curious. Su Gong'an, Huaijing said you took him to lunch today. Oh. Su Gong'an smiled. I had him eat with my colleagues at the cafeteria. I was just worried Uncle Fourth might get lost, so I brought him over. After he finished, I'll head back.
Shukyushui.
Everyone else. No matter how grand the words, they couldn't hide his true love for food. Thinking about how little Qin Huaijing, just a child, had to socialize with a bunch of unfamiliar grown-ups, everyone felt a bit sorry for him. At this moment, Shun Danluo no longer felt jealous of him. What they thought was just an ordinary lunch, but near the end, Su Gong'an suddenly asked Shun Laozi, Uncle Fourth, are you here looking for a job? What kind of job are you interested in? Su Qiushui and Shun Danluo exchanged a glance, both feeling alert. Su and Gang certainly wouldn't ask this question without a reason. Could he be trying to compete with them for someone? Old Fourth Shun looked confused, wondering what kind of job he was supposed to find that related to him. He suspiciously looked at Su Kai. Why are you asking this? Su Kai cleared his throat. Fourth uncle, what do you think of me? Old Fourth Shun? Su Qiushui and the others. Except for Bao, who was seriously eating, and Su and Gang himself, everyone else looked puzzled. Old Fourth Shun suddenly jumped back far away, acting like he didn't want to get involved. I'm telling you, I'm a normal person. I'm not interested in you. Su and Gang. What a strange answer. He looked suspiciously at everyone, noticing their strange looks. Then, he thought carefully about what he just said and felt a bit speechless. No, I didn't mean that. I mean, what do you think of this uniform I'm wearing, Fourth Uncle? Su Qiushui and the others. They'd never seen someone speak so briefly, making them overthink. Old Fourth Shun was quite frightened earlier and felt a natural aversion to Su and Gang. Hearing this, he looked even more annoyed. I don't care what you think of my clothes. They're not even for me to wear. Su and Gang immediately pounded the table. They are for you to wear. Fourth Uncle, I see you have remarkable bones and special talent. You'd be perfect for a police job. If you don't mind, Old Fourth Shun, I mind. Suan. He thought he was being polite. Normally, when someone offers such a good job, wouldn't they be grateful and thank them? Why was his fourth uncle acting so strange? Suan was surprised. Fourth uncle, did you not hear me clearly? I'm offering you a job. At first, it's just temporary, but if you perform well and make significant contributions, you can become a full officer quickly. He had already thought of opportunities for his fourth uncle to succeed. With Qin Huaijing's cooperation and their plan, everything was foolproof. His fourth uncle just needed to go through the motions. Suan thought Shen Old Fourth hadn't understood him, but to his surprise, Shen Old Fourth listened carefully and then outright refused. No, I won't be a police officer. Suan sat up straight and looked at Shen Old Fourth seriously. Fourth uncle, are you serious? Of course, Shen Old Fourth said, without hesitation. More real than gold. I will not be a police officer. After saying this, he turned around and ran out. Everyone in the room looked at each other in surprise. Su Qiushui felt a bit awkward. She was about to speak to ease the mood, but Su Kai had already frowned and stood up. I'll go see Uncle Fourth. He then left directly. Su Qiushui glanced at Shen Danluo. Shen Danluo understood and quietly followed him. Nearby, Chen Liqing gestured to Su Qiushui, asking, Big sister-in-law, what's wrong with fourth uncle? Such a good job. Why does he refuse it? Su Qiushui shook her head. Although she secretly hoped Shen Old Fourth could help her and Danluo, if Shen Old Fourth really wanted to become a policeman, she definitely wouldn't stop him. After all, in this era, being a police officer was a very good job. It would make the whole family proud. But it was a bit dangerous. What she worried about more was whether Old Fourth could do well as a police officer. Catching people wasn't hard, since Old Fourth was capable, and even 3 or 4 strong men together wouldn't be a problem. However, his education was a big obstacle, making it difficult for him to get promoted. And his personality also had some flaws that weren't suitable for police work. Su Kai left the ward and quickly found Shen Old Fourth, who was crouched in the corner downstairs counting ants. Uncle Fourth. Shen Old Fourth looked up and gave him a glance, sounding a bit impatient. What do you want? I told you I won't be a policeman. Su Kai didn't respond. He crouched beside him and casually handed him a cigarette. Shen Old Fourth looked at it longingly, but didn't take it. I don't smoke. Don't smoke in front of me either. Su Kai looked at him suspiciously.
Why?
Shen Old Fourth explained, smoking feels good, but it harms the lungs. Last summer, I saw someone get sick from smoking, so I don't smoke. I need to take care of my health. He then glanced at Su Kai again. I know why you want me to be a policeman. It's because you think I'm strong and can handle myself. I know I'm capable, but forget it. I won't go.
Okay.
No one had ever praised himself so confidently. Seeing Su Kai about to speak, Shen Old Fourth continued. After my older brother left, our second brother became more unreliable. He looks like someone you can't trust. My third brother has already been adopted out. He can help with family matters, but he shouldn't be responsible for them. Looking at everything, I am the only man left in our old Shen family. I have to stay at home to take care of my mother, my eldest sister-in-law, my son and daughter, and my nieces and nephews. Working for the police is good, but it's too dangerous. My older brother is so capable that he left suddenly. I don't have even a fraction of his skills. If I try to join the police, I might not last more than 3 days. Su Kai listened quietly. He always thought Shen's youngest brother was simple but strong, with a good build, better than some soldiers. If he kept working in the fields all the time, he wouldn't have any chance to improve, and it would waste his good physique. So he wanted to find him a different job. But he didn't expect that, despite being simple, Shen's youngest brother understood things very well. He patted Shen's youngest brother on the shoulder and said, I understand, fourth uncle. You're right, working for the police is dangerous. I'll see if there are other suitable jobs and introduce them to you later. Shen's youngest brother waved his hand and said, No need, no need. I want to stay in the countryside to take care of my mother and family. I can't go out wandering. If I leave, my mother will be left alone with second brother. You don't know, that guy is very tricky. I don't want my mother to be alone at home. At the corner, Shin Danua wiped her eyes and ran back. Su Chioshue saw her eyes were red and quickly held her, asking, "What's wrong? Why are you crying again? What did fourth uncle and Officer Su say?" Shin Danua repeated what she had just heard, then hugged her mother. "Mother, fourth uncle is really good. I will also treat him well in the future." That night, she took the remaining 3/4 of a powerful pill. Next to her, Chen Liqing also had tears in her eyes, trembling as she gestured with her fingers. "Fourth brother is a good person." Su Chioshue nodded and said, "Yes, fourth brother is good. We can't let his kindness go to waste." Looking into her daughter's eyes, the two exchanged a smile. Half an hour later, Shen's youngest brother came back and said he was going to do some short-term work, and he took his luggage with him. But as soon as he entered, he saw his eldest sister-in-law and Daniwa looking at him with a gentle, spring-like gaze. He shivered suddenly. What's going on? Why are they looking at him like that? It's a bit scary. Shindanlu quickly ran over and grabbed her fourth uncle's hand. "Fourth uncle, did you promise Uncle Su Gongan?" Fourth Uncle Shin thought that their looks just now meant they wanted him to become a police officer. He felt uncomfortable inside. "No, I refused. Danbao, being a police officer is too dangerous, so." Shin Donlu smiled sweetly. "So, fourth uncle, you're right. You're super right." Fourth Uncle Shin was puzzled. Why did his niece's reaction seem different from what he expected? He was a bit confused, then heard his eldest sister-in-law also smiling and saying, "That's perfect. I have something for you to do. If you become a police officer, I wouldn't even know who to ask for help." She has something for him to do? Curious, fourth Uncle Shin asked sister-in-law, "What do you want to do?" Su Chioshue waved at him. "Come inside first, and close the door tightly." Shin Donlu also eagerly brought a small stool and sat opposite Su Chioshue. "Fourth uncle, come sit here." Fourth Uncle Shun hesitated. His niece's enthusiasm made him feel like she was about to sell him for money. He felt uneasy, but since it was Su Chioshue's request, he obediently sat down carefully across from her. "Sister-in-law, just tell me. Give me a straightforward answer."
Shukyoshui smiled.
Her persuasive tactics were just like her daughter's. She started talking without warning. "Well, it's like this. Your older brother's former comrade, after learning about your brother, was worried our family wouldn't have a good life. So he thought of a way for us to make money. But now I'm not feeling well, and Donlu is still too young. So we need someone to help us get this plan going." Hearing this, fourth Uncle Shin thought for a moment and said without hesitation, "That's simple. I'll help first. When you're ready, you can take it back and do it yourself." Shin Donlu looked serious, like a little adult. "Fourth uncle, don't agree too quickly. You don't even know what you're supposed to do yet. Maybe you'll be so scared you'll run away." Fourth Uncle Shin was initially worried, but when the little girl challenged his authority, he immediately puffed out his chest. "What could possibly happen? It's not something that'll get me killed, right? Don't worry. I, your fourth uncle, am brave. There's nothing I'm afraid to do." Shin Donlu happily smiled.
"That's settled then."
"Fourth uncle, you're not allowed to change your mind." Fourth Uncle Shun hesitated. Wait. He felt like he just dug himself into a hole again. He was questioning his life choices. Su Chioshue also smiled and said, "I knew that with the fourth brother around, we wouldn't have to worry." "Fourth brother, this matter is quite dangerous, but my older sister believes that with your skills, you can handle it without any problem." This compliment made Shin Old Fourth even more nervous. He trembled and said, "Sister-in-law, just tell me directly if you have something to say. I'm a bit timid and easily scared." "All right, here's the situation." Su Chioshue's expression became serious. "Your eldest brother's comrade has a way to get grain. He handles the procurement and we are responsible for selling it on the black market, splitting the profit equally." Shin Old Fourth was shocked and almost fell over. Oh my goodness! How could his sister-in-law be so bold? She dares to do such things? No, she's asking him to do it. From being a police officer to being chased by the police, the difference was too big. Shin Old Fourth felt overwhelmed. How did so many things happen in just one meal? Nearby, a soft little hand reached out and patted his shoulder. Uncle Fourth, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Shin Old Fourth looked at the owner of the small hand, Shin Danluo, and disdainfully patted her head. Go away. Shin Danluo raised an eyebrow at him. You underestimate me, Uncle Fourth. You'll see, you'll really like it later. After scolding his little niece, Shin Old Fourth looked seriously at Su Qiushui. Sister-in-law, we can't do this. It's too dangerous. But Su Qiushui shook her head firmly, looking confident and strategic. It's not dangerous. If someone comes to check, just throw away the grain and run. People value money more than grain. Remember that and you won't get into trouble. Old Fourth, I've seen your escape skills. Otherwise, why would I let you go? You are now the main support of our Shin family. I won't let you get into danger. Shin Old Fourth felt a guilty flicker in his heart. If he wasn't carrying anything, his escape skills were top-notch, second to none. But it was still too risky. Shin Old Fourth didn't dare to do it. Women outside might not understand, but he had seen many who were caught stealing chickens or other small thefts. 2 of them ate peanuts to hide their guilt, and the others were sent to the northern wilderness, where they said they wouldn't come out for at least 10 years. This was truly a dangerous game, more dangerous than working in public security. Sister-in-law, are you short of money? I have some. Danluo knows about it. It's all saved at my mother's place. I can give you everything. If it's not enough, I'll go earn more. Shin Danluo thought to herself. Of course she knew, because all the money was with her. Her aunt was worried about old Second Shin and told her to save money at her father's place. As a result, all the family's money was in her hands. But she didn't expect her 4th uncle to be so willing to give her the money. Clearly, because of this money, the 4th uncle had suffered quite a bit. Shin Danlu was moved again and became more determined to get the 4th uncle to join them. 4th uncle, you're so kind, but there are many people in the family who need money. Mother needs money for her illness. Onbao also needs money for treatment. 3rd and also needs money for her throat. She spent 80 yuan yesterday. This money is borrowed, and after borrowing, we have almost nothing left. And there are brothers and sisters in my mother's belly. The doctor said they will also need a lot of money to raise. 4th uncle, is your money enough? Shin Danlu's heartfelt plea directly shocked Shin 4th uncle. When Shin 4th uncle heard her, his heart trembled. Yes, with so many medicines at home, it seemed like his little bit of money really couldn't support them. And now, working part-time to earn money also seemed impossible. Shin 4th uncle felt like a heavy mountain was pressing on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Being the main man of the family was really tough. Su Qiushui listened as her daughter persuaded Shin 4th uncle. Seeing that her persuasion was making him hesitate, she also pretended to wipe away tears, speaking with a strained tone as she took over the persuasive role. Yes, if it weren't so hard, I wouldn't want to take such risks. 4th uncle, don't worry. Just for a little while after I give birth and recover, I'll handle the work myself. I'm worried now because I fear that once we leave this village, this opportunity might be gone. Opportunities don't wait forever. If you have any concerns, talk to big sister-in-law and see if we can solve them. Shin 4th uncle's eyes welled up as his wife spoke so emotionally. His wife wasn't afraid, but he was scared. Truly, if life was unbearable, who would do such dangerous things? Shin 4th uncle, influenced by Shin Danlu and Su Qiushui, immediately imagined them in a pitiful situation like small, helpless vegetables. He already felt responsible for taking care of the family, especially for his older brother and the weaker members. Now, hearing their sad stories, he felt even more burdened. After hesitating, he shared his worries. Big sister-in-law, I mainly think that just running away isn't enough. If people see me again, won't they recognize me? Shin Danlu and Su Qiushui exchanged glances. Oh, this is perfect. 4th uncle, don't worry. I've prepared all the equipment for you. Shin Danlu ran to the corner of the wall, gathered a bunch of things, then hurriedly carried them over and piled them on the table. Old Shinsi took a closer look and exclaimed, Wow, what a big pile of white hair. Curious, he poked at it and asked, "What are these for?" Shin Donlu explained one by one, "This is a wig, and these are fake eyebrows and a beard. Uncle Fourth, when you go to the black market later, just wear these. No one will recognize you." "Really? That works?" Old Shin Si was truly amazed. "Of course. Try wearing them and see," Shin Donlu said, then took out a small mirror about the size of her palm and handed it to him. Hearing this, old Shin Si followed her instructions, putting on the wig, fake eyebrows, and beard. "Wow, I really look different now," he said, surprised. Seeing this, Shin Donlu took the opportunity to suggest, "Uncle Fourth, shall we go to the black market now?" She didn't believe that after seeing the beauty of money, he could stop. Her uncle was not very firm yet, so she wanted to take him to reinforce his resolve. Old Shen Si was stunned. "Right now?" "Yes, right now." Without hesitation, Shin Donlu tore off the wig and accessories she had just put on, stuffed everything into a basket, and dragged old Shin Si away. Halfway there, she pulled him into an old, dilapidated house she had long scouted. This place used to be a primary school. During the war, the Japanese used it as an execution ground, killing many people. Later, it was abandoned, and a new school was built elsewhere. The residents near the school had moved out, so it was rarely visited during the day and was very safe. Old Shen Si was confused and felt a chilling sensation. "What is this place? Why are we here?" Shin Donlu tried to persuade him skillfully, like a seasoned storyteller. "We're changing clothes and hiding the goods. The uncle here has hidden the supplies. We can't go to the black market empty-handed." She pushed open the door, slipped inside ahead of him, and, taking advantage of the poor lighting and his slower pace, placed a large bamboo basket of grain under some tattered mats. Over 100 jin of packaged grain, all within her uncle's capacity to carry. Hearing that they were about to sell the goods now, old Shin Si was stunned. He pushed open the door and saw Shin Donlu lifting the tattered mats, revealing a full bamboo basket of grain, and swallowed hard. "Is this starting now?" Shin Donlu nodded. "Of course. I heard the black market is short on grain. We need to sell quickly and make some money." Old Fourth Shin looked at her and asked, "How do you know that?" Shin Danluo smiled happily, "Because I listened to my mother. I went to check in the morning. She said dangerous things shouldn't be done by Uncle Fourth, so I carried a bamboo basket and went to try myself. It was very safe." Old Fourth Shin was surprised. "You went to sell goods at the black market?" "Yes." Shin Danluo nodded. "I carried 20 jin of grain to sell, and it was sold out quickly." Old Fourth Shin was speechless. His older sister-in-law and niece had thought everything through, and even his little niece had gone to check herself, but he was still hesitating. He felt he was not brave enough. He made up his mind. "All right, let's go now." Half an hour later, an old man with white hair and a dirty little girl appeared at the black market. These two were Shin Fourth and Shin Danluo in disguise. Shin Danluo led Shin Fourth confidently but a little nervously to a good spot. She placed the bamboo basket on the ground, lifted the cloth curtain, and revealed the grain inside. Seeing her so familiar and calm, Shin Fourth felt a bit less nervous too. But he didn't have much time to worry because someone saw the grain in their basket and rushed over excitedly in a low voice. "How much for this grain?" Shin Fourth instinctively looked at Shin Danluo, but she didn't speak. She just gave him an encouraging look. Shin Fourth hesitated, then took a deep breath. "Quarse grain, 40 cents per jin, fine grain, 1.20 yuan per jin." Hearing this price, which was a little cheaper than others before, the person immediately said, "Give me 10 jin of coarse grain and 2 jin of fine grain." "No, 5 jin." Shin Fourth packed 10 jin of coarse grain and 5 jin of fine grain, earning 12 yuan. Holding the money, Shin Fourth felt both sad and excited. It was so easy to earn money. He had only earned 50 cents a day doing odd jobs before. In less than 20 minutes, they sold over 100 jin of grain and received 130 yuan plus some tickets. Shin Fourth felt like he was floating. It turned out earning money was so easy. He was still eager after leaving the black market. "Is that all the goods? Can your uncle get more next time?" I can carry 200 jin at once. Shin Danluo burst out laughing. Her Uncle Fourth was really quick to get excited. She lifted her small head and seriously taught her Uncle Fourth the rules for surviving in the black market. Uncle Four, there is still grain left, but that uncle said we can't sell too much in the black market, or else others will notice. That wouldn't be good. Hearing this, Old Four's excitement immediately deflated. Yes, this is the black market, not the big markets of the past. We can't sell as much as we want. He scratched his head. So, what should we do? Uncle Four, you're so silly. There are several black markets in Jin City. Old Four's eyes lit up. He grabbed Shin Danlu's small arm and ran. Quick. Let's sell all the grain today. Feeling like she was experiencing kite flying, Shin Danlu thought. So, for half the afternoon, Shin Danlu took Old Four to visit several black markets in Jin City. They took advantage of the fact that Brother Leopard and others couldn't sell grain, earning a lot of money. Old Four counted the money until his hands trembled. 6,640 yuan and so many tickets. Sister-in-law, Danlu, is this all ours? Yes. Shin Danlu smiled and gave Old Four a thumbs up. This is Uncle Four's earnings. Uncle Four is really amazing. Old Four's face turned red. Well, it's just average. Ha ha ha. Old Four is someone who can make big money. He can earn 640 yuan in a day. Who in Shishui village dares to mock him? Who else? Su Qiushui smiled and pushed 80 yuan into his hand. Old Four, this is what you earn today. We provide the supply, you handle the sales, and we split it 50-50. Do you think that's okay?
No.
Old Four quickly waved his hands. We agreed I was helping you. How can we split the money? That's absolutely not okay. You must take this money, Su Qiushui insisted, stuffing it into his hand. Even brothers need to settle accounts clearly. Plus, you took on most of the risk. How can you work for free? Just 50-50. Don't argue with sister-in-law. Old Four got anxious and tried to put the money back, but Su Qiushui was faster and hugged her belly. Oh, my stomach hurts again, Old Four. Shin Danlu quickly said, Uncle Four, just listen to my mom. The doctor said she can't get too anxious. Old Four was startled and hurriedly stuffed the money into his pocket. I'll take it. Su Qiushui's face visibly improved. That's better. Old Four thought, my sister-in-law seems to be good at acting. Feeling a bit frustrated, Old Four then felt uneasy. But I've never taken so much money before, and it's not safe to keep it on me. He is easygoing and not brave enough to carry money himself, so he gives his money to Li Yi to keep. Although he has been hurt before, honestly, he still doesn't dare to save money himself. What if he loses it? Su Qiushui and Shin Danluo exchange a glance and pretend to be reluctant. All right, I'll keep this money for you first. When we go back, I'll give it to your mother to keep. When Old Fourth Shun hears this, he immediately relaxes and throws the money as if it were a hot potato. That's good. Later, my eldest sister-in-law can leave me a few cents for pocket money. Su Qiushui takes out 5 yuan from the pile of money. A man should always have some money. Keep this for yourself. Old Fourth Shun is confused, holding the 5 yuan. Eldest sister-in-law, didn't you say that men with money tend to change for the worse, so men shouldn't carry money? Shukyushui? When did I say that? Old Fourth Shun looks at Shin Danluo. Shin Danluo. Hee. Meanwhile, the other households in the Shin family slowly start a new life, with new hopes. But Shun's second old Shin, who stayed in Creek Water Village, tragically died. Every day, old lady Shin would hit him with a bamboo stick, urging him to go work. After finishing his work points, he still had to work for his mother's share, and then for his sister-in-law's share. There was no end. His mother thought he was not tired enough, and even assigned him more chores for his sister-in-law. He was doing the work of 4 people, and even an old ox wouldn't be pushed this hard. Shin's second old Shin cried in anger. Mother, am I still your son? Do you treat your own son like this? Old lady Shin thought to herself. The more she looked at him, the less he looked like her biological son, and the more she disliked him. What's wrong with her? She snorted coldly. I think you're not tired enough. Otherwise, how could you still have the strength to climb over Donlua's wall last night? You're quite capable, so many sharp tiles, but you didn't get hurt climbing over. Shun's second-old Shun felt guilty. I just heard some noise next door when I went to the outhouse and thought there was a thief, so I went to check. Ha, a thief. Old Lady Shun sneered. I think you just want to be that thief, don't you? Don't think I don't know what you're up to when you climb over the wall. Shun's second-old Shun's pupils shrink. Mother, what are you saying?
I don't understand.
Don't understand? Old Lady Shun stands up, walks to the wardrobe, pulls out a delicate wooden box, and suddenly slams it down in front of Shin's second-old Shin. Isn't this the dangerous thing you're after? Old Man Shin stared at the wooden box on the ground, shocked and confused. This is. Grandmother Shin said, I dug this out from the neighboring yard for you. No need to thank me. Old Man Shin hesitated.
Wow.
Did his mother really know what he was planning? Thinking that his mother had seen all his thoughts, Old Man Shin broke out in a cold sweat. But now, he couldn't care less. The treasure he had been waiting for was right in front of him. He had no time to think about what his mother was planning. He squatted down and tried to open the wooden box. But when he opened it, it was empty. Mother, why is the box empty? Where are the treasures? There should be lots of valuables inside. Grandmother Shin snorted coldly. There are indeed things inside, but I threw them into the river behind. So, of course, the box is empty. Old Man Shun's eyes widened. He was so excited that he stood up and shouted at his mother, Mother, how could you throw away the treasures? Grandmother Shin shouted even louder. What else could I do? Leave them and get robbed? Do you forget how the people in the neighboring yard died? Old Man Shin puffed out his chest. That's different. We are 3 generations of poor farmers. As long as we hide our things well and wait for the right time, our family will be safe. She sneered, Ha. You want to gamble with my family's life? Who gave you such nerve? Fuming, Old Man Shin finally said what was on his mind. Since my older brother is already gone, from now on Old Man Shin will be the head of the family. Mother, don't be stupid anymore. You'll need me to support you in the future. Grandmother Shin's face changed. Old Man Shin felt proud inside. He thought, this will definitely hit her where it hurts, this stubborn old woman. If you raise children well, they will take care of you when you're old. She should be afraid. But his happiness lasted only a second before a feather duster swung toward his head. Bah! I don't care about your nonsense. Now you dare talk back to me? Do you think I can count on you to support me in old age? Old Man Shin shouted. Mother. Stop. Don't hit me. Was this crazy old woman out of her mind? Her reactions were completely different from what he expected. Could she hear him? No, she absolutely must not. Old Man Shin scrambled to run away, the feather duster always close behind, hitting him with every step, making him cry out in pain. Mother. It hurts. Stop it. Grandmother Shin snorted coldly. Stop. Not a chance. Today I'll make you see reason, so you don't ruin our family someday. While speaking, he suddenly struck hard, hitting Old Fourth Shun on the buttocks. Old Second Shun exclaimed. He couldn't bear it anymore. He had tolerated this old woman for a long time. If he didn't teach her a lesson now, he would never have a good life in the future. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned to push Old Madam Shun. Old Madam Shun was startled. She hadn't expected Old Second Shun to dare to hit her. She tried to dodge, but it was too late. She could only grab his hand to prevent herself from falling. However, this time, Old Second Shun was so angry that he lost control. Seeing his mother holding his hand, he tried to force her toward the corner of the table. Old Madam Shun. This beast. At that moment, 2 small figures suddenly rushed out from the other side of the main hall. Don't bully my grandma. Shun Sanhua and Shun Sanju were secretly hiding inside their house, watching the chaos involving Old Second Shun. They never expected Old Second Shun to dare to hit their grandma. The 2 children couldn't sit still. They grabbed brooms, stools, and other household items, rushing out to attack Old Second Shun fiercely. He was caught off guard and had no time to push Old Madam Shun. But he also grew to hate Shun Sanhua and Shin Sanju. It was all caused by this fourth Shin's family. If he had meddled with Li Yi and asked for money, his father wouldn't have gotten involved. So, he released old Madam Shin, glared fiercely, snatched the stool from Shin Sanju's hands, and kicked him away with a single kick.
Ah!
Old second Shin used all his strength in that kick. Shin Sanju was just over 8 years old. How could he withstand it? He was kicked flying and heavily hit a stool, then fell to the ground with a loud thud, completely silent. Sanju, little brother. Old Madam Shin and Shin Sanhua's eyes turned red. Old Madam Shin quickly grabbed Shin Sanhua's broom and fiercely swept at old second Shin. You heartless dog.
Get out!
Get out of the Shin family. Old Madam Shin had always cared because old second Shin was her son. She never truly wanted to hurt him. Even if she used a feather duster, it was just a little pain. Otherwise, after so many beatings, how could old second Shin still have the energy to work in the fields? But now, this ungrateful, treacherous man dared to hurt his own mother and kick his nephew. Old Madam Shin could no longer hold back. She used all her strength to deal with old second Shin. At first, he could block a few hits, but after a couple of tries, he kept retreating and was eventually pushed out of the main hall. Mother, stop. I was wrong. Don't hit me anymore. Old Madam Shin couldn't believe him. Of course, she couldn't trust him. Such a heartless son living in the Shin family. She didn't know when he might feed her poison.
Get out!
Leave now. If you don't, I will beat you to death. Sanhua, go call the captain. I want to separate these troublemakers. Inside, Shin Sanhua's frightened crying could be heard. Woo-woo, mom, my brother is bleeding. Old Lady Shin was shocked and didn't bother to tidy up Shin Air. She turned around and went to the main hall to see Shin Sanju. Seeing him coughing up blood non-stop, she was so scared her face turned pale. Hurry, go call your third uncle. Shin Sanhua quickly ran outside. When she saw Shin Air sneaking into the West Wing, her young face filled with anger, but she didn't hesitate. She rushed out quickly, crying and shouting loudly. Boo, help! My second uncle is killing someone. He beat my brother to death. Boo, my second uncle is not a good person. He wants to hurt my grandma and beat my brother. My brother is about to die.
Woo-woo.
Help!
Shin Air is a murderer.
He's ruined our family. She ran and shouted all the way. Her bright voice reached Shin Sanju's ears. When she arrived at Shin Sanju's house, half the village heard what Shin Air had done. Everyone was stunned. Shin Sanju came out after hearing the noise. Seeing Shin Sanhua crying so miserably, he thought something was wrong. Sanhua, what's going on? Woo-woo. Third uncle, help. Second uncle is trying to kill grandma. My brother and I went to save her. My brother was beaten by second uncle and has been bleeding. Woo-woo. Third uncle, my brother was beaten to death. Those who came to ask about the situation were shocked. Oh my god, is Shin Air crazy? Shin Sanju's face darkened even more. He picked up Shin Sanhua and rushed toward old Shin's house. When they reached the yard and saw the west wing door tightly closed, he asked Shin Sanhua, "Where is your second uncle?" Sanhua cried, "I saw him hiding back inside." Hearing this, Shin Sanju immediately broke the lock on the main door and locked the west wing door. Shin Jianjun also received the news and hurried over. When he saw Shin Sanju locking the west wing door, he asked, "What's going on?" Shin Sanju looked cold. "Shin Air wants to harm our mother and beat my nephew. I can't deal with him now. I need to lock him up first." When Shin Jianjun heard this was true, his face also grew serious. He pointed at some people outside watching and said, "You guys watch this room carefully. Don't let him escape." Okay. Seeing this, Shin Sanju thanked him and turned to rush into the main hall. "Mother, are you okay?" Old Lady Shin with red eyes said, "Mom is fine, but Sanju has been coughing up blood. I don't know what to do. My third son, he probably..." Shin Lao Sen calmly replied, "It's okay, Mom. Don't worry. Let's take him to the health station first." Shin Jianjun came in and was shocked to see Sanju's condition. "Quick, I've already called a cart. Let's hurry and take the child to the health station. Shen Lao San gently picked up Sanju and rushed out of the yard. Old Lady Shen also wanted to follow but was stopped by Shen Jianjun. Mrs. Shen, I think Sanju might not be treated well at the county health station. We should go to the city. Fourth uncle and the others are there. Let's contact them and think of a solution. Hearing this, Old Lady Shen felt even worse. If Sanju hadn't come to save her, he wouldn't have suffered like this. She thought for a moment and took out a small note. This is the number Dan Bao left me. Call this if there's any problem. Shen Jianjun quickly took it. All right, you go with her. I'll call Dan Bao at the brigade office. Old Lady Shen didn't care much and held Shen Sanhua's hand to follow Shen Lao San. Passing by Shen Lao Er's house, she clenched her fists tightly. When Sanju was safe, she would definitely teach that ungrateful person a lesson. Otherwise, she wouldn't be Shen. At the city hospital, Shen Donlu and others were about to have dinner when someone came to call. Is there anyone named Shen Lao Si or Shen Donlu? The dispatch room has your phone number. The village head from Creek Water Village called. Everyone's hearts sank at this. The village head wouldn't call without reason. Something must have happened at home. Shen Donlu was the first to rush out, followed closely by Shen Lao Si. Su Gongan, who came with Qin Huaijing for a meal, also stood up. I'll go check. Qin Huaijing looked around and also put down his lunchbox. I'll go see too. Su Qiushui sat still, frowning. Hopefully, nothing serious has happened at home. Chun Liqing was worried, but first tried to comfort Su Qiushui. It's fine. Mom is here. And Bao, who was focused on eating, seemed to sense the change in atmosphere. He stopped eating and gently patted his mother's hand.
Ah.
Meanwhile, Shen Donlu rushed into the dispatch room, picked up the phone and said, Hello, Uncle Brigade Leader?
I'm Shen Danlu.
Shen Jianjun, Donlu? Is your fourth uncle there? Shen Donlu. No, he's not here. What's the matter? Just tell me. I'll inform fourth uncle later. Despite being right behind her, Shen Lao Si was deprived of his voice. When Shen Jianjun heard this, he didn't hesitate. In his mind, Shen Danluo was small but clever. Passing messages wouldn't be a problem for her. So, he told her everything that had happened earlier in the Shen family. Shen Danluo's face darkened when she heard this.
Tat Shen Arar.
Even after breaking his entourage and helpers, he still remains cruel and vicious. After hanging up, she saw Su Gongan, who had come in with Qin Huaijing. She immediately called out Brother Su. Su Gongan staggered, almost falling flat on his face. What's going on? Why did she call him Brother Su just after answering the phone? Wasn't she just annoyed with him before? Shen Lao Si also looked at Shen Danluo with a helpless expression, but he couldn't stay silent for long. Brother Su, Shen Error wants to hurt my grandma. My third sister Hua and my third brother Zhu went to rescue her, and Shen Error injured my third brother Zhu. He's been bleeding all this time. We need a car to take him to the hospital. Brother Su, can you help us? When Shen Lao Si heard about his mother and son being in trouble, he was very anxious. He also called out, Nephew, please help. Shen Lao Si, will definitely repay this kindness. Su Gongan. He turned around and said, I'll go get the car. Wait for me at the main gate in 5 minutes. Shen Danluo breathed a sigh of relief. If they had a car, they could reach the county faster. Her grandma and the others might not have arrived yet, saving a lot of time. If possible, she also wanted to bring a doctor along, but she knew that was hard to arrange. Thinking of this, her gaze shifted to Qin Huaijing. When it came to treating injuries, Qin Huaijing's skills were definitely better than hers. She hesitated on how to ask, but Qin Huaijing spoke first. Danluo, I also want to help. Is that okay? Shen Lao Si was very anxious. He thought, what's this kid doing joining the chaos? He was about to refuse, but Shen Danluo spoke first. Thank you, Brother Huaijing. With your skills, you'll surely be able to help. Shen Lao Si looked at his niece and had a strange feeling that made him choose to believe her, so he kept silent. Shen Danluo rushed back to Su Qiushui's ward. Mom, Grandma and third brother Zhu are in trouble. We need to go pick them up now. Su Qiushui frowned. What happened? Shun Danluo simply explained the situation. Su Qiushui and Chun Liqing listened, their faces filled with anger. Su Qiushui was so angry she cursed loudly, saying, "That second old man Shun is worse than an animal." She grabbed her daughter's hand. "You two go quickly. My sister-in-law and I will look for a doctor who can treat this kind of injury." "Okay," Shun Danluo said worriedly. "Mother, you should take care of yourself too."
Su Qiushui nodded.
"Don't worry, I know what to do." Seeing this, Shun Danluo quickly ran downstairs. Qin Huaijing and old fourth Shun were already waiting at the door, and Qin Huaijing was carrying a bamboo tube. Seeing the bamboo tube, Shun Danluo felt relieved. At this moment, Su Kai's car arrived. "Get in the car." The three quickly jumped into the car. It sped off loudly toward Wu County. While Shun Danluo's group was on their way smoothly, trouble hit old lady Shun's side. Their ox cart broke down halfway. The newly repaired axle suddenly snapped again for no clear reason. But they still had half the distance to the county seat, and walking was impossible. So, old third Shun and old lady Shun had to carry the children to the town clinic. However, the doctor at the clinic looked at the boy and immediately declared him beyond help. He waved his hand coldly. "Take him home. There's no hope. Sending him to the city won't help." Old lady Shun was stunned.
"How can that be?"
The doctor impatiently said, "It's true. Look at the blood he's coughing up. There are fragments of internal organs. His insides are crushed. Even the city hospital can't save him." Old lady Shun's vision blurred, and she almost fainted. At this moment, a voice like a wake-up call struck her mind, making her suddenly clear-headed. "Grandma, I'm here. Danluo is here. Don't be afraid. Third brother Shun will be fine." Old lady Shun turned her head and saw little Danluo in a red dress rushing in from the gate. At that moment, it was as if a light shone into her heart. "Danluo." Shun Danluo ran over and hugged her grandma. "Grandma, don't be afraid. We're taking third brother Shun to the city now. He will be fine." Tears welled up in old lady Shun's eyes, and she couldn't hold them back. Old fourth Shun also rushed in behind her. Seeing his son's condition, he felt cold inside. He quickly picked up his son and rushed outside. The doctor tried to stop them. "Hey, what are you doing? I told you there's no hope. Take him home. Don't waste resources." Shun Danluo kicked him. "Incompetent doctor. As long as he's breathing, he must be saved. You have no medical ethics." The doctor was angry. "You, child, have no manners at all. He was already dying, and I didn't say anything wrong." "Huh." Shun Danluo sneered. "Then I wish that next time you face such a situation, no doctor will want to save you, and you'll be sentenced to death." The doctor shivered and reached out to hit Shun Danluo. Old Shin Sand immediately punched the doctor in the face. "Fourth, hurry and take the child away." Hearing this, old Shin Si glared fiercely at the doctor. "Remember this. My son is lucky and won't die." Then he quickly ran outside. Since the car couldn't hold so many people, old Shin San didn't go along. He watched the car drive away and turned back to Shishui village. He was determined to teach old Shin Er a lesson. In the car, Grandma Shin held Shin Sanhua in front. Old Shin Si held Shin Sanju in the back seat. To make Sanju more comfortable, Shun Danluo and Qin Huijing sat on the footrest area of the seat. Qin Huijing saw Sanju's condition and knew it was very dangerous. He didn't care about being noticed and quickly replaced the diluted water in the bamboo tube with pure spiritual spring water, then handed it to Shun Danluo softly. "Danluo, give him some to drink." Shun Danluo didn't waste time. She took the water and was about to feed him. Old Shin Si was stunned, but seeing Shun Danluo's actions, he instinctively stopped her. "Danluo?" He had seen injured people before and knew that internal injuries meant you couldn't drink water. Shun Danluo looked up at him and lowered her voice. "Fourth uncle, trust me. This water will help Sanju." Shun fourth uncle, Qin Huijing raised his injured hand to show him. "Look, I drank this water, and my injury has improved a lot. Old Shin Si's pupils shrank. He knew Qin Huijing's hand injury well, or he wouldn't be here seeking treatment. I'll do it myself, he said, glancing at the two children. He took the bamboo tube from Shin Danluo and fed the water into his son's mouth. Old Shin Si's eyes turned red. If this water was useless or even made his son's condition worse, he had personally fed it. He couldn't let these two children who wanted to help carry the guilt. Son, you must be strong. Hold on for Dad. To old Shin Si's surprise, after feeding the water, Shin Sanju's breathing became stronger and his face looked a little better. Old Shin Si was overjoyed. He gently held his son's head and fed him a few more sips. The more water he drank, the better Shin Sanju's face looked. The effect of this water is truly amazing, and old Shin Fourth was very surprised and happy. His son will not die, he will definitely survive. This is like a life-saving potion. Although old Shin Fourth was excited inside, once his son stopped vomiting blood, he immediately stopped and covered the bamboo tube, placing it back into Qin Huijing's hand. Qin Huijing looked at him confused. Uncle Shin? Old Shin Fourth lowered his voice and said, as long as the life is saved, that's enough. This water works so well, you can't drink too much at once. Remember, you must not let others know about this water, and don't give it to others casually. Otherwise, it will be bad for you. His son was badly hurt, and many people saw it. The boy recovered so quickly, so someone would definitely be curious. Although old Shin Fourth desperately wanted his son to recover now, he couldn't do that openly. Seeing that Uncle Shin was still worried about his situation, Qin Huijing felt warm inside and genuinely liked the Shin family. Let the doctor finish treating him, then secretly give the water to your brother, so no one finds out. Old Shin Fourth looked at him, eyes red, and nodded. You're a good kid. Uncle thanks you on behalf of Sanju. I owe you a life, and I will repay you one day. Qin Huijing shook his head. It's just a little water. Uncle Fourth, don't worry about it. Old Shin Fourth listened and didn't argue. He was determined to repay this kindness. To reach the hospital quickly and drive smoothly, Su and Gang focused on driving. Although he vaguely noticed the people behind talking, he didn't pay much attention. Especially now, with the hot weather and the windows wide open, he couldn't hear clearly what they were saying. But old Shin Tai and Shin Sanhua kept a close eye on the back. They saw Shin Sanju's face gradually improve after drinking from the bamboo tube, and their eyes were full of surprise. Shin Danluo looked up at their expressions, raised her finger to her lips to signal silence. An old and a young person nodded quietly, keeping this secret deep in their hearts and hiding it well. But both of them couldn't help but cast grateful looks toward Qin Huijing. They had seen it just now. Their Sanju's face was as pale as a ghost. It was only after drinking from the bamboo tube that he improved. Qin Huijing saved Sanju. He was their Shin family's great benefactor. Especially old Shin Tai, who looked at Qin Huijing with a gaze that was even more affectionate than towards her own grandson. This child had saved their Shin family, once again. He was like a living bodhisattva coming to save them from suffering. And her granddaughter Danluo. If little Danluo hadn't arrived just in time, she wouldn't know if she could hold on. Thinking of this, old Lady Shin's eyes sharpened. Old Shin's second son is truly heartless and beyond help. This time, she definitely won't be lenient. When their car reached the city, it was already past 8 o'clock. Old Lady Shin and Old Fourth Shin were worried about whether the doctor had already finished work, fearing no one would save Sanju. But when they arrived at the hospital, they saw Su Qiushui, who was heavily pregnant, and Chun Liqing standing there waiting. Behind them, several doctors in white coats were present, and they immediately felt relieved. Old Fourth Shin happily said, Mom, it's the eldest sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law. They must have found good doctors for Sanju. Old Lady Shin nodded repeatedly, her eyes showing mixed feelings as she looked at Su Qiushui. Seeing the car stop, Su Qiushui and Chun Liqing quickly approached. Through the car window, they saw Sanju's tiny, blood-covered, terrible condition, and they gasped in shock, feeling heartbroken. As mothers, They couldn't bear to see such things, and tears involuntarily rolled down their cheeks. But now was a time for saving lives, and they couldn't waste time crying. Su Qiushui wiped her tears and shouted to Old Fourth Shun, "Old Fourth, quickly hand Senju over to these doctors. They are the best internal and surgical doctors in the city." Then she turned to the doctors behind her and said, "Please, doctors." The doctors nodded, took nurses, and went to move Senju onto a mobile bed. As they carried him inside, they examined him. These doctors were indeed very capable. Soon, a preliminary diagnosis was made. Ribs are broken, with 2 displaced. The blood vomited earlier contains fragments of internal organs. There is a suspicion of damage to the digestive or respiratory tract. Although the bleeding has stopped for unknown reasons, an open chest surgery is urgently needed. Hearing this, everyone felt their hearts ache, especially Su Gong'an, who was known for his strong sense of justice. His face, already cold, grew even more stern. He believed that such a young child had been dealt with so harshly. According to his nature, he would have directly rewarded Old Shun's second son with a peanut. Old Fourth Shun didn't hesitate for a second. "Let's do it. We'll operate." "Good. You all go pay first," the doctor said, quickly writing a bill and handing it to Old Fourth Shun. Old Fourth Shun looked at it and asked, 300? The doctor nodded seriously and explained, "Yes, that's the fee. This is just the initial cost. The child's condition is very serious, so additional payments will likely be needed later. Also, the surgery doesn't guarantee success. Currently, the chances are only about 30%. The outcome depends on the extent of internal damage. You should think carefully about whether to proceed with saving him, as it is a very large expense." Not just large. These days, an ordinary rural family can hardly gather even 100 yuan, let alone spend several hundred at once. One illness can drain a family financially. That is why the doctor advised them to think calmly before making a decision. "Let's do it. We'll go ahead," Su Gong'an said first. "Uncle Si, don't worry. I'll gather the money for you." Although Grandma Shin was worried about her grandson and seemed distracted, she looked at Su Gong'an with confusion. "What uncle?" Su Gong'an cleared his throat nervously, avoiding Grandma Shin's gaze. We'll go gather the money first. Uncle Su, no need. We have the money ourselves." Su Gonggang. "So, quickly, you're back to calling me Uncle Su?" Shin Donlu took out a stack of money and placed it on the table, seriously saying, "Doctor, please, you must save my brother." Then she looked at Uncle Si. "Uncle Si, don't worry. Our money is enough to pay for third brother's treatment." Uncle Si looked at the stack of money, tears welling up in his eyes. For a moment, he remembered what Shin Donlu had told him. Yes, to live like a real person in this world, money is absolutely necessary. For the first time, Uncle Si felt a strong desire for money. He was moved. The doctor, however, was speechless. He watched the young girl take out a stack of money and slam it onto his table. He found it strange that this family's money was in the hands of such a young girl. But that was not his concern. The doctor nodded. "Since you've made your decision, go pay the fee first. We'll arrange the surgery. Rest assured, we will do our best to save the child." After speaking, the doctor stood up and coordinated with other doctors to arrange the surgery. Their organized and calm manner was very reassuring. The unreliable doctor from the town health center was simply incomparable. Grandma Shin and Uncle Si both sighed in relief. Remembering what they had given third brother on the way, they felt less worried than Su Qiushui and the others. Because earlier, when the doctor said the bleeding had stopped for reasons they didn't understand, they realized that Qin Huijing must have given water that helped stop the bleeding inside third brother. The chance of saving the 3 pillars is much higher than what the doctor said. But even so, we still need to hurry and do the surgery. Old Shin hurriedly took the money and the list to pay. Meanwhile, Su Public Security felt upset but kept watching Shindanluo, curious about how her small body could hide so much money. At this moment, a police officer ran over and said, "Captain Su, the investigation you asked about has results from the bureau. They want you to answer the phone." Su Public Security looked instinctively at old Madam Shen and Shen Danluo. Seeing them look over, he said, "Before I came to the city, my colleague was questioning Grandma Li. There should be results now. I'll go and come back quickly." Old Madam Shen and Shen Danluo nodded together. Go quickly. If they could find out Old Man Zhang's secret and also take down Second Shen, that would be perfect. Su Kai responded and left. Not long after, Old Shen returned. After sending Shen Sanju into the operating room, he turned around and knelt before Su Qiushui. Big sister-in-law, thank you. I overheard the nurse say that the doctors were about to finish their shift, but you, pregnant and all, begged and pleaded to keep the doctors here. Su Qiushui was startled. Old Fourth, stand up. A man's knees are precious. Besides kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, no one else is allowed to kneel. Are you trying to shorten my life? Old Shen heard this and quickly got up. No, big sister-in-law. I just wanted to thank you. Su Qiushui glared at him annoyed. We're all family. If you keep thinking like that, it just feels awkward, you know? Old Shen scratched his head. Got it. Old Madam Shen watched all this. It was the first time she found her eldest daughter-in-law so likable, truly and sincerely. She softly said, Qiushui, you've worked hard. You're pregnant and uncomfortable. Go back and rest quickly. We'll stay here and watch over things. Su Qiushui was stunned. This was the first time in many years that her mother-in-law had called her by her name so kindly. Honestly, it was a bit eerie. But Su Qiushui was good at hiding her embarrassment. She smiled slightly. Mother, it's okay. I can handle it. I'll stay and wait for the surgery results with you. I wouldn't feel at ease going back now. But old Madam Shen didn't forget why her eldest daughter-in-law was hospitalized. She must be exhausted after running around and pleading with the doctors. If her health worsened again, what should they do? Shen Danluo came over to help her mother sit down. Seeing her mother's pale complexion and worrying about her, she said, Mother, you should go back first. I'll inform you as soon as there's news. Su Qiushui thought to herself, if she hadn't seen the situation with the 3 pillars, she might still have patience to go back and wait for news. But seeing how the 3 pillars looked just now, she couldn't calmly return to her room. Would that make things even more painful? At this moment, a bamboo tube was handed over. Auntie, drink some mountain spring water. If you feel better, you can keep waiting. Old Madam Shen's eyes lit up, and she quickly took the bamboo tube from Qin Huijing's hand, stuffing it into Su Qiushui's hand. Yes, listen to Ah Jing. Drinking will make your body feel better. Su Qiushui, Ahing? Isn't that a bit too familiar? Old Madam Shen ignored her suspicion and eagerly pressed the bamboo tube into Su Qiushui's hand. Drink, you should drink quickly. Drinking water will help you feel better. Confused, Su Qiushui was forcefully given a lot of water. Her face looked a bit rosier. Old Madam Shen then happily placed the bamboo tube back into Qin Huijing's hand. Keep it well. Qin Huijing obediently took it. Okay, Grandma Shen. Su Qiushui looked at them suspiciously, feeling that the old and young were acting a bit too affectionately. At this moment, Su Gong'an entered with a somewhat unhappy expression. When Shen Danluo and old Madam Shen saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. They instinctively glanced at old Fourth Shen, who looked clueless. Shen Danluo caught sight of her sister Sanhua leaning her head on something, struggling to stay awake, but refusing to close her eyes. She tugged at her grandmother's sleeve and nodded toward her. Old Madam Shen and Shen Danluo had a very good understanding. As soon as they saw, they immediately understood and told old Fourth Shen, take Sanhua to your sister-in-law's room to rest. Old Fourth Shen was reluctant to leave, worried about his son. But 3 pillars hasn't come out yet. Shen Danluo said, the doctor said the surgery will take a long time. Sanhua was also frightened today. Fourth, you stay and talk to Sanhua. When Shen Sanhua heard her name, she immediately forced herself to stay strong and shook her head. No, I'm fine. Old Fourth Shen looked at his daughter's pale face and felt distressed. He picked up Shen Sanhua. All right, I'll take her to sleep. I'll be back soon. Quietly, Chun Liqing looked at Su Gong'an and then at her mother-in-law. She stood up and gestured. I'll make some midnight snacks for you. Then she turned and left. Su Qiushui saw this and was thinking about whether she should avoid it, but Shen Danluo grabbed her quickly. She also grabbed Qin Huijing, who was about to leave. Mother, brother Huijing, stay. Old Madame Shen frowned. She didn't want this matter to be spread outside. Shen Danluo saw this and said, Mother, brother Huijing, and I are very clever. We might think of things that others can't. Maybe Mother and brother Huijing can think of them too. Also, it was brother Huijing who found out about the people from Xiaowang village. Old Lady Shen listened and said, All right, then let's stay and listen together. Su Qiushui and Qin Huijing looked at each other. Both of them were very smart and didn't speak, waiting quietly for what would happen next. Su Kai looked at them clearing the scene. Seeing that no one was leaving, he finally spoke. Grandmother Li said that Jiang Huixing was not her cousin. She only knew Jiang Huixing as a fellow villager. Many years ago, Jiang Huixing ignored his family's objections and fell in love with a named Yuan Min. Everyone was surprised and exclaimed. Old Lady Shen couldn't help but curse. After all these years, I only slept with such a dirty person? Old Lady Shen felt terrible. Shen Danluo worriedly held Old Lady Shen's hand. Grandma, it's okay. Later, I will help you teach him a lesson. Su Qiushui also felt disgusted. Old Mr. Jiang was clearly trying to trick someone into marriage. Mother, Danluo is right. Don't be angry. Later, we will help you teach him a lesson. If we can't beat him badly, we lose. Su Gang said. Qin Huijing also said. It finally made sense why Shen Danluo loved fighting so much. It turns out her fiery temper was influenced by this. Old Lady Shen was also a bit confused by her eldest daughter-in-law's words. She had thought she was gentle as water. But honestly, her words did sound quite satisfying. Yeah, why should she be upset just because he made her unhappy? She decided she would go and teach him a lesson later. Su Gang waited a moment, watching Old Lady Shen's expression soften. Grandma Shen? Old Lady Shen was in a flurry of thoughts and didn't notice the change in how he addressed her. She nodded.
I'm fine.
Keep going. So Su Gang continued. Later, I don't know how, but they disappeared. Then, Li Laopa's hometown was affected by war. She and her family fled. Only she survived and escaped to Shangwang village. To stay alive, she married Old Man Li and settled down there. 20 years passed. When your second brother was 28, during the new year, Grandma Li went to visit relatives in Xiaowang village and unexpectedly saw Yuan Min, who had run away with Jiang Huixing. At that time, Yuan Min was no longer called Yuan Min. She didn't know why, but she became the adopted daughter of a family with the surname Liu in Liujia village, next to Xiaowang village. She changed her name to Liu Tsuehua. Later, she married into the Wang family in Xiaowang village, to Wang Zhuang. She found it strange and wanted to ask Yuan Min about Jiang Huixing, but saw Jiang Huixing walking with the Wang family. Wang Zhuang even called Jiang Huixing his older brother-in-law. Later, she asked around and learned that Jiang Huixing had already married into the Shin family in Shishui village. It was not strange for two people who were close to each other to marry. But after marriage, they still secretly met, and her husband called his former lover his older brother-in-law. That was very strange. She felt there must be some secret involved. At that time, she was worried about Li Yi's marriage, so she went to Shen Lao Heir, intending to use this to pressure Jiang Huixing into marrying Li Yi to Shen Lao Heir. Jiang Huixing refused and quickly found a match for Shen Lao Heir's family. That family was none other than Yuan Min's maternal family, the Liu family. The woman who married Shen Lao Heir was Liu Hohot, the daughter of Yuan Min's cousin. Everyone was shocked by this surprising move. Old Madam Shen was even more stunned. From what you're saying, I've seen that old man's mistress before. Su Kai shook his head.
I don't know about that.
Qin Huijing, hearing this, reached out to Su Kai. Uncle Su, I saw that woman. I'll draw her for Grandma Shen. Su Kai immediately took out his notebook and pen. Qin Huaijing didn't want to reveal that he had a second hand, so he found it inconvenient. Shun Danluo saw this and pretended to help him hold the notebook. The two children exchanged a glance and smiled secretly. Qin Huaijing curved his lips and quickly sketched on the notebook with one hand. Soon, a slender middle-aged woman appeared on the paper. Old Madam Shun kept watching, her face growing darker and darker. Finally, she couldn't hold back and shouted it. When Lu Ho-hot was born, that woman even came to my house. Old Madam Shun still remembered that day when Old Man Jiang was unusually busy, serving tea, washing melons, chopping vegetables, working happily. She thought he was happy because the family had 2 more grandsons. Now, looking back, she realized her happiness might not have been just because of the 2 new grandsons. Most likely, she was happy to see her old lover again. Old Madam Shun was furious, not because she was jealous, but because she felt she had been foolish all these years. Any woman would be angry to realize she had been deceived for so long. Su Qiushui looked at her mother-in-law and also felt angry for her. How unlucky she was to meet such a terrible man. She frowned and asked, "Mother, have I seen this person before?" Old Lady Shun thought for a moment, holding back her temper. No, she only came once when Lu Ho-hot had Daju and Erju. Back then, you hadn't even moved in yet. I remember her because she was quite flashy and looked different from the villagers. But it turns out she's not a villager, she's just a feather-plucking chicken. Everyone else was very curious about what kind of person could make Old Lady Shun remember her all this time. Qin Huijing held up the finished drawing for everyone to see. They leaned in to look, and sure enough, her appearance was a bit different from a villager. But Su Kai firmly said, "Grandma Shin still looks better." Shin Danluo also firmly agreed, "My grandma definitely looks better." Both looked at Su Qiushui. Su Qiushui hesitated. That old man Jiang must be blind. Old Lady Shin instantly felt relieved and lifted her chin proudly. "That's right." But Su Qiushui frowned while looking at the portrait. "Don't you think this woman looks a bit familiar?" She was good at drawing and sketching, so she was sensitive to structures. She felt like she had seen this face somewhere before. Su Kai and Qin Huijing looked confused. Old Lady Shin also couldn't figure it out. Hearing her mother's words, Shin Danluo also felt that the woman looked more and more familiar. She tilted her head and looked again and again. Then she reached out her small, tender hand and moved it up and down over the woman's face, covering here and there, then covering there and here. Finally, she covered the woman's mouth. She paused for a few seconds, then her small mouth formed an O shape. "Grandma, Mother, look. When I cover her like this, doesn't she look like second uncle?" Su Qiushui was the first to realize. She said she looked familiar, and sure enough, it was. She pointed at the woman in the portrait and said, "Yes, look at her eyebrows, eye shape, and the way her nose is shaped. She really looks a lot like second Uncle Shun." Second Uncle Shun is a bit chubby, but this woman is thinner. If second Uncle Shun were thinner, she would look even more alike. What? Old Lady Shun was still stunned. When she heard this, she was a little angry. "You say this woman looks like second Uncle Shun? He's my son. How could he look like another woman?" Su Qiushui and Shin Danluo exchanged glances, both feeling shocked inside. If second Uncle Shun wasn't Old Lady Shin's son but was actually this woman's, then it wouldn't be strange for them to look alike, right? After all, this woman was Old Man Jiang's former lover, so the possibility is very high. In her past and present life, Shin Danluo never thought about Shun Lao Er's background. She always believed Shun Lao Er was naturally sneaky and cruel, a bad seed from the Shin family. Now, suddenly realizing that Shun Lao Er might not be her biological son, she feels very confused. Su Kai and Qin Huijing, hearing Su Qiushui and Shin Danluo's words, also thought of this possibility and looked at each other in surprise. No way, if it's true, Old Man Jiang would be worse than a pig or a dog. The large waiting room was silent for a long time. Everyone didn't know what to say. Su Qiushui, who kept staring at the portrait, spoke again. "Mother, haven't you noticed? Not only Shun Lao heir looks like that woman, but also De Zhu and heir Zhu, they all resemble her about half. They don't look much like our Shin family members. Honestly, this woman's features are not very striking, and her appearance is not even half as beautiful as her mother-in-law's. She just has a charming aura. But Shun Lao heir and the others, who look like this woman, lack that charm and seem a bit ugly. Old Lady Shin was stunned. What? Su Qiushui paused, knowing this guess might hurt her, but she continued, Mother, have you ever thought that Lao heir might not be your biological child? Old Lady Shin felt cold inside. The more she listened to her eldest daughter-in-law, the colder she felt, but she couldn't believe it. How is that possible? If Shun Lao heir isn't my son, then where is my second son? Where did he go? I gave birth to 2 sons back then. Thinking about her biological children being swapped and raising someone else's son for 30 years, Old Lady Shin's heart ached, and she felt both angry and sad. Her face turned pale. Shun Danluo felt sorry for her grandmother and quickly hugged her. Grandma, don't worry. This is just a guess, It might not be true. But Old Lady Shin shook her head. No, it must be true. She had never thought about this before, but now that someone brought it up, she increasingly believed Shun Lao heir was not her biological child. After raising Shun Lao heir for so many years, she had never felt close to him. She also wondered why, even though Shun Lao heir was always the most cunning and mischievous among the children, the black-hearted woman loved him the most. Even the eldest son, who was most capable, never received a kind look from her. That black-hearted woman kept suppressing her eldest son. When the eldest son was about to join the army, she even wanted Shun Lao heir to take the eldest son's place. If Brother Shin Lu liked the eldest son more and insisted on sending him to join the army, the eldest son's position might have been taken by second Brother Shin instead. Actually, she was very opposed to her eldest son marrying Su Qiushui back then, mainly because that old man kept whispering in her ear. She already disliked her son marrying someone delicate and weak, and the old man's constant influence made her oppose it even more. Fortunately, her son was always sensible and wouldn't listen to their opinions about marriage. Later, that old man, unable to sway her son, pressured them into giving 2 rooms in the East Wing to second Brother Shin. There was also the matter of adopting a son for Brother Shin Lu. Initially, she wanted to adopt her least favorite son, second son Shin, and everything was arranged with Brother Shin Lu. But that heartless man refused, causing a fuss for several days, which made Shin Lu feel embarrassed. In the end, they had to adopt the 3rd son instead. Now, her 3rd son was left to carry the burden of the whole family, elderly, weak, and sick. Seeing him like that always made her feel sad. She used to think these troubles just made her unhappy, but since they were her sons, she tolerated it. Now she realized that the old man simply didn't want her sons to live happily. He kept scheming to benefit second son Shen. It was certain that second son Shen was probably the son of that old man and that wicked woman. They must have swapped her son while she was weak after giving birth. When she had her eldest and second sons, there was chaos everywhere, and several military wives were hiding here giving birth. The midwives were busy with deliveries, unable to watch over everything. She had no family to help her, so she was easily tricked by those 2 heartless people. Old Lady Shin looked around at everyone and repeated seriously, "That second son Shin is definitely not my son. My second son must have been swapped away." She then looked at Su Kaikai and said, "Su Public Security Officer, I want to report this. Jiang Huaixing and that woman swapped my son. I want to find my son." Su Kaikai replied, "Grandma Shun, please stay calm. We need to analyze this first. First, we must confirm whether Jiang Huaixing swapped the children. If he did, what happened to the real child?" Old Lady Shin was anxious and said, "Let's go find Jiang Huaixing. If he refuses to talk, I'll beat him to death with a broom." Su Kaikai said, "Grandma Shin, please stay calm." Although he really wanted to hit that old scoundrel, he couldn't do it in the police station, especially with a superior watching him. Shun Danual watched her anxious grandmother and felt worried too. "I don't know where Jiang Huaixing took the real second uncle." Yes, although there's no proof, she believes, just like her grandmother, that the current second old man Shen is not her real second uncle. A sudden idea flashed through Shin Donluo's mind. She looked at Qin Huaijing and asked, "Brother Huaijing, you've been to that woman's house. Did you see anyone there around the same age as second old man Shin?" As soon as Shin Danluo finished speaking, old Madam Shin trembled and, ignoring Su Kai, quickly turned her head nervously to look at Qin Huaijing. Su Qiushui and Su Kai also looked at him with some tension. Qin Huaijing remained calm. Actually, he had already guessed something similar. He started recalling the details of that day and, seeing Shin Danluo's question, directly said, "I waited outside their yard for a few hours that day. Besides old man Jiang, I saw 3 other people, but none of them looked around the same age as second old man Shin." Shin Danluo looked a bit disappointed. Maybe he wasn't home? Su Qiushui thought for a moment and asked, "Huaijing, can you tell us who those 3 people were?" Qin Huaijing nodded. "One of them is this woman. Another is a man about old man Zhang's age, probably the Wang Zhuang that Uncle Su mentioned, and the last is a woman a few years older than Aunt Su." Hearing this, Su Qiushui's eyes flickered with interest. What does that woman look like? Qin Huaijing knew very well. She looks under 30, and they call that woman and Wang Zhuang father and mother. The 3 of them seemed to get along quite well. Su Qiushui's eyes shone even more brightly. Who would keep a woman in her 30s at home? Everyone's heart skipped a beat at this question. Then Su Qiushui continued, "What's the layout of their house?" Qin Huaijing thought carefully. "The yard is quite big, but there aren't many rooms. 3 main rooms in the house, one on the east side, and on the other side, there's the kitchen and a latrine. Oh, by the way," suddenly, Qin Huaijing's eyes lit up. "During dinner, I saw that woman in her 30s carrying a bowl of food into the east wing. I thought she was eating herself since she stayed inside quite a while. Now that I think about it, she seemed more like she was delivering food to someone." Hearing this, Su Qiushui immediately grabbed old Madam Shen's hand. "Mother!" Old Madam Shen's heart pounded.
What?
Su Qiushui and Shin Danluo spoke in unison. "Immediately send someone to check the Wang family." Old Madam Shen's heart was pounding so hard she stuttered. Su Kai directly said, "I'll send someone."
No.
"I'll go myself. And I'll also catch second old man Shen." Grandmother Shen looked at him and said, "I." Everyone understood her intention. She also wanted to go in person. If the real second Shen was at the Wang family, she wanted to bring her son home herself. Su Kai shook his head. "Everything now is just a guess. When I go back, I need to test them a bit. Maybe the real second Shen isn't at the Wang family. Grandma Shen, if you show up, it might alert the enemy." Seeing Su Kai's reaction, Shin Danlu, Qin Huaijing, and Su Qiushui all had some bad guesses in their hearts. If the real second Shen was at the Wang family, his situation wouldn't be good. If that woman really was delivering food to the people in the East Wing, their situation might be worse than they thought. So Shin Danlu and Su Qiushui looked at each other and both held Grandma Shin's hand. Su Qiushui comforted her, saying, "Mom, it's better for Su and to investigate first before taking action." Shin Danlu also said, "Yes, Grandma. Trust Uncle Su." Grandma Shin felt anxious inside, but understood that her eldest daughter-in-law and granddaughter had a point. Still, she couldn't sit still. Then let Danlu go. Let Danlu recognize the person. She wanted her eldest son to rescue his brother. Everyone was stunned and looked at Shin Danlu. Shin Danlu glanced at her grandmother, then suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go." Su Kai frowned and opposed, "No, that won't do. Danlu is still a child." Although Danlu was a child, her father was capable. Grandma Shin was so anxious, she couldn't speak. Of course, she couldn't say these things openly. Just as Grandma Shin was worried about how to persuade Su Kai to agree, Su Qiushui held her hand. Grandma Shin was surprised and looked at Su Qiushui. Su Qiushui gave her a reassuring look and then spoke to Su Kai. "Uncle Su, even if you go personally to the Wang family, they will definitely not tell you the truth if they want to hide it. Now that Jiang Huai has had trouble, the Wang family might already be aware and on guard. After all, judging by that woman's attitude, she cares a lot about the second son. Otherwise, she wouldn't risk exposing herself just to come see Shindaju and Shunerju. So, she might have been secretly gathering information here all along. Now that Shun Air has caused a scene, it must be a big deal. If you go to the Wang family now, it will surely make that woman suspicious. They might do something unpredictable. Once they realize you're investigating Shun Air, to protect their fake Shun Air, they might. Noticing her mother-in-law's hand tighten suddenly, Su Qiushui didn't say much, but hinted. At that time, if they deny everything, we won't have any way to prove anything. After all, there's no effective way now to verify the parentage, right? Shun Danluo strongly agreed. Yes, DNA testing isn't available domestically yet. We have to wait until around 2008, but by then it might be too late. Qin Huaijing also said Uncle Su and Su is right. Your going might just scare the snake. How about this? You interrogate Jiang Huai at the bureau, while Danluo and I go to Wang Village. I've been there before. I spent an afternoon in the Wang family's place, so I know it well. We're small. We can sneak everywhere. Don't worry, I'll protect Danluo. You can arrange for someone in the village to support us. If we find something, I'll figure out how to notify you. Shin Danluo nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Huaijing and I will go together. Uncle Su, I'm super lucky. You have to believe me. I'm a lucky charm. Uncle Su, wake up. Have you forgotten the big pie I sent you? Seeing Su Kai still frowning, Qin Huaijing added a small chip to their team. Uncle Su, you forgot I can summon snakes. As soon as I might whistle, snakes will come to help me. Shin Danluo shivered. Su Kai felt much more at ease. His ability to summon snakes was highly coveted by the city bureau, or they wouldn't have let him join the upcoming trap operation. Plus, Aunt Su's analysis was very accurate. He nodded. All right then. You two kids come with me. Shin Danluo turned to say goodbye to her mother and grandmother. Grandma, Mom, don't worry. I'll be back early. Although Su Qiushui was worried, she chose to trust her daughter and nodded carefully, giving her detailed instructions. Be careful when you get there. You can ask the children in the village about the situation. Asking the adults might make people suspicious. Since you're not familiar with Wang Village and don't know who that woman is close to, it's best to ask the kids. Once you understand the situation, go to the Wang family. Shin Danluo nodded. Okay. Mother, I understand. Then she looked at her grandmother. Grandmother Shun hugged her tightly and lowered her voice. Danluo, remember to go home first and ask your father for help. The oil paper umbrella should be kept in your room. I've carefully hidden it in the wardrobe. She then raised her voice. Danluo, be careful and don't let that bad woman find out. Shin Danluo blinked at her grandmother. All right, Grandma. Don't worry. Grandmother Shun felt relieved. With her eldest son involved, nothing could go wrong, except if her second son was still alive. Qin Huaijing handed her a bamboo tube. Grandma Shin, there's still half a mountain spring water in here. Anyone feeling unwell can drink a little. Keep it safe. Grandmother Shun's eyes welled up. She knew this was really prepared for her third grandson. Without hesitation, she accepted it. Good child. Thank you. You also need to be careful, okay? Qin Huaijing nodded. Yes, don't worry, Grandma Shin. Then the two children followed Su Kai back into the car. This time, they headed straight for Shishui village. Su Kai said, I'll stay in your village tonight. Tomorrow, I'll ask the elders there for some information, then return to the bureau. You stay at home and wait. When the time comes, I'll send a colleague to pick you up, and then you can set out. The two kids looked at each other and nodded together. Yes, it's good to go back and prepare. It's also fine to see Old Second. The three of them drove back to Shishui village. By the time they arrived, it was almost midnight. Afraid of disturbing the peace, Su Kai took a detour to the back road of the village and directly drove to Old Shin's backyard door. When they arrived, they found that the normally quiet Old Shin's house was bustling with noise, and there seemed to be shouting and scolding coming from inside. They exchanged glances and quickly got out of the car, rushing inside. As soon as they entered, they saw Old Shin's third son and some young men blocking the courtyard gate. In the yard, A pretty girl with a short bob haircut was holding a broom and chasing after old Shin's second son, hitting him. While hitting, she was scolding, "You heartless Shin second, how dare you hit my mother? How dare you harm my nephew? Just wait. I'll beat you to death." The broom swung fiercely, full of energy, so lively and fierce. Su Kai's eyes lit up.
Who is this?
Shin Donlu pushed someone away and peeked inside, then straightened up with a complicated expression. "That is my younger sister-in-law." Sister-in-law? She used to be proud and refined, known as the village flower before marriage. But now, with such a bold attitude, how could she marry someone from the city? You know, when you wield a broom, men tend to run away in fear. Shin Donlu didn't notice that Su Kai's eyes lit up even more when he heard this. He cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Has your sister-in-law gotten married?" Shin Donlu shook her head. "Of course not. She's still in high school." Still in high school? Su Kai felt a little disappointed, but didn't give up.
How old is she?
"She's 18, Shin Donlu replied.
Huh.
She finally realized something was off. She looked up at him. "Uncle Su, are you checking my sister-in-law's household registration?" She saw Su An's bright, sparkling eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Could it be that Su An has a crush on her sister-in-law? That would be best avoided. Although her sister-in-law started school late and is only 18 before finishing high school, her grandmother always treasures her and plans to keep her at home for a few more years. At this age, Su An probably can't wait that long. Most importantly, her sister-in-law once said she didn't want to marry Su An or a soldier, but preferred a city man with a desk job. The reason? She's worried she might not be able to beat him in a fight. Shin Donlu scratched her head. She has memories from 2 generations, which sometimes make her confused about things. But she vaguely remembers her sister-in-law was choosing a husband based on her grandmother's standards. She plans to stand up for women's rights when she gets married, so someone like Su An, a tough guy, probably wouldn't catch her sister-in-law's eye. So Su An, don't get your hopes up. You'll only be disappointed. Su An didn't notice Shin Donlu's sympathetic look. Instead, he was secretly excited inside.
Wow.
This tough girl and his brother would be a perfect match. If their grandfather can't win over Shin's grandmother, he'll let his brother try. If they both fail, he might just send himself to Shin's family as Shen Lao Tai's adopted son. No matter what, after secretly thinking about several women in the Shin family, Su Kai felt a bit guilty. So he casually said, "No, I just think your sister-in-law is pretty skilled. Maybe there's a chance to develop something." As for what development means, he left it to his imagination. Shin Danluo rolled her eyes and snorted, "I don't believe you. You're definitely eyeing my sister-in-law." These two people weren't hiding their words, and Shen Lao San vaguely heard someone talking, so he turned his head to look. At first, he didn't see Shin Danluo, only saw Su Kai in a police uniform. His heart tightened, and he quickly shouted, "Jiao Jiao."
Stop it.
At this moment, Shun Jiao Jiao was getting tired from hitting people. When she heard her third brother call her, she stood with one hand on her hip, and with the other, she used a broom to push the weak and soft Shin Lao air onto the ground with a loud thud. "Be good, and don't move. I'll stop when I catch my breath. If I don't beat you up today, I'm not called Shin Jiao Jiao." Shun Lao San Shin Danluo both covered their faces in frustration. "Sister or aunt, can you see the situation clearly before making harsh threats?" Su Kai, however, was amused and slightly smiled. "Oh, this future sister-in-law is quite bold, enough to be introduced to his older brother quickly." Shin Lao San cleared his throat loudly and asked, "Police Su, why are you here at this time?" "Oh my goodness. They actually caught someone red-handed?" Shun Jiao Jiao staggered, almost losing her balance. Quick as a flash, she threw down her broom and turned her face to look innocent, pretending she wasn't the one who just hit someone and made harsh threats. Everyone present couldn't help but grimace at her antics. Su Kai was amused by Shin Jiao Jiao's self-deceiving behavior and almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He finally looked at Shin Lao San and said, "We have some questions for Shin Lao Er." Hearing that they wanted to see him, Shen Lao Er shivered and cried out desperately, "No, no. I didn't do it on purpose. I swear I didn't mean it. Comrade police, I'm innocent. Please let me go. Look at me. I've been beaten so badly, isn't that enough?" Since the broom wasn't pressing him down, he struggled to get up and exposed the places where he was hit, trying to earn some sympathy. Sukai looked at him and thought, wow, this guy is covered in red marks all over his face and body, almost like a blood-red noodle person. He wondered how Shen Jiao's strength seemed even greater than Shen Lao Tai's. He instinctively looked at Shen Jiao. When she saw Su Kai looking at her, she blinked her big eyes and sweetly said, "Police officer, please don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me." He ran into my broom himself. Look at my thin arms and legs. How could I hit anyone? If you don't believe me, ask my third brother and the others.
Wookie.
This girl's talent for telling blatant lies is quite impressive. He hadn't spoken yet when Shin Donlu, standing nearby, rushed out quickly. She picked up the broom that Shin Jiao had just dropped and started hitting Shen Lao Er fiercely. While hitting, she also accused him of his crimes. "You liar, big liar," the doctor said. Brother Sinju broke several ribs, and his stomach was kicked open. "No one knows if he can survive. If you weren't so careless, could Brother Sinju have been hurt so badly? And you still say you're innocent. You're just a heartless, wicked person. You even want to harm Grandma. Even a wicked person wouldn't be as heartless as you." Shen Jiao arrived home around 10 o'clock. After she got there, Shen Lao-san was afraid she'd worry, so he only said that Shen Lao-er wanted to hurt her mother and also hurt her uncle Sanju, but he didn't specify how badly he was injured. So Shen Jiao always thought Uncle Sanju only had minor injuries. She planned to give Shen Lao-er a good lesson to make him remember. But she never expected Uncle Sanju to be hurt so badly that it was life-threatening. She originally wanted to pretend to be gentle and proper in front of the police, to clear herself, since her third brother seemed quite familiar with the police, so it shouldn't be too difficult. But now, what's the point of pretending? Furious, Shen Jiao turned around and grabbed a wooden stick, then started hitting fiercely again. "You heartless Shen Lao-er, if I don't beat you to death today, I'm not called Shin Jiao." This time, she really went all out. Shen Lao-er was immediately beaten so badly he howled loudly, blood flying everywhere. Sukai felt he might have underestimated Shen Jiao's fighting spirit and fierceness. Could his older brother handle it? Sukai felt a bit uncertain. Shen Lao-san saw Shen Jiao was so angry she might really hurt someone, so he quickly stepped forward and grabbed the broom from her. When Shen Jiao saw her broom was taken away, she reached out to grab Shen Donlu's broom. Shen Lao-san was worried. Jiao, don't risk yourself over this troublemaker. Donlu, throw the broom far away." Shen Donlu was enjoying herself with the beating, feeling she wasn't wrong at all. But when she saw her little sister's eyes red with anger, Shen Donlu immediately calmed down. She couldn't let this heartless imposter ruin them all. So she quickly threw the broom aside and held Shen Jiao's hand, saying, "Little sister, Uncle Sen, I have something to tell you. It's Grandma's order." Shen Jiao, usually hot-tempered, wouldn't let anyone stop her when she was angry, but she always listened to her mother. Hearing this, she glared fiercely at Shen Lao-er, who was out of breath and bleeding, then held Shen Donlu's hand. "Let's go to my room and talk." Old Third Shen looked at Su Kai and asked, "Comrade Su Gongen, what do you think about this?" Su Kai waved his hand. "Go inside. I won't mention tonight's matter." Hearing this, Old Second Shen, who was barely holding on, closed his eyes in anger. Su Kai saw this out of the corner of his eye and waved to a few young men in the yard. "Go fetch some water and splash it on him to wake him up." The young men were from the Shin family clan and usually looked down on Old Second Shin. Today, hearing that he was acting so badly, hitting his mother and nephew, they were furious and wanted to teach him a lesson themselves. So, upon hearing Su Kai's order, they happily went to fetch cold well water and also grabbed a jar of salt from the kitchen, pouring a large handful into it. The icy water mixed with salt created a sharp, refreshing sting when poured on him, and old Second Shin quickly woke up, crying out in pain. He was so hurt, he almost fainted right away. Su Gong'an pretended not to see their rough actions. Seeing that he was awake, he said, "Help me carry him into the main hall. I have something to ask him." The young Shin men immediately obeyed, each grabbing an arm and a leg, dragging old Second Shin inside like they were moving a pig. Seeing no one in the yard, Qin Huijing stepped out from the shadows. "Uncle Su, I'll go back to the cattle shed first and come back tomorrow. Please tell Sister Danluo for me."
Wu Kai nodded.
"Go ahead." Qin Huijing left, and Su Kai then strode into the main hall. He looked at the young men helping and said, "You can go now. I'll stay here tonight." The young men looked at each other, knowing Su Gong'an had questions to ask. Since they might be involved, they didn't want to stay. They nodded politely, "Thank you, Comrade Su." After everyone left, Su Kai approached the barely conscious old Second Shin, squatting down and fixing a cold, sharp gaze on him. "Old Second Shin, do you know a woman named Yuanmin?" Old Second Shin looked confused, with no change in his pupils. Su Kai continued, "Do you know you're not the biological son of old Madam Shin?" Old Second Shin's pupils suddenly shrank. "Who said that?" "I am her real son." He looked away instinctively, clearly feeling guilty. Su Kai understood that old Second Shin probably knew the truth about his background for a long time. He and Jiang Huisheng and Yuan Min were truly wicked, daring to scheme against old Madam Shin like this.
Wu Kai sneered.
"Your mother, Lu Tsuehua, has already confessed." Old Second Shin's eyes widened. "No, that's impossible. She's lying." In Shun Jiao Jiao's room, Shun Danluo looked at the two people and suddenly threw out a shocking statement. "Third uncle, little aunt, this second uncle isn't really our second uncle."
Shen Lao Shan.
Shun Jiao Jiao. Both were confused and said in unison, "Dan Bao, what are you talking about?" Afterward, Shun Lao Sen hesitated and said, "Dan Bao, you can't just make up things like that." Shun Danluo, "I didn't make it up. Seeing this, Shin Jiao Jiao said more plainly, "Dan Bao, your grandma wouldn't steal anyone." Shen Danluo. She helplessly patted her forehead. "No, of course my grandma wouldn't steal anyone. The one who steals is Jiang Huisheng." "Jiang, what Sheng?" Shin Jiao Jiao looked suspicious.
Who is that?
Shen Danluo. Even Shan Lao San was speechless. "That's your father, who is divorced." "Oh." Shen Jiao Jiao shrugged. "This is the first time I've heard him called that." This old man favors Shen Lao heir and looks down on all his children, especially her as a daughter. She couldn't be bothered to remember his stupid name.
Wait.
Shun Jiao Jiao widened her eyes. "Dan Bao, what did you just say?" "Jiang, what Sheng stole someone?" Goodness, such a long mental process. Shun Danluo nodded speechlessly. Yes, this fake second uncle was born from him and another woman.
Wow.
Shun Jiao Jiao was furious. "This old man dares to betray my mother. I want to castrate him." Shen Danluo. She was a bit worried about her little aunt's future partner. But thinking about how fierce her little aunt was, and that in her previous life she was killed by Jiang Lao Tu and others working together, she suddenly felt her little aunt could be even fiercer. Shun Lao Sen felt a chill down his spine and scolded softly, "Shin Jiao Jiao, where's your usual manners?" Shun Jiao Jiao didn't turn her head. They were eaten by those two dogs. And anyone who talks about manners today is also a dog. "Third brother, do you want to be a human or a dog?" Shun Lao San. Shun Lao San helplessly rubbed his forehead. He really didn't know what to do with his sister, who was spoiled beyond control by their mother. You can't hit her, scold her, talk to her, or even scold her. Their mother, worried because her sister was looked down upon by Jiang Lao Tu since childhood, had instilled strange ideas in her from a young age. When there's no trouble, his sister is normal, but once something happens, she becomes a fierce tiger that can cause headaches. Anyway, he couldn't manage her, so Shin Lao San simply gave up. "If you want to castrate him, you'll have to wait until he comes out. He's still locked up at the bureau now." Shun Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth. "Fine, Then I'll let him have a little advantage for a few days. After speaking, she looked at old third Shen and Shen Danluo. Third brother, Dan Bao, I wasn't at home recently. Please tell me everything that happened in detail. Old third Shen and Shen Danluo exchanged glances. They had no intention of hiding anything from old head Jiang and second old Shen, so they simply explained what had happened recently. Old first Shen went to join the army at age 15. Because old second Shen was favored by old head Jiang, Shen Jiao, out of jealousy, always looked down on him. Old third Shen was adopted out early. So, Shen Jiao has always had the closest bond with her fourth brother. When she heard that old fourth Shen was betrayed by Jiang and handed over to the corrupt Laoli family just to cover for old second Shen, she was furious and wanted to rush out and give old second Shen a good beating. But although she was angry, she remained rational. She needed to understand the full story first, so they could settle everything together later. Dan Bao, earlier you said that this second old Shen was secretly born by Jiang and someone else. What exactly happened? Shen Danluo explained that Jiang Huixing and Yuan Min were old friends, and that old second Shen and Yuan Min looked very similar. Uncle Su is the one who brought us back to investigate this matter. Uncle Su? Shen Jiao frowned. The police officer just now? Are you all familiar? Yes, Shen Danluo nodded. Uncle Su is a very good person. He's helped our family many times. Old third Shen also agreed. Yeah, if it were someone else, seeing you hit someone like that just now, they would have already taken you away. Are you afraid or not? Will you testify? The police needs solid evidence, people and material evidence, to arrest someone. Without witnesses, they can't prove my guilt, Shen Jiao said confidently. At worst, I'll just say that old second Shen is a rogue, and I was acting in self-defense. Shen Danluo. Old third Shen. So, being a rogue can be used like this? I've really learned something new. Just then, outside the door, Su police officer was about to knock, when he also said, he truly felt that his brother might not be able to handle this. Shen little sister is clearly a wild horse. No normal person can tame her. He cleared his throat. Shen third uncle, Dan Luo, Shen. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to call her Shen little sister. The three inside the room were startled by Su Kai's voice, especially old third Shen, who was most affected. Dan Bao, what exactly did Uncle Su just call me? Shen Danluo also felt a bit speechless. Uncle Su had a habit of calling people by the wrong titles. Don't be nervous, third uncle. Uncle Su just wants to appear modest. He even calls my mother auntie. Just pretend you didn't hear him. Old Shen-san. Shen Jiao whispered, could Su Gong'an possibly be crazy? As soon as Su Gong'an entered the house, he felt the strange looks from Shen's young sister-in-law. He thought he must have worn the wrong clothes. He couldn't explain why. Normally he was calm, but now he felt a little nervous. Su Kai cleared his throat and said to the three people in the house, I just questioned Shen Lao Air. Wait, Shen Jiao interrupted loudly. Comrade Su Gong'an, he is not one of our Shen family, so he shouldn't carry our Shen family name. From now on, call him Jiang Lao Air. Su Kai was momentarily stunned but quickly agreed. Yes, I just questioned Jiang Lao Air. He should have known his background long ago, and also knew that Lu Tsuehua is his biological mother. Shen Danluo. Shen Jiao. Old Shen-san.
Wow.
If Jiang Lao Air wasn't already suffering from a severe beating, they would definitely rush out to beat him again. Shen Danluo frowned and asked Uncle Su, does he know about my second uncle? Hearing this, Shen Jiao and Shen Lao San looked at Su Kai with concern. Su Kai shook his head. He doesn't know. Jiang Huixing probably hasn't told him. We need to investigate at Wang Village tomorrow. Hearing this, Shen Jiao immediately raised her paw. I'll go. Su Kai and Shen Lao San both refused at the same time. Anyone but you can go. Shen Jiao. She squinted her eyes and glared at the two men. Why can't I go? Her eyes were big and bright, and when she squinted, the light seemed to gather, making her look dazzling and intense. Su Kai coughed and stepped back. Shen Lao San, used to his sister-in-law's displeasure, Didn't care much, but also didn't want to provoke her. Your face might be recognized by that Lu woman. It's unsafe. His point was reasonable, so Shun Jiao Jiao frowned. Then who will go? Next to her, little Dan Luo raised her tiny paw. Annie, I'll go. Trust me. I promise I can complete the task. Shun Jiao Jiao made a disgusted face. With your tiny body, can you do it? Shun Dan Luo was full of confidence. No problem. I have helpers. Shun Jiao Jiao still looked disgusted, thinking to herself that such a small kid couldn't be a good helper. The next morning, she watched Qin Huijing, who could casually summon several snakes, and Shun Dan Luo hide together, trembling.
Oh my.
These helpers are amazing. Qin Huijing looked helplessly at the two people hiding behind the tree, trembling. Shun little sister, Dan Luo, are you ready? Shun Jiao Jiao hurriedly replied, yes, yes, then pushed Shun Dan Luo, who was squatting beside her, out of the way. All right, the honorable task of accompanying Brother Chu, she to scout the enemy, is now yours. Little sister, we're waiting for good news at home. Shen Dan Luo. Clearly, it was her own fear of snakes that kept her from going. Humph. Her little sister really played up her stubbornness to the extreme. Su Kai sat at the kitchen door, drinking some slightly burnt porridge and nibbling on a large piece of salted vegetable cake, looking gloomy as he watched the big and small figures over there. Both women from the Shin family, yet Shun Jiao Jiao didn't seem to inherit Grandma Shin's good cooking skills. She was both fierce and terrible at cooking. Forget it, this was a bit too much to burden her older brother. The position of eldest sister-in-law should be given to someone else. He decided to keep thinking about Grandma Shun instead. After casually taking a few bites, Su Kai stood up, washed the dishes, and said, I'll go to the main office. I'll be back soon to pick up second brother Shin. Then he looked at Shin Dan Luo and said, Little Dan Luo, your red dress is a bit eye-catching. It's better to change into something else. After saying that, he glanced at Shin Jiao Jiao and strode away. Shin Jiao Jiao. Dan Bao, why do I feel like Uncle Su just looked at me with some dislike? Shun Dan Luo thought to herself. Of course. The breakfast her aunt made was so bad, even her own niece disliked it. Uncle Su is a real foodie. How could he not dislike it?
But she dared not say this.
Her little sister and her mother both cared a lot about face. If she dared to say her cooking was bad, her little sister would definitely get angry and force her to eat her cooking every day. That would be too scary. Shin Dan Luo cleared her throat and diverted Shin Jiao Jiao's attention. Little sister, I don't have any other clothes in different colors. Thinking about her own clothes, Shin Dan Luo felt a bit sad. The red cotton dress she wore was sent back along with her father's last family letter before he sacrificed himself, saying it was specially made for her to wear as new clothes. Because she looked good in red, like her mother, and her skin was fair, her father wanted her to wear the new dress to show off at his stationed unit, making his comrades jealous. When news of her father's sacrifice and the loss of his remains came back, her mother didn't believe it. She went crazy, sewing the dress for 2 days, without sleep. After finishing, her mother was also in a daze for 2 days, saying her father wanted to see her wear it. If he returned and didn't see her in it, he would be disappointed. So she insisted that she wear it. She even burned her original clothes just to force her to wear new ones. Later, it was her grandmother who finally persuaded her, borrowing clothes from Sister Manhwa. Only after wearing those for the 7th day did she start wearing red. Because she wore red out of filial piety, the villagers talked about her for a while. After wearing it for some time, her mother had already recovered, but she had grown used to it and was reluctant to take it off. It's not that she didn't want to part with the clothes, but she didn't want to part with the person behind them. Moreover, the two of them silently agreed not to mention changing out of the red clothes. It was as if both of them secretly hoped that the person could come back, and the red dress symbolized that faint hope. Now, Shun Dan Luo knew that this hope was impossible. In her previous life, she wore red clothes her whole life and never saw the person who wanted to see her in red again. Shun Jiao Jiao looked down at Shun Dan Luo's clothes and immediately thought of where they came from, feeling sad inside. Although she wasn't very close to her older brother, she thought of him as the most powerful person. But how could such a strong person die young? She took a deep breath and led Shindanluo out of her home yard. Let's go. I'll take you to my place. My little aunt just made you some new clothes. As they left the yard, they overheard Shindahua, who was staying at Shin Laosan's house, sneaking back to the back door of old Shin's house with a few younger children, trying to see how their father was doing. They just happened to hear everything. Shindahua immediately forgot about her father, looked up with a bright smile at Shin Jiao Jiao, and asked little aunt, "What about my new clothes?" "Huh," Shin Jiao Jiao sneered. "What are you dreaming? Why would I give you new clothes? I haven't even settled accounts with you for pushing Danluo into the water." Shindahua shrank her neck and said, "They say she fell by herself accidentally. I didn't push her." As she spoke, her eyes rolled as she started forming an alliance. "Little aunt, you're biased. Why does she have new clothes while we don't? Erhua, Dezhu or Zhu and Sihua, tell me, isn't little aunt biased?" The other children in the second household, who usually listened to their older sister, immediately raised their voices. "Yes, little aunt is biased. Little aunt, you can't just favor Danluo. We also want new clothes." Dezhu and Erju yelled loudly. "Little aunt, you're so mean. If you don't give us new clothes, we'll go to Grandma's house and tell Uncle and the others that you're bullying us. And they'll come to rescue Dad." 2 years younger than Shin Danluo, Shin Sihua grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and threw it at Shin Jiao Jiao, shouting, "Bad aunt." Shin Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh out of anger. These children really look exactly like old second Shin, with a mischievous air even at such a young age, making them unlikable. She initially thought the kids were still young and didn't know much, so she planned to be polite to them, investigate the matter, and then leave everything to old Wang's family. But things didn't go as planned. They became bold enough to run wild and cause trouble on her head. They also reminded her that these little ones are usually close to the Liu family, especially Dezhu and Erju, who often stay with old Liu's family for a while. She used to wonder why old Liu's family, who couldn't even take care of their own children, was so interested in her Shin family's kids. Now she thinks it might be because Lu Tsuehua wanted a grandson and kept trying to bring them back to spoil them. So, these children must be watched carefully, or they might run off to pass information. Therefore, Shin Jiao Jiao loudly shouted, "Come help catch these little troublemakers for me." As soon as she finished speaking, 2 small figures ran past her, Shin Danluo and Qin Huijing. They each grabbed one end of a rope and ran around Shindahua and the others, quickly tying up all 5 children into a bundle. Shindahua and the others. Shin Jiao Jiao also. Isn't this operation a bit too skillful? Shin Jiao Jiao didn't even need to make a move. Shin Danluo and Qin Huijing handled Shindahua and the others very skillfully. Their actions were so practiced that Shin Jiao Jiao was stunned. But she was also bold. After a moment of surprise, she took the rope to tie them up herself. She carefully retied each of Shindahua's children, then dragged them into the yard. The kids naturally started crying out loud. Shin Danluo immediately fetched some pliers, pinched a piece of cow dung from outside the Shin family wall, and shoved it into her mouth. Shindahua, Qin Huijing, Shin Jiao Jiao, and the little ones were all stunned by Shin Danluo's quick and decisive move. Shin Danluo glared at the children. "If any of you dare to cry, I'll stuff a piece of dry cow dung in your mouth."
No, 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 they don't want that.
Shin Danluo's fierce attitude scared the children so much they didn't dare to cry anymore, instantly quiet as chickens. Shin Jiao Jiao twitched her mouth. Her little niece was even more fierce than she was. Sure enough, she was from the Shin family. Amazing! Feeling proud, Shin Jiao Jiao dragged the children into the old Shin house. She tied each one to a pillar in the main hall, from neck to feet, not letting any of them go. After tying up the person, Shin Jiao Jiao had a sudden idea. She walked over to the 2 main pillars and asked, "Tell me, how do you usually spend time at your grandmother's house?" Su Kai returned from the village office with someone. He saw Shin Jiao Jiao sternly threatening 2 young boys while carefully taking notes. She looked very commanding, even more than female police officers in their city bureau. Su Kai's mouth twitched, but he said nothing and simply took old second Shin away. Shun Jiao Jiao didn't pay attention to him because she found a useful clue. So, you went to your Aunt Lu Tsuewa's house?
Who all lives there?
De Zhu choked up and said, there's aunt, grandpa, and uncle-in-law. Zhu added, and a disabled mute uncle. Shun Jiao Jiao clenched her pen tightly. A disabled mute uncle? What does he look like? De Zhu glared at him. Aunt said we can't talk about him outside. He'll come and eat us. Zhu shrank back and didn't dare speak anymore. Shen Dan Luo's heart had already tightened at the mention of the disabled, mute uncle. Now, seeing these two boys trying to hold back, she refused to give up. Brother Huaijing, let's call the snakes. Qin Huaijing immediately pulled out 2 small green snakes from his pocket and pressed them in front of De Zhu and Zhu. If you don't tell now, the snakes will bite you. They'll poison you to death. De Zhu and Zhu turned pale with fear. I'll tell. I'll tell. Qin Huaijing moved the snakes away slightly.
Speak.
De Zhu sniffled and said, the disabled uncle is really ugly and scary. Zhu also cried and said, yes, his face is ruined. He looks very frightening. Shen Jiao Jiao, Shen Dan Luo, and Qin Huaijing all felt their hearts sink. Shen Dan Luo clenched her teeth and asked again, what's his name? To avoid being bitten by the snakes, Zhu desperately tried to act brave. I know. I heard Aunt call him. His name is Stupid Pig. Dumb Cow.
Dead Dog.
Waste. Shen Dan Luo.
Wow.
Shen Jiao Jiao was so angry she broke her pencil in half. Zhu was frightened and dared not speak anymore. De Zhu, however, gathered his courage and said, actually, the disabled uncle's real name is Tainyo, Wang Tainyo. I heard from Grandma Zhang next door. Wang Tainyo? Shen Dan Luo repeated the name, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was as if she had heard it somewhere before. They couldn't ask more because De Zhu and Zhu didn't visit the Wang family often and had only seen Wang Taizhu, who might be Shen's second brother, once or twice. But from those few words, it was clear that Wang Taizhu suffered a lot in the old Wang family. Shen Jiao Jiao and Shen Dan Luo were both angry, worried, and scared. They just wanted to find out what was going on quickly and see Wang Taizhu in person. Qin Huijing watched as they did this. Then Shen Jiao Jiao took Shen Dan Luo to change clothes. They wore simple floral cloth outfits that looked nice but were made dirty and wrinkled to avoid drawing attention. They quickly sewn a few patches on the clothes. After disguising themselves and waiting a little, they heard the sound of a bicycle bell outside. It was Su Kai's colleague arriving. The colleague also dressed plainly, wearing a worn-out old t-shirt and black shorts, looking very unremarkable. Qin Huijing and Shen Dan Luo sat on the bicycle's handlebar and back seat, bouncing along as they headed to Xiaowang village. Shen Jiao Jiao watched their big and small figures disappear into the distance, feeling uneasy. She also wanted to help find her second brother. On the way, Shen Dan Luo kept thinking about the familiar name Wang Taizhu, but couldn't remember why it sounded familiar. When they quietly slipped into Xiaowang village, they first went to old Wang's house but found no one there. They knocked on the neighbor's door, using the excuse of looking for relatives. They met Grandma Zhang, who told them that old Wang's family had gone to work in the fields. They then went to find some children in the village. With the kids' directions, they found Wang Taizhu working in the fields. Seeing his fierce face and his limp from a leg injury, Shen Dan Luo froze in surprise, her mind suddenly ringing loudly. Memories she had long ignored suddenly flooded back. She had seen this man before, more than once in her past life. She remembered the first time she saw this man was in the hospital. That day, her grandmother had broken her leg badly and needed surgery. Her mother had also died from heavy bleeding after giving birth early. The old Shen family and the village leader were busy with her grandmother and mother, so no one paid attention to her. At that time, she was stunned, holding her newborn sister, wandering aimlessly in the corridor. She bumped into Wang Taizhu, who was hiding in a corner, secretly watching. She didn't know his name then. Of course, she didn't care who he was, what his name was, or why he was watching. She also didn't care how scary his scar was. After bumping into him, she sat on the ground with her sister, lost in thought. The two of them sat quietly in that unnoticed corner until midnight. Until her grandmother's surgery was over, Uncle C and the others exclaimed happily. At this moment, the man handed over a few crumpled bills and slipped them into her sister's bundle. Without waiting for her reaction, he stood up, dragging a crippled leg, and staggered away. At that time, she watched his back, her nose feeling sour, her heart heavy, but she didn't know why. The next time she saw him was in the newspaper. It was shortly after she learned of her grandmother's death. She saw him again in a newspaper. At that time, he was a murderer who had committed suicide out of guilt. Yes, he had killed someone. The newspaper said he had set fire to his own family, leaving no one unscathed. Then, facing east, he knelt down and used a kitchen knife to cut his own neck, bleeding to death. No one knew why he did this. He couldn't speak or write, and left no reason behind. She didn't understand either at that time. She remembered him because of who he was, because of his face. He left a deep impression on her. And now she knew. To the east was Shishue village. This second uncle, whom she had never known existed, had used his own way to make Lu Tsuehua's family bury her grandmother with him. He must have known his own background long ago. But for some unknown reason, he was trapped in the Wang family, and in the end, he followed her grandmother. Shen Danluo thought of this and felt so sad she couldn't help herself, hugging Qin Huijing and crying loudly. Qin Huijing was startled. Danluo, what's wrong? Sniff, Brother Huijing, he's my second uncle. He's really my second uncle, the second uncle who silently protected the Shen family in her past life, but was unknown to others. Shen Danluo felt her heart ache with pain. Qin Huijing looked surprised, confused as to why. Just from a distant glance, Shen Danluo could recognize that man as her second uncle. Could it be a blood tie? He looked around and saw a few people turning their heads curiously because of Shen Danluo's sudden crying, so he quickly patted her. Danluo, don't cry. It's not good to attract attention. Hearing this, Shen Danluo immediately stopped crying. She had been too upset just now and couldn't hold back. But, sniff, she still wanted to cry. Finally, Shen Danluo wiped her tears and stood up. Brother Huijing, there's no need to investigate. He's my second uncle. Please go inform the police. After saying this, she ran toward Wang Taizhu. Today, she was determined to bring her second uncle home. That uncle, who had known her entire life but had never set foot in her home. Qin Huijing paused for a moment, feeling uneasy about Shen Danlu going alone. After thinking, he released a white cloth to attract attention, then quickly took out paper and pen, wrote a message, wrapped it up, and let it be bitten by a dog. Go, give this to the police uncle outside the village, and have him bring him here. The dog responded with a whimper, then turned and rushed out of the grass pile so quickly that no one saw what it was, and it disappeared. Wang Taizhu was working mechanically in the field, his face full of scars and numb, showing no hope for life. As Shen Danlu got closer, she saw more clearly and felt more pain in her heart. But she stubbornly walked up to him and looked straight at him. Knowing someone was stopping nearby, Wang Taizhu didn't react at all. He didn't even lift his eyelids, let alone look up. It seemed that nothing in the outside world, no one, could interest him. Shen Danlu's heart ached painfully, wondering how terrible the experience must have been to make a healthy person live like a dead person. She opened her mouth and softly called the long-overdue title, Second Uncle. Wang Taizhu paused, and the hand holding this suddenly loosened. He turned his head, staring blankly at the young girl in front of him, with fear and confusion in his eyes, but no surprise. Qin Huijing, who was approaching, saw his expression and understood that Shen Danlu hadn't mistaken the person. This was indeed Shen's second son. And he himself had known his identity long ago. Qin Huijing felt a bitter, uncomfortable feeling inside. Wang Taizhu was shocked and took a step back, speechless, only staring at Shen Danlu in astonishment. Shen Danlu stepped closer, holding Wang Taizhu's scarred hand, and said, Second uncle, I am Danlu. I'm here to take you home.
No, no, no.
Wang Taizhu avoided Shen Danlu's hand, covered his face, and shook his head wildly, staggering backward. Second uncle, don't be afraid. Nothing will happen. Come home with me, okay?
Shen Donlu felt very sad.
She didn't know what Lu Tsuehua and others had told her second uncle, making him so afraid of going home. But today, she was determined to take her second uncle away no matter what. Second uncle, Jiang Huaixing, who is my grandfather, has already been caught. Shen Jinbing has also been caught, the person pretending to be my second uncle. They've all been caught. The Shen family is safe now. Can you come home with me? Wang Taizhu stopped, staring at Shen Danluo in shock, as if he couldn't believe what she said. Shen Danluo saw a chance and quickly called out to Qin Huijing, "Brother Huijing, please help me testify." Qin Huijing was very supportive second uncle Shen. "Now, we all know you are the real second uncle Shen. Everyone at home is waiting for you to come back." Wang Tiezhu's eyes flickered with excitement, but it quickly faded. He looked at the empty field behind Shen Danluo and Qin Huijing, his expression growing darker. Shen Danluo and Qin Huijing sensed something was wrong, but before they could figure it out, a loud shout came from behind them.
"Who are you?
Why are you stopping my son?" Shen Danluo turned around and saw an old man about the same age as old man Jiang, carrying leading several young men and strong villagers rushing over. Qin Huijing quietly warned, "Danluo, that's Wang Zhuang. He got the news so quickly, which means he's been watching second uncle Shen all along. We need to be careful." Shen Danluo nodded, her eyes flashing with determination as she quickly exchanged self-defense weapons in her space. Qin Huijing also quietly released a small green snake, letting it hide under the field edge, ready to strike. In just a few seconds, Wang Zhuang led his men to Shen Danluo and Qin Huijing, glaring fiercely at them. "Where did you two little brats come from? I've never seen you before. What's your purpose in approaching my son?" Shen Danluo was not afraid of him. She stared at him with big eyes, her voice cold and childish. "Are you Wang Zhuang?" Wang Zhuang squinted, his face angry. "You little brat, do you have no manners? I've been around longer than you've been alive. How dare you call me by my name? You're asking for trouble." Qin Huijing sneered. "Humph, an unkind beast. No matter how old it is, it's still a beast. If it were you, would you respect a beast?" Wang Zhuang. Shen Danluo. "Brother, don't insult beasts. He's not even worthy to be called a beast. He can't even tie a shoe for a real beast." Wang Zhuang. He was furious. "You two unknowing little brats, how dare you come to my village and cause trouble? Second son, teach them a good lesson and hang them up." The people behind Wang Zhuang moved to grab Qin Huijing and Shen Danluo. Qin Huijing shouted loudly, "Stop. We're here to take our second uncle Wang Taizhu home. Wang Zhuang is suspected of kidnapping and abusing children. If you don't want to get involved, don't help him do evil." The people hesitated and looked at Wang Zhuang in confusion. Wang Zhuang was also stunned. His eyes flickered over Wang Taizhu, Shen Danluo, and Qin Huijing for a moment. Then his expression changed to shock. After the shock, he immediately calmed down and became furious. "Ridiculous. Wang Taizhu is my son, my biological son. When did he become your second uncle? You two little rascals dare to accuse me falsely. Arrest them. Catch them all." Seeing Wang Zhuang's confident reaction, the others exchanged glances and rushed toward Qin Huijing and Shen Danluo. Wang Taizhu immediately pulled the two children behind him and spread his arms to block those people. The young men, seeing this, became angry. "Wang Taizhu, what's wrong with you? We are following your father's orders. Did you hear these two little rascals lying about your father? It's a shame you look so useless. Your father protected you all these years like a shield." Shen Danluo could clearly feel her second uncle's body tense up after hearing this. It was a tense, angry, and sad feeling. Although her second uncle didn't say anything, she could feel his emotions, because she shared the same feelings. These blind, deaf, and foolish people. It's obvious that Wang Zhuang and his wife caused her second uncle's misery. They only believe because he can act. Don't they think with their brains at all? Shin Danluo angrily rushed out. My second uncle's injuries were caused by them. They destroyed his face to hide him, made him mute, so he couldn't speak or write, and let their couple make up stories. She glared angrily at the fools. Ask yourselves, would your parents raise you like this? Everyone looked at each other, hesitant, but some still sided with Wang Zhuang, including the one called Erzi. Tieju's injuries were caused by him being playful and falling off a cliff. Uncle Guan had nothing to do with it. You, girl, stop making up stories to fool people. When Erzi spoke, the hesitant ones immediately changed sides. Yeah, I heard about this too. Taiju just fell because he was naughty. Shen Danluo coldly glanced at Erzi, who was of medium height and somewhat resembled Wang Zhuang. He was probably a relative of Wang Zhuang. She looked at Qin Huijing, who also came out from behind Wang Taiju. Brother, it seems like we can't reason with them. Qin Huijing sneered. Then let's fight. Amidst the loud laughter, the second person who had just spoken for Wang Zhuang suddenly screamed, "Ah, snake! There's a snake!" This sound was like pressing a play button, and the men standing nearby also started frantically jumping and swinging their hose wildly. Where did so many snakes come from? Snakes. Quick, kill them all. However, these snakes were not like ordinary ground snakes. They were very agile and could even fly. As a result, not only did they fail to hit the snakes, but the flying hose also kept hitting people accidentally. The worst hit was Wang Zhuang. He was at the front and should have been able to dodge the snakes quickly. But, under Qin Huijing's deliberate influence, about a third of the snakes attacked him. In the chaos, he ran into the swirling chaos of hose, and was the first to be hit, on his foot. He bent over in pain, and with a cracking sound, another struck his back, making him feel like his lower back was about to break. But before he could cry out in pain, a came crashing down toward his head. He quickly raised his hands to block it. His head was protected, but his right hand was broken in the process. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the sky, heard by half the village. Everyone looked around and discussed loudly. What's going on? Who's screaming so miserably? Yeah, it's broad daylight and so loud, so scary. When I was coming over, I saw Wang Zhuang taking people to that kid at Taiju's place. Could it be? Halfway through, he saw Lu Tsuehua standing up, silently closing his mouth. Lu Tsuehua stood between the fields, frowned, and asked, "What's happening? It sounds like your father-in-law's voice?" Her nearby sister-in-law, Lu Milian, also looked worried. Yes, mother, I think it's his voice too. It seems like that fool is heading toward the worksite. Lu Tsuehua raised her slender eyebrows. Could this be planning to rebel again? Let's go and see. Lu Milian immediately agreed happily. All right, mother. The mother and daughter-in-law grabbed their hose and hurried toward the sound. Halfway there, they saw Wang Zhuang and a group of people jumping around, screaming loudly. Especially Wang Zhuang, who was bent over, with one arm strangely hanging down. He looked very frightening. Meanwhile, Wang Taiju and two children stood to the side, watching coldly. Lu Milian was so anxious she jumped up and down. Good grief. That fool dares to just watch and not help. Lu Tsuehua was so angry she couldn't find a place to vent. But when she looked down and saw the girl standing next to Wang Taiju, her pupils shrank. Isn't it the girl from the Shin family's main household? Why is she here? And why is she standing with Wang Taiju? Could it be? A sudden feeling of dread struck Lu Tsuehua. To avoid exposing herself, she remembered every face of the Shun family clearly. She was sure she hadn't mistaken the girl. She was definitely the Shin family's spoiled girl. And she remembered that ever since her unlucky father died, she had been wearing a red dress. Now, she suddenly changed into tattered clothes and came to Xiaowang village. First, Wang Zhuang got into trouble. Something might have gone wrong. Lu Tsuehua squinted her eyes and grabbed Lu Milian, who was about to move forward, saying, Wang Tieju's a bad son. He's so unfilial. At a time like this, he should be helping. We'll teach him a lesson later. Yes, mother. I also think he's too unfilial. Lu Milian was used to this kind of occasional scolding of Wang Taiju, so she didn't think it was wrong. Lu Tsuehua nodded. Then turn around and give him a good lesson. They came from behind Wang Tieju's group. Now, Wang Zhuang and the others were making so much noise that they attracted everyone's attention, so they definitely wouldn't notice them.
It was a good chance to act.
Mother and daughter exchanged a quick look, quietly approached, and when they were close enough, raised their hoes, flipped them over, and aimed at Wang Taizhu. Halfway through the attack, Lu Tsuehua pretended to stumble and bumped into Lu Milian. Lu Milian loosened her grip and accidentally turned the around, aiming to hit Wang Tieju's head with a piece of iron. She didn't notice that she was about to strike downward again. Lu Tsuehua seized the chance, loosened her, and together they struck. Looking at the defenseless Wang Taizhu, a cruel look flashed in Lu Tsuehua's eyes. Just as they were about to strike, a white shadow suddenly rushed in from the side, and its large body and force knocked Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian to the ground together. Both screamed and fell. The white figure was obviously Big White. At this moment, Shun Danluo and Qin Huaijing turned their heads simultaneously, looking coldly at Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian, who were knocked down on the ground. Their faces, both beautiful and equally cold, showed no mercy. They had known these two were approaching, just to see what they would do. Sure enough, they didn't disappoint. Seeing the police rushing over, the two girls snorted coldly. In broad daylight, they were committing. With witnesses and evidence all present, how could they escape? Wait, who are the people behind them? Shun Danluo and Qin Huijing carefully looked and saw that Shun Jiao was actually leading a group of people following the police. She rushed over very quickly, shouting loudly, "How dare you hurt my second brother? I will destroy you all." As she spoke, she grabbed Lu Milan and Lu Kuawa by their hair. The women she brought with her helped hold them down. Seeing the opportunity, Shun Jiao let go and started punching and kicking without hesitation. Shun Danluo couldn't miss this chance to fight back against the bullies. She rushed forward and started hitting hard. "Letting you bully my second uncle. Letting you torment my second uncle. Trying to hurt my second uncle. I will beat you, you scoundrels." The aunt and nephew team fought together, hitting Lu Kuawa and Lu Milan so hard they screamed and cried, looking very miserable. Meanwhile, Qin Huijing was not idle. While everyone was distracted, she drove away a snake and then ran up to Wang Zhuang to kick him fiercely. "You kidnapper and bully, even heaven seems upset with you, sending a snake to bite you." A few young men who had wanted to help stop the fight quietly withdrew their hands. Yes, that snake appeared strangely and disappeared suddenly. Could it be that Uncle Wang's family did something terrible that angered the heavens? Wang Taizhu looked at Wang Zhuang and the others who had been beaten to the ground in just a moment, standing there stunned with confusion in his eyes. Shun Danluo was exhausted from fighting. Just as she slowed down a little, her aunt pushed her away. "Dan Bao, take a break. Let my sister take over," Shun Jiao called out to the group of sisters. "Tao Hua, you come and hit them hard. Tear out all their hair. Especially this old woman. Focus on her." "Okay." A girl with a round face went straight to Lu Kuawa and pulled her hair fiercely, ripping out a handful. "Ah! My hair!" Lu Kuawa cried out painfully, her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Shun Jiao. "You wicked woman, if you have the guts, kill me today. Otherwise, I will never let you go." Shun Jiao raised her hand and slapped her. "Buffed. Daring to threaten me. Looks like I haven't beaten you enough. Tao Hua, don't hold back. Hit her hard, smash her. Pull out all her hair." "Okay." Tao Hua was famous in the village for her strength. As soon as Shun Jiao gave the order, she started pulling and swinging wildly. Lu Kuawa's scalp was visibly bald, blood covering her head, looking extremely gruesome. Lu Tsuehua touched her head and found a lot of blood. She immediately broke down and shouted, "Ah! No, please let me go." This was not over. She was determined to sell the shameless Shun person into the mountain valley to be ridden by 1,000 men and crushed by 10,000. "Humph." Shun Jiao sneered coldly, her big eyes full of killing intent. "Have you ever let my second brother go?" Lu Tsuehua was full of hatred inside, but her face was covered with tears and snot.
No, no, no.
It's not my fault. It was Wang Zhuang who did it. I am innocent. Huh, do you think I believe that? Shun Jiao punched her face. I don't believe it. Then she punched twice more. With your poisonous eyes, do you think I can't see through you? Lu Tsuehua was hit several times, her head tilted to the side, and her face buried in the dirt. She didn't make a sound for a long time. Shun Jiao's gaze shifted to Lu Milan nearby. Lu Milan was so scared she wet her pants. I am your second sister-in-law. You can't hit me. Second sister-in-law? Shun Jiao grabbed Lu Milan's right hand. It's this hand, just now holding me and trying to kill my second brother. You really are my good second sister-in-law. As she spoke, she pinched her finger and bent it back hard. Lu Milan screamed. Ah, ah, ah. The police officer looked on silently. Wow, what a fierce woman. Goodness, she's terrifying. He looked at the brutal scene here and then at Qin Huaijing's scene of punishing the bad guys. He was caught in a dilemma, unsure which side to stop first. So he decided to do nothing for now, let them fight until they're satisfied. After all, Shun's second brother was even more miserable. He had lost all his dignity. What kind of beast could do such things? It was right to let the Shin family vent their anger. The team leader said as long as no one died, the Shin family wouldn't suffer losses. If anything happened, the team leader would handle it. Anyway, he wasn't wearing his police uniform now. So, the police officer, called over by the crowd, calmly moved behind Qin Huaijing to protect him. Because only this kid was there, surrounded by a group of big men ready to fight, looking a bit outnumbered. Wang Taizhu just stood there, watching the short-haired girl, calling her second brother repeatedly and quickly hitting Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milan. But as he watched, his eyes grew more confused. Seeing Shun Dan Luo pushed aside, she looked up at her second uncle's confused expression and felt deep pain. Her second uncle had been tortured for half his life. His face was ruined, his voice damaged, his legs disabled, and he had lost all will to live. They came to save him, but he only looked confused, with no other emotions at all. During those long days and nights, second uncle must have had some hope, but it was repeatedly drowned in despair. When despair reaches its limit, you feel nothing at all, right? So, is it enough just to beat them, arrest them, and send them to prison? No. That's too easy on them. Thinking of this, Shun Danlu searched for poison on the space platform. She wouldn't kill them. She wanted to make them suffer like rotten mud, barely clinging to life. Otherwise, how could she honor second uncle, who had suffered so much, or the Shun family members who had died tragically in the past? Soon, Shun Danlu found a poison on the platform that matched her plan perfectly, Futbone's sacrifice. This poison works like severe drug withdrawal, making bones itch and hurt all over, but it won't kill. It strikes periodically, and current technology can't detect it. Shun Danlu was very satisfied with this poison. The only problem was the high price, 1 million per dose. But helping second uncle get revenge was worth any cost. She emptied a treasure chest to buy 3 doses of Futbone's gangrene. Then she bought a large sewing needle, squeezed into the crowd again, and slipped the needle into her little sister-in-law's hand. Little sister-in-law, stab her. Make them suffer. Yes, little sister-in-law, let's do it. Honestly, Shun Jiao was starting to feel a bit of hand pain. She thought about bringing a brick or a stick to hit them, such a missed opportunity. Now, seeing the long sewing needle, her eyes lit up. She divided the needles among her sisters.
Stab.
Sisters, stab them to death. After distributing the needles, she also took one and headed straight for Lu Tsuehua, who was pretending to be dead. Lu Tsuehua immediately let out a scream, unable to keep up the act. Lu Milian, standing nearby, naturally couldn't escape either. Shen Jiao's friends were very effective. They targeted the fleshiest parts, making Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian wish they could be reborn. The pain from the needles was worse than fists or kicks. They screamed miserably, almost fainting from the pain. But the terrifying part was, they couldn't faint. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Danlu gave each of them 1 dose of Foot Bones gangrene. In the chaos, no one noticed. Only Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian felt a strange itching inside their bones, but this sensation was quickly drowned out by the pain from the needles. Shun Danlu stepped back from the crowd, then turned her head and focused on Wang Zhuang on the other side. She pretended to hold a sewing needle and hurried over, running while loudly shouting, "Brother Huaijing, I'm here to help you catch this big villain." Qin Huaijing stepped aside to let her do her part. Shun Danluo didn't hold back and sharply jabbed Wang Zhuang several times, even giving him a kick to the ankle. Wang Zhuang cried out in pain and shouted at the young men nearby. "Are you just watching outsiders bully us villagers? Come help us. Second son, go call someone quickly." The young man called second son couldn't hold back anymore, but since some villagers hadn't moved, he was afraid. He worried those snakes might come back and only attack him. When Wang Zhuang called his name, he suddenly had an idea and turned to run toward the village team. Just as he turned, a young man in a tank top and shorts threw him over his shoulder and knocked him down. "Anyone who moves, this is what will happen to you." That quick and clean throw looked scarier than the small fights between Qin Huaijing and Shun Danluo. It was obvious he had training. Everyone looked at each other in shock, immediately ducked and pretended not to see anything. Wang Zhuang was stunned. "What kind of people are these? Bad old man, you want to find helpers to beat us? I'll beat you to death." Shun Danluo didn't hold back and kept stabbing. She also handed 2 needles to Qin Huaijing. "Brother Huaijing, if you're tired, just stab. It's less tiring that way. We can keep going longer." Qin Huaijing didn't take the needles. "I'll hold him down," he said, then pressed Wang Zhuang's wound. Wang Zhuang yelled, "Stop, you little brat, stop. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Little ancestor, please, be kind and spare me." But the painful torment continued. These 2 kids were like demons, fighting even more fiercely than adults. Wang Zhuang was hopeless. Just when he thought he might die here, he suddenly saw the deputy captain of Xiangwang village leading a group of police rushing over. His eyes lit up, and he shouted hoarsely, "Help! Someone's killing! Captain, police officers, help!" He gasped for breath and glared fiercely at Shun Danluo and Qin Huaijing. "Just wait, I'll make you 2 little brats pay." "Okay." Shun Danluo and Qin Huaijing both turned their heads and spoke together. "Uncle Police Su, we caught them for you." Wang Zhuang was stunned.
What?
What does that mean? Seeing his unbelievable expression, Shun Danluo gave a cold smile. "Sorry to disappoint you. Uncle Su is here to help us catch you." Wang Zhuang. Su Kai, with his people, ran over. When he saw Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian looking strange and ghostly, he sneered. Was this a torture from the Qing dynasty? Then he looked at the confused old man lying on the ground, in a terrible state. Well, Shun Jiao won again. This woman is not only fierce, but also very sharp. She even pulled out the hair of those 2 women. Su Kai completely gave up on the idea of making Shun Jiao his sister-in-law. Instead, he walked past and went to Shun Danluo and Qin Huaijing. "Why did you start so quickly?" Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian saw that the police officers who came didn't care about their miserable situation. They even spoke to the 2 children in a familiar tone, which made them feel hopeless. Wang Zhuang was even more terrified. Could it really be true? Did they really fall into trouble today? How could that happen? Wang Zhuang hurriedly begged the deputy captain, "Third brother, please help us. These crazy people came to our village to falsely accuse us and even beat people. Please stand up for us." Hearing this, Su Kai immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at the deputy captain leading him, Wang Quansheng. "He calls you third brother? Are they your relatives?" The deputy captain of Wang village, Wang Quansheng, looked at the situation and was also confused. He felt that Su Kai's gaze was not right, so he quickly explained, "We are from the same clan. According to our family hierarchy, they call me third brother, but we are not really relatives." He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Comrade police, is there some misunderstanding?" The Wang family has a good reputation. They are very caring about their disabled son, and even spent a lot of money to get him married. Everyone in the village knows they are good people. Look at this. Hearing this, Su Kai's expression turned cold.
Disabled son?
When Shin Danluo heard this, her eyes turned red. She ran quickly to stand beside the dazed Wang Taiju. Uncle Su, this is my second uncle. I found my second uncle. Su Kai finally noticed the insignificant Wang Taiju. Seeing his appearance, Su Kai gasped.
How could this be?
Tears suddenly streamed down Shun Danluo's face. Uncle Su, it's them. They are the ones who tortured my second uncle into the state. Those two women just now even wanted to kill him. Your colleagues all saw it. The police officer, who had just knocked down the second son, approached. In the stunned gazes of the young people, Deputy Captain Wang, Wang Zhuang, and others, he saluted Su Kai. Yes, Captain. I saw with my own eyes these two women hit the man with a. If Huai Jing hadn't rushed in to save him, this man might have died right there. Huh. Su Kai glanced at Wang Zhuang, Lu Tsuehua, and others, finally stopping on Deputy Captain Wang. Is this what you call a good person? Deputy Captain Wang felt cold all over. That's not true. Su Kai ignored him and went to Wang Taiju. Hello, I am Su Kai from the county police. I am here because your mother asked me to find you. Hearing this, Wang Taiju, who had been like a dead man, suddenly started crying. The silent tears felt like sharp needles stabbing into Shin Danluo and Shin Jiao Jiao's hearts. Shin Jiao Jiao rushed over and hugged him. Second brother, I'm so sorry. We're late. Shin Danluo vaguely understood what was wrong. Did Uncle think that Mom didn't come to pick him up because she didn't like him? She suddenly burst into tears, holding onto Wang Tieju's leg. Uncle, the fake second uncle hurt brother Senju. Mom is in the hospital. She just found out about the fake second uncle yesterday. As soon as she knew, she wanted to come and see you. But we stopped her because we were afraid she might hurt you. Uncle, Mom is waiting for you to come home. She loves you very much, really loves you. Ugh. Wang Taiju staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his head and making low sobs. His unclear voice hit everyone's hearts like a heavy punch, making people feel upset and uncomfortable. Shin Danluo and Shin Jiao Jiao hugged each other, tears flowing uncontrollably. Having seen their fierce side before, now seeing them cry so sadly, some villagers who had doubts earlier felt their hearts tilt in favor of Shin Danluo and the others. Especially Wang Tieju's desperate sobs made everyone feel terrible. If Wang Taiju had been tortured by Wang Zhuang and Lu Tsuehua since he was young, then those of us who helped Wang Zhuang speak would be accomplices. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes on Wang Zhuang and others showed clear disdain and disgust. Wang Zhuang and the others panicked. No, that's not true. He's my old Wang family son, not the second uncle. They're talking nonsense. Su Kai looked down at them and said, after Shin Jinbing was arrested, he admitted his true identity. Wang Zhuang. Lu Tsuehua. No. That's impossible. They shouted loudly, but no one was willing to listen to them anymore. Su Kai came to arrest people, not to chat. He waved his hand directly and said, "Take them away." Deputy Captain Wang saw that the situation was hopeless and dared not say more, but Su Kai did not let him go. Find the elders in your village. I want to ask each of them. Usually people can't notice when children are taken. But torturing children is something everyone would know about. Su Kai looked at Wang Tieju's injured body with cold eyes. He was determined to investigate this matter thoroughly and give justice. At the city hospital, Grandma Shin clutched her chest and said, "Chiu Shui, I've had a pounding heart since this morning. Do you think Danbao can find her second brother?" Su Chiu comforted her. "Mom, don't worry. Since Danbao fell into the water, she's been lucky. Believe in Danbao." Hearing this, Grandma Shun felt relieved. Yes, with her eldest son's blessing, she believed they could find her second brother. She looked at the three-pillar bed, feeling angry, hateful, and heartbroken. That shameless fake second brother, he was so cruel, kicking the child's stomach until it was broken and half of it had to be cut off. Such a small child has suffered so much. Mom must make this scoundrel pay with his life. Su Qiushui also felt she couldn't let that fake second brother go unpunished.
Don't worry, Mom.
That scoundrel won't escape. While they were talking, someone pushed the door open. Comrade Su, the captain is on the phone.
They found someone. What?
They found him? Grandma Shin jumped up happily. They found my second son? Where is he? How is he? Grandma Shin was overjoyed. If there hadn't been police officers present, she might have gone to buy yellow paper and gold ingots to burn for her eldest son. Su Qiushui was also very happy. Yes, sir. Did your team leader tell you about our second uncle's condition? The police hesitated.
Well.
Su Qiushui sensed something was wrong and grabbed the smiling Grandma Shin. Comrade police, whatever you have to say, just tell us. We understand as long as he's alive. Grandma Shin was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes reddened. Yes, as long as he's alive. Everything else doesn't matter. The police looked at them. He is alive, but the situation isn't good. The captain wants you to be mentally prepared. When you see him, don't be too surprised or make a fuss, to avoid hurting him. Especially you, old comrade Shin. Your son has deep feelings for you. Grandma Shin felt heartache. So much pain. Her second son. He must have suffered greatly, right? She choked with tears and said, Okay, I understand. As long as the second son is alive, that's enough. As long as he's alive. Grandma Shin decided to stay calm. When she saw her second son, she planned to smile kindly so as not to scare the child. But when she saw Wang Taizhu getting out of the car, she felt as if the sky was falling. Her lips trembled. Is that the second son? Su Qiushui was also startled by Wang Taizhu's sad appearance, but she remembered the police's instructions. Mom, it's okay. As long as he's alive, that's enough. No, you don't understand. Grandma Shin suddenly slapped herself hard and burst into tears. I'm sorry for the second son.
I'm sorry.
Why did I send him away back then? He clearly came back, didn't he? Seeing Su Qiushui's surprised look, Grandma Shin felt so sad. She wanted to die. It was me. I personally drove him out. He was so young. How hard must it have been for him? Su Qiushui was stunned. The second son came back on his own? And she had driven him out? Suddenly, Grandma Shin stepped back, her face full of hatred. It was that Jiang Huaixing. That made me think this child was bad, tricked me into sending him away, tricked me into driving my own child out. I want to kill him. Seeing her mother-in-law's strange behavior, Su Qiushui wanted to rush out to stop her, worried something bad might happen. But she remembered her own situation and pretended to clutch her stomach and cry out loud. Mom, my stomach hurts so much. Although this trick was almost worn out, it still worked very well. Grandma Shin was immediately stunned. Tears stopped in shock. What's wrong? What happened? Could it be that she was shocked by what she just said? What kind of trouble had she caused? She had hurt her own son, and now she was about to hurt her eldest daughter-in-law. Seeing that it was effective, Su Qiushui exaggerated her pain, making a distressed face. I don't know. It hurts so badly. Mom, please help me. I can hardly stand. Grandma Shin felt both guilty and sad. Inside, two little voices were fighting. One wanted to rush out and kill Jiang Huaixing, that. The other told her she must not let her eldest daughter-in-law get hurt, or she would be betraying another son. In the end, her desire to protect her eldest daughter-in-law won. Grandma Shin reached out to support Su Qiushui. Su Qiushui immediately grasped Grandma Shin's arm tightly, then let out a gentle sigh. Outside, Shin Danluo and Shin Jiao saw that something seemed wrong with Su Qiushui and Grandma Shin. They hurried over and asked Mom, "What's wrong?" Su Qiushui saw them and quickly called out, "Jiao, Danbao, hold your grandma." Grandma Shin looked confused. Shin Danluo knew her mother was not one to say things without reason, so she immediately ran over and hugged Grandma Shin's leg. Grandma Shin was silent. Jiao looked at Su Qiushui and then at Shin Danluo. She ran to the other side and hugged her mother, asking Mom, "Why are you doing something so silly?" Grandma Shun was silent again. "What did I do wrong? I was tricked by your older sister-in-law." After all this fuss, Grandma Shun finally realized that her eldest daughter-in-law didn't actually have a stomach ache. She just wanted to trap her, so she wouldn't go out and do something foolish. But she couldn't let out her feelings, and it made her feel very upset inside. How could she face her second son? She didn't have the face for it. Grandma Shin started crying again, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing her mother cry just from a few words, Jiao Jiao was startled and said hesitantly, "Mom, I didn't say anything wrong. Why are you crying?" Grandma Shun didn't answer. She felt too ashamed to admit her foolish actions. Shin Danluo blinked and looked at her grandma and mother. "Grandma, do we need to go get second uncle? He's still waiting for you." Grandma Shin's body stiffened, and her heart felt like it was being torn apart. She couldn't hold it in anymore. She covered her face and sat on the ground, crying uncontrollably. "I can't go. Second uncle must hate me. I have no face to see him." Jiao Jiao was frightened. "Mom, don't cry. If something's wrong, tell me." Shin Danluo was also scared. She had never seen her grandma cry like this, not even when her father died. What could have happened to make her grandma break down like this? She looked at her mother and asked, "Mom, what exactly happened?" Su Qiushui also had tears in her eyes. As a mother herself, she understood her mother-in-law's pain and regret. She had personally sent her son away when he came to ask for help. If it had been her, she would have broken down too. But this kind of thing must never happen again. Looking at her crying mother-in-law, Su Qiushui raised her voice even louder and said, "Mom, you've already hurt second brother once. Do you want to hurt him again? If second brother hated you, would he still come with Shin Danluo? Right now, he probably thinks you don't like him." Grandma Shin suddenly froze and instinctively looked outside. Sure enough, after seeing her pitiful second son meet her gaze, he quickly turned around and struggled to walk toward the front door. "No, no, Mother didn't do it." "Second son, Mother doesn't dislike you. Please don't go, second son." Old Madam Shin shouted, staggering as she got up and chased after him. Seeing this, Su Qiushui quickly spoke to Shin Jiao Jiao and Shin Danluo. "Follow quickly." When the second son was young and came home, Mother was tricked by Jiang Huaisheng and personally drove him away. The second son must have some resentment. You need to act wisely. Shin Danluo was stunned, feeling a deep pain. No wonder her second uncle seemed like a walking corpse, being driven out by his own family. How painful and hopeless that must have been. Suddenly, anger surged wildly in her heart. "Jiang Huaisheng, you old scoundrel, I, Shin Danluo, swear by the heavens I will make you pay for this 100-fold. Shin Jiao Jiao was even more furious. "Jiang Huaisheng, just wait. I will make sure you and your precious son are both punished. My second brother has suffered so much, and I will make your beloved son taste some of that pain too." The two of them, filled with anger and sorrow, rushed out to help old Madam Shin stop Wang Taizhu. Shun Jiao Jiao hurriedly said, "Second brother, don't be anxious. Mother didn't come out just now for a reason." Shin Danluo also looked worried. "Yes, second uncle, Mother is worried about you. Don't misunderstand. Mother, please explain to second uncle quickly." Shin Danluo felt that her second uncle was now fragile both physically and emotionally, like a shattered glass bottle. Any slight breeze could break him. She had to protect him carefully. Old Madam Shin wanted to explain and say many things to her second son. But seeing all his scars, her heart ached as if it would break. Her throat felt blocked, and she couldn't say a word. Only tears kept flowing. Wang Taizhu couldn't speak at all, but seeing his tearful mother, his eyes gradually brightened. His mother cared for him. He knew those people had been lying to him. Wang Taizhu reached out to wipe old Madam Shin's tears, but when he saw the ugly scars on his hand, he felt ashamed and withdrew it. Old Madam Shin grabbed that hand tightly. Seeing the scars covering it, she was filled with grief and anger. "These scars, they didn't even spare your hands?" Her son, wounded so badly that not a part of him was untouched. Wang Taizhu felt very inferior. He struggled to pull his hand back and, remembering the scars on his face, instinctively covered his face with his other hand. Seeing him look so shy and timid, Grandma Shin felt so guilty she almost wanted to hurt herself, and she was so angry she wanted to hurt someone. But the eldest daughter-in-law was right. Her son had suffered so much mistreatment for so many years. Now that he was back, how could she hurt his feelings again? Revenge wasn't urgent. She had plenty of time to wait patiently. But she had to take care of the second son first. Nothing was more important than her son. Grandma Shin hugged him tightly. Oh, I'm sorry, second son. It's mother's fault. I lost you for 30 years. I was blind and deaf. How could I have lost you? Wang Taizhu was stunned. This was the first time he had been hugged since he could remember. Being held by his mother felt different. Does he also have a mother now? He carefully placed his hands on his sides, trembling and afraid to touch her or make a sound. He seemed afraid that if he moved, the hug would disappear. Watching all this, Shun Jiao and Shun Danluo cried tears of happiness. Shun Danluo loudly said, "Grandma, second uncle thinks you don't like him. Quickly tell second uncle you like him very much." "Of course I like him," Grandma Shin said firmly. "Second son, you are my favorite son. I like you the most. I like you the most, second son." Ugh. Wang Taizhu finally made a sound. He dropped his hands and hugged Grandma Shin tightly. He sniffled softly, like a lost child who finally found a home. Grandma Shin's heart broke when she heard his muffled sobs. She repeated over and over, "You are my favorite son. Remember, you are my favorite son. I will never lose you again." Shun Jiao and Shun Danluo hugged each other, crying happily. Qin Huaijing and the police who brought them back also had tears in their eyes. Only old fourth Shin, carrying a basket of vegetables on his back, looked confused. What's going on? Who is the man hugging his mother? His mother even said this man was her favorite son? Then, what is he? Old fourth Shin felt so jealous he was furious. He rushed over, but before he could explode, Shen Jiao grabbed him. "Fourth brother, quick. We found our real second brother." Old fourth Shin? What? He looked confused. What real second brother? Shun Jiao was also confused. "Fourth brother? Don't you know? The original Shin's second son isn't our real second brother. Our real second brother was replaced by Jiang Huaisheng. Didn't anyone tell you?" Old fourth Shin was furious.
"I don't know anything."
"No one told me anything. I don't know anything at all." Old fourth Shin shouted loudly, startling Old Lady Shen and Wang Taizhu, who looked at him together. Old fourth Shin was originally angry. He had only gone to a nearby village to buy some vegetables, but in the morning, suddenly a second brother appeared, and he became his mother's favorite son. However, his anger disappeared instantly when he saw Wang Tieju's face covered with scars. He was so scared he stuttered, "What's going on? Why does his face look like that? It looks as if it's been branded with a hot iron hundreds of times." Old fourth Shin rubbed his chest, feeling strange. He thought Wang Taizhu was here to compete for attention, but seeing him like this made his heart feel heavy. Wang Taizhu instinctively avoided his gaze. Old Lady Shin looked at him with more concern and explained, "Fourth, he is your second brother, the real second brother. Yesterday, we found out that the original second Shin was not your real second brother." Danluo and Huaijing went back to check. "I was planning to tell you at a good time, but unexpectedly, the two children brought your real second brother back so quickly. Come over and call him." Old fourth Shin hesitated and looked at Danluo. Danluo nodded vigorously. Yes, this is my second uncle, truly and definitely." Only then did old fourth Shin lift his head and look at Wang Taizhu. He obediently called out, "Second brother, I am the fourth, Shan Hichi." He waited for the other to greet him, but instead, the other only nodded without saying a word. He looked suspiciously at his mother. Old Lady Shun's eyes turned red again. "Your second brother is mute.
He can't speak."
Old fourth Shin was shocked.
"What?"
"It's a long story. Old Lady Shin took a deep breath. Let's go inside and talk. Fourth, help your second brother. His legs aren't very convenient. Old Fourth Shin exclaimed. His face was ruined, his voice was hoarse, and his leg was injured. What kind of life did his sudden second brother lead before? Old Fourth Shin was kind-hearted and immediately went over to support Wang Taiju. Second brother, I'll help you. Wang Taiju was not used to it and waved his hand to refuse. But Old Lady Shin said, let your younger brother help you. It's not because you need help, but because brothers should be close. Give him a chance to show his care. Old Fourth Shin also smiled foolishly. Yes, second brother, you don't know. That original second Shin was really annoying. He always bullied me. If I treat you better, can you also treat me well in the future? Wang Taiju was momentarily stunned, and in that instant, he was immediately approached by the fourth brother, Shin. The two of them, like good brothers, pulled him over and put an arm around his shoulder. Second brother, remember, from now on, if Mother hits me, you have to protect me. Honestly, Mother must be worried about second brother. If second brother always sides with him in the future, wouldn't that be great? Hee. Second brother, we are brothers. I am your youngest brother. Remember, you must treat me the best. Wang Taiju. He was just vaguely led along by the familiar Shin, unable to resist, and had to walk inside, leaning on him. Shun Jiao Jiao saw this and was unhappy. She rushed over and said, Fourth brother, how can you take over second brother all by yourself? She stood on the other side of Wang Taiju, competing for favor with Shen. Second brother, you can't favor fourth brother. If you're going to favor someone, favor me. I am your only sister. Shen He was angry. Why are you everywhere? Stay over there. Old Madam Shin looked on, tears and smiles in her eyes. Her second son was finally back, but he was covered in wounds. What should be done about that in the future? Shin Danluo held her grandmother's hand. Grandma, don't worry. Second uncle will get better. We will definitely cure him. When the space upgrades to intermediate level, they can exchange for a healing pod, and they will slowly heal second uncle. Qin Huaijing also handed over a bamboo tube. Grandma Shin, from now on, give second uncle this mountain spring water every day. His body will gradually get better. Old Madam Shin looked at the two children, tears filling her eyes. Good. You are both good children of Grandma. She took the bamboo tube and looked at Qin Huaijing with gratitude. This child had saved so many people in their old Shin family. The doctor said that third pillar's condition was very serious. If it weren't for the mysterious reason that stopped the bleeding, his entire stomach would have been affected, and he wouldn't have made it to the hospital. Now, he was also helping to save the second son, plus the mountain of debts from before. Old Madam Shin didn't know how to repay Qin Huaijing. After all, no matter how much she tried, she couldn't repay the countless life-saving kindness. Qin Huaijing saw that old Madam Shin kept looking at him, thinking she was worried about the water supply, and reassured her, Grandma Shin, don't worry. I will try to bring back more mountain spring water. No, I didn't mean that. Sigh. Old Madam Shin couldn't bring herself to say she didn't want that divine water because it could save her son. She couldn't let her son carry those wounds for the rest of his life. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she would do everything to cure him. After a pause, Grandma Shin nodded. Thank you, Grandma Shin. And thank you for helping find your second uncle with Donlu. Huaijing, from now on, you are my grandson for real. Qin Huaijing's face turned slightly red. Donlu Shen. My real granddaughter is right here. Just then, a police officer who had brought Donlu and the others back interrupted. Grandma Shin, Captain is still investigating at Xiaowang village. I am responsible for finding out about Wang Taiju. Grandma Shin frowned. Wang Taiju? Donlu Shin said, Grandma, that's my second uncle. When he was at Xiaowang village, he was called Wang Taiju. Grandma, let's change his name. Change. It must be changed. No need to change. Your second uncle has a name. Grandma Shin said, then hurriedly grabbed a bamboo tube and went inside. Seeing Wang Taiju sitting nervously in the hospital room, she said, "Son, you should have been called Shun Hien. Your older brother is Shun Heping. I always hoped you and your brother could live peacefully together. Your name wasn't used by that impostor. How about you keep the name Shun Hien?" Before Wang Taizhu could speak, old fourth Shen mumbled softly, "But big brother isn't safe either, and second brother was replaced when he was young. I think this name isn't very lucky. Grandma Shen, where's the feather duster?" Although she wanted to be a kind mother today, she couldn't help but be annoyed by old fourth's cheekiness. Seeing the fire in Grandma Shen's eyes, Wang Taizhu let out a cry and pulled old fourth Shen behind him. "Grandma Shen." Old fourth Shen was very happy, looking around proudly. This is what?
His charm.
Seeing how much his second brother treasures him. His second brother has acknowledged him, and he is family, truly family. Whoever says otherwise, he will get angry. Old fourth Shen puffed out his chest proudly. "Mom, don't think about hitting me. I have someone protecting me now." Everyone in the room looked at old fourth Shen's smug expression and couldn't bear to watch. But Donlu Shun was quite happy. Her grandma was very careful with second uncle, unlike her fourth uncle, who was casual and natural. Actually, this makes it easier for second uncle to fit into the family. With fourth uncle's silly presence, second uncle will definitely get better and better, at least emotionally. Grandma Shin couldn't be bothered with this silly boy. Then your second brother needs a new name too. Shun Jinbing is definitely not suitable for him. I hate that name. Jiao Shen also said, "I've wanted to say this for a long time." Shun Jinbing sounds like he's crazy. Those two fools thought that name was nice. I've disliked it for over 10 years. My second brother's name must be changed to something powerful and impressive. Old fourth Shen eagerly raised his hand. "I'll go. I must have the right to name my second brother." Old Madam Shen and Shen Jiao both scolded him together.
"Why?"
Old fourth Shen proudly placed his hands on his hips. "Because second brother dotes on me." Old Madam Shen was angry. "I'm his mother. Second brother dotes on me." Shen Jiao also got angry. "I'm his sister. Second brother dotes on me." Seeing the three of them about to fight, Shen Danluo smiled and said, "Fourth uncle, what name do you want to give him?" Old fourth Shen continued to puff up proudly. "It's a name that connects the past and the future. It's clear they are brothers. How about calling him Shun Hicheng? Isn't that a good name?" Everyone was silent. I've never heard of using connecting the past and the future like that. While everyone was speechless, applause came from the corner. Turning around, they saw Wang Taizhu. Old Madam Shin was stunned. "Second brother, do you like this name?" Wang Taizhu nodded. This made old fourth Shen very proud.
"See.
My second brother likes it." Everyone was silent.
Done.
As long as the second brother likes it, everything is settled. Old Madam Shin agreed. "Then let's call him Shun Hicheng." Old fourth Shen clapped loudly. "Let's welcome Shun's second son, Shun Hicheng, back officially." Chun Liqing stood outside the door, looking surprised at what she saw inside the hospital room. She almost dropped the basket of food she was holding. What's going on? She just took the kids out for lunch, and now there's a new second uncle? Manhwa was also leaning on the doorframe, peeking around with big eyes, looking confused. Only Bao ignored everyone and didn't care. His big eyes were fixed on the basket his third aunt was holding. Seeing that the aunt and sister in front weren't moving, delaying his meal, he got anxious.
"Aya."
"What's going on?" "I want to eat." The little boy's loud voice made everyone inside the room laugh and realized the three of them were back. Shin Danluo hurriedly ran over. "Third aunt, Manhwa Jie and Bao, you're back." Shen Jiao looked in surprise at Bao, still making noises outside, then looked at the sun outside. "Oh my! How didn't Bao start talking?" "Your mother is here." "Who are you calling?" Old Madam Shin patted her. "Don't be so surprised. Be careful not to scare Bao." "No, mother," Shin Jiao happily jumped. "And Bao can talk now." "Why aren't you happy?" "He can't really talk. He just makes two sounds when it's about eating or drinking." Old Madam Shin was speechless. If he really could talk, she'd be happy. But this little kid only makes sounds when it's about food and remains silent otherwise. Oh, it's not wood. Now he seems to understand that his third aunt's cooking is delicious. The good food these days was all made by her. Whenever his third aunt goes to cook, he follows her closely, afraid she might forget to give him some tasty food. I've never seen a child so focused only on protecting his food and not caring about anything else. Sigh, talking about it makes me worried. Why is everyone in her family so unusual? While old lady Shen was muttering to herself, Shen Donlu had already brought her third aunt, sister Manhwa, and Anbao inside. Shen Jiaojiao no longer paid attention to her mother. Curious, she went over to Anbao and said, "Anbao, I'm your little aunt. Do you recognize me?" Shen Jiaojiao wanted to get close and kiss her little nephew, but she chose a bad spot, standing right between Anbao and the basket of vegetables. Anbao looked left and right, but couldn't see the vegetable basket. He got anxious and started making noises. This made Shen Jiaojiao very happy. Haha, Anbao, you still remember your little aunt. That's great. Anbao was almost crying from frustration. Go away, bad person. I want my food. Su Qiushui and Shen Donlu understood what Anbao was trying to say. The mother and daughter held back their laughter but didn't go to help, just watching the scene. It's time for this little guy to learn some other words. Will he really rely on to get by in the future? Anyway, they could tell that Anbao wasn't stupid or mute, but for some reason, he only kept saying ah. He needed to face more setbacks to understand how important it is to express himself clearly. The mother and daughter had hard hearts. Old Lady Shen and fourth Uncle Shen, with Shen Donlu holding them back, didn't go to help either. Shan Hatsing couldn't speak, and even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. So everyone just watched helplessly as Anbao kept making ah sounds. Anbao. Finally, he gave up. He blinked his big eyes and looked at all the adults and children, as if to say, I am the most pitiful child. Everyone was silent. Chun Liqing felt sorry for him and couldn't hold back anymore. She handed him a fried radish ball. Anbao finally made a sound for the second time in his life. Humph. He then glared at Shen Jiaojiao with big, red eyes, stomped back to his little chair, sat down, and started gnawing on the radish ball. Shen Jiaojiao. This. She felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head. Had she been imagining things just now? Had she also been bullying the child? Shen Jiaojiao felt awkward. Su Qiushui smiled and said, Little sister-in-law, it's okay. You should thank yourself. Anbao can finally make sounds other than ah. Shen Jiaojiao, hee. Seeing the commotion settle down, Grandma Shen gestured to Shen Heqing. Son, what's going on? Grandma Shen sighed and, with tears in her eyes, told the story of Shen Heqing being swapped. She didn't mention the injuries on him. But Chen Elquing could see clearly and was immediately angry, making a hand gesture. Old man Jiang is really terrible. I've never seen such a heartless person. Afterward, she quickly gestured to Shen Heqing. Second brother, I am your third sister-in-law, Chen Elquing. Shen Heqing looked confused. This confusion made the Shen family members feel a bit sad. After suffering so much and being cut off from the outside world for so many years, how hard must it have been for him? Yet, he still accepted them kindly and generously, which was truly remarkable. Fourth brother Shen's eyes were red. Third sister-in-law, second brother can't speak. Chen Elquing was surprised, then immediately gestured again. I'll teach him. We all know sign language. The Shen family members brightened up. Yes, everyone in their family could understand sign language. Grandma Shen was even happier. She hadn't approved of the third son marrying a mute girl before, thinking life would be very inconvenient. But now, she felt it was all arranged by fate. Look at how quick-witted this third daughter-in-law is. Grandma Shen suddenly felt even more fond of her daughter-in-law. After all the trouble, Grandma Shen thought the remaining daughters-in-law in the Shen family were like angels. No, she wouldn't trade them for anything. Fourth brother Shen was overjoyed. Second brother, I'll teach you sign language. Since third sister-in-law can't speak, Our family can understand some signs. We'll learn together, and communication will be easier. Jiao Jiao also quickly wanted to show off, not letting fourth brother Shin be the only one shining. Once second brother learns sign language, I'll teach him to write. That way we'll have more ways to talk. She glared at fourth brother Shin. You should practice your chicken scratch handwriting too, so second brother won't have trouble reading what you write. Fourth brother Shin. All you do is tease me, sister. You're bold and sharp-tongued. I can't keep you. From now on, having second brother is enough. The sibling alliance was suddenly broken. Jiao Jiao was angry. Fourth brother Shin, you're asking for it, aren't you? They argued back and forth, almost fighting. Grandma Shun's had hurt from all the noise, so she grabbed each of their ears and started scolding. Shun Heching watched quietly, a small smile forming at the corner of his mouth, eyes secretly filled with amusement. Family, so this is what it's like. When Chun Liqing returned, it was mealtime. After chatting for a while, the food had gone cold. Luckily, the weather was hot, so it wasn't a problem to eat cold dishes. However, there wasn't enough food prepared, so she went to the large kitchen to rent a stove and cooked a big pot of noodle soup. While setting the table, old fourth Shin looked around and said, "Wow, except for third brother and wind little brother, everyone else from the Shin family is here." Everyone else. Yes, why is it that one or two of them are in the hospital? Old fourth Shin chuckled. Probably the captain is secretly scolding us. Old Madam Shin didn't say anything. This wasn't something to be happy about. If it were up to her, she'd prefer to stay away from the hospital forever. Soon, the table was set, and the dishes were placed. Just as everyone was about to sit down to eat, old fourth Shin suddenly realized someone was missing. Hey, where's second brother? Everyone was stunned. That's when they noticed Shun Heching wasn't in the house. They hurried outside to look for him. Shun Danluo was the first to rush out. As soon as she stepped outside, she froze. Shun Heching was squatting at the door, wolfing down and chewing on vegetable leaves. She called out nervously, "Second uncle?" Hearing her voice, Shun Heching seemed to pause for a moment. He looked down at the vegetable leaves in his hand, then at Shin Danluo. It seemed he suddenly realized he was no longer in the Wang family. He quickly threw away the leaves, looking a bit embarrassed. Shin Danluo's heart ached. Second uncle was reflexively eating leaves because of the conditions in the old Wang family. It showed he had probably lived like that before. This scene was seen by old Madam Shun and old fourth Shun, who came out right after. Their eyes instantly reddened. Old Madam Shun held back her tears and went over to help Shun Heching up. "Heching, come on, let's go inside and eat." Old fourth Shun didn't say anything. He quietly went back to help Shun Heching by filling a big bowl with noodle dumplings. "Second brother, I'll eat with you from now on." Shun Jiao Jiao picked the biggest radish ball and placed it in Shun Heching's bowl. "Second brother, eat the dumpling. It's very tasty." Su Qiushui and Shun Danluo also each scooped some vegetables into Shun Heching's bowl, smiling at him. "Second uncle, eat." Shun Heching looked quietly at everyone. He picked up his bowl and ate his first reunion meal, the first proper meal of his life. It was very delicious. It was the best food he had ever eaten in his life. After dinner, the police asked Shin and Chung to come over. Grandma Shin didn't dare leave him for a moment. She wanted to go with them, but was refused by Shun and Chung. He didn't want them to know too much about his past experiences. Especially, he didn't want his mother to find out. Grandma Shun was stunned, feeling a bit upset, but she smiled and said, "All right, I'll wait here. You go quickly and come back soon." Shun and Chung nodded and left with the police. Shun Old Fourth and Shin Jiao Jiao watched them leave. Their faces, which had been smiling just now, immediately darkened. They pulled Shin Danluo outside the door. Shin Old Fourth said, "Danluo, do you know where that beast Jiang Huaixing is kept?" Shun Jiao Jiao added, "And that second Jiang brother too." Shin Danluo looked up at them. "Fourth uncle, little aunt, what are you planning to do?" Shun Jiao Jiao said, "Castrate them." Shin Old Fourth said, "Beat them to death." Shun Jiao Jiao added, "Maim them." Shin Old Fourth said, "Poison them until they can't speak." Shun Danluo thought to herself, that's exactly what I want to do too. She had just exchanged 2 more doses of the bone-breaking poison and was waiting to let them enjoy it. Thinking about how her second uncle had instinctively gone out to chew on vegetable leaves during dinner, she felt even angrier. She thought, I will also pull out all their teeth and those of the 3 demons from the old Wang family so they can't even chew on vegetable leaves. Unfortunately, she sighed, they've been taken away by Uncle Su Kai. They're probably locked up at the county police station. We can't get in now. Shun Jiao Jiao and Shun Old Fourth both looked frustrated. Shun Old Fourth was especially impatient. Then are we just going to wait here doing nothing? That would be too easy on those 2. He wanted to avenge his second brother. Not a minute, no, not a second could pass. Seeing their anxious expressions, Shun Danluo had a sudden idea. Actually, there's a way. We can't get in, but they can come out. Shun Jiao Jiao's eyes lit up. Tell me, Dan Bao, what's the plan? Shun Danluo hesitated for a moment. We can ask Brother Huaijing to set a trap with a snake. Shun Jiao Jiao immediately shivered. Oh my gosh, that scene is so scary, but thinking about it, it feels pretty satisfying. Shun Old Fourth was not afraid at all. Hearing this, he turned around and went to call Qin Huaijing. When they mentioned their plan, Qin Huaijing shrugged. It's easy, but how poisonous do you want it to be? Shun Danluo sneered. Poisonous enough to be delivered right to us, so we can punish them. Qin Huaijing nodded.
Got it.
Just as he was about to leave, they heard Su Qiu Shui shouting from inside. Everyone immediately silenced and went inside. It was because Grandma Shun was restless, frequently looking outside the door. Su Qiu Shui then called them in to discuss starting treatment once Shun Heching returned, and she said, Mom, don't worry about the money. I have some here. Secretary Zhu also gave me pieces condolence money. There's 500. Grandma Shin was startled by her words and quickly shook her head. That money is for Peace's family. It can't be used. Lao Air needs treatment, and I still have money. Lao Si Shin exposed her. Mom, that's only about 100. It's not enough, he said boldly. I'll use mine. If it's not enough, I'll earn more. At most, he would run a few more trips to the black market each day. Later, they could ask Danluo if there were fake wigs for women. Old men and women could take turns dressing up and see who could catch him. Shun Jiao Jiao directly took out 60 yuan and handed it to Grandma Shin. Mom, this is mine. I saved it from doing crafts and helping with temporary jobs over the past 6 months. It's all for second brother's treatment. Danluo also didn't want to fall behind. Although she was still a child, she believed that the family's efforts shouldn't leave her out. She immediately took out 5 yuan and handed it to her grandma. Grandma, I have some too. I want to do my part for Uncle. Qin Huaijing checked his pocket and, matching Danluo's count, took out 5 yuan to give Grandma Shin. Grandma Shin, this is from me too. Seeing Danluo and Qin Huaijing both giving money, Shin Sihua also reached into her pocket. She pulled out a crumpled 5 jiao coin, clearly saved for a long time, and blushed as she handed it to her grandma. Grandma, I want to do my part for Uncle too. Grandma Shun's eyes filled with tears, and her voice choked with emotion. Good, good. You're all good children. Chun Liqing also wanted to give money, but her pocket was empty. She could only gesture with her hands. I make nutritious meals for Uncle every day. Grandma Shun's heart was filled with warmth, hot and full. Ever since she discovered the true nature of that old beast, her heart had grown cold and painful. She had spent most of her life giving to such a selfish man. He had also schemed to harm her 2 sons in succession. She was filled with regret, wishing she could start over. But now, she couldn't bear to leave. Although she had encountered the beast Jiang Huaisheng, she had raised such good children and grandchildren. How could she leave? Even if she suffered again, she wanted to stay with them. But she felt sorry for her second son. Holding tightly to the money in her hand, she choked and couldn't speak. My daughter, when trouble comes, our family must work together. Right now, healing the second child's body is the most important thing. Money doesn't matter. We will earn it. If peace still exists, we wouldn't hesitate for a moment. And mother, you must believe and trust that he has the strong, brave spirit of the Shin family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it this far. After these hardships, he will be even better than others. Mother, we must believe in him. No matter how much money we spend, he will surely earn it back many times over in the future. Old Shin's fourth son, Shin Jiao Jiao, nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, big sister-in-law is right. Our family must work together. We all believe in second brother. Shun Danluo, a proud mother, immediately cheered for her mother without hesitation. Yes, Grandma, you're right. I believe in second uncle. He will become a very great person someday. Qin Huaijing followed closely. I also believe in second uncle. He will be very, very amazing. Shin Sanhua refused to fall behind. Second uncle is very, very, very amazing.
Anbao, Hekmar.
Amazing. Old Madam Shin looked at them. Yes, you're all right. Our whole family will work together to help second brother get better. Everyone shouted together. Good. Their voices reached outside the door. Shun Heechung was crouched outside, holding his head and quietly crying. A police officer sighed softly and patted his shoulder. Comrade Shun Heechung, forget the pain and start a new life. Shun Heechung nodded heavily. After a long while, when the sounds inside had quieted down, Shun Heechung knocked on the door. Old Madam Shen immediately rushed to open it, moving so quickly that Shen Old Fourth and Shin Jiao Jiao couldn't beat her. Heechung, how are you? Shun Heechung nodded, indicating he was doing well. The police officer also said, I understand most of what happened. I need to return to the county now, so I'll leave first. Everyone knew Shin Heechung didn't want them to know about his difficult experiences over the years, so they all silently chose not to ask more. When the police left, Shin Old Fourth and Shin Jiao Jiao instinctively looked at Qin Huaijing. Qin Huaijing calmly told Old Madam Shen and Su Qiushui, Grandma Shen, Aunt Su, Uncle Su asked me and Dan Luo to handle some things. We need to go now.
Shen Don Leo was confused.
Didn't we agree you'd go by yourself? Although she was a bit surprised, since Qin Huaijing had spoken, she didn't want to embarrass him. Old Madam Shen and Aunt Su Qiushui didn't think much of it. They were busy with the matter of taking Shen Heechung to see the doctor, so they didn't pay attention. After Qin Huaijing and Shen Dan Luo left, the family all took Shen Heechung to see the doctor. First, she went to see the doctor for Chen Liqing's throat. The doctor was surprised by the large crowd. Then he looked closer and thought, wow, isn't that old Shin from the recent hospital scandal? The doctors from dermatology and other less visited departments who had been chatting with him during lunch had said they almost missed their chance to see him. Now, seeing Shun Heechung come for treatment, the doctor thought, soon, their needs will be met. Outside the hospital, Shin Dan Luo looked at Qin Huijing with suspicion. Brother Huijing, why did you call me out? She asked. Qin Huijing hesitated but then honestly said, there's an old man named Hai in the barn. His family has been palace doctors for generations. He even studied abroad and is skilled in both Western and Chinese medicine. His medical skills are very good, better than the doctors here. Most importantly, he can change faces. What? Change faces? Shun Dan Luo was shocked. Yes, my grandfather said Hai once operated on someone whose face was completely ruined. The skin on that person's face recovered about 70 or 80%. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't see the scars. But after the surgery, that person looked very different from before, so my grandfather and others jokingly called it face changing. Shin Dan Luo was moved. He was truly a great doctor. And maybe he could treat other injuries too. Qin Huijing continued, I don't know if you've noticed, but after Uncle Shin drank the water I gave him, the effect wasn't as good as with Aunt Su. I suspect the water works better on new wounds, but for old scars, it's only about 1/3 as effective. Shun Dan Luo naturally noticed. Not just half, she suspected only 1/3. Especially the thick scars on his face, which showed no change or feeling at all. But she wasn't worried because her upgraded space and the healing chamber she exchanged for could gradually help Uncle Shin recover. However, she needed a good excuse. It couldn't just get better for no reason. In this era, to live well, she had to be careful and cautious. Even with her and Qin Huijing's special abilities, they couldn't rule the world without limits. Honestly, she didn't trust the doctors in the hospital much. It wasn't because their medical skills were bad, but because Uncle Shen's injuries were too severe and old. Decades-old scars, even in more advanced future medicine, were hard to fully heal. And with the current backward medical resources and the loss of many good doctors, it was even more difficult. She thought that after going back, she would definitely see old Shen and his family all looking downcast. But if a famous and skilled doctor stepped in, things would be different. She could use this opportunity to secretly do many things and help Uncle Heir recover faster. However, Grandpa Hai's identity was a tricky problem. Although, in a few years, someone like Grandpa Hai would likely be called back by the government and might even become a respected figure in the medical world. Right now, his identity was very sensitive. If they interacted with him too often, it could cause trouble. And given his situation, he probably wouldn't help with rescue efforts. But Uncle Heir's injury had to be treated. The sooner, the better the chance of recovery. It seemed she needed to find a way to make this happen. Qin Huijing saw she wasn't speaking and understood her worries, so he said, "This time, I'll help the city bureau and definitely make a contribution. I can try to use this achievement to get a chance for Grandpa Hai to treat Uncle Shen's illness." Shen Donlu was stunned. Brother Huijing. If making a contribution, it should be for his own and his grandfather's benefit. Why was this big shot so focused on helping her family? She felt a strange feeling in her heart she couldn't quite explain. Qin Huijing reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Honestly, feeling the soft hair was quite comfortable. No wonder Uncle Su liked to touch his head. Uncle Su said that many knowledgeable people like Grandpa Hai are respected, and some even hold classes to teach others. But here, the people and leaders are more cautious. I can't guarantee success, but I think Uncle Shen's injury needs early treatment. So, this plan is a bit risky, and I'm not sure Grandpa Hai will definitely help. Grandpa said he has some inner conflict and hasn't practiced medicine since coming here. But how can we know the outcome if we don't try? I plan to take you to meet him first. If he agrees, while I'm away, you can contact Grandpa Hai. You're young and usually not easy to notice. Shen Donlu nodded vigorously. If she missed this opportunity, she'd be a fool. She definitely wouldn't be. She was happy that the big shot was just like her. So Shen Donlu confidently waved her small hand. Let's go. Let's do it. Qin Huijing. Why does it feel like he's seeing a shadow of little Shen? At the County Public Security Bureau, Su Kai and the officer who took Shen Heching and the others to the city arrived one after the other. Seeing him, Su Kai called him into his office. "De Huang, how's the situation?" The officer called De Huang twitched his mouth and said, "What can I do? Comrade Shen Heching can't speak, so I just recorded all his injuries." When I asked questions, he nodded or shook his head. There might be some details missed, but I asked about everything I could think of. Here is the record. Su Kai looked at the report handed to him, frowned, and asked, "Shen Hehe?
Who is that?"
Shen Heching, the fourth son of the Shen family. His name means connecting the past and future, and he's said to be like a real brother to the others.
Okay.
That kid, the fourth son, probably didn't finish elementary school, right? He took the record and flipped through it. His face grew colder with each page, and his suspicion deepened.
Da Juan Glocket Curios.
"Captain, what's wrong?" Su Kai shook his head. "This record matches what I heard from the elders in Xiaowang village, but I can't explain why. I always feel there's more to this than it seems. I also think it's not simple," De Huang sneered. "I've never seen such a cruel father. He doesn't like his son, and it would be better if he had just killed him at birth. You don't know how badly Shen Heching was hurt. Over the years, his injuries piled up, and there's hardly any healthy flesh left. Why do they torment Shen Heching like this?" "Don't guess at twisted thoughts," Su Kai sneered coldly.
What I mean isn't just that.
"I think there's more hidden here. Go and bring me Jiang Huixing, that." Just as he finished speaking, someone hurriedly knocked on the door outside.
Captain. Captain.
Something's wrong. There's a big problem in the prison. Su Kai was startled. He quickly got up and opened the door. Looking at the person outside, he asked, "What happened?" The person hurriedly said, "Wang Zhuang had an accident. He's the one we just brought in this morning. He's in trouble." His tongue was cut off by Jiang Huaixing. "Huang Qinlin, what's going on with you?" Su Kai was furious. He walked quickly toward the prison and scolded. "I told you to keep these people separated and not to put Wang Zhuang and Jiang Huaixing in the same cell, didn't I?" Huang Qinglin was very frustrated. "I did as I was told, but at noon, the director did something strange. For the first time, he brought in a group of thieves. The cells weren't enough, so he ordered Wang Zhuang and the others to be put with Jiang Huaixing.
He didn't even notify me.
I just found out now. As soon as I got the news, I wanted to separate them, but I didn't expect that when I went in, something had already happened inside." When he heard that the director had ruined his plans, Su Kai was angry. "Sure, Anbong, you big fool. Always trying to oppose me." He had a feeling that if Wang Zhuang got into trouble, he would definitely miss an important clue. Su Kai couldn't hold back his words. "One day, I'll make you, you big fool. Get out of here." De Huang and Huang Feng quickly pulled their younger cousins, Xiao Huang and Huang Qinglin, back. "Oh my, we can't listen to such words," they said. De Huang and Xiao Huang pretended not to hear Su Kai cursing and nervously followed to the prison. As soon as they entered, they saw someone helping Wang Zhuang out. Su Kai strode over. "How is he?" The police officer on guard shook his head, looking upset. "It's serious. His breathing is weak, and he probably won't make it." That old man was very vicious. He hit a bowl inside him and broke it, using the shards to cut him. When Wang Zhuang was found, his mouth was cut open, and he had suffered a lot. Although they knew the old man wasn't a good person, seeing him like this made them very uneasy. "A bowl? How is that possible?"
Guki Frovned.
After eating, the bowls are supposed to be collected. "I don't know," the guard said. "I'm sure all the bowls are collected, but this bowl definitely came from our bureau." The guard felt very wronged. He always watched carefully when serving food or water, so nothing should have been missed. Yet somehow, Jiang Huaixing had an extra bowl in his hands. It's like seeing a ghost. Su Kai didn't say anything else. He looked at Wang Zhuang with a grim face. His breath was so weak it was frightening. He immediately waved his hand. "Hurry and send him to the hospital for emergency treatment." Yes. He made way for them. When they carried the stretcher out, he turned and went inside to the cell where Jiang Huaixing was kept. When he arrived, he sneered. "Huh. The small cell was originally just for Jiang Huaixing, but now it was packed full. Not only was he there, but also Jiang Lao Er, who wasn't even supposed to be here, along with Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian, the two mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, plus Wang Zhuang, who had just been taken away. 5 people all together. He had seen the cells along the way. Most only held 2 or 3 people, never more than 3. There was plenty of space to keep them separate, but they were all crammed together. It was clearly intentional. That director of his really was trying every trick to trip him up, especially after he made a name for himself in the city. He didn't even bother hiding his schemes anymore. This person is so foolish. Sour chicken. There will be a time when you cry. Su Kai focused his mind and looked at the prison cell, which was silent and still. Old Jiang Er looked terrified and curled up in a corner. Next to him were Lu Tsuehua and Lu Mulan, hugging each other. And maybe it was just his imagination, but Lu Tsuehua's injuries seemed worse, and her clothes were more torn. In one corner of the cell, there was a large bloodstain, clearly from Wang Zhuang. Su Kai's gaze fell on Jiang Huaixing, who still looked timid and scared. No matter who saw him, no one would think that this shy, cowardly person had recently cut someone's tongue. Su Kai felt he was increasingly unable to understand Jiang Huaixing. But he was sure of one thing. Jiang Huaixing definitely had a big secret. Someone like him, trying to get the truth out of him was impossible. He hadn't learned anything useful after being locked up with the old man for a few days. Instead, it was that Jiang Er. Su Kai's eyes fixed on Jiang Er. De Huang and Xiao Huang, go bring Jiang Er out. De Huang and Xiao Huang responded and opened the door, walking straight toward Jiang Er. Their serious faces looked like executioners. Jiang Er was so scared he cried out, "Dad, Dad, help me. I don't want to go with them." Old Jiang was anxious and suddenly changed from cowardly to brave. He rushed to Jiang Er and spread his arms to block him. "No, you can't take my son." But he was no match for De Huang and Xiao Huang working together. Jiang Er was quickly pulled up. Jiang Er was so frightened he was crying. Recently, he had been beaten every day, beaten here, beaten there, so much that he looked terrible. Seeing these fierce-looking men, he felt they might threaten or beat him again, and he was so scared, he almost wet himself. He hurriedly shouted sadly to old Jiang, "Dad, save me. Save me." Old Jiang was anxious and angry. He shouted loudly at Su Kai, "Don't take him. I know what you want to know. I'll tell you everything." Su Kai nodded at De Huang and Xiao Huang. They stopped pulling Jiang Er, but still held him there. Both of them were tall and strong, and Jiang Er hung there like a fat, salty fish, sniffling and looking very pitiful. Seeing this, Jiang Huaisheng felt very sad and quickly explained, "Wang Zhuang always thought Er was a son, but he didn't know who told him Er was my son. When he came in, he wanted to kill Er. He even hit Suehua. I was so scared I had to fight back. Don't believe me? Ask them." Lu Suehua suddenly burst into tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lu Milian quickly nodded, looking scared and pitiful. "Yes, yes, yes, it was the father-in-law who started the violence against the mother-in-law," she said, pointing at Jiang Lao Er. "He also kept calling this man A and wanted to kill him. Uncle Jiang only acted because he had no choice." Jiang Lao Er, hearing this, grew bolder and stretched his neck to let Su Kai see. "Yes, yes, yes, officer, you see, that old man tried to strangle me just now. Please help me and my father. My father only hurt him to save me." Jiang Old Man said nothing, silently shedding tears, looking wronged but unwilling to speak. One person deceives his wife and harms his son. Another wears a green hat and abuses others' children. Another is so cruel he wants to kill his stepmother and nephew. And yet, they come here pretending to be pitiful. Are they fools? Su Kai looked coldly, but didn't expose them. He asked, "So Wang Zhuang always thought Jiang Lao Er was his son? How did you fool him all these years?" Jiang Old Man wiped his tears, looking pitiful. "Officer Su, I know you look down on me now, think I treated Shinmei badly, and her children too. But I really hated her. Even if she made me wait longer, I would have. If she hadn't forced me to marry her back then to save my life, maybe I could have found Suehua sooner, and she wouldn't have fallen into Wang Zhuang's hands. She was already pregnant with my child then." Jiang Old Man covered his face, looking deeply regretful and full of sorrow. Lu Suehua also wiped her tears, crying sadly and angrily. "Yes, we both hate Shinmei. If she hadn't appeared, I and Huaisheng could have lived happily with our son as a family. We just escaped here when a flood swept us apart. After I was rescued by Lu's family, I didn't give up looking for Huaisheng, but I ignored the danger around me. Wang Zhuang took advantage of the chaos to bully me, and someone saw it. By then, I was already pregnant and couldn't find Huaisheng. Desperate, I had no choice but to marry him," Lu Suehua said, her face full of hatred. "If Huaisheng had a chance to come to me along the water, we might have been together. Later, we indeed met because of an accident, but it was already too late. He had been forced to marry into the Shin family, and Shinmei was already pregnant. We hated her so much that when she was giving birth, we thought about swapping the baby, so her child could repay her mother's debt." She and Old Man Jiang exchanged meaningful looks, full of emotion and sadness, looking like lovers who had been separated by a cruel fate. Su Kai almost rolled his eyes and felt a cold laugh inside. If he hadn't gone to talk with the elders from Shishui village yesterday, he might have believed the story. But what he heard from the elders in Shishui village was different. They said Jiang Huixing volunteered himself after hearing that Grandma Shen wanted to take in a son-in-law. Grandma Shen repeatedly confirmed with him in front of the villagers whether he was willing, whether he was unmarried, and whether he had children. Jiang Huixing firmly said he was single and childless and wanted to marry into the Shen family to repay Grandma Shen. But everything changed completely when it came to Jiang Huixing. It's almost laughable. Moreover, Jiang Huixing was indeed saved by Grandma Shen. The elders said that when Jiang Huixing was rescued, his face was so pale that he almost lost his life if they had arrived a minute later. For this life-saving kindness, they shouldn't have harmed Grandma Shen and her children, right? Grandma Shen was extremely unlucky. She saved a heartless person. But Su Kai didn't expose the story. He knew stories told by others always had gaps. The more they talked, the more loopholes appeared, didn't they? So, Su Kai pretended to relax his expression but remained cold, staring at Jiang Huixing. Since Wang Zhuang always thought Jiang Er was his son, why did he give his son to you to raise? And even help you abuse your own son? Don't you think this deal is strange? Jiang Huixing shrank his neck. He always thought I was Tsuewa's real older brother and knew I hated Shinmei. He said he wanted to vent his anger for me. Su Kai narrowed his eyes. Oh, so he gave his son to you? Lu Tsuehua choked and sobbed, because at that time, it wasn't very peaceful. Our area wasn't very safe. But Shishui village is in a mountain basin. I heard that during the worst times of the war, the Japanese soldiers would avoid that place. I discussed with Wang Zhuang to let our son stay somewhere safer, and we planned to bring him back when the time was right. So Wang Zhuang suggested swapping the children and even helped him vent his anger. Jiang Huixing nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. I hated Shenmei so much back then. I agreed without thinking. But I didn't realize Wang Zhuang would be so cruel. He hurt the child so badly. Lu Tsuehua looked regretful and pitiful. It's my fault. I didn't watch him closely. I didn't know Wang Zhuang had a habit of abusing children. That's why the child ended up like this. Later, we didn't dare to ask about swapping the child back. Comrade Police, we never thought things would develop like this. At first, we just wanted the child to be safe and to vent our anger at Huixing. We really didn't expect it to turn out like this. Su Kaming understood. These two were trying to shift all the blame onto Wang Zhuang, making him take all the responsibility. What a clever plan. After hearing their story, Su Kai became even more curious about their past experiences. So that's how it is, he said with a half-believing look, looking at Jiang Huixing. Where did the bowl you used to kill come from? Old Jiang looked confused and said, I don't know. When I acted, I suddenly saw a bowl in the corner of the wall. I impulsively picked it up and broke it, then used the shards to cut his mouth. At that moment, he was grabbing the second child and wasn't paying attention to me. Comrade Police, I really didn't mean to. I was just trying to save the second child. Please believe me. He pointed to a corner of the wall. The bowl was there earlier. I really didn't lie to you, officer. Su Kai glanced at De Huang and Xiao Huang. They released old Jiang and quickly went to check the spot he pointed to. After a while, they stood up and shook their heads at Su Kai, clearly indicating there was no secret passage or hidden compartment there. Su Kai looked around at the four in the cell. Anyway, there was an incident involving injury or even murder. I will separate and detain you all, then ask for more details. I hope you cooperate. Old Jiang and Lu Tsuehua looked relieved when they saw the police didn't seem to be targeting Jiang Lauer specifically. They nodded repeatedly. Of course, we will cooperate. Outside the cell, Su Kai said to De Huang and Xiao Huang, first, keep Jiang Lauer and old Jiang together. Later, separate them. Then find one of your informants to stay next door and listen to what they say. De Huang and Xiao Huang exchanged glances. De Huang asked, Captain, do you think Jiang Huixing will say anything to Jiang Lauer? Su Kai's eyes held a cold light that others couldn't understand. You're not clear yet. Be careful, or you'll make mistakes. Okay. After giving his orders, Su Kai headed straight to Shi Anbang's office. He wanted to pick a fight with that old troublemaker. Soon, Loud shouting and arguing came from the director's office. De Huang and Xiao Huang looked on silently. Although they were one rank lower, their team leader often scolded them openly, so it was no surprise that the director always seemed to dislike the team leader. Especially since the director was naturally petty.
Sigh.
Honestly, Shi Anbong was about to be so angry he could explode. Su Kai, I outrank you. Don't act so disrespectfully here. Being higher rank is no big deal, Su Kai said dismissively. That's because I don't care. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. If I had known you were so petty, I'd have done it myself back then. Shi Anbong leaned on his head, wanting to take some blood pressure medicine. Seeing him about to get so angry he might collapse, Su Kai finally toned down a little. I'll tell you, if this happens again, I'll report it to the higher-ups. Because of your reckless revenge and stubbornness, a prisoner in custody is now in critical condition. I think your position as director is over. Shi Anbong's face changed. What do you mean? Su Kai rolled his eyes. Are you telling me you didn't know someone died in the cell? Shi Anbong snapped. No one told me. Ha, all he ever did was watch me. He didn't do any real work or lead the team. What a sick joke. Su Kai looked at him with disdain. Because you forced my prisoner into the cell, one of them got their tongue cut off with a broken bowl. Now they're in the hospital fighting for their life. We don't even know if they'll make it.
What?
Shi Anbong was furious. A broken bowl? Where did that come from? Aren't those things supposed to be recycled after use? Su Kai stared at him. What do you think? We have ghosts here. Shi Anbong glared at him. Why are you looking at me? I didn't do it. Don't worry, I don't suspect you. Shi Anbong felt a little better. Because you don't have the brains or the guts. You only dare to do small tricks to annoy me. Shi Anbong was stunned. Where are the blood pressure pills? I need to take some. Director Shi, Su Kai knocked on his desk. Stop obsessing over me. If there's a ghost hiding in the bureau, we won't be able to do anything if we don't investigate it properly. Shi Anbong snorted. Don't need your reminder.
Wookie snorted coldly.
And what about today's theft case? Did you have to personally handle it? Stone Anbong snorted louder than him. Of course I know. I just overheard it by accident while passing by. I heard someone stealing chickens and messing around. Do you think I can just ignore it? Did you hear it? Su Kai frowned. Such a coincidence? Why didn't you hear it earlier or later, but only when I needed the cell? You've been a director for years, and I've never seen you have such good luck before. Stone Anbong was both angry and suspicious.
What do you mean by that?
Su Kai was about to get angry. I mean, maybe you're being used as Your Excellency the Director. Stone Anbong. Just as Stone Anbong was overwhelmed and started doubting everything, Qin Huijing and Shin Donlu, who arrived late, also reached the scene. Because they had to rush to the bus stop, wait for the bus, and then walk over after getting off. They arrived nearly an hour late, completely missing the chaos at the bureau. The two of them looked at the tall wall behind the police station. Shin Donlu looked worried. It's too high. I can't climb over. Qin Huijing glanced at her short legs. All right, wait here. I'll go. He took a hook-like tool from his backpack, threw it onto the wall, grabbed the rope below, and kicked his feet to climb over. Shin Donlu's eyes widened. Wall climbing and flying. An acrobat. So impressive. In the cell, as Lu Tsuehua and Lu Milian were taken out, Jiang Lao eagerly grabbed Jiang Lao Tu's hand.
Dad.
Am I really your son? And what did Wang Zhuang want to say before you cut his tongue? When the old man named Wang Zhuang was choking him, he felt like he was about to shout something out, but at the critical moment, Wang Zhuang's mother pushed him away. Then Wang Zhuang's tongue was cut by his father. He felt like his parents were hiding something from him. Jiang Lao Tu suddenly slapped him. Nonsense. I am your father.
Jiang Lao war stunned.
He had never been hit by his father before. Today, his father actually hit him. Feeling wronged, he wanted to cry out, but Jiang Lao Tu covered his mouth and whispered, "Someone's eavesdropping." Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Lao was startled and didn't dare to shout. He lowered his voice. Dad, why would someone eavesdrop? Didn't the police already believe us? Jiang Lao too shook his head. It's not that simple. Anyway, remember this. Don't say anything nonsense. Remember what you just told your mother. No matter who asks, say the same thing, and don't get a single word wrong. Okay. Old second brother Jiang replied honestly, but he couldn't help but wonder what Wang Zhuang was trying to shout before his tongue was cut off. They thought they were speaking quietly, and no one could hear them. But they didn't realize that nearby, a small green snake was coiled up, tilting its head to watch them. Qin Huijing was just across the wall, mimicking the same head tilt as the snake. After a while, he saw they weren't talking anymore. He straightened his head and thought, something must have happened inside just now. That old man is hiding a big secret. Letting a snake bite them is too easy. Qin Huijing decided to scare them properly. Maybe he could scare the old man into telling the truth. If not, at least he could scare him half to death and give the Shin family some relief. He waved his hand, and many colorful venomous snakes appeared on the ground, coiling obediently and sticking out their tongues. Qin Huijing pointed toward the direction of the small green snake. Go find the little green one. The snake group immediately turned their heads and quickly slithered over the wall. They reached the window of Jiang old man's cell and rushed inside. Old second brother Jiang felt the light above his head dimmed. He wondered why the sky was so dark so early today. He looked up instinctively and shouted, "Mother of mercy." Old man Jiang was startled by his shout and looked up angrily. Why are you screaming like that? Trying to scare someone to death? Old second brother Jiang was so frightened his legs went weak. No, Dad, snakes. Lots of snakes. Old man Jiang shivered and looked where old second brother Jiang was pointing. He saw a bunch of venomous snakes rushing in through the window, fighting to get inside. He screamed, "Ah, snakes! Help! Help!" Hearing old man Jiang scream, old second brother Jiang couldn't help but scream too. The father and son's voices echoed loudly through the prison area. The guards outside were startled. They rushed over and knocked on the door, shouting, "Hey, what's going on inside? Why are you yelling?" By then, Jiang old man and old second brother Jiang were covered in snakes, trembling and overwhelmed. They were so scared they wet themselves. When they heard someone outside, they thought their rescue had arrived. They desperately begged for help with hoarse voices. "Help! There are snakes! So many snakes! Help! Police officers, help us!" Father and son screamed in terror, their voices splitting apart. The guards outside got goosebumps from the scene. Snakes? Outside the gate, there were two guards, one fat and one thin, who seemed very confused. The fat guard asked, "How could there be a snake here? What are these father and son up to now?" The thin guard shook his head. "Never mind, let's check the situation first." Then the thin guard crouched down and tried to push open the metal sheet at the food and water window, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't move. What's going on? Why is this thing stuck? This thing can't be stuck. The fat guard standing nearby immediately started thinking suspiciously. Could it be that these father and son set a trap to trick us into opening the door? The thin guard looked confused. Why would they want us to open the door? The suspicious fat guard snorted. "I don't know. Xiao Huang said these two are weird. They do things that aren't normal. Who can guess their strange thoughts? Plus, don't forget they recently cut off someone's tongue. Maybe they're planning to escape now? Anyway, there are definitely no snakes in our station. They're just dreaming if they think we'll open the door for them." The thin guard became alert after hearing the fat guard's analysis, but the screams inside sounded so frightening that it seemed real. He hesitated. Should we just ignore it? Ignore it? No, we need to report this first, the clever fat guard said. We'll wait for instructions. Worried that his colleagues might be soft and open the door, the fat guard told him directly, "You go, I'll stay here and watch." Hearing the terrible screams inside and seeing his colleague determined not to open the door, the thin guard sighed and turned to find Su Kai. Inside, Old Man Jiang and Old Man Jiang too thought their rescuers had arrived, but they waited too long for the door to open. The hope that had briefly appeared turned into despair, making them even more broken. "Open the door. Let us out." Old Man Jiang shouted loudly, trying to attract more help. The smallest green snake that had entered first tilted its head and suddenly darted into his mouth, disappearing in a flash. Old Man Jiang screamed, "Ah!" The fear of the venomous snake inside him almost drove Old Man Jiang crazy. He desperately clawed at his throat and stomach, shouting, "Come out! Come out! Crawl out of me!" Old Man Jiang felt the snake slithering inside his stomach, causing him terrible pain everywhere. His stomach was warm, and he was sure the snake was laying eggs inside him. Thinking about a nest of snakes inside his stomach, Old Man Jiang felt terrible. He was so frightened by his own imagined scene that he fainted. After he lay down motionless, the little green snake crawled out of his mouth and tilted its head to look at Old Man Jiang. Old Man Jiang, who had watched the whole scene, shouted, "Ah! Ah! 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 Ah!" But when he thought the snake might fly into his mouth again, he instantly became very quiet, tightly sealing his lips and not daring to speak. The rustling sound of the snake group grew louder. Tears and runny nose streaming down Old Man Jiang's face, he urinated repeatedly, wishing he could faint right now. Seeing that the place he wanted to crawl into was blocked, the little green snake hissed twice. Then all the snakes turned their heads and looked at Old Man Jiang with their heads tilted. The strange and terrifying scene made Old Man Jiang completely break down. "Help! Help! Help!" he shouted. 2 minutes later, the cell was silent as a chicken. The fat guard stood outside the door with his arms crossed, listening carefully. When he saw no movement inside, he became more suspicious. Trying to trick me into opening the door?
Dream on.
The thin guard checked around the station and finally found Su Kai in the director's office, quickly reporting what had happened. Su Kai was busy analyzing who the insider was with Shi Anbong when he heard the report from the thin guard. He instinctively reached for his ear. "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly."
"Say it again."
The thin guard honestly replied. Jiang Huixing and Jiang Jinbing were shouting about snakes in the cell. "The fat guard suspects something's wrong, so he asked me to report to you."
"Wookie."
"Could it be what I think it is?" He suddenly stood up. "I'll go check." Shi Anbong also wanted to follow, but after hearing about the snakes inside, he sat back down, putting on a commanding look. "All right, go take a look. When the investigation is clear, come back and tell me what you find."
"Wookie."
"You idiot, everyone knows you're afraid of snakes. The act is pretty good." He left the room, calling for De Huang and Xiao Huang, and headed back to the prison. When they arrived, everyone saw the fat guard kneeling by the door. Xiao Huang stepped up and kicked him. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Fatty turned his head and continued with his conspiracy theory. "There's been no movement inside for a while. I suspect something's wrong. I just want to listen to what's going on inside." Xiao Huang snorted. "If you want to see inside, why not look through the bars?" As he spoke, he squatted down and tried to push the iron plate. The fat guard and the thin guard wanted to say that the iron plate was blocked and couldn't be pushed open. But then they saw Xiao Huang easily push the iron plate aside. "Two people." Xiao Huang looked down and said, "There's nothing here, no snake." "But Captain, the father and son surnamed Jiang seem to be fainted. They're just lying on the ground now." Su Kai waved his hand. "Open the door." The prison door opened. Su Kai immediately started inspecting the room, then saw a quick-moving pointed tail on the air vent on the wall. He took a deep breath. "Handle it yourself. Be careful, there might be a trap." Qin Huijing jumped down from the wall and grabbed Shin Danluo's hand, running away. "Run quickly." Shin Danluo looked confused. "What's wrong with Brother Huijing?" Behind them, Su Kai's loud shout was heard. "Stop right there." Shin Danluo. "Okay, I get it. It's exposed now." Since they had been caught red-handed, Qin Huijing decided not to run anymore. He stopped and looked at Su Kai with a stern face, chuckling softly. Shin Danluo followed suit, giggling nervously. "Stop joking." Su Kai was so angry his head hurt. These two kids were becoming more and more unruly, even sneaking into the county police station to cause trouble. He glared at them angrily. "Tell me, whose idea was this?" Qin Huijing looked up.
Mine.
Shen Danluo also looked up.
Mine.
Then she added, and my Uncle C and my little aunt. Sharing happiness is better than enjoying it alone. Everyone should join in. No, it's the law that no one should be blamed for group mischief. Uncle Sue, just say who you want to punish.
Okay.
Was this really planned by so many people? He felt exhausted. Kids don't understand, and the two adults are just as reckless. But thinking about Shun Lauer's situation, honestly, if it had been his brother facing this, he might have personally gone to punish Jiang Lao too and the others. Putting himself in their shoes, Su Kai found he couldn't really blame anyone. Is it wrong to seek revenge for family? Is it wrong to fight against villains? Honestly, the current punishments couldn't undo the harm done to the Shun family. Especially Shun Lauer, who endured nearly 30 years of inhumane suffering. Just a simple sentence of forced labor made him feel upset. Su Kai looked at the two children and couldn't speak for a long time. Not scolding them felt wrong, but scolding them also didn't seem right. What should he say? In the end, he could only say dryly, "This is a one-time exception, no repeat." Shun Danluo and Qin Huijing exchanged a glance, and both sighed in relief. Shun Danluo affectionately called out to Su Kai, "Brother Su, you're so kind."
Okay.
If there's trouble, call me Brother Su. If not, call me Uncle Su. Such a little ungrateful kid. He snorted coldly and looked at Qin Huijing. Don't do these things in the city anymore. Most of our colleagues know you like to play with snakes, and they'll think of you first. Qin Huijing nodded obediently and then said, "Uncle Su, don't worry. The snake venom won't kill them, but it will cause them a lot of pain for a long time. Also, the snakes didn't bite outside. They bit inside their stomachs, so it can't be seen from the outside." Su Kai, stop talking, I feel a bit sick. Stop talking, Danluo is afraid of snakes. Shen Danluo clapped loudly. Brother Huijing did a great job. Even if it can't kill them, it can scare them to death. Su Kai, but what about being afraid of snakes? So, he's not afraid when she's not around? Fine, I see now. These two kids are more and more poisonous. I've wasted my worry. Su and Gang sobbed to himself. Oh, Uncle Su, the snake venom at the county hospital probably isn't easy to treat. It's better to send them to the city hospital. Qin Huijing didn't forget Shen Danluo and the others' request and completed it without any discount. Shen Danluo immediately silently gave him a thumbs up. Well done, big boss. Thumbs up for you. Qin Huijing also quietly made a victory sign at her. Thank you. Thank you. The two kids thought their actions were sneaky, but they were short, especially Shen Danluo, who looked like a tiny winter melon. Su Kai, taller than them, looked down and saw their little moves clearly, feeling speechless. Apparently, old Shen's family still isn't done causing trouble and even wants to keep people under their nose to mess with them. Su Kai rubbed his forehead, cleared his throat, and said, "Got it." Then he added, "Since you're here, I have something to tell you." Knowing Su and Gang would follow their wishes, Shen Danluo was very happy and immediately decided to treat Uncle Su even better from now on. Her eyes squinted happily, and her adorable voice said, "Brother Su, go ahead. Danluo is listening." Su Kai, what a fake little thing. If she hadn't agreed earlier, I wonder if she would still be smiling at me now. He looked at Shen Danluo and Qin Huijing. One was clever and quirky, the other mature and steady. Most importantly, both of them were braver than adults and dared to do anything. So now, Su Kai didn't even see them as kids anymore and directly said, "Recently, Wang Zhuang was seriously injured by Jiang Huaixing, as if someone was trying to stop him from saying something. I also suspect that there is someone behind Jiang Huaixing, and they probably have a lot of influence. After you go back, tell your family to be careful, as someone might be watching you. Also, ask Grandma Shen to carefully recall and see if there is anything suspicious about Jiang Huaixing, especially things she usually doesn't notice." Shen Danlu was very surprised when she heard this. Wang Zhuang is in trouble? Old Jiang actually has such abilities. She really underestimated him. But no, old Jiang must be very capable, Otherwise, how could he have caused her mother and her maternal family's children and descendants to all die in her past life? Shin Donlu clenched her small fists tightly. It seems she needs to carefully review her memories from the previous life. Maybe she can find some useful clues. Then she remembered the pocket watch. Brother Sue, have you asked someone about that pocket watch?
Gukifrov Ned.
I've been busy lately and haven't had the chance. You're right, that pocket watch must be a very important clue. I'll ask someone right away. Be careful on your way back. Watching Su Kai hurriedly leave, Qin Huaijing and Shin Donlu exchanged glances and said in unison, "Go find Wang Zhuang. Since Jiang Huaisheng wants Wang Zhuang dead, we absolutely cannot let him die." Qin Huaijing thought for a moment. The main road to the city is just one. When we came, we didn't see any police cars, so Wang Zhuang probably wasn't taken to the city hospital. Let's go to the county hospital. Shin Donlu nodded, sharing the same idea. Huaijing is so smart. Let's go quickly. So the two children hurriedly ran toward the county hospital. Since they had been at the hospital for a while, they quickly found their way to the operating room. There, they saw a doctor in a white coat, bloodstained, talking to two police officers. He's bleeding too much and has fallen into a coma. He probably won't make it through tonight. Also, his tongue has been crushed and can't be sewn back. The two police officers looked at each other. Can he still be saved? This person is involved in an important case. The doctor shook his head. He was brought in too late. With his condition, even city doctors wouldn't be able to save him. If you had brought him earlier, I might have tried my best.
But now, I'm sorry.
The two police officers looked at each other. Can we use your hospital's phone? We need to call the bureau and also ask you to explain the situation. The doctor nodded. Sure, that's no problem. Shin Danluo looked calm and serious. Brother Huaijing, that wicked old man Jiang is really cruel and ruthless. Qin Huaijing nodded. Yes, he wants to make sure Wang Zhuang loses the ability to speak, even if he's rescued. While they spoke, two nurses pushed Wang Zhuang out of the operating room. The two children quietly followed, looking for the ward window. After the nurses left, Qin Huaijing looked around. You stay here and guard. I'll sneak in quietly. Shin Danluo nodded. Okay, Brother Huaijing. As long as he's alive, that's good. Don't waste water on him. Wang Zhuang isn't much better than that wicked old man. He doesn't deserve the good things. If it weren't for the need to find out the truth about that old man, I wouldn't want to give him a drop of water. Humph. Her petty attitude made Qin Huaijing laugh. Don't worry, I won't give him any good stuff. After saying that, he patted Shin Donluo's small head, quickly slipped into Wang Zhuang's ward, then quickly came out again. No one noticed, not even the police officers guarding outside. Soon after, the doctor and police returned. The doctor checked Wang Zhuang's condition as usual and then looked confused. Huh? How did this person's condition change? The two police officers looked at each other. What do you mean? The doctor looked puzzled. It means this patient is probably not going to die. The police. If it weren't for the doctor's very serious expression, they might have thought he was joking. Outside the window, Shin Danluo and Qin Huaijing exchanged glances. The task was complete. They slipped away. Because of a delay in the county, Shin Danluo and Qin Huaijing returned to Shishui village when it was almost dark. Going to the city today was impossible. Shin Danluo thought about going to the brigade office to borrow a phone to call her family and let them know she was safe, so they wouldn't worry. But just as she reached the village entrance, she saw some familiar children whispering and scheming. They clapped their hands together. Sister, don't worry. We will definitely complete the task. Then they ran quickly toward the brigade office. Shin Danluo stroked her chin, looking like a little detective. Brother Huaijing, I suspect they're planning something. Qin Huaijing nodded. Let's go see. The two followed behind. Before they reached the brigade office, they heard loud crying and shouting from inside. Wow, I want my mom. I want my dad. You bad people, give me back my parents. Wah, I want my grandpa. Why did you take away my parents and grandpa? You're all big bad people. Wah, I don't care. You took my parents, so you have to take care of us. Otherwise, we'll run into the street.
Yes.
We'll run into the street and see what you do.
Oh dear.
It turns out they came to cause trouble for Uncle Captain. Look at how brave they are. Shin Donlu rolled up her sleeves and waved her little hand. Brother Huaijing, get the rope. Qin Huaijing was very quick. As soon as Shin Donlu finished speaking, he already had the rope he used to climb the wall in his hand. The two kids each grabbed one end, pushed open the yard gate, and saw all the people inside. Shin Donlu loudly shouted, "Uncles, step aside." Shin Jianjun, who was already annoyed from the noise, instinctively pulled Yan Mingli back. Then the people around them also started to step back, copying their actions. Once they had moved away, everyone realized something was wrong, but by then, they couldn't bother to ask questions. Because Shin Donlu and Qin Huaijing had already rushed in, heading straight for Shin Dahua and the others. This familiar routine, familiar move. Shin Dahua and her friends were stunned.
Run.
But could they run faster than Qin Huaijing? Shin Dahua and the others only took a few steps, and he had already gone around most of the yard. Although Shin Donlu had short legs, she was fast too. In just a few seconds, Shin Dahua and her friends were once again. Shin Dahua glared at Shin Donlu with hatred, not understanding why she always showed up to cause trouble whenever Shin Donlu did something. Is she her nemesis? Shin Dahua was both angry and resentful, but dared not shout. She still remembered the terrible feeling of being covered in cow dung last time, so she didn't dare yell. Who knew Shin Donlu, this little troublemaker, might do something even worse? Shin Dahua didn't dare to shout. Because of that previous lesson, the other kids also didn't dare to yell. The yard instantly fell silent like chickens. Shin Donlu was a bit disappointed. She had planned to stuff chicken into them this time, but now they weren't shouting. They didn't give her a chance to show off. Looking at this group of kids who seemed to be choked and too scared to make a sound, Shin Jianjun and Yan Mingli exchanged glances, both surprised. This little Donlu is pretty clever at handling people. Just now, this group of kids almost drove them all crazy. TSK, no wonder she's Shin Damao's granddaughter. She's fierce. Shin Jianjun waved his hand, telling the others in the yard to disperse first. Then he beckoned to Shin Donlu. Donlu, why did you come back? Did your grandma and the others come back too? No, Brother Sanju is in the hospital. My second uncle also needs to see a doctor, and my mother and third aunt can't take care of everything alone. So my grandma and the others are there with him. Shin Danluo said this, glared at Shin Dahua several times, and repeated herself, making Shin Dahua's face turn pale. They were driven out by Uncle Shin-san. When he threw them out, he already told them everything their grandfather and father did, with a cold face. Every one of these people was harmed by their grandfather and father. Shin Dahua especially remembers Su Qiushui because she was involved in hurting him. Although she feels she didn't do much harm, the fact is he has been hospitalized until now. Uncle Shin-san also said they are not true members of the Shin family and told them to go back where they came from. Where could they go? After thinking for a while, they decided to cause trouble here. They hoped the squad leader would step in to take them in, or let them stay in the Shin family. The Shin family has many rooms, so why not let them stay? Once their grandfather and father come back, they won't be afraid anymore. But they didn't expect Shin Danluo, this little troublemaker, to come back and tie them up again. If Brother Sanju and the others get seriously hurt, would their grandfather and father be able to come back? Shin Dahua and the others became more and more scared. Their eyes turned red, feeling lost about the future. They didn't know where to eat or sleep. It was as if they had become orphans overnight. For a moment, Jiang Lao Air's children couldn't hold back and started crying. Shin Jianjun and the other adults looked on, feeling uncomfortable inside. They were grown-ups acting badly, and it was pitiful for the children. The children were so young. They didn't understand right or wrong. So Shin Jianjun sighed softly, sigh, Danluo, they are also pitiful. Maybe we should let them go first? They felt uneasy, but Shin Danluo and Qin Huaijing didn't. They looked at Shin Dahua and the others crying and sneering in their eyes. Shin Danluo sneered coldly, you think you're pitiful too? Shindahua, ask yourself, when you pushed me into the river, did you think I was pitiful? When you pushed my mother, did you think my mother was pitiful, pregnant and all? Did you think about the brother or sister inside her? Every time Shindanluo asked a question, Shindahua's face turned whiter. When Shindanluo stopped, she instinctively retorted, I'm still a child. I don't understand anything. It's all because my mother taught me.
Oh.
Shindanluo turned to Qin Huaizheng and asked, Brother Huaizheng, if your parents or grandparents asked you to hurt someone, would you do it? Qin Huaizheng replied firmly, Of course not. I am 10 years old, and can tell right from wrong. 10-year-old Shindawawa replied. Humph. After scolding Shindawawa, Qin Huaizheng glared at her coldly. When you tried to threaten some uncles with death earlier, weren't they pitiful? Are they your father or your mother? Why should they care about your lives and deaths? The children who were still crying stopped and said, Sister said they should take care of us. Yes, if they don't raise us, they are bad people. They deserve to be punished. Yes, if they don't raise us, we will tell others and make them suffer consequences. Shindawawa was so anxious her face turned pale. These fools, how could they say such things? Shindawawa hurriedly said, No, that's not true. We just want someone to take care of us. Uncle Captain, Uncle Secretary Yen, please believe me. But no one paid attention to her. Shindanluo and Qin Huaizheng looked at Xinjianjun and Yen Mingli. They wanted to see if these two uncles would be foolish enough to believe them. Fortunately, they weren't. Yen Mingli and Xinjianjun's faces turned red with anger. Xinjianjun mocked himself. Yeah, when you all were here pretending to be helpless and threatening with death, weren't you just pretending to be pitiful children? Old Yen, do you think we are too stupid to be fooled by their tears so easily? Yen Mingli sneered. Exactly. Shindawawa started crying, this time, truly crying. No, uncle, I just want to live. But whether she was genuinely crying or pretending, Xinjianjun and Yen Mingli showed no mercy. 10-year-old children encouraging their siblings to use such tactics to manipulate others is just like the wicked old men Jiang Laoe and Jiang Laotu. Sure enough, they are not family, and they don't belong to the same family. Yen Mingli was someone who could cut ties. Seeing Shindawawa with tears in her eyes, he sneered coldly. Honestly, we were just discussing how to handle you kids. No matter what, children are innocent. We can't just let you starve. So we thought maybe the village committee could take care of you first. When you grow up and can support yourselves, then we'll see. But just now, we were about to make a decision when you rushed in and started begging for your lives. Those who were scared away earlier were the ones who agreed. Think about it. Do you think they would still agree after what you did? Shindawawa was stunned. The little ones were also confused.
What?
They originally had a place to live and food to eat, but their trouble caused everything to fall apart. This feeling of shooting themselves in the foot is really uncomfortable. The little ones started crying instantly. Sniff, sniff, we didn't mean to, it was all Big Sister's idea. Sniff, uncle, we won't dare to do it again, really, we won't. Big Sister, you're mean, it's all your fault. Shindahuai's face turned pale with shock, so stunned that she forgot to cry. She couldn't believe that her moment of scheming had actually broken the good path they had. Yen Mingli and Xinjianjun felt like their good intentions had been wasted. Hearing them cry now only made them feel annoyed. Forget it. Let's not bother with them anymore. They deserve it anyway, Yen Mingli said angrily, patting Qin Huaizheng and Shindanlu on the head. Did you walk back yourself? Are you thirsty? Want to go inside for some water? Yes, thank you, Uncle Yen. Shindanlu smiled happily. The two adults and two children left Shindahuai alone in the yard. Suddenly, the yard was filled with loud crying. They were truly heartbroken, but unfortunately, no one could feel sorry for them anymore. In the office of the village committee, Yen Mingli personally poured water for Qin Huaizheng and Shindanlu and asked about Shun and Chung. They had only heard of Shun and Chung but had never seen them before, and they still didn't know what the real Shun and Chung looked like. They guessed they might look like Shun Yiping. They always thought that the original Shun Laoer and Shin Yiping looked completely different in appearance and personality, like two different people, not twins at all. To their surprise, they were not twins. After hearing Shin Donlu's description, both felt quite upset. They had always treated Shin Heping as a real brother, and Shin Heping's brother was naturally their brother too. So, even though the original Shen Lauer was quite disliked, they still took care of him. But they never expected that they were caring for a fake Shin Lauer. The real Shin Lauer was suffering outside, living a life that was neither here nor there. Shen Jianjun pounded his chest, feeling suffocated and uncomfortable. After finally calming down, he said, Laowa has gone through hardships and will have good days ahead. Things will get better. Yan Mingli also said, yes, little Donlu, don't worry. Uncle Jianjun and Uncle Yan will take good care of your second uncle. Shin Donlu naturally believed them, as the two uncles had always taken good care of their family. Thank you both, uncles. I will thank second uncle on behalf of my mother. My mother, and they still don't know about my return to the village. Uncle team leader, can I call my grandma and my mother? Sure, Shun Jianjun replied without hesitation, taking Shin Donlu to the next door to make a call. Yan Mingli watched Shun Dawawa outside the window with a frown. Although these children have misbehaved, they are still very young. Given their status, we can't ignore them. If something happens, we will be responsible. Seeing his worry and dilemma, Qin Huaijing said, Secretary Yan, their parents are not around, but they do have other relatives. Yan Mingli was surprised. Are you suggesting we send Shindawawa and the others to? Qin Huaijing mentioned Lao Lu's family. Since the paternal relatives are not here, normally the maternal family should take care of them. Also, they shouldn't be surnamed Shin now. They have no relation to the Shin family. They should be surnamed Jiang. Such good children should be sent to Lao Lu's family to be raised properly. Raising good children yourself and enjoying the results, that's the right way. Yes, we didn't think of that. They still have grandparents' house to go to. Yan Mingli realized they had been foolish and forgotten this. Just sending them to Lao Lu's family isn't enough. Qin Huaijing plans to cut off all options so they can't return. He then said, Secretary Yan, Zhang Huaixing was seriously injured by Wang Zhuang today in prison.
What?
Yan Mingli was surprised. Aren't they on the same side? Why would that happen? Qin Huaijing shook his head. Maybe Wang Zhuang knew some of Zhang Huaixing's secrets. Anyway, Zhang Huaixing is a dangerous person. It's better not to let him return to Shishui village. Yan Mingli agreed. Of course, we don't welcome such people in Shishui village. But since his household registration is here, what can we do? Qin Huaijing analyzed seriously. Zhang Huaixing will definitely be sentenced for his crimes, injuring people, fraud, kidnapping, and abuse. I heard from the uncles at the city bureau that someone sentenced for these crimes will have their household registration cancelled. Yan Mingli's eyes lit up. Really? Yes, and Zhang Huaixing also committed fraud in marriage, conspired with outsiders to switch children, and abused his own son. These combined crimes will lead to a heavy sentence. Plus, Zhang Lao seriously injured Sanju's younger brother. Grandma Shin and others won't let him go. They will definitely cancel his household registration. Secretary Yan, have you thought about Shindawawa and their household registration? Yan Mingli was not foolish. In fact, he was much smarter than Shin Jianjun. He immediately understood Qin Huaijing's meaning. That's good. Jiang Huaisheng and Jiang Lao's household registration will be cancelled, so their official records will naturally follow their mother. Since Lu Hohat, Jiang Lao's wife, is not from the old Shin family, she should go back to her original place. Although this is a bit troublesome, it can be done. As long as she thinks that these clearly misbehaving children won't stay in Shishui village to cause trouble, Yan Mingli feels very motivated. He smiles and pats Qin Huaijing's head. Jianjun is right. You really are special. Qin Huaijing's face turns slightly red. She smiles quietly and looks obedient. Yan Mingli. He sits for a while but can't stay still because the crying outside gets louder and more annoying. He stands up. I won't wait any longer. When Uncle Jianjun comes out, tell him. While it's still not completely dark, I will take these children to their grandparents' house. It's better to send the little troublemakers away early, so he can have peace. After saying this, Yan Mingli quickly runs outside, calls some young men, and they all act swiftly, each holding one child, loading them onto a bullock cart. Shindahua and the others are so scared they don't dare resist. They only cautiously ask Uncle, "Uncle, where are you taking us?" Yen Mingli sneers, "To where you should go. Don't cry, or I will sell you." His mean smile frightens Shindahua and the children. They cling to each other, trembling and silent, quietly leaving the village. Next door, Shindanluo still doesn't know that the person she dislikes has already been tricked by Qin Huijing into causing trouble at old Lu's house. Right now, she's planning how to trick Captain Shinjianjun. She waited a long time but didn't get a call back, which made her feel uneasy. Sure enough, when she finally received a call, it was her younger sister-in-law, Shun Jiao Jiao. Shun Jiao Jiao sounds tired as she says, "Hey, Danluo, why did you come back to the village?" Hearing this, Shun Danluo immediately suspects something. It seems her earlier guess was correct. She glances at Shinjianjun, who is nearby, then shifts her gaze without rushing back to her. Instead, she asks with concern, "Little sister-in-law, why are you upset?" How could I be happy?" Shin Jiao Jiao says with a mournful tone. "Today I went with your second uncle for a checkup. After all the tests, every doctor said the injury was too old and too serious to treat. Now your grandma and your fourth uncle are crying in the hospital room. No wonder they haven't answered her calls." Shindanluo's determination to win over Grandpa Hai becomes even stronger. She looked up at Captain Shin, then looked again and one more time. She saw Captain Shin looking at her with suspicion. She then pretended to feel guilty, with teary eyes, acting very carefully. "Little auntie, don't be sad yet. Let Mom and Uncle C stop crying too. I came back to the village to find a famous doctor." Captain Shun was suspicious inside. Does Shishui village have a famous doctor?
He didn't know about it.
Shun Jiao Jiao was also curious. Does our village have a famous doctor? I didn't know that. Shin Danluo looked at Captain Shin cautiously again. That's because he hasn't had a chance to help anyone since he came here. Captain Shin. Don't look at me like that. Captain Shin felt a bad premonition. He wanted to leave quickly, but Shun Danluo wouldn't give him that chance. She directly said firmly, "He's an old man living in the cow shed. Brother Huijing says he's a doctor who can cure Uncle Air's old injury. I came here specifically with Brother Huijing to find that old man." She looked at Captain Shun with a pitiful yet determined expression. "Captain, I'm sorry. I might be about to do something bad." Captain Shun. "You're not about to do something bad. You're trying to drag me into it." Captain Shun's eyes nearly rolled back. Shin Danluo, that little girl, doesn't know who she learned from. She's so young but already good at trickery. He snorted coldly. "No, don't even think about it." Big Captain Uncle Shin Danluo looked pitiful, but Uncle Air is so pitiful. If he's not treated, he'll be ruined for life. Do you really want that? Captain Shin. No, of course I don't want that, but it can't be that serious. On the other end of the phone, Shun Jiao Jiao heard this and quickly shouted, "Danbao, give the phone to Uncle Shin." Shin Danluo obediently handed over the phone. "Big Captain Uncle, my little auntie wants to talk to you." Captain Shin shook his head hard. "No, I don't want to. No good woman in the Shin family. Old ones are not easy to deal with. Young ones can trick people." The middle-aged Shin Jiao Jiao is famous for her temper, her sharp tongue, and her strong personality, making her even harder to handle. Captain Shin decided it was best to run first. But Shun Danluo wouldn't let him run. She grabbed his arm tightly. Before he could react, she quickly climbed onto the table and manually held the phone to Shin Shin's ear. Then she loudly shouted in a sweet voice, "Little auntie, you can talk to Uncle Shin now. Come on, little auntie. Let's work together to catch Captain Shin." Feeling afraid to run because I might pull the child along, I felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, Captain Shin said. He won't speak, so let's see what you can do." Then I heard Shin Jiao Jiao shouting nearby, "Captain Shin. Brother Shun Jianjun. Brother Shin. If you don't reply to me tonight, I swear I'll climb over your wall and come back." Shin Danlu chuckled, "Haha." Shun Jianjun sighed. His forehead veins bulged, and he finally couldn't hold back and shouted back loudly, "Comrade Shen Jiao Jiao, pay attention to your words. Is it okay to say such nonsense?" "Yes, yes, yes." Shen Jiao Jiao quickly became obedient.
Captain Shun, you're right.
"Whatever you say, I'll change. Don't worry, it's just me here, no one else listening. What do you think about the matter of the divine doctor?" Shun Jianjun said angrily, "Stop joking. Don't try to drag me into this with a few words." "Of course, I can't just say a few words." Shen Jiao Jiao giggled and pouted, "So I'm just using my quick tongue to talk." Shen Jianjun was so angry, "Get lost. Don't you know the situation of the people there? Too much contact can cause trouble." Shen Jiao Jiao spoke sincerely, with genuine concern. "We definitely won't cause you trouble. We just wanted to tell you in advance, so you're prepared. If something unexpected happens, you won't be caught off guard, right? You've always been so good to us. We can't let anything happen to you, right?" Under Shen Jiao Jiao's persuasive words, Shen Jianjun's expression softened a bit. Yes, if they said nothing and secretly contacted him, it would be fine if no one found out. But if someone discovered, he would definitely get into trouble. If he had told him earlier, he might have been able to handle it better.
Wait.
Stop. How did he get led around by Shen Jiao Jiao? But before he could get angry, Shen Jiao Jiao continued, "Captain Shen, your relationship with my older brother is like that of real brothers. You definitely can't just watch my older brother's younger brother suffer like this, right?" Thinking of Shun Heping, Shen Jianjun fell silent. Shen Jiao Jiao pressed on, "You don't know how miserable my second brother is." She initially just wanted to act pitiful, but recalling what she saw during the checkup that afternoon, she truly felt overwhelmed with sadness. Wow, my second older brother has been painfully tortured for 30 years. Over these 30 years, he has no good flesh left on his body. His legs are damaged, his voice is hoarse, and his face is so badly injured that he no longer looks human. The doctors who examined him couldn't bear to look at him. My mother secretly saw him and fainted from crying. My fourth brother was so angry, he almost went to fight someone. My eldest and third sisters cried so much they became unwell. Seeing our second brother like this, our whole family feels a deep pain, as if cut by a knife. But do you know? Even after all he's been through, he still smiles at us. He never blames us for abandoning him all these years or for the suffering he endured. Such a good brother. How could we let him live like this forever? Shin Danluo also felt very sad and started crying softly. Boo, second uncle is so miserable and pitiful. My heart hurts so much. Shun Jianjun also started crying and took the phone himself. Is it really that bad? Shun Jiao Jiao sobbed uncontrollably. Boo, yes, it's true. It's really true. Shin Danluo nodded hard, crying and pointing as tears streamed down her face. It's so tragic, so tragic. Uncle Squad Leader, if you saw how my second uncle looks now, you'd feel the same pain as us. Second uncle is truly so good, so kind that we want to give him the best. Uncle Squad Leader, please help us, okay? The little girl looked pitiful. On the other end of the phone, Shun Jiao Jiao, usually so confident, was also crying sadly. Shin Jianjun, softening his heart, said, "Okay. Wait, let him think about it a bit more." But Shen Danluo was quick to seize the moment. She wiped away her tears and firmly decided. She was so happy, she jumped 3 feet high. Wow, Uncle Squad Leader, you agreed. You are truly the greatest person in the world. Shun Jianjun. Shun Jiao Jiao on the phone also laughed happily. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. You are the best. She made a thumbs-up gesture, then remembered she wasn't in front of him and quickly added more praise. You are the pride of our Shishui village. With your hard work, dedication, fairness, integrity, wisdom, and decisiveness, our village will surely become a model in the community. Shun Jianjun. Shin Danluo nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. With Uncle Squad Leader's leadership, our Shishui village will become the #1 village in the country. You will definitely become the most amazing squad leader in the country. Shun Jianjun. He was almost overwhelmed by their praise. He waved his hand and said, all right, I've agreed. Please don't boast about it anymore. His family knew their own matters, and he didn't want to be overwhelmed by praise. Finishing this batch smoothly would be enough. Thank goodness. Seeing the captain's indifferent expression, Shin Donlu snorted softly. Humph. Those who don't believe me now will see the truth later. After hanging up, he saw that Shin Jianjun still looked a little upset. Shin Donlu smiled happily. Uncle Captain, we're not trying to harm you. You see, Brother Huaijing has been called away by the city police to help. Maybe one day, the grandparents in the cattle shed will be called back too. Those grandparents are very capable people, and if we treat them well, maybe when they leave, they'll be kind to us too. And Grandpa Hai is a miracle doctor. Doctors are already very impressive, but isn't a miracle doctor even more powerful? If he likes us now, we won't be afraid of falling sick in the future. Shun Jianjun was stunned. He thought about Su Kai's high regard for Qin Huaijing, the city police's respect for him, and those who secretly brought medicine and food to the people in the cattle shed. His mind started to shift. Yes, who can say what the future holds? In the cattle shed, there are either generals or miracle doctors. He heard some are teachers or professors. Those are impressive titles. Would such capable people always be down on their luck? Impossible. Thinking about Qin Huaijing, who suddenly seemed to get along well with Su Kai, Shin Jianjun felt that life was mysterious. He realized he shouldn't be short-sighted. He didn't want to gain anything from them, but making good connections was okay. After all, everyone faces hard times at some point. Capable people, even if down on their luck, can still rise again with a little chance. Thinking this, Shin Jianjun, who was quite generous, felt a bit more at ease. But he was still a little annoyed about being tricked by his niece and nephew. All right, go do what you need to. Don't stand around here. It's getting dark, and it's unsafe at night, he said, then paused and glanced at Shin Donlu, the short one. He couldn't bring himself to be harsh. You came back on your own, right? No one at home is cooking for you? Shin Donlu nodded. Yes. She patted her stomach, having run around all afternoon and feeling quite hungry. Then wait here for a bit. I'll ask your aunt to make you some food. Shin Donlu's eyes lit up. Thank you, Captain. We brought some food ourselves. Don't be so polite. You can eat as much as you want, Shin Jianjun said confidently, pushing the door open and walking out. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw only Qin Huaijing alone and asked curiously little Qin, where is Secretary Yen? Qin Huaijing stood up politely and replied, Secretary, Yen took some people to send Jiang Dahua and her family to their grandparents' house. Shun Jianjun was surprised. Why did he suddenly decide to send them there? Shun Danluo peeked out from behind him, smiling happily at Qin Huaijing. Brother Huaijing, was that your idea? Sure enough, Qin Huaijing nodded. I just gave a little reminder. Shin Danluo immediately gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Brother Huaijing is great. We thought of the same idea. Naughty kids should be sent back home to bother their own family. Qin Huaijing smiled slightly, sharing the same idea as Danluo, and was very pleased. Shin Jianjun looked at Qin Huaijing and Shin Danluo, swallowed hard, and pulled both children outside, locking the door. Then he turned around and ran away quickly, as if someone was chasing him. While running, he shouted, I just remembered that aunt who is not feeling well today, Danluo. You should go to your third uncle's house to eat instead. He needed to calm down. Kids these days are too scary. Shin Danluo. Qin Huaijing. Qin Huaijing asked confusedly, what's wrong with the team leader? Shin Danluo was also confused. I don't know. He was just saying he'd invite us to eat. Maybe something urgent? Oh, and I told the team leader uncle about seeing Grandpa Hai and he agreed. He said he would help us cover for it in the future. The two looked at each other, understanding that the team leader was scared off by them. Sigh, he's so big but so timid. Most importantly, they didn't do anything scary, so why did they not get any food? It's so frustrating. Shin Danluo didn't expect the team leader's revenge to come so quickly. She had no choice but to take Qin Huaijing home, cook something simple to fill their stomachs, and then they headed to the cattle shed. As soon as they entered, Shindan Luo almost fainted from the strong smell of manure inside. Oh my, this smell is terrible. Qin Huaijing remained calm. You get used to it after a while. Shindan Luo was stunned. Yes, she could only endure it for a moment, but Qin Huaijing and the grandparents had been living here for 5 years, day and night. She lowered her hand from her nose, feeling a bit sad. Brother Huaijing. Qin Huaijing patted her head gently. It's okay. At this moment, an old but still strong voice rang out. Who's outside? Qin Huaijing quickly walked over and said, Grandpa, it's me. I'm back. Huaijing? Across from the pen where the livestock are kept, there is a row of small, old mud houses. An tall, thin old man came out of one of these mud houses. When he saw Qin Huaijing, he smiled warmly on his aged face. I thought you still had a few days left. Why are you back so soon? He turned his head to look at the person following Qin Huaijing. And who is this little one? Grandpa, this is the little sister from the Shin family I mentioned to you, Shindanlu. Hello, Grandpa Qin. I am Shindanlu. Shindanlu held up her homemade paper lantern. To make sure Grandpa Qin could see her clearly, she held the lantern high, shining light on her face. Grandpa Qin was smiling at first, but once he saw her face clearly, his eyebrows furrowed. This girl, why do I feel like I've seen her before? Seen her before? Qin Huaijing was surprised. Have you met both of them before? Shindanlu shook her head. She was also curious. No, this is the first time I've met Grandpa Qin today. Grandpa Qin also shook his head. Since I came here, I haven't gone out. How could I have met the little girl? Qin Huaijing frowned. Then how do you feel like Sister Donlu looks familiar? Have you seen her family before? Grandpa Qin shook his head. No, I've only seen Captain Shen and the others from this village. Most others stay far away from us. I just thought this girl looked kind, but I can't remember who she resembles. Qin Huaijing and Shindanlu exchanged glances, both feeling speechless. They threw a metaphorical bomb and then told them it was just a dull thunder. This feeling was more embarrassing than farting in public, right? Noticing the kids' disdain, Grandpa Qin also felt a bit awkward. Don't worry, I'll think carefully and surely remember. Qin Huaijing said helplessly, we're not in a hurry. Whether she looks like someone or not isn't important. Many people look alike in this world. Shindanlu also didn't want to waste time on this. Grandpa Qin, I came to find Grandpa Hai. Do you know where he is? Looking for old Hai? Grandpa Qin was surprised.
What do you want with old Hai?
Shindanlu glanced at Qin Huaijing. Seeing him nod, she continued, I heard Grandpa Hai is a great doctor. I want to ask him to help my second uncle with his illness. Grandpa Qin looked at Qin Huaijing suddenly, his white eyebrows furrowing, clearly unhappy with his grandson casually revealing the situation about the old sea turtle. Qin Huaijing remained calm and said, Grandpa, Sister Danluo is trustworthy. Old Shin's family is trustworthy. Don't worry yet. Let me tell you everything, and you'll understand. As he spoke, Qin Huaijing helped Grandpa Qin back to his room. Shin Danluo naturally followed, but after a short while, she came out again. Oh my, it was so hot inside, like a furnace. She had only been inside for a short time and was already sweating heavily. Seeing the calm faces of the old man and the young boy inside, Shin Danluo truly admired them, but she couldn't stand it anymore. Brother Huaijing, you tell Grandpa Qin first. I need to go home for a moment. Although Qin Huaijing didn't know what she wanted to do by leaving suddenly, he didn't ask much and just said, be careful on the way. Okay. Shin Danluo turned and ran out of the barn. But she didn't go home. Instead, she slipped into her space when no one was around. After cooling off inside, she bought 2 kilograms of saltpeter from the space platform and put it into an old cloth bag. Then she left the space and ran back toward the barn. When she returned, Grandpa Qin was not there. Where is Grandpa Qin?
She asked.
Qin Huaijing said, he went to find Grandpa Hai. Grandpa said he would help us talk and negotiate first. Hearing this, Shin Danluo knew it would probably take some more time, so she handed him the bag of saltpeter. Brother Huaijing, do you have a broken wooden basin? Let's make ice. Make ice? Qin Huaijing was surprised. Can we really make ice? Shun Danluo proudly lifted her chin. Of course. It's very simple. I saw my mother do it before. She even made us sugar water popsicles. Qin Huijing rarely lost his composure. Aunt Sue is really amazing. Shun Danluo happily smiled. Of course. My mother is super talented. Qin Huijing chuckled, feeling excited too. He wanted to learn how to make ice. If he learned, he could secretly help improve Grandpa Qin's and the others' lives. The barn had no windows, and in the hot summer, the heat couldn't escape all day, making it almost unbearable. Outside was also very smelly, full of flies and mosquitoes. For people like them, they couldn't even use mosquito nets, so they had to endure it. Every summer was the hardest time for the elderly in the barn. Their health worsened year after year from this constant suffering. If only they could lower the temperature inside the house so everyone could sleep comfortably, that would be wonderful. Qin Huijing's eyes grew brighter as he looked at Shun Danluo. Danluo, can you teach me?
Sure.
Shun Danluo said, without hesitation. It's not hard. Anyone can learn it quickly. I just need 2 basins, one with clean drinking water and one with raw water. Qin Huijing immediately said, I'll go find them. The 2 children made quite a bit of noise, but the grandparents in the next room didn't come out at all. Shun Danluo understood. They were afraid of getting involved with her and causing trouble.
She felt a bit upset about that.
They were all talented people from the country, meant to shine in their roles and help the nation grow prosperous. But because of this, dwelling on it won't help. Instead, she thought about ways to improve their lives so they could live better and longer. Maybe they were too old to work, but they could teach and nurture others, filling the gaps in the country's talent pool. If she could help more people like that, perhaps one day, Flower Country could become a strong nation, making the powerful countries that once looked down on it tremble in fear. Thinking of this, Shun Danluo felt very motivated, with a bright smile on her face. When Grandpa Qin and Grandpa Hai came over, they saw her smiling so brightly and full of life. Looking at her, they felt 10 years younger. Is that the child you mentioned? Grandpa Qin asked. He nodded as he watched the busy children and asked curiously, what are they doing? Grandpa Hai, who looked delicate but very thin, looked at Shun Danluo with a complex expression. Making ice. Grandpa Qin was surprised, then quickly walked over and sternly said, You 2 silly kids, stop it right now. Don't do that anymore. Qin Huijing was a bit stunned. Grandpa, we're making ice. Once we have ice, the house won't be so hot. Grandpa Qin shook his head. Having ice is good, but it can also cause trouble. Aren't your grandparents all educated people? Don't they know how to make ice? Is it because of this that you're afraid to do it? Huijing, don't forget the basic rule of survival. Be careful, especially when people are paying attention to you. Qin Huijing's smile faded. Though he was mature and sensible, he was still just a 10-year-old boy. Hearing his grandpa's cold words made him feel upset, and he couldn't deny it. Seeing Qin Huijing sad, Shun Danluo also felt a little upset. She looked up at Grandpa Qin, understanding that his reaction was due to being cautious and not malicious. The root of everything was her fear of causing trouble. Shun Danlu thought for a moment and decided to make a false promise to Captain Shun. Grandpa Qin, don't be afraid. I've already talked to Uncle Captain. He promised to look after Grandma and Grandpa in the future. If anyone comes to check or something, he will notify us in advance. Captain Shun, you're talking nonsense. I didn't. Grandpa Qin was stunned, suspicious and cautious as he looked at the lively Shun Danlu. Why did Uncle Captain suddenly decide to look after us? Shun Danlu replied firmly, because Uncle Captain is a good person. Grandpa Qin snorted softly. Then, why didn't he look after us before? Shun Danlu tilted her head. Isn't Uncle Captain already taking good care of Grandma and Grandpa? She listened to her mother say that the grandparents and other families' barns had a hard life, doing the toughest, most tiring work, writing self-criticisms every day, and often being thrown vegetable leaves or stones. It was very sad. Many had died. But here, in their team, no one had died and all the grandparents were alive. Her mother said that although Uncle Captain didn't let the grandparents leave the barn, whenever the county officials came to check or criticize them, Uncle Captain always stopped them, even risking offending bad people. Since Shin Donlu wanted to bring Shin Jianjun onto her side, she naturally wouldn't let him do good deeds while bearing a bad reputation. She had to help him clear his name. Oh, wait, no, doing bad things is what needs to be cleared. She was just praising and spreading his good deeds. Hearing this, Grandpa Qin immediately regretted it, realizing his words had been too impulsive. Compared to other old folks, their situation was actually quite good. Captain Shun of Shishui village was truly kind-hearted. Sometimes, when they couldn't make it, he would help them, or else his injuries might have worsened before Huai Jing grew up. Grandpa Qin sighed softly. I was just talking without thinking, no other meaning. We old folks are still very grateful to Uncle Captain. Little girl, don't tell him what I said. Okay, Shun Donlu obediently replied, then asked Grandpa Qin, can we continue making ice?
That.
Grandpa Qin looked at Qin Huijing, who didn't look well. Huai Jing, Grandpa doesn't blame you. At that time, we were so hot that we couldn't stand it and tried to make ice. But that one time nearly cost you Grandpa Hai his life. So we prefer to endure and avoid doing such dangerous things. After all, we never know when someone might come to check. If we are reported, we can't bear the consequences. Living is better than dying. Even if our lives are now worse than animals, we still want to live and see the daylight comes. They firmly believe that this darkest time will pass, and someday the country will see their unwavering faith. Qin Huijing nodded with slightly reddened eyes. He understood Grandpa's feelings, so he didn't blame him. Shin Dan Luo also felt sad inside. Grandpa Qin, don't be afraid. Dan Luo will protect you. I will protect Grandpa and Grandma together with brother Huai Jing. Grandpa Qin was surprised, then his eyes turned red. He choked and nodded. Good. You are good children, all Grandpa's good children. At this moment, a mocking voice interrupted. You're so young, and already talking big. What makes you think you can protect us? Just your little mouth babbling away? Shin Dan Luo turned her head and saw an old man with white hair and a thin, bony body, but with kind-looking eyes, walking towards her step by step. He stopped in front of her, lowered his head, and looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Shin Dan Luo looked up into his eyes, not avoiding or flinching. She blinked her big eyes cutely. Grandpa, I am Shun Dan Luo from the old Shin family.
Who are you?
This person was obviously Grandpa Hai. Grandpa Hai saw that this little girl was not afraid of him at all, and even dared to act cute. He felt both annoyed and amused. He snorted coldly, looked away, and decided to ignore her, letting her be. This was Shun Dan Luo's first failed attempt at acting cute. She thought, today I've met a worthy opponent. Grandpa Qin saw this and chuckled. I said, you're already grown up, yet you're still competing with a kid? Grandpa Hai tilted his head and still ignored her. Shun Dan Luo was speechless. Who was this proud old man? She was about to act proud and huff to make him mad, but then Grandpa Qin sighed helplessly. Little Dan Luo, this is the Grandpa Hai you're looking for. Grandpa Hai's temper isn't very good, but he's not a bad person really. What? This proud old man was the famous sea doctor? Shin Dan Luo suddenly became excited. Really? Your Grandpa Hai? Wow, the big boss said that this sea doctor is tricky. Sure enough, he's a bit difficult. How should I approach him? Should I learn from her sister-in-law? After all, throughout history, no matter how many times you try, flattery never fails. Thinking of the previous scene where the captain loudly said no, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a secret smile, Shin Donlu felt this was believable. Anyway, no matter what, trying first is never wrong. So Shin Donlu widened her eyes and looked at Hai Lao with surprise, admiration, and awe. Wow, so you're Grandpa Hai. No wonder I always felt you looked strong and healthy, handsome, gentle, and elegant. Definitely the most handsome among grandpas. Grandpa Qin. This kid's little mouth really knows how to chatter. Where did he learn so many words at such a young age? The main point is, where is he worse than old Hai? Why doesn't he praise him like that? Grandpa Qin looked at his grandson with some dissatisfaction, trying to learn from others, his little mouth so sweet. Qin Huijing. Grandpa, you're so naive. Just now, Sister Donlu clearly wanted to tease Grandpa Hai. Can't you see how quickly her expression changed? And such fake flattery. Who would believe it? Especially with Grandpa Hai's temper, he might get upset if he's teased too much. While he was thinking this, he heard Grandpa Hai instinctively say, "You little kid, you really know how to flatter. But honestly, everything you said is true, you." Qin Huijing. He said he would be cold and serious, not easy to talk to, right? Grandpa Hai, I didn't know you were like this. Qin Huijing felt betrayed. Grandpa Qin was also confused, so old Hai actually liked hearing compliments? Seeing the looks from Grandpa Qin and Qin Huijing, Hai Lao felt awkward. He quickly changed the subject and tried to save face. You little kid, where did you learn such foul language? But even if he tried to save face, his sharp and commanding aura was already gone. Seeing Shun Donlu blinking big eyes at him, Hai Lao felt even more embarrassed. But looking at Hai Lao like this, Grandpa Qin smiled, a sad smile. It was a rare sight to see this old guy change his expression after so many years in Shishui village. Old Hai was different from them. They all knew some family news and still held hope. But since old Hai came here, he had nothing. His family had fallen into chaos before a disaster struck. Rumor had it that there was a big fire at home, destroying everything, people and house. At that time, old Hai was abroad treating patients. When he finally rushed back, he saw his home burned down. Before he could investigate, he was captured and taken here. All these years, there was no hope, no expectations, no news of surviving family members. They always thought he was living numb and indifferent, just getting through each day. But it turns out they were wrong. Old Hai still has a living heart inside. It's really the skill of this young girl from the Shun family. Grandpa Qin feels that if he's going to help Shun's second son with his illness, he must put in more effort. Knowing that the old friend has a bad temper and might cause trouble for the Shun family if angered, Grandpa Qin pulls his silent grandson aside. Isn't it time to make the ice? Hurry up. Qin Huijing glances at Shun Danluo, catching the sparkle in her eyes. He understands her well and immediately picks up a basin to follow his grandfather, leaving the battlefield to his sister Danluo. This Grandpa Hai, who has deceived him for so many years, can now be dealt with by Danluo. He's been fooled for so long, it's only fair that Danluo gets her turn. As they leave, old Hai breathes a sigh of relief. He hasn't heard anyone praise him in a long time, and he couldn't help but break character. No, this must be turned around. Shun Danluo is overjoyed. She didn't expect this sea doctor to be someone who loves to hear praise, especially a seasoned fan of flattery. That makes it easy. She's a pro at flattering people. Even if she alone isn't enough, she still has her little sister-in-law. Seeing old Hai's brow furrow as he seems to think about how to regain the scene, Shun Danluo immediately shows a fangirl expression, looking at him with admiration. Wow, Grandpa Hai, no wonder Brother Huijing calls you a divine doctor. Look at how well you take care of yourself.
How old are you?
40? I think I should call you uncle. Old Hai's previously raised aura immediately dissipates. He instinctively touches his face. Am I really this young? I'm already 60. 60? Oh my goodness.
How can that be?
You look much younger than my bad grandpa who's 50. I believe you're his father. That's what a youthful look with white hair is, right? You're truly amazing, truly incredible. Old Hai almost gets blown away by Shun Danluo's praise. Seeing the full admiration in her eyes, a smile unconsciously lifts his lips. He thinks to himself that this little girl is quite good at complimenting, and she's doing it so sincerely. But he still forces himself to keep his eyelids drooping and pretends to look annoyed. You little girl, where did you learn so many words? Do you even know what they mean? Just praising blindly? Of course I do. My mother taught me all these. She's so amazing. She knows everything. Shun Danluo proudly pats her recently expanded watermelon belly. Of course, I'm also very impressive. I can learn something after just 2 tries. Huh. Old C continued with sarcasm, bragging without a plan. Shun Donlu widened her eyes in displeasure. I don't believe you'll test me. If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have the surname Shun. Old C, you little girl, you have quite a temper. I didn't say I didn't believe you. Seeing this, Shun Donlu used her ultimate move. She blinked her big eyes, looking innocent and admiring. It's because Donlu likes Grandpa as soon as she sees him. Donlu has a very bad grandpa, so she doesn't like him at all. But when she sees you, she feels Grandpa should be like you, handsome and impressive. She thinks, if only Grandpa were like you. And if you don't believe her, Donlu will feel very sad, so sad she might cry. Old C's heart softened from her words. She was so eloquent, who could resist? Anyway, Old C felt he was about to break down. He hesitated, wondering if he should soften a bit, when he felt something soft touch his rough hands. He was stunned. Looking down, he saw the little girl carefully trying to hold his hand. When she noticed he saw, she shyly smiled. Grandpa C, can I hold your hand? I've never held Grandpa's hand before. Old C was surprised. After half a second of hesitation, he took her small hand. He had never held his grandchildren's hands either. He didn't even know if he had grandchildren. Thinking of this, Old C's eyes turned red. Shun Donlu. No, I've improved my acting skills. How did I make this proud old man cry? Grandpa C. Shin Donlu looked at Old C's red rabbit eyes and felt a bit guilty. But she didn't think she had been too forceful. She hesitated on how to comfort him when he suddenly squatted down, changing his expression, staring directly at her. Little girl, I know you praised me just now because you want me to help your second uncle with his illness. His quick change of mood caught Shin Donlu off guard. No, I didn't. Looking into Old C's eyes, Shin Donlu sighed like a grown-up. Sigh, all right, I did praise you sincerely. You're really handsome. You're the most handsome grandpa I've ever seen. Even if he was in rags and skinny, it couldn't hide his charm. Grandpa C had a kind of aura that she couldn't describe with words. If she had to say, it was one word, handsome. The old man's eyes still held a faint smile. When I was young, I was the most handsome man in the city. Many wealthy young ladies wanted to marry me, but I didn't like any of them. I only liked the girl from the Sun family.
She also spoke highly of me.
Shun Donlu reached out and touched his eyes. Grandpa Hai, your smile is really nice, especially your eyes. They look just like my mother's. My mother is also from this city. Maybe you two are related. Old Hai quickly grabbed her hand, his expression suddenly cold and serious. Stop talking nonsense. I have no relatives. My wife and children are all gone. Shin Donlu was stunned and felt a little sad. Was that why this old man was so strange and unpredictable? Grandpa Hai, I understand, she said, patting his chest gently. Don't be sad. Brother Huai, and I will take care of you. I'm not sad. Old Hai pushed her hand away. I'm old and fragile. How long I live depends on fate. You don't need to take care of me, he said coldly. And don't try to soften me. I won't hurt anyone. Seeing Shin Donlu still wanted to speak, he directly said, I have sworn an oath. I will never practice medicine again in this life. Sworn an oath?
Shin Donlu was surprised.
Yes, a serious oath. I can't break my promise. Old Hai stood up and patted her head. Go back now. Don't come here again. This isn't the place for you. Shin Donlu refused to give up easily. She grabbed Old Hai's hand tightly. Grandpa Hai, can you tell me what oath you took? My mother said that most oaths are made for something very important. If we can help you fulfill it, maybe you can break that oath. Old Hai looked a little surprised. Your mother is really brave, teaching you such things. She's not afraid of causing trouble for the family. Shin Donlu shook her head quickly. No, I won't say anything foolish in front of others. And I'm very lucky, really. Grandpa Hai, I'm super lucky. Maybe I can help you do something you couldn't do yourself. Nobody can do what you're talking about. Old Hai looked into the distance, his tone filled with sadness and anger. Back then, I left my wife and children in the capital to save someone. I abandoned them to face death alone. I wasn't a good husband or a good father. I never even saw their bodies, and I don't know what they went through before they died. Do you understand, little girl? Old Hai looked down at Shindonlu, his eyes red with hatred. Those who stopped me from investigating my wife and children's cause of death, and who captured me to torture me, are the people I once treated. They show no gratitude at all. Since that day, I told myself I would never save anyone again. You say you're lucky, but can you bring the dead back to life? If they could appear before my eyes alive, I would save your second uncle. After saying this, Grandpa Hai turned to leave. Shindonlu quickly ran forward and hugged his leg tightly. Grandpa Hai, wait. You haven't even told me the names of Grandma's son and uncle and aunt yet. Grandpa Hai. He looked down, surprised, and stared at Shindonlu. Little girl, is your mind broken? No. Shindonlu's eyes were also red. Grandpa Hai's experience made her think of her past life and also of her suffering second uncle. Grandpa Hai, my mother says seeing is believing. If you haven't seen something, you should doubt it. Why won't they let you investigate? There must be something they're hiding. Maybe Grandma's son and uncle and aunt aren't even dead. They're waiting for you to rescue them. Grandpa Chin must have told you about my second uncle, right? Did he tell you that my bad grandpa sent my second uncle to be tortured by bad people since he was born? He was tortured for many, many years. No one knows about this. If we weren't lucky enough to find out that Grandpa was bad and that my second uncle was fake, we wouldn't have been able to save my real second uncle. Grandpa Hai, our family is really lucky. Look, we even found my second uncle after so many years of him being taken away. Grandpa Hai, I want to share some of my luck with you. Maybe then you'll be able to find Grandma and Uncle and Aunt. Grandpa Hai looked at Shindonlu's stubborn, serious face and her bright eyes shining in the faint light. His heart slowly warmed. He had always suspected that his wife and children hadn't really died. His wife was so clever and quick-witted, she wouldn't have been so easily harmed. But after the incident, he was trapped here, unable to go out or investigate outside. Every day, he felt anxious like a fire burning inside. He was afraid of causing trouble for others. He hadn't even told old Chin about his suspicions. But just now, he somehow ended up telling this little girl. He reached out and patted her head gently. Little girl, I understand your feelings, but the place where the incident happened is in the capital city. It's far away with high mountains and deep waters. You'd need to take a train for several days. Do you think your luck is good enough to reach such a distant place? Shun Donlu blinked her eyes. Name. Grandpa Hai paused, looked into the distance, and finally couldn't hold back, revealing the name that had been etched in his heart for a long time. Sun Ailian. Huh, Shin Donlu's pupils suddenly widened. This name sounded so familiar to her. No way, could it be the Sun Ailian she knows? Shin Donlu touched her chest, feeling a bit nervous. It probably isn't since the country is so big, there are many people with the same name. But she couldn't help but want to verify to be sure. Grandpa Hai, Shin Donlu swallowed hard. What are the characters in Grandma's son's name? Grandpa Hai, lost in thoughts of his wife, didn't think much and instinctively answered. Sun Ailian, with the surname Sun from the Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li family. As for Ailian, everyone thought my wife's name was inspired by the lotus flower story. When talking about the origin of his wife's name, Grandpa Hai's eyes and smile were full of happiness. Actually, my wife wasn't originally called that. Because my name contains the character Lian, she specially changed her name. That girl has been thinking of me since she was little. Boom. It hit her. It's really her. Shin Donlu was overwhelmed with shock. Her mind immediately flashed with an image of a face weathered by time, full of frost but still gentle and beautiful. The owner of that face had also said similar words. She said, Grandma's name is Sun Ailian, not because of the lotus story, but because my husband's name contains the character Lian. I changed my name for him. That's how I managed to win him over from among many noble daughters. Unfortunately, Grandma still lost him. She searched for many years, but never found him. I wonder if I will ever have a chance to see him again in this life. When she said this, her eyes were filled with a deep, trembling longing. Every time Shen Donlu thought of her, she felt moved by the deep love between them. That was Grandma Sun, who suddenly appeared in her life in her past life, treated her very well, but then disappeared quickly. They first met by chance in Gui City, in the western province. The moment she saw Grandma Sun, she liked her immediately, feeling a warmth like seeing her own grandmother. At that time, she had run away again and was crying in a street corner. Grandma Sun, taking advantage of no one watching, came over to talk and comfort her. When she heard she was looking for her younger brother and sister, her eyes filled with tears. She said she was also looking for someone, her husband and lost daughter, but hadn't found them. She had been searching for many years. Although she often missed her chance, every time she could come to the mainland, she tried her best to find them. She encouraged herself to keep going. At that time, Grandma Sun was visiting with a Hong Kong city delegation. She was always accompanied by others, which limited her movements, and it was hard to talk for long. After chatting briefly, they quickly parted ways. This separation lasted 2 years. They met again at Jean City train station on the day Uncle San and Uncle Si forcibly took Grandma home. She saw Grandma Sun once more. Grandma Sun looked very sad, overwhelmed with grief she couldn't express, holding a white porcelain jar. Later, she learned that Grandma Sun's husband had not waited for her. He had passed away several years earlier. The white porcelain jar contained his ashes, kept by a friend of his. They parted again shortly after that reunion. Just when she thought it might be their last meeting, Grandma Sun suddenly appeared again. She looked at her gently, like a family member, and said they were destined to meet and wanted to adopt her as her god-granddaughter. After that, Grandma Sun often came to find her, no matter how far she traveled. She would spend a few days with her before leaving, bringing delicious food, fun things, and nice clothes. But within a few years, Grandma Sun disappeared. At first, she didn't mind because Grandma Sun was a mysterious person who often left for long periods and then reappeared. But soon after, she received a large inheritance and a letter. The letter only said, "Dan Bao, goodbye. Even if you are alone in the future, you must live well, okay?" She went crazy trying to find Grandma Sun but only discovered that her last whereabouts were in Beijing. After that, she couldn't find any information. It was as if Grandma Sun had vanished from the world completely. From then on, she was on her own again. When she came back to seek revenge on Jiang Lauer's family, she never found any news about Grandma Sunday. Thinking of this, Shen Donlu's heart skipped a beat. If Grandpa Hai was the husband Grandma Sun had searched for all those years, then didn't he die in Shishui village in his past life? Thinking carefully, the time Grandma Sun mentioned her husband's death seemed to match around then. But how could that be? Grandpa Hai didn't seem like someone who would die early. Donlu was lost in thought, instinctively clutching what was in her arms. Old Hai winced in pain, turned his head, and lightly tapped her on the forehead. "Why are you doing that?" "Because I didn't cure your second uncle. You want to break my leg?" Old Hai grimaced in pain, trying to understand. How could such a small girl have so much strength? No, I didn't." Shen Donlu quickly let go of his hand. She looked up at Lao's face, staring seriously as if she wanted to see a flower bloom on his face. Lao was creeped out by her gaze. "Little girl, why are you looking at me like that? Just say what you mean." Grandpa Lao." Shen Donlu hesitated, asking, "Are you sick?"
Lao.
He was so angry his beard puffed up. "You're the one who's sick." Lao was angry, raising his voice a bit, which disturbed Qin Huijing and Grandpa Qin inside. They quickly came out. Qin Huijing hurried to Shen Donlu. "Donlu, what's wrong?" Shen Donlu shook her head, feeling innocent. "Nothing's wrong." Lao was annoyed. "Of course she's fine. The problem is with me." Qin Huijing was still upset and didn't want to talk to him, pretending she didn't hear. Grandpa Qin naturally wouldn't scold a child. He looked at Lao with some displeasure. "What's going on? Why are you so upset? Yelling at a kid. Aren't you worried about disturbing others?" Lao looked wronged. "This little girl asked me if I was sick right away. How could I not be upset? Grandpa Qin. Qin Huijing. Shen Donlu blinked, feeling quite wrong herself. I just care about Grandpa Lao. I wanted to ask if he's sick. If he is, he should see a doctor early. I can help get medicine. Whether it's a heart problem or any other illness, it's important to take it seriously and get treatment early. This life, Grandpa Lao must live to see Grandma's son. Qin Huijing frowned when she saw this. Donlu, do you think Grandpa Lao is sick? Shen Donlu couldn't say that Grandpa Lao died around this time in his previous life. She rolled her eyes, touched her chest, and looked distressed. I don't know. Just now, I was holding Grandpa Lao's leg and felt uncomfortable inside. Last time, my mom was unwell, and I felt the same way. That's why I asked Grandpa Lao, she explained. Qin Huijing was stunned, then looked seriously at Lao, putting aside any previous grievances. Donlu is lucky. If she feels unwell, then there must be something wrong with you, Grandpa Lao. Tell me quickly what illness you have, and I'll help you get medicine.
Lao.
Is this never going to end? Feeling unwell doesn't mean someone is sick. Does she think he's some kind of detector? Lao was too tired to get angry. He looked at Grandpa Qin with a speechless expression. Old Qin, control your grandson. Grandpa Qin looked at Qin Huijing, then at Shen Donlu, and finally at Lao. I think the child is right. You should check yourself. No, that's not right. If you can't treat yourself, you probably won't find anything wrong. I almost lost my temper and cursed, but I realized the children were nearby, so I held back. I glared fiercely at the two little ones.
I'm fine.
I have no illness or pain. Besides malnutrition and a bit of heat stroke, I have no problems at all. Is my reputation as a great doctor just for show? How dare they underestimate me like that? It's simply unacceptable. Shen Donlu looked at him. Really? Grandpa Hai, are you really not sick? If it's just malnutrition with Grandpa Hai's current condition, he definitely wouldn't die. Heat stroke is unlikely too. How did Grandpa Hai die in his past life? Old Hai glared at her.
No.
Then we're doomed. Shen Donlu's expression became more serious. Grandpa Hai, you might be in trouble soon. You need to be careful, okay? Old Hai. I suspect you're threatening me. I have proof. He was angry. You wouldn't be threatening me just because you know there's no hope of saving your second uncle, would you? What is an empty box? Shen Donlu shook her head. I don't know, she said, then grabbed Old Hai's hand. Grandpa Hai, trust me. You must be very careful recently. She looked at Grandpa Qin. Grandpa Qin, you must protect Grandpa Hai. I can't explain why, but I feel like Grandpa Hai is in danger of dying. Old Hai. Grandpa Qin. Before Old Hai could get angry, Qin Huijing quickly grabbed Shen Donlu's hand and pulled her away swiftly. Shen Donlu. So annoying. Everyone doesn't believe me. Well, no one would believe such words anyway. But for both second uncle and grandma's son, I can't let Grandpa Hai get into trouble. No, I have to call her grandma back.
Wah, she's still her grandma.
I trust her no matter what she says. Qin Huijing ran back with Shen Donlu to her house. Seeing the worried look on the little girl's face, he gently frowned between his brows. Donlu, do you really think Grandpa Hai might be in danger? Yes. I just have a strange feeling. I think Grandpa Hai is in danger, Shen Donlu said anxiously. Huijing, do we still have bamboo tube water? Remember to tell Grandpa and Grandma to drink more, especially Grandpa Hai. Make sure he drinks it, okay? Yes. Don't worry. Qin Huijing thought for a moment. I'll leave a few snakes in the barn to protect them. Shen Donlu's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Leave more. After speaking, she shivered again at the thought of the poisonous snake. But Brother Huijing, if you're not here, will those snakes listen? They will, Qin Huijing confidently said. No matter how far I go, they will listen to me. Wow, Shen Danluo was so envious. Such a special talent was so amazing. Why didn't she have one? Qin Huijing remembered Shen Danluo's words. Feeling a bit hot in the room, he thought for a moment and said, I'll go get some ice cubes. Grandpa Hai and the others collected a lot of the ice-making stuff called nitrate, but they didn't dare to use it, so they hid it. I just made a little more earlier. Is there extra ice and nitrate? Shin Dan Luo's eyes lit up. Brother Huijing, remember to bring more. We can give some to Uncle Captain. Since they were allies, how could Captain Shin be absent at this moment? Captain Shin, who was finally calming his mood and preparing to go home, suddenly felt a chill behind him. He suspiciously looked around but saw nothing strange. Then he strode toward his house. When he reached the door, he saw Shin Dan Luo standing outside, grinning and smiling at him. Captain Shin. Here she comes again. She's here again. Uncle Captain. Dan Luo brought you a nice gift. Shun Dan Luo ran over quickly, pushing a small bamboo basket into Captain Shin's hand. Look. Captain Shin, who was resisting at first, was immediately surprised by the cold touch. What is this? Ice cubes? Where did these ice cubes come from? Shin Dan Luo pressed her finger to her lips, signaling him to lower his voice. Uncle Captain, this was made by Grandpa Hai and Brother Huijing. They want to thank you for taking care of them. Captain Shun was surprised to hear that. They can make this? Yes. Grandpa Hai and the others are amazing. But don't worry, Uncle Captain. They've never done this before. It was Brother Huijing who made it today to thank you. Why can they make it then? Shun Jianjun paused, recalling when they first arrived. It seemed they had made ice once before. Back then, he was only the deputy captain. The captain of this team was a man named Tian Gang from the neighboring village, who was quite radical. Someone had reported the ice making to him. He was furious and led a big group to confront them, almost causing a fight. Since then, they hadn't made ice again. After all these years, he had forgotten about that. Touching the bamboo basket with the cool ice inside, Shun Jianjun shook his head. How great it would be if they could make ice regularly. Not only can it help cool down and reduce heat, but it can also be used to make some sweet water ice pops to help the children in the village beat the heat. The villagers are struggling every day. Besides simple meals, they rarely get to enjoy good things throughout the year. He really hopes someone can improve their living conditions. It's just that Tian Gang, that clumsy fellow, only knows how to shout slogans and cause trouble. He's really just wasting time. Shun Jianjun, holding a cool bamboo basket, feels a bit tempted. Can we eat these ice cubes? Shun Danluo nods, always trying to gain favor with Qin Huijing and Grandpa Hai at Captain Shun's place. Yes, Brother Huijing and Grandpa Hai specially made these with clean water for Uncle Captain. Captain Shun laughs. All right, I know what you're thinking. Tomorrow, have Qin Huijing come to the squadron office. I need to talk to him. Okay, Shin Danluo blinks, Uncle Captain, I also want to make a call tomorrow. Captain Shin. No, don't come. Of course, that's impossible. Early the next morning, before the squadron office opened, Shin Danluo and Qin Huijing arrived. Captain Shin, seeing Shin Danluo, felt overwhelmed and handed the phone call to Yan Mingli, then grabbed Qin Huijing and ran off. Shin Danluo. Uncle Yan, does Danluo look scary? Yan Mingli. Don't you know if you're scary or not? He didn't say anything and just took Shin Danluo inside to make the call. Probably because the family was waiting for her news, the call was answered quickly. Not only her grandma, but her aunt, fourth uncle, and sister Manhwa also came over. On the other end of the line, it was noisy like a market. Shin Danluo had to shout loudly, Grandma, come back quickly. I dreamed about Dad again last night. It was so scary. Grandma Shin shivered. Oh my, her eldest son appearing in her dreams must mean something big is happening. She quickly waved her daughter and son aside. Danluo, don't be afraid. Grandma is coming back now. She immediately hung up, ready to rush back. Shun Jiao and Shun Lao Si looked confused. Mom, are you really going back? Yes. Grandma Shun said firmly. Her granddaughter called her. How could she not go back? She had to hurry. She told her daughter and son. Su Gong'an said there might be bad people watching our house. Be careful. When we get back, go straight to your rooms. Don't let your older sister-in-law and second brother find out. Keep an eye on each other. One watching each side. Shun Laozi and Shin Jiao exchanged serious looks and nodded.
Don't worry, Mom.
If anyone dares to harm the Shin family again, they'll see how fierce the Shin brothers are. Humph. Grandmother Shun hurried back in a lively manner, worried about her granddaughter and eldest son, forgetting her motion sickness for a moment. Meanwhile, Shin Donlu finished her call and was about to go home when Yan Mingli stopped her. Shin Donlu asked curiously, Uncle Yan, do you have something to tell me? Yan Mingli frowned and looked at Shin Donlu for a long time before finally deciding to speak. I heard from your squad leader uncle about the matter of finding Hai Lao to treat your second uncle.
Huh?
Shin Donlu felt a bit nervous, thinking, wow, the squad leader really has a big mouth. How did he tell others? As she was feeling upset, Yan Mingli spoke seriously. Hai Lao's situation is a bit special. I hope you won't mention his name outside of Shishui village, not to anyone. Shin Donlu was surprised. What did that mean? She looked at Yan Mingli with curiosity. Uncle Yan? Yan Mingli crouched down and gently rubbed her head. Damn Bao, this is something your father specifically asked me to do before he had an accident. It's almost like his last wish. I know you're a smart girl, smarter than many children, so I want to tell you. He wasn't like Shin Jianjun, who was a bit slow. Recently, many things involving the Shin family had this little girl involved, showing she's not an ordinary child. Although he didn't understand why she suddenly became so clever, he was happy about it. Shin Donlu's heart was pounding. My dad? Does my dad know Grandpa Hai? Yan Mingli shook his head. I don't know the details. I think they know each other, but your father didn't say much. He just asked me to take care of Hai Lao and hide him well in Shishui village until he returns.
But
after this contact, they soon received news that he had sacrificed himself for peace. Sometimes, he even wondered if Hai Lao's death had anything to do with peace. But without evidence, he couldn't jump to conclusions. If the Shin family wasn't about to get close to Hai Lao, he wouldn't even mention this matter. Dealing with people from there was never a good idea. Shin Donlu was extremely surprised. Her father actually knew Grandpa Hai? But from how Grandpa Hai looked yesterday, it seemed like he was hearing her name for the first time. Could it be that Grandpa Hai was pretending with everyone? She didn't know why, but she felt this was unlikely.
wait.
Since her father asked Uncle Yan to take care of Grandpa Hai, how could Grandpa Hai still be dead in his previous life? What exactly did she miss here? Even if they are demoted, there should be records above, so it's impossible to hide. How could they hide it? Unless, Shin Donlu blinked and asked Uncle Yan, what is Grandpa Hai's real name? Yan Mingli replied. So, after all this time, they still don't know Grandpa Hai's name? He waved his hand. It's fine not to know. You don't need to ask. Uncle Yan, you secretly tell me. We can give Grandpa Hai a different name. Otherwise, if my grandma and the others keep calling him Divine Doctor, people will be curious. Yan Mingli looked suspicious. Why don't you just talk to him about it yourself? Shin Donlu looked at him. Aren't you surprised, Uncle Yan? Uncle Su knows my name and where I live, so he must know I'm from here. Why can Grandpa Hai hide in our village? Yeah, Yan Mingli realized, got up, and went into the next room. He took out a small booklet from a locked drawer. He opened it and flipped through. It says here that Grandpa Hai's name is Hai Wang. He frowned. Would someone with a name like Hai Lao choose this?
Shin Donlu also said.
Yes, Hai Wang. If you say it quickly, it sounds like Sea King. She suspected that the person who helped Grandpa Hai change his name might have had some bad intentions. At least, they were quite playful. Yan Mingli continued reading, and then looked serious. The records are simple. It doesn't say he's a doctor, only that he's a professor at a certain university. It seems Grandpa Hai's background isn't simple. Someone went to great lengths to help him change his name. Considering how strict household registration management is now, especially for someone like Hai Lao, there must be someone watching him. Only with real strength could this be done. Shin Donlu also thought it was quite impressive. Looking at it this way, Grandpa Hai was already being protected when he was demoted, and later, somehow, her father got involved too. After thinking for a moment, Shin Donlu said, Uncle Yan, from now on, let's call Grandpa Hai Wang Yi instead. Yan Mingli hesitated. Why don't you just ask him yourself? He thought that Grandpa Hai, who seemed proud and aloof, probably wouldn't agree. Sure enough, when Shindanlu ran to the pigsty again and made this request, she almost got chased out by Grandpa Hai with a broom. He was so angry, he puffed his cheeks and glared. Woof woof? I'm not a dog. Shindanlu, scared, quickly ran behind Old Chin and pulled him as a shield. Innocently affected Old Chin said, "Little one, you lack virtue." Without the martial virtue, Shindanluo knew she wouldn't get hit, so she carefully peeked out her head. "Grandpa Wang, I'm doing this for your own good. Changing your name might bring you good luck, and maybe you won't get into trouble anymore." Grandpa Hai was so angry, he raised his broom. "Try changing your luck again? I already won't get into trouble." Grandpa Hai almost said that trouble was caused by this little girl's anger. Shindanluo shrank back and complained to Grandpa Chin. "Grandpa Hai has such a bad temper. He doesn't listen to what Danluo says." Grandpa Chin was also quite speechless. Usually, he worried when Old Hai was silent, but now he looked so energetic that he worried even more, afraid he might get too upset. "All right, quiet down. Are you afraid the villagers don't know we have outsiders here?" After scolding the annoying Old Hai, Grandpa Chin turned to Shindanluo again. "And you, little girl, why did you let Grandpa Hai change your name? And why such a strange one?" Shindanluo tilted her head and frowned. "This name originally belonged to Grandpa Hai. I didn't ask him to change it. Isn't his name Hai Wang? Don't lie to me. I saw it in the big team's notebook.
Hai Wan?
I'm clearly called Hai Lianqing." Old Hai was so angry he almost swung his broom again, but he quickly realized something was wrong. "You said you saw it just now, where?" Grandpa Chin also sensed something was off. He looked at his old friend, then took Shindanluo inside. "Little girl, what exactly did you see just now?" Shindanluo blinked her big eyes. "I saw Grandpa Hai's name in Uncle Yan's notebook at the big team's office. It said his name was Hai Wang and he was a beast. If you don't believe me, you can ask Uncle Yan." Old Hai and the others knew Shindanluo wouldn't lie about this. Hearing that, their faces darkened. "My records have been changed."
Why?
"Since they came here, they saw few people, and those who came to find them were often troublemakers. Those people either called them by their surnames, Chin or Hai, or used disrespectful titles like Old Fool or Old Man. No one had ever called them by their real names properly. So, he had no idea his name had been changed or that his records had been altered. But why would someone do that? Grandpa Chin frowned and shook his head, unable to figure it out. "This isn't simple. Changing your records now probably means someone is trying to find you." Shindanluo stood between the two, tilted her head to look at one, then the other, and finally looked at Old Hai. "Grandpa Wang, do you know my dad? My father's name is Shun Heping, with Shun from Shindanluo's family, meaning peace in the world." Old Hai's mouth twitched twice, but he finally held back and snorted softly. "I don't know him. Since I came here, I've been kept in this cattle shed and haven't gone out. At most, I just go nearby to herd cows and collect manure. How could I know your father? Besides, Huai Jing said, didn't you say your father is a soldier? He doesn't come back often, and he spends so little time in the village. How could I possibly know him?" Thinking of how this child lost her father at a young age, Old Hai's tone softened. "Shak girl, why are you asking about this?" But Shindanluo's small eyebrows furrowed. "Since Grandpa Hai doesn't know my father, why did my father ask Uncle Yan to help hide you so no one would find out?"
What?
Old Hai and Qin Lao exchanged glances, both frowning at Shindanluo. Old Hai squatted in front of her. "Your father asked Secretary Yan to hide me? Why would he do that?" Shindanluo blinked, looking confused and curious. "I don't know. That's why I came to ask Grandpa Wang." "Grandpa Wang, are you being watched by bad people? Otherwise, why would someone change your name? My father also asked Uncle Yan to hide you."
And?
Her small face looked sad. "Uncle Yan said my father died not long after telling him about this." Old Hai's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that her father's death was related to him? Qin Lao's face also turned very serious. He reached out and patted Old Hai's shoulder. "No matter what, it's better to be careful. From now on, you should call yourself Hai Wang. Old Hai. Seeing Shun Danluo looking so sad, he clenched his teeth and made a firm decision. Fine, then I'll be Hai Wang. From then on, the matter of old Hai being called Hai Wang in Shishui village was settled. The other grandparents in the cattle shed heard about it and agreed without hesitation, not asking a single question. Shun Danluo let out a sigh of relief. At least Grandpa Hai and Grandpa Qin were now alert, unlike yesterday when they didn't take her words seriously. The biggest fear in this world is having good intentions but being misunderstood, just like in their old Shin family's past. Because they were unprepared for old Jiang and old Zhang's second son, they ended up suffering tragic fates. Now, knowing the true nature of those scoundrels, none of the old Shin family members were easy to deal with. These elders and family members were not naive. Once they became cautious, they wouldn't be so easily tricked again. With their careful arrangements outside, Grandpa Hai's life probably wouldn't be so easily lost. After resolving the internal issues here, Shun Danluo went back to take a short nap. She is still a little girl and needs more sleep to grow strong, or else she'll be called a shorty every day. HMPF. Shun Danluo woke up at the right time and planned to go to the village entrance to meet her grandma. But before she reached the village entrance, she saw a commotion from afar, as if people were fighting. Wow, this looks exciting. Excited, Shun Danluo rushed over. However, halfway there, she saw Sister Tingyun from Uncle San's family. Seeing her running over anxiously, looking like she might cry, Shun Danluo frowned and called out, "Sister Tingyun, what's wrong?" "Danbao?" When Shun Tingyun saw her, she hurried over. "Grandma is fighting with someone at the village entrance. I'm going to call my dad and brother to help. Danbao, you should go too. Help Grandma and the others."
What?
"My grandma is fighting? I'm going." Someone dares to bully her grandma. Angrily, Shun Danluo took 2 steps forward, then realized she was empty-handed, so she turned back to grab something. How can she fight without a weapon? Soon, she reappeared, dragging 2 big brooms, confidently rushing toward the crowd.
It was already lunchtime.
Under the big tree at the village entrance, many people were eating and relaxing, so a crowd had gathered, watching the scene. Shun Danluo, small and holding things in her hands, couldn't squeeze into the crowd. Frustrated, she shouted loudly, "Everyone move aside. I'm going to throw manure." The crowd went quiet for a second. Who is this at this moment, holding such a strong smell? Those who were watching with bowls of rice quickly backed away. If they weren't worried about wasting food, they'd have thrown their bowls away. Turning to look at Shun Danluo's appearance, oh wow, here comes the little tigress of the Shun family. Everyone knew about how Mrs. Su was beaten to tears by Grandma Shun and Shun Danluo last time. Especially since the Shun family liked to hit people with brooms, painful and fierce hits. Thinking of Grandma Shun and Shun Danluo's heroic deeds, the crowd immediately stepped back 3 more paces, clearing the area. Shun Danluo successfully rushed in. Inside, she saw her grandma pinning a woman down and hitting her, while 2 other women were helping to hold her. Those 2 women kept shouting "Stop, don't hit," but their hands were pulling her grandma's hair or grabbing her clothes, causing her grandma to be grabbed several times. Fuming, Shun Danluo shouted, "How dare you gang up to bully my grandma?" She grabbed a big broom and started sweeping quickly. She directly hit the 2 women who were trying to interfere, making them yelp and step back. "Oh no. Stop hitting. We're here to help. Why are you hitting people randomly? Help, huh?" Shun Danluo replied softly and confidently, "Come over here, and I'll see how you're going to help. If you don't help properly, I'll go and scold your kids." The 2 women. They dared not move because they knew Shun Danluo was capable of doing such things. If she dared to hit her own grandfather, she wouldn't hesitate to scold other people's children. Was it a joke? So, old Madam Shun relaxed. At first, she was outnumbered 3-1 and felt a bit overwhelmed, but now that the troublemakers had left, she could swing her fists and beat the person on the ground. "You heartless old woman, I told you to shut up. I told you not to curse my son, my daughter-in-law, or my grandchildren. I'll beat this dog to death." She used all her strength, pounding the woman on the ground until she was crying out loud. "Stop. Stop hitting me. I was wrong. Can I admit I was wrong?" Seeing that she had silenced the interfering women, Shun Danluo rushed over to protect her grandmother. When she saw that the woman being beaten on the ground was Sue, the woman who had been scolded last time for urinating on her, she was surprised. "Grandma, what's going on?" Old Madam Shin's eyes turned red with anger. "This wicked old woman is cursing your mother and your second uncle. She's even cursing your brothers and sisters." It turned out that as soon as old Madam Shin arrived at the village entrance, she overheard Sue and her two sisters-in-law gossiping about her family. Gossiping is normal, especially since her family had been through a lot lately. She planned to ignore it and go straight home. But this heartless Sue not only kept talking but made it worse. She even said that her second son, whom she had just brought back, was and a short-lived ghost. She also said her eldest daughter-in-law wouldn't make it, and neither the older nor the younger children could be saved. Old Madam Shin had been very worried and anxious about her second son's health these days. She couldn't stand hearing such words. She immediately lost her temper, grabbed Sue's hair, and started hitting her. After hearing this, Shun Danluo was also furious. While her grandmother was still talking and getting angrier, Shun Danluo took the opportunity to punch Sue and secretly sprinkled a special powder on another broom. The powder was itchy all over the body and would take at least a month to heal. "Huh, you dared to curse my second uncle, my mother, and my brother and sister? Do you think a beating is enough? Dream on. Next, I'll make sure you never have a good night's sleep." She has nightmares every day and scratches her skin at night. Then she hands her milk to her. "Milk, don't use your hands. Be careful, your hands might hurt. Let's use a broom to teach her a lesson." Old Shin San brought his two children and arrived to see Grandma Shin and Shin Donlu working together to hit Mrs. Sue, making her cry out loud. She didn't look like she was being bullied, let alone needing his help. Shin Tingfeng and Shin Tingyun watched Shin Donlu wielding the broom skillfully, their eyes full of admiration. Shin Tingyun immediately expressed his wish. "Wow, Sister Donlu is so amazing. Dad, I want to be like that too someday." Old Shin San: "Forget it. If this keeps up, every woman in the old Shin family will be a fierce tigress." Thinking of that scene, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Just as he was about to dissuade his daughter, he caught sight of Shun Jianjun walking quickly over with a grim face, clearly coming to handle the situation after hearing the news. He hurriedly shouted to Grandma Shin and Shin Donlu, "The squad leader is coming." Hearing this, Grandma Shin and Shin Donlu immediately dropped the broom, hugged their mother and son, and burst into loud tears. They cried loudly and kept shouting, "Wow, my second son has suffered so much, endured so many hardships, finally rescued, and now he's cursed like this. Wow. Uncle Air is so pitiful and miserable. Mom, how can there be such bad people in the world? My mother and Uncle Air are so kind, yet she wants to harm them. Wow, Mom and Uncle Air are so tragic." The mother and son sang in unison, each voice higher and more pitiful, more tragic than the last, even more pitiful than a small vegetable. Their loud voices drowned out Mrs. Sue's crying. Mrs. Sue, who was beaten, was silent. The two sisters-in-law of Mrs. Sue, who were pressed down by Shin Donlu, also remained silent. The villagers watching the scene. Old Shun San and his children, and Shin Jianjun, stepping into the crowd amid the crying. "You are the fiercest at fighting, and the best at pretending to be pitiful. Amazing." Shin Jianjun felt a headache coming on. He shouted loudly, "Everyone be quiet." Shin Donlu hiccuped and sobbed. Grandma Shin sobbed as well. The mother and son looked at him with helpless and pitiful expressions, begging for justice. Shun Jianjun. He didn't even bother to look at Mrs. Sue. He casually pointed to a villager, Wu Dashin, tell everyone what happened. This Wu Dashin was quite eloquent, immediately holding his rice bowl and gesturing as he described the scene vividly, explaining the argument between Grandma Shin and Mrs. Sue. He finished and sighed. "Honestly, if someone said that about my son and daughter-in-law, I would also give them a good beating." Shin Donlu immediately nodded in her heart to the uncle named Wu Dashin. Well done. You'll be rich someday. Then she looked pitifully at Shin Jianjun. Shin Jianjun, hearing that the matter was caused by Su Laopa's gossip, immediately looked annoyed. Are you just full of energy with nowhere to use it? Always talking about others' affairs. Tomorrow, go pick manure and fertilize the fields. Su Laopa initially felt guilty, but thinking about how badly she was beaten, she believed the team leader should pity her. At least, he should help teach the Shin family's 2 troublemakers and maybe get some medical expenses from them. But instead of medical expenses, she was the one being scolded. Su Laopa suddenly lost her temper. Why should I? I didn't say anything wrong. Her second son's wife has always been like that. Did I say anything wrong? Team leader, you're too biased. The Shin family has no one working, is that normal? Shin Jianjun's face darkened. Biased? If your family faced such trouble, I would also let you go.
Su Laopo Joget.
Shin Jianjun looked up at the villagers with different expressions, knowing that people in the village had some feelings these days, so he said, everyone knows the Shin family has recently had problems, and each one is a big deal. That's why I agreed to let them take leave. We're all in the same team, sharing the same hardships. Do you think I should deny their request? Wu Dashin immediately raised his hand. Team leader, I have no objections. We're neighbors, helping each other is what we do. Besides, there's not much work in the fields now. Most others nodded in agreement, some with cautious thoughts, but they didn't dare speak up at this time. Su Laopa was furious and shouted loudly. Anyway, I don't care. The Shin family is old, young, weak, or disabled. Only Shen Lao Si can work. He's not coming to work. When the basic grain is distributed, will you not give their family any? Isn't this just letting our village support them? Once she said that, even those with some doubts took the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. Yes, team leader, a day or 2 is fine, but the Shin family will have no labor force in the future. Who will suffer? It's us all. Helping others is fine, but we can't keep doing it. Besides, they're associated with troublemakers. I don't want to share my grain with them. Yes, team leader, why do you think old Jiang would do such things? Everyone was stunned. We can't just help such a family recklessly. What if something happens and we get involved? Shin Jianjun's face darkened. What are you talking about? Old Madam Shen's face also turned pale. So, this is how the villagers see our Shin family? Although she had thought about this before, hearing it aloud still made her feel upset. Shin Danluo kept a cold face, remembering each person who said these things. Third Uncle Shin frowned and argued, who said our Shin family only has my second brother as a worker. Am I not a person? I will help earn work points for the Shin family, so you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Shin Tingyun and Shin Tingfeng, the siblings, also said seriously, we will help Grandma earn work points too. You don't need to worry. Someone sneered. Don't be too confident. The little work your family does is barely enough to support your 2 elders and children. You want to help the Shin family? That's laughable. Third Uncle Shin clenched his fists and glared at that person, old Fifth Su. Fine, I remember you. Shin Danluo held her grandma's hand tightly, feeling how cold it was, which made her heart ache. She looked up at everyone present, held her head high, and spoke in a serious, small voice. Our family doesn't need your support. My mother will be a teacher in the county, my third aunt will be a chef at the state-run restaurant, and my fourth uncle has been invited to be a police officer. Our 3 family members all work for the government. Do we need you to support us? It was silent, dead silent. Everyone stared at Shin Danluo in shock. Shin Jianjun was also stunned. Danluo, are you serious? Shin Danluo crossed her arms, held her chest high, and looked confident. Of course. Then everyone looked at old Madam Shen and third Uncle Shin. Old Madam Shen, don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on. She was confused. When did her son and daughter-in-law become so impressive? They all started working for the government? And why didn't they tell her? What are they trying to do? Do they not see her as the head of the family? Old Madam Shen was angry, feeling her authority was challenged. Third Uncle Shin also looked surprised. My wife is about to become a chef at the state-run restaurant, and I didn't know anything about it? Suddenly, he felt absurd, as if his wife was about to fly away. They felt happy, yet frustrated and curious. Such mixed feelings made them anxious, eager to grab Shindan Luo and question her harshly at home. But with so many people watching, how could they let it show that they didn't know? So, the two young people stood proudly, heads held high, accepting everyone's envious, jealous, and resentful gazes at a 45-degree angle. Shin Tingyun and Shun Tingfeng, the little kids, didn't need to be told. They had already learned to stand tall with their hands on their hips, just like Shindan Luo. They looked proud, raising their chins and squinting at people, acting so smug it was almost annoying. Everyone looked at the 5 members of the Shin family, feeling both admiration and envy. Going to work in the county not only meant earning a salary but also receiving food coupons for grains, oil, and cloth. Such wonderful benefits. Unlike those who farm in the countryside who have no coupons and can only grow their own food, they had no extra money or tickets. To get some oil, they had to plant castor beans, soybeans, or sesame seeds and trade them for oil. They worked all year but only managed to avoid starving, never saving any money. Now, the Shin family had 3 people who could eat official meals. That was incredible. Ordinary villagers felt jealous and resentful. And even more so, women like Mrs. Su and others who couldn't stand seeing the Shin family do well. They wished they could jump up and those jobs away. Mrs. Su was a bit slow-minded. She thought this way and just acted on it. In the silence, she once again puffed up her chest and confronted the team leader, full of questions. Team leader, was the job in the Shin family arranged by you? Why are you so biased? Why is only the Shin family getting such good opportunities? I don't care, we also want jobs like that. Seeing everyone's greed, Mrs. Su's words stirred their desire, regardless of whether her idea was crazy or if Shin Jianjun had the ability. They all hurriedly shouted at Shin Jianjun. Yes, team leader, you can't just favor the Shin family. Yeah, team leader, find a job for us too. Exactly, I think working at the state-run restaurant as a chef is good. Shin San's family has a mute, how can he work? He won't last long. Just give us that job. Shin Jianjun. Everyone shut up. If I had that ability, why would I still be the team leader here? He felt like crying just thinking about it. I work day and night, running around everywhere, and I only get a few yuan in allowance each month. If I had such a good job, I wouldn't give it to others. A bunch of fools. Everyone. The group that had just been shouting to get Shin Jianjun a job fell silent. Even the team leader was so annoyed that he felt like hurting himself more. Who would dare to cause trouble now? That would be asking for death. Only Mrs. Su's eyes rolled as she stared at Shin Danluo. Danluo, since the team leader can't get a job in the county, how did your family manage? Could it be that your mother is sleeping with someone? Those nearby looked at her with changed expressions. Shin Danluo grabbed a broom and swept twice, shouting, "You heartless old woman, I won't let you talk bad about my mother. I'll beat you." Although old Madam Shin didn't hear exactly what Mrs. Su said afterward, seeing her granddaughter so excited, she knew it wasn't good. She wouldn't let her be beaten. So she also grabbed a broom and rushed forward, immediately making Mrs. Su scream loudly. Shin Jianjun. He was already fed up with this repeatedly defeated, always losing to Mrs. Su. She can't fight or scold properly. Every time she causes trouble, she gets a harsh punishment. What is she really after? And she dares to spread such gossip. She deserves a good lesson. It's a good example for others, so the village women won't keep gossiping and copying her bad behavior. Shin Jianjun just watched coldly and didn't stop her. Other villagers saw the team leader didn't interfere, so they didn't dare to step forward. The people from Old Su's family wanted to act, but after so long, Shun's relatives who were close to old Shin-san had also heard the rumors. Especially the gang of young men who helped Shun Lao Si fight in Wang village, they hurried over in a rush. A group of young men gathered there, and Old Su's family immediately backed down. With such a force, it was basically one-sided bullying. This time, Shin Danluo didn't hold back and directly knocked Mrs. Su to the ground. She dared to pour dirty water on her mother in front of her and probably planned a scheme against her mother behind her back. No, this old woman's mouth is too disgusting. Nowadays, people love to listen to gossip, whether true or false. They enjoy hearing it and don't care about the tragic consequences for the person being talked about. Especially these love affairs. People love spreading such rumors. She absolutely can't let her mother be branded with such a bad reputation. A cold light flashed in Shin Donlua's eyes. She bought a neurotoxic poison at a high price in her space. If she can't learn how to speak properly, then she shouldn't speak at all from now on. But how to do it without attracting attention? Shun Danluo glanced to the side and saw Qin Huijing carrying a bamboo basket. She shouted loudly, "Brother Huijing, do you have scissors?" Hearing her call, the villagers standing near Qin Huijing all stepped back 2 steps, looking like they saw a ghost. Qin Huijing didn't mind and nodded at Shin Danluo, yes. She immediately took a pair of scissors from the bamboo basket, walked over, and handed them to her. "What do you want to do?" Shin Danlu looked at old Madame Shen with suspicion and said, "Grandma, shave her head so everyone can see. Our Shin family's gossip isn't so easy to spread." Today, she wanted to make an example out of her. Let's see who dares to talk about her mother now. Talking about the Shun family's gossip. And still thinking about her family's work?
Dream on.
Old Madame Shen, hearing this, threw down her broom, rolled up her sleeve, and said, "Yes, shave her head." Mrs. Su gasped. "No, you dare. Don't come any closer." Of course, Shin Donlu and old Madame Shin dared. They had no fear when it came to protecting their family and standing up for themselves. Anyone who hurt their family members had to face their anger. Old Madame Shin sneered, grabbed Mrs. Su's hair, and with a quick, clean cut, she shaved her head without hesitation. She disdainfully flicked her hand, and a handful of dull, yellow hair fell to the ground.
"Ah!
You actually dared to cut it." Mrs. Su was so frightened she pushed old Madame Shin away and fell to the ground, trying to crawl away. Shin Donlu took the opportunity to give her a shot in the waist. Mrs. Su didn't notice the needle at all. She looked at her fallen hair, terrified and trying to escape, but old Madame Shin, reacting quickly, pressed her down like a mountain, making her completely immobile and on the verge of breaking down. Mrs. Su never imagined that the Shin family, old and young, would be so ruthless, cutting her hair just because they disagreed. If her hair was shaved, how could she face others in the future? Seeing that old Madame Shen and Shin Donlu truly intended to go through with shaving her head, Mrs. Su was terrified. She was scared to death. She hurriedly tried to shout for Shen Jianjun, but Qin Huijing spoke first. "Captain, Su Public Security is waiting for you at the brigade headquarters. There's something you need to discuss." Shen Jianjun was feeling conflicted. Beating her up was fine, but having her shaved in front of him wasn't appropriate. However, he was happy to see Mrs. Su get a harsh lesson. He was feeling a bit troubled when suddenly help arrived. Shen Jianjun looked at Qin Huijing with admiration. "Well done." Then his face darkened, and he pretended to be serious. "Why is public security here again? There must be a big problem. I'll go check. You all disperse quickly. If I come back and see you still causing trouble, I'll deduct points from each of you." After saying that, he turned and ran away faster than a rabbit. Mrs. Su was stunned. What does it mean? Is it just that he can leave before he comes back? What should we do about her hair?
Ha! Ah! Ah!
The people from the Su family all shouted in their hearts. "Captain, you're not human. You ran away at such a time." But no matter how much they called, they couldn't stop Shin Jianjun. The Su family members were all confused. Shin Jianjun's obvious attitude also made many people realize their future stance. At least, they wouldn't dare to casually gossip about the Shin family anymore. It's a joke. If even the captain doesn't care about shaving his head, then if they really clash with the Shin family later, they would be the ones to suffer. Everyone stepped back together to show their position. Only the Su family and the Shun clan remained standing in the middle. Right in the center, Shin Danluo and Shun Laotai had already started cutting Su's wife's hair again. Shin Tingyun and Shin Tingfeng couldn't hold back anymore and rushed over to help. Qin Huijing also,
didn't leave.
Just now, Shun Danluo had called him in front of everyone. Leaving now would be like closing the barn door after the horse has run away, meaningless. Moreover, he now had a strong backing. So he also went up to help and even took out a razor, skillfully shaving her head. Sue's wife was pressed down and shaved, crying and shouting, begging and pleading for 10 minutes straight, feeling her head getting colder and colder. Until the pressure on her was released, she reached up and touched her head, then suddenly burst into tears, crying out, "Mother, you guys are so cruel." They had shaved her a Enyong head. She didn't want to live anymore. While being held, Shun Danluo leaned in close with a cold, sinister face. "If you scream again, I'll cut out your tongue." Sue's wife instantly fell silent, looking at Shun Danluo as if she were looking at a little devil.
Wow.
She clutched her Enyong head, got up, and ran away, never daring to stay outside again. Everyone only saw half a boiled egg-shaped head quickly disappearing ahead. But even in that short moment, it was enough to make everyone gasp in shock. Wow, that was really ruthless. No wonder Shin Laosi usually fought so fiercely. It's all because of Shin Laodai. The Shin family members are all so ruthless and cold-blooded. Everyone originally thought the Shin family was powerful, but now they realized one thing. Shin family women are even more powerful and more vicious. They can't afford to mess with them. Everyone touched their foreheads, each thinking about slipping away. But Shun Danluo wouldn't let them. "Grandpas, grandmas, uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, please wait a moment." Suddenly, everyone stumbled, thinking, this fierce little girl is up to something again. Shun Danluo held her head high, wanting to show confidence, but since she was short, she could only see the circle of people inside. She felt a bit annoyed and tugged at her grandmother's sleeve. "Grandma, pick me up." "Okay," said Grandma Shin suspiciously as she lifted her granddaughter. She didn't quite understand what Shin Danluo was trying to do, but since she wanted it, she did it. As soon as she was at eye level, Shin Danluo straightened her small voice and said, "Seriously, I know you're curious about how my mother got a job teaching in the county. I'll tell you, there's a reason for it." Everyone looked at Shin Danluo with curiosity. Even Grandma Shin and Old Shin couldn't help but ask what reason. Shin Danluo raised her chin proudly. "Of course, because my mother is amazing. Super, super amazing." Everyone. Grandma Shin. Old Shin. Shin Danluo frowned slightly and challenged them. "My mother teaches really well. If you don't believe me, let your children compare with mine. From age 7 to 10, if I lose, you can say whatever you want. But if I win, don't ever speak ill of my mother again or don't blame me, Shin Danluo, for being rude." She wanted to prove herself with strength and make everyone shut up. Humph. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other, but most felt a bit moved inside. Usually, they'd heard that Su Jiqing was a good teacher, but not so good that she could suddenly get a job in the county, right? The Su family hadn't left yet. After being humiliated by Old Shin's family just now, they were angry and wanted to regain face quickly. But they didn't know how to do it. Unexpectedly, Shin Danluo came right to them herself. Just now, Su Laowu, who was being watched by Old Shin, sneered. "Such a young girl bragging without a plan.
Come on, come on.
My son is 9 and 10 years old, and they've all gone to elementary school. Dare you compare?" Shin Danluo looked at him casually.
Yes, idare.
Good. Su Laowu was annoyed by her dismissive look. "Let's compare now." "How do you want to compare?" Shin Danluo snorted softly. "I won't bully people. They can do whatever they're capable of. I'll compare with them." This was outright disdain.
Pure contempt.
Su Laowu was furious. Such a big mouth. "Fine, since it's embarrassing for you, let's compare." He immediately called people to go home and bring the children. Those old enough all came over. He didn't believe he couldn't beat this brat. Old Shun looked at Shin Danluo. "Danluo?" Shin Danluo was full of confidence. "Uncle San, don't worry. Danluo knows a lot." Grandma Shun was just as confident. Usually, the eldest daughter-in-law spends her free time teaching the children to read and do math at home. Even before Dan Luo spoke, she was already teaching. After so many years, even a fool would know how to do it. Moreover, if she really couldn't do it, wasn't her eldest son still there? So Grandma Shin waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, go quickly and bring the tables and chairs. Also, invite a few knowledgeable people to see how impressive Dan Luo is." Third son Shin. He originally thought his mother wanted him to find someone to judge, but he didn't expect her to want people to see how talented Dan Luo's niece was. He's confident but also feels a bit overwhelmed. But even if he was complaining inside, he still had to do what his mother asked. So, the Shin family split into two groups. One to move the tables and chairs, and the other to invite two teachers from the commune school who were young workers. Seeing this, other children thought their own kids were clever and decided to take the opportunity to show off. They all went to call their children. The children who suffered from this unexpected trouble. Isn't it supposed to be a holiday? Why do we still have to compete?
Why?
Let's compete. However, Shin Ting-yun and Shin Ting-fong were very excited. They probably inherited the Shin family's competitive spirit. When they heard about the competition, they got very excited. They all looked eagerly at their father. Shin Ting-fong. "Dad, I'm only 10, but I can still compete, right?" Third son Shin. Shin Dan Luo happily waved her little fists. "Let's all compete. Let them see how amazing we Shin family kids are." Shin Ting-yun and Shin Ting-fong immediately followed suit. "Yes, let them see how amazing we Shin family kids are." Third son Shin. Qin Huai-jing looked on enviously. Grandma Shin saw this and said, "Why don't you call out? You're also a kid from our Shin family army." Qin Huai-jing's eyes lit up, and she also waved her fists and shouted, "Let them see how amazing we Shin family kids are." Third son Shin. With everyone's joint effort, the quiz competition among the children of Shishui village officially began. Old 5 Su confidently sent his two sons forward. "My sons, beat her to tears. Make her cry for her mother and father." "Don't worry, Dad. I'll give you justice." Old 5 Su's two sons confidently sat at their tables and glared fiercely at Dan Luo. Other children also followed their example. Most of the people here are in their late 70s or 80s and have gone to school, so they don't think they will lose to Shindan Lu, who hasn't even gone to school yet. Everyone is confident as they go up to compete.
But then,
they start crying and step down. Compared to recognizing words, no one recognizes more than her. Compared to doing math, no one is faster or more accurate than her. Compared to writing, most of them are just scribbling, while Shindan Lu already has good pen skills. It's like comparing elementary school kids to college students. Not just Shindan Lu. Even Shin Ting-fong and Shin Ting-yun can't compare. The child who came out of the cow shed, Qin Huai-jing, is even on the same level as Shindan Lu. The Shin family's children are winning easily. The kids are all crying out of frustration. They are children of parents, and it's pointless to let them embarrass themselves. The Shin children stand in a row, arms crossed, chin up, looking at the adults and kids. Anyone else? The villagers. The children. Seeing no one else challenge her, Shindanlu looks around and says, "I'm amazing, right?" The villagers. Yes. Shindanlu lifts her chin proudly. "I'm so amazing because my mom taught me." "Do you recognize that my mom is amazing too?" The villagers. "We do." How could they not admit it? If they didn't, they might secretly punish our kids. Hearing everyone agree with Shindanlu, old Su was furious and had no face to stay. He grabbed his two crying sons, turned around and left, cursing as he went. "Why are you crying? You said you're the best at exams, but you're not. When I get home, I'll beat you to death." Shindanlu glanced at him and withdrew her gaze. If you can't accept losing, you just scold your kids. You're such a loser. I wish you have many children, but no one to take care of you in old age." At this moment, loud applause sounded. Shindanlu looked toward the sound and brightened up.
"Unso Su."
"You're here." Su Kai strode over, smiling as he patted her head, then looked up at the curious onlookers who hadn't left yet. "Dear villagers, Shindanlu is right. Comrades, Su got her current job because of her skills. Comrade Shen Liqing also got her job at the state-run restaurant because of her good cooking skills, which the city leaders valued.
I can testify to that.
As for Comrade Shun He and Chi, I personally invited him to be a police officer, but he refused. When old Shin heard this, her cheerful expression immediately turned serious. This fourth son has such boldness. He dares to turn down such a good job? When he comes back, I'll break his legs. Because Shun He and Chi said they were worried about their family and their elderly mother, so they wanted to stay home to take care of their loved ones. Old Lady Shin was stunned. This fourth son really should have both legs broken. Does she need care at her age? Shindan Luo shrank her neck, thinking, oh dear, Uncle Fourth is in trouble. Everyone trusts what the police say. Looking at old Lady Shin's dark face and thinking about how Shin Fourth, the fool, gave up his job for his mother and then got scolded when he returned, her lingering bitterness was almost gone. Besides, they earn their jobs through their own efforts. What right do they have to complain? They lack ability themselves. Even if such opportunities were in front of them, could they seize them? After Shin Danlua's crushing victory today, the villagers realized how different they were from Su Qiushui and others. Having education truly makes a difference. So, after going home, they caught the children who wanted to go out and told them to study hard and improve every day, aiming to surpass Shin Danluo. From then on, Shin Danluo became a towering mountain over the children of Shishui village, tormenting them for many years. Of course, Shin Danluo didn't know this. At this moment, she was in a bad mood because Qin Huijing was leaving. Shin Danluo frowned as she looked at Su Kai. Uncle Su Kai, why so sudden? Su Kai's face looked a bit grim. The original action team was led by the city bureau chief, but last night, he had an accident. The temporary replacement is someone from the risk-taking group, so, Huijing, you'd better think carefully about whether to join this operation. Qin Huijing didn't hesitate at all. I want to go. He looked at Su Kai. Uncle Su, I must go. The situation at the pigsty had improved somewhat, and Uncle Shun's injury also needed Grandpa Hai's treatment. For either reason, he couldn't give up halfway. Hearing this, Su Kai patted his shoulder. Then I'll wait for you outside. Shin Danluo felt a little scared. Had Qin de Luo never done such things before? What if her actions changed Qin de Luo's fate? Although she knew Qin Huijing had his own protective charm, she still couldn't help but worry. Thinking for a moment, she took off her lucky charm from her neck, which she had worn since childhood. Huijing Gij, this was made by my father himself. It will protect you. When you come back, can you return it to me? Okay. Qin Huijing took the small wooden pendant, carefully hung it around his neck, then gently ruffled Shin Danluo's hair. Sister Danluo, I also left you a gift in your yard. Please take a look when you go back. She paused, hesitated for a moment, then said, Sister Danluo, I am leaving now. If it's convenient, please take care of my grandfather and Uncle Hai, Uncle Wang, and the others. Okay, Shin Danluo nodded, feeling a bit sad as she watched Qin Huijing leave. Sigh. In the future, no one will be so considerate to help her pass the knife during fights. It was hard to build such understanding. Big boss, you must come back early. Shin Danluo tiptoed and waved her little hand eagerly. Brother Huijing, you must come back early. Qin Huijing was about to get into the car when he turned his head and smiled at her. Shin Danluo. Wow, my goodness, 1,000 trees blooming like pear blossoms, but none compare to this one. Big boss, you are so handsome and charming. Just as she was excited, her grandma suddenly rushed into her line of sight. Shin Danluo. Grandma Shin quickly grabbed Qin Huijing as he was about to get into the car, panting as she shoved a bamboo basket into his arms. Oh dear, I caught up just in time. Here, I just boiled some eggs for you, and I also baked a few scallion pancakes. You and Uncle Su can eat them on the way. Su Kai, hearing this in front, thought, oh, Grandma Shun is still thinking of him. His eyes lit up. Thank you, Grandma Shun. Grandma Shun. This unlucky kid, always lowering his status at home without knowing what's wrong. Why is no one watching over him? Grandma Shun ignored him, looked around to make sure no one was watching, then took 5 yuan and a few food coupons from her pocket and handed them to Qin Huaijing. Qin Huaijing was surprised when he saw this. He quickly tried to return them, but Grandma Shen held his hand firmly. Foolish child, a poor family needs wealth, and when you go out, you must carry more money. I don't know where you're going, 5 yuan might not be enough. She kept digging into her pocket, finally taking out the last 3 yuan and some coins, and pressed them into his hand. Take good care of yourself and come back safe. Even though Qin Huaijing was mature, he was still a 10-year-old child. From a young age, he had little care from the outside world. Holding that handful of money and hearing Grandma Shen's gentle reminders, his heart felt warm and full of love. His eyes turned red.
Thank you, Grandma.
I will come back safe and sound. I will come back to honor you. Yes, yes, good child. Grandma Shen wiped her tears and sent him onto the car. When the car disappeared from sight, she turned around. She saw her granddaughter hugging her arms, pouting, and looking up at her with a proud expression. Grandma Shen was puzzled. Danbao, what are you doing? Shen Danluo. Humph. You favor brother, Huaijing. Humph. I'm angry now, and I can't be easily comforted. Old Madam Shen's mouth twitched. Where do I favor him? Humph. You give brother Huaijing eggs, pancakes, and even money. Shen Danluo's heart feels sour. Just now, her nanny ran off when she heard Qin Huaijing was leaving. She thought her nanny had forgotten something important. But it turns out she went to cook for Qin Huaijing, eggs and scallion pancakes. That's fine. Shen Danluo isn't petty. But her nanny is so stingy, yet she gave Qin Huaijing so much money. Her fourth uncle, seeing this, would surely cry because she feels just as jealous. No matter what, she must be her nanny's favorite. No one can push her aside. Shen Danluo pouted her lips high. Nanny, you must love me more, or you'll lose me. For a bit of attention, friendships can easily break. Old Madam Shen, what a naughty child. She chuckled and tapped Shen Danluo's forehead. All right, that 5 yuan inside was originally given by that kid to your nanny. Your nanny only gave him 3 yuan. Isn't the water of life we got from him worth those few coins? Do you think your nanny is stupid? How could she do a losing deal? And those eggs and scallion pancakes, Su and Gang and Huaijing helped us so much. When they come to our house, they should enjoy a good meal. Your nanny just gave some eggs and pancakes. It's quite a good deal. Shen Danluo. Wow, my nanny is so scheming. All right, I was wrong. My nanny is still my nanny. Thinking of how Qinda was moved to tears just now, Shen Danluo suddenly stopped feeling jealous and even started to feel sorry for him. Her nanny's tricks are deeper than hers. Qinda was completely defeated, case closed. Old Madam Shen watched her granddaughter stop being jealous, took her hand, and was about to head back when a loud tractor engine sounded behind them. A tractor had entered the village. This was a big deal. Thinking about how she didn't show off last time she rode a tractor home, Old Madam Shen felt a bit annoyed. She grabbed Shen Danluo to turn around and watch the fun. Then she saw her fourth brother standing on the back of the tractor, waving like a leader, waving to this side and that. He waved while proudly shouting, "Hello, villagers. Thanks for your hard work. Old Shen Fourth is back again. Old Madam Shen. Shen Danluo. Fourth uncle, you're going further and further down the road of self-destruction, do you know that?" Old Madam Shen looked down for a broom, and Shen Danluo quickly stepped forward. Nanny, go.
Charge.
Grandmother Shen grabbed her broom and rushed forward. Fourth Uncle Shen stood proudly on the tractor's bed, ready to show off to the villagers gathered around. Suddenly, a big broom came flying toward him. He was so scared, he quickly jumped back. Second brother. Help me. Grandmother Shen was stunned. The broom she threw stopped midair. She turned her head and saw Fourth Uncle Shen hiding behind Second Brother Shen, which made her angry. Fourth Uncle Shen, why did you bring your second brother back at this time? He was just returning on the tractor with loud engine noises. Was he trying to get the villagers to come and watch her second brother? Thinking of this, Grandmother Shen looked around with concern. Sure enough, The villagers watching the scene looked shocked and scared when they saw second brother Shin. They seemed ready to point fingers at him openly. Second brother Shin instinctively tried to step back behind fourth uncle Shin. At this moment, Shin Danluo climbed onto the side of the tractor bed, waving her broom fiercely and glaring at the group of people standing around the tractor. Think carefully before you speak. Otherwise, our Shin family might sneak into your houses at night, and tomorrow there will be a few more bald grandpas, grandmas, uncles, and aunts in the village. Everyone was silent. Also, Shin Danluo tilted her head and said sharply, "If I hear anyone say bad things about my second uncle, I will shave their heads. So, grandparents, uncles, and aunts, to keep your hair, please watch your words." Everyone was silent. Someone angrily responded, "Why should we listen to you? It's none of your business what we say at home. If you dare shave our heads, we can report you to the police." "Go ahead," Shin Danluo crossed her arms. "My mother said there's only defamation, not head shaving. When the police come, they'll decide whether to arrest you or us." That person was speechless. Grandmother Shin heard this and cheered up. Yes, anyone who talks badly about her second son would get a punch and shave his head. She swung her broom sharply and said, "Yes, if you say something that makes my second son unhappy, I'll smash your house." Fourth Uncle Shin now realized he had caused trouble. He was so happy, he forgot that his second brother's situation was special and felt very regretful. He quickly stepped in front of Shun Heching to protect him, glaring fiercely at those who wanted to criticize. "Keep your mouths clean, understand? This is my second brother, I worked hard to find again. My real second brother, not the I used to dislike. You all know my personality. If my second brother ever suffers a little unfairness in the village, I will kick your sons and grandsons into the cesspit and make them eat dirt every day. Try it if you dare. Everyone. They are all more arrogant than the last. More vicious than the last. Everyone is afraid now. The lively scene at Old Shin's house is truly something special." Just now, Mrs. Su was still remembering the lesson she got from having her hair shaved in a strange style. Old Shin's family really can do anything. So, the villagers, wanting to show off or mock, quickly changed their tone. "Oh, so you're Shun's second son. Welcome, welcome. Come visit us sometime and get to know the family." "Yes, Shun's second son. Look how much your mother, brother, and niece love you. You've finally had good days. Stay happy in Shishui village, and things will get better." They said all kinds of nice words, and seeing Shin Danhua and the others look happier, they immediately found an excuse to leave. Soon, no outsiders were left at the village entrance. Oh, there was one more person, the tractor driver, who brought Shun Lao Tai and others back last time. He was now looking at the Shin family with a surprised expression. Seeing him, Shun Lao Tai was also a bit surprised. "Oh, it's you, little brother. Why did you bring my two sons back?" The driver cleared his throat and awkwardly smiled. It was ordered by Secretary Zhu. Shun Lao Tai was stunned. "What's Secretary Zhu got to do with this?" "That, Auntie, I have other things to do, I'll go first." Seeing Shun Danhua and Shun Heching get off the tractor, the driver started the engine and drove away quickly, not even giving Shun Lao Tai a chance to invite him for a meal. Shun Lao Tai. Could it be that our family's fierce reputation scared him off? Shin Danhua. Such an obvious thing, Grandma. You don't need to point it out so clearly. Back home, Shun Lao Tai went to look through the bamboo slips. When Shun Lao Si saw this, he pitifully knelt on the ground and quickly admitted defeat. "Mother, I was wrong." Shun Heching wanted to step forward, but Shin Danhua grabbed him. "Second uncle, Mother doesn't like others interfering when she's scolding." Shun Lao Si also said, "Second brother, don't come over. I really was wrong. I deserve to be scolded by Mother." "That's more like it," Shun Lao Tai snorted coldly. "Now tell me, what exactly did you do wrong?" Shun Lao Si obediently admitted, "I was wrong for showing off and forgetting about second brother's situation. I was wrong for loving to show off too much." Grandma Shun continued to sneer. What else? What else?" Fourth Uncle Shun looked confused. "Nothing, I've been very good lately." Grandma Shun nodded. Yes, you really have been quite good. Fourth Uncle Shin grinned.
Of course.
Good enough to even push the police work onto me. Fourth Uncle Shin. Oh no. How did she find out? Who spilled the secret? Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shin Danluo nervously stepping back and immediately understood. Shin Danluo, you little troublemaker. Grandma Shin raised her hand and started cooking bamboo shoots with meat. You can't stand it anymore, and even dare to shout at Danluo? Has she wronged you? Didn't you push your work onto me yourself? Didn't you say I'm too old and need someone to take care of me?
Huh.
Fourth Uncle Shin. It was true he had pushed work onto others, but he was earning money, he could make a lot of it. While dodging, he kept glancing at Shin Danluo with a look of pity, grievance, and sadness. His big, inherited eyes seemed to accuse him of being strong, patient, and enduring everything, yet treating his little friends so badly. Shin Danluo. She rushed out and hugged Grandma Shin's leg. Grandma. Afraid she might hurt her, Grandma Shin quickly put away the bamboo strips. What's wrong? Not much, just trying to fool you. Shin Danluo waved at her grandma, signaling her to lower her head. When her grandma leaned in, she whispered so only they could hear, Grandma, Dad also said not to let fourth uncle become a police officer. He said fourth uncle should stay home and protect us. Hearing this, Grandma Shin's heart skipped a beat. She immediately remembered what police officer Sue had said. Someone might be watching her family. Her eldest son's instructions. Did he discover something? Grandma Shin felt a bit nervous. What else did your dad say? Shin Danluo shook her head. Not yet. Grandma Shin clenched her bamboo stick tightly, her mind wandering between work and her family's safety. In the end, she chose safety first. Money can be earned anytime, but safety is the most important. She couldn't let anything happen to her family. Especially since her eldest son had spoken. She had to listen. Thinking this, Grandma Shin threw down the bamboo. Get up. Second Uncle Shin hurried forward and helped fourth Uncle Shin, who was grimacing in pain, to stand and sit on a nearby chair. Grandma Shin looked at them. Why are you both back? Why are you still sitting on the tractor? Fourth Uncle Shin rubbed his sore waist and back, looking pitiful. Big sister-in-law asked me to accompany second brother home. She said second brother isn't sick enough to stay in the hospital and that it's uncomfortable and inappropriate. She also said that the divine doctor shouldn't rely only on mother and Donlu to help. She asked me to come back and assist. When we arrived in the county, we met Secretary Zhu, who had just returned. After hearing my story, he sent someone to bring a tractor to take us. I thought I should get off early, but on the way back to the village, I got so excited I forgot everything. Old Lady Shin. Donlu Shin. Could someone really forget something just because they're excited? It feels like I missed out on some bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. After asking about the reason for Shun Lao Si and Shun Lao Air's sudden return, Old Lady Shin kept thinking about the divine doctor. Donlu, can you tell Grandma what's really going on with that divine doctor? Donlu didn't hide anything. She explained how she went to ask Grandpa Wang for help and was refused, along with the reasons why. After she finished, the Shun family fell silent. Old Lady Shin shook her head and sighed. Such a pity person. Yes, Shun Lao Si started to wipe tears. I thought I was already pitiful enough, but I didn't expect this divine Dr. Wang to be even more pitiful. If I were him, I wouldn't want to help anyone with their illness anymore. He doesn't owe them anything, yet he saved them. Why are they treating him like this? Shin Heching's eyes also looked a little red. He is naturally sensitive and kind. Hearing about the divine Dr. Wang's experience, he suddenly felt his own wounds didn't matter anymore. As long as his family was safe and sound, he could endure any suffering. He wanted to tell them not to trouble the divine doctor anymore, but he didn't know how to gesture, so he could only helplessly look at the other three in the main hall. They didn't know about his thoughts, and even if they did, they would pretend they hadn't seen. Seeing that her grandmother and fourth uncle's emotions had stabilized a bit, Donlu Shin continued. This morning, Uncle Yan told me that before my father had an accident, he asked him to protect Grandpa Wang and hide him in Shishui village, so no one would find out. Old Lady Shun and Shun Lao Si both looked surprised. Big Brother said he wanted to protect that divine doctor? Donlu nodded heavily. So, even if Grandpa Wang doesn't help save second uncle, we still need to protect him. Shen Lao Si was the first to agree. Since it's what Big Brother said, he must have his reasons. I support it. Old Lady Shen was even more convinced. She trusted her eldest son, unconditionally. Yes, since it's what Big Brother said, we must do this well. Shun Huching looked at the two of them silently and raised his hand in agreement. Old Lady Shen smiled and said, Second brother agrees too. Our family is united, and we can handle anything. Old Fourth Shen chuckled happily. Yes, our family is united. We must protect Dr. Wang. Dan Luo Shen immediately touched her chest and said, Mom, I don't know why, but I feel like something is going to happen soon. Then she gave her mom a meaningful look. Old Lady Shen understood instantly. It must be her eldest son who discovered some warning signs of danger, which is why he was so anxious to call her back. But what exactly is the relationship between that doctor and her eldest son? Why is she still worried even after he's gone? Thinking that the doctor's life not only concerns her eldest son but also relates to her second son's health, her earlier doubts quickly faded from her mind. Her face grew serious. Dalmoa's feelings are usually very accurate. Recently, thanks to Dan Luo, we've uncovered the true nature of those two wicked people. I believe her now. Let's think about how to protect Dr. Wang. Fourth Shen scratched his head. Thinking hard wasn't his strong suit, so he could only watch eagerly as his mother and clever niece discussed. Mom, you say, I do whatever you and Dan Luo tell me to, he said confidently. He and Cheng Shen also wanted to speak, but they felt helpless. So they could only watch eagerly as Old Lady Shen and Dan Luo Shen discussed, their intentions obvious. Old Lady Shen. Dan Luo Shen. The grandma and granddaughter stared at each other, both with big eyes. The enemy's location, timing, and method were all unknown, making it hard for them to think clearly. After 3 seconds of silence, they spoke together, maybe. Let's eat first. Fourth Shen. Second Shen. While cooking, Fourth Shen noticed that his mother had prepared a much larger amount of food. He looked suspicious. Mom, is someone coming to eat at our place? No, I'll send some to the people in the barn later. Old Lady Shen sighed. They're all poor folks. We should help if we can. Hearing this, Fourth Shen didn't refuse. He not only carefully delivered the food but also cleaned up the barn thoroughly. The people in the barn, including Grandpa Qin and others, didn't have much strength. Qin Huijing was originally not very strong, but recently he had grown much stronger. However, he didn't have time to stay in the barn, so even though people worked there every day, it was never tidy. Over time, the smell became worse and worse. Fourth Shen had nothing but strength. Plus, Dan Luo Shen secretly gave him a powerful pill, making his strength terrifying and his energy endless. There is a water well near the back door of the cattle shed. He carried water and repeatedly scrubbed the cattle shed vigorously until the air inside smelled clean. Even the cattle happily mooed in response before he stopped. Then, without a word, he picked up the bamboo basket with a meal bowl and left. He walked away very confidently and smoothly. The old men inside the cattle shed looked on silently. After a moment, they looked at Grandpa Wang and gave him a knowing look. Grandpa Wang. No, I don't understand, and I don't want to understand. Grandpa Qin patted his shoulder. You've eaten their food and accepted their kindness. Isn't that a sign of something wrong? Grandpa Wang was angry. It's not like I asked them to send it and I didn't tell him to do the work. Besides, you guys ate it too. Yes, Grandpa Qin said calmly, but we can't refuse. We have nothing else, so we have to use you to pay the debt. Grandpa Wang. You old rascal. His heart was originally very firm, no medicine, no treatment, even if it meant death. But he couldn't resist Shen Lao Si bringing food 3 times a day and cleaning the cattle shed daily, which was almost no longer recognizable as a cattle shed. His quality of life was improving rapidly, and he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Please don't come again. If you do, I really won't be able to handle it. Your tactics are more intense than any sweet-talking bombs. At this moment, a group of people arrived in the village. Yen Mingli saw them immediately and called Shin Tingyun, who was jumping rope on the playground near the brigade office. Tingyun, go tell your sister Danluo that outsiders have come. Remember, outsiders. At old Shin's house, during a break, 3 adult students were seriously studying characters at the table. Yes, these 3 adult students were old Shin, Shun Laozi, and Shin Hicheng. Because they still hadn't succeeded in asking for help from the divine Dr. Wang, and even if they did, curing a sore throat wouldn't happen overnight. So, to communicate with others as soon as possible, Shun Hicheng had to start learning to read and write properly. Of course, Shun Laozi couldn't fall behind. He knew that only by studying hard could he communicate with his second brother. But he had only attended 2 years of elementary school. One reason was because he was mischievous and didn't like studying. The other was because old Jiang disliked having little labor at home, so when he saw Shun Laozi unwilling to study, he immediately kept him at home doing chores. So Shun Laozi was basically semi-illiterate, needing to start learning from scratch. As for old Shin, although she only knew a few characters, how could she be absent from their communication? Because of this, Grandma Shin decided to pick up studying again, so she squinted her eyes and started recognizing characters. This led to the scene of the 3 members of the Shin family sitting in a row, reading and learning characters. Their teacher was the 7-year-old village bully, Shin Danluo. At this moment, she was holding her mother's old teaching stick, hands behind her back, acting like a little teacher, walking back and forth in front of the 3 children's small table. She walked over, and then back again. Suddenly, she struck a small notebook in front of Shun Laozi with the stick. Student Shun Hichi, the character for country, is written incorrectly. Inside, it's Jade, not King. Shun Laozi's hand trembled, and he accidentally tore the last of his writing. He looked at Shin Danluo with tears in his eyes. Shin Danluo remained strict and fair. Your hand isn't steady, so your writing is worse. Practice the word country 100 more times.
Shen Laozi exclaimed, Shen Danluo.
Shin Danluo squinted. Student Shin Mei, please teach your son a lesson, she said. Grandma Shin immediately glared at Shun Laozi. What are you doing? Trying to rebel? If you don't want to learn, just get out. Shun Laozi hesitated. No, he quickly backed down. Little teacher Shin, I've almost written those 2 characters 300 times. Can I stop now? Shin Danluo glared at him. You've written them 300 times, and you still make mistakes. Shouldn't you be punished? Student Shin Hichi, please correct your attitude towards learning. Look at your neighbor, Shin Hicheng. He learned characters later than you and started writing later, but in just 2 days, he already recognizes more characters than you, and his writing looks better. Don't you feel ashamed? Shun Laozi felt ashamed and lowered his head in embarrassment. Grandma Shin quietly shoved the few characters she had just written, which were even harder to read than dog paw prints, under the table. Sigh, she wished she hadn't been so proud just now. If Laozi saw her writing, where would she put her face? Shin Danluo's eyes were sharp. Student Shin Mei, what are you doing? Nothing. Grandma Shin shook her head like a rattle. Shin Danluo frowned and was about to walk over when the door suddenly knocked loudly. Danluo's sister, are you home? I'm your sister Tingyun. Grandma Shin looked like she had escaped from a disaster and quickly stood up. Yes, I am here. She then rushed to open the door. Her agile figure made Shun Laozi look far behind. He saw a piece of paper falling to the ground. He walked over and picked it up, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, who wrote this character? It's so ugly. Danluo, look at this. There's someone even uglier than my writing. Hurry and punish him. Wait, there are only 3 people practicing calligraphy. His second brother practices better and faster than him, so the only one left is. Old Fourth Shin trembled and looked up to see his mother's dark, stern face. Silence. Deathly silent. Old Fourth Shin swallowed hard. Mother, I was wrong. Old Madam Shin grabbed the broom by the door and swung it at him. You, unfilial child. Old Fourth Shin. QAQ Danluo shook her head. Sigh, if you don't cause trouble, you won't get into trouble. Fourth uncle, you better bear with it. She turned to look at Shin Tingyun, who was staring excitedly at the doorpost, watching the scene. Jie Tingyun, what do you want to talk to me about?
Me?
What do I want? Shun Tingyun looked confused for a moment, then quickly pulled Danluo aside and said anxiously, "Oh, the uncle's secretary asked me to tell you. There are visitors." Visitors are here. Danluo's expression became serious. She understood that the person she was waiting for might have arrived. She immediately nodded. Okay, Jie Tingyun, please run and tell uncle's secretary I know.
Give me a little time.
She then casually handed a big white rabbit candy to Shin Tingyun. Hurry up, Tingyun. Shin Tingyun's eyes lit up at the sight of the candy, but she pushed it back. Eat it, little sister. I don't like it. I'm leaving now. She turned and ran away. Even though she was only 9, Shin Tingyun resembled her father with her long legs, running very fast. Shin Danluo watched her with envy. But now wasn't the time for envy. Danluo pocketed the candy, closed the door, and ran into the yard. Maximum alert. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Hearing this, old Madam Shin didn't chase after old Fourth Shin to scold him. She threw down the broom and hurried over. Danluo, what's going on? Old Fourth Shin also grimaced and came over, hiding behind Shin Hiching, not daring to show himself. He quietly asked, what happened? Danluo looked serious. Uncle Yen said there are visitors. They might be the ones trying to harm Grandpa Wang. Then she cheered up old Fourth Shin. Fourth uncle, it's your turn now. Show them your strength. Hearing this, old Fourth Shin suddenly became very confident. He quickly turned and ran into the house. Soon, he came out carrying a bamboo basket looking proud. I'm leaving now. Old Madam Shen and Danluo clenched their fists together. Good luck. We believe in you. Shun Hiching looked speechless. Sure enough, when old Fourth Shun left the house, old Madam Shen and Danluo both wiped their sweat at the same time. Elder Shin said, luckily, fourth brother is easy to fool. Otherwise, we really wouldn't find anyone willing to do this. Shun Danluo nodded eagerly in agreement. The trick of swapping the crown prince, which only appears in plays, could only fool their simple Uncle Fourth. Otherwise, most people wouldn't dare to do it. Meanwhile, the grandchildren were sighing. Over there, fourth brother Shin stormed into the cowshed silently, grabbing Grandpa Wang and starting to him. In a flash, Grandpa Wang was completely undressed. Grandpa Wang exclaimed. Old Hai hugged himself and stared at fourth brother Shin. He was furious now, but he just refused treatment. Did he have to be so harsh? Did he really have to? He was annoyed because he had been soft earlier. If he had known the Shin family was so ruthless, he wouldn't have been soft at all. Grandpa Chin and the others looked confused. Wait, fourth brother Shin, what are you doing? Why are you taking off Grandpa Wang's clothes? Fourth brother Shun ignored them. He looked worried at the thin, bony Dr. Wang. Why was he so skinny? Had all the soup been wasted these days? He sighed and said, forget it. I'll try to breathe deeply and in my stomach later. Old Hai was confused. Grandpa Chin and the others looked puzzled. Why are you so angry? Old Hai asked, glaring. Fourth brother Shin scratched his head. Hey, didn't I say earlier? The village has outsiders. I came to pick you up and take you to my house, then I'll stand in for you for a while. Everyone was silent. Old Hai was so angry he swore. Are you kidding? The moment you came in, you were eager to me? What's wrong with you? Grandpa Chin and the others looked helpless. Yeah, you didn't say anything at all. You just started stripping, making us think the kid was having a fit. We were thinking of knocking him out. Wait, Grandpa Chin was the first to realize. You said outsiders came to the village, and you're here to replace Grandpa Wang? He looked stunned. That's impossible. You and Grandpa Wang don't look alike at all. Sure, why not? Fourth brother Shin said confidently. Just dress up a bit, and you'll look like him. Anyway, you all have beards, so it's hard to tell exactly what he looks like. Everyone else was silent. They felt insulted. They had proof. All right, no more delays. If we wait any longer, the people will arrive, fourth brother Shin said, grabbing a bamboo basket he brought. He took a pair of scissors and a small razor blade, handing them to old Hai. Quickly, shave off your beard and stuff. Elder Ebi refused to get involved. Doing so was too risky. If someone recognized him, it could ruin old Shin's family. No way, absolutely not. Old Fourth Shin glared and suddenly slapped Elder Ebi on the back of the head, knocking him out. Afterward, he shrugged and muttered, troublesome. Grandpa Chin and the others. The elderly people inside the room looked at each other. In the end, Grandpa Chin took the scissors and blades from the table and helped Elder Ebi shave. Old Fourth Shin nodded with satisfaction and continued taking out the items inside one by one. At first, Grandpa Chin and the others remained calm, but when they saw two large braided wigs appear, they could no longer stay calm. Grandpa Chin almost cut Elder Ebi's nose off. Who is this for? Old Fourth Shin pointed at the unconscious Elder Ebi. Of course, it's for him. Grandpa Chin and the others. 10 minutes later, when a small girl with big braided wigs, or rather an old woman with big braided wigs, appeared in front of them, the elderly men in the barn looked pale. Old Shin's family was really good at playing tricks. They could come up with such strange ideas. Everyone couldn't imagine how Elder Ebi would react when he woke up and found himself turned into a young lady. Old Fourth Shin didn't care what they thought. After finishing the disguise, he carried the person out of the barn. Shin Dan Luo was already waiting outside. Seeing him come out, she quickly waved. Fourth uncle, it's safe. Hurry, run. Old Fourth Shin heard her and dashed straight to Shin Dan Luo's house. He shoved Elder Ebi inside and then quickly ran back to start disguising himself. Half an hour later, when Yan Mingli could no longer delay and arrived with his people, he saw someone deliberately in their stomach and bending over in the barn. He instinctively wiped his eyes. It felt like he hadn't misseen, but he couldn't help wiping again. Looking closer, he was confused. Why was there an unfamiliar old man in the barn after a few days? Shin Jianjun was also puzzled. He frowned and was about to speak when Yan Mingli, quick to react, pulled him aside. Shin Jianjun immediately realized this wasn't the time to question. He cleared his throat and turned to the newly appointed local party secretary, Lin Wei. Secretary Lin, should I go call everyone out? Lin Wei nodded. While waiting, he looked around the barn and was surprised. It's really clean. I didn't smell anything bad. You all did a good job. Jianjun Shin and Mingli Yan finally noticed something strange in the cattle shed, something unusually clean, even cleaner than their own main house. They were instantly confused. What was going on? Had the people in the shed suddenly become motivated? They hadn't come here for a while. If not for the purpose of supervising the people and checking the health of the animals, they wouldn't bother to come. It's just too smelly. The smell was sour and pungent, enough to ruin anyone's appetite for a whole day. Who would have thought that after not coming for a while, the shed would be so different? Of course, they couldn't say the shed wasn't like this before. They weren't fools. So, they humbly accepted Secretary Lin's praise. Soon, all the elders in the shed had gathered. There were 8 people in total, 6 men and 2 women standing in a line. Secretary Lin walked along, inspecting each person. After looking around, he turned to Yan Mingli and Shin Jianjun. I heard there's a healer named Hai here. Which one is he? Jianjun Shun hesitated. Mingli Yan's heart skipped a beat. Just moments ago, Secretary Lin had been kind and polite, showing concern for the people's lives. He had thought he might have misunderstood, that Secretary Lin wasn't targeting Hai Lao. But it turned out he hadn't guessed wrong. The person was indeed here for Hai Lao. Mingli Yan became more cautious. He looked at the line of people. There was no one named Hai Lao, only a hunched old man who suddenly appeared. Could it be that Don Lu had made some arrangements? Just as he was thinking this, he saw the old man give him a secret signal when no one was paying attention. Mingli Yan's heart skipped a beat as he looked into those eyes. Those eyes looked just like the eyes of the Yan family members. Could it be? In that moment of thought, Mingli Yan pointed at the old man. We only have one person named Hai here, and it's him. I've never heard of him being a healer. Secretary Lin, you must be mistaken. Jianjun Shin didn't say anything, Even though he didn't understand what was going on in the shed, he figured it was better not to speak. Old Yen would handle it. Secretary Lin narrowed his eyes and looked at the person Mingli Yen pointed to. What's your name? The old man stammered. I'm called Hai Wang Wang. Secretary Lin frowned.
Wang Wang?
The old man nodded quickly. Yes. Secretary Lin looked puzzled. That's a strange name. Mingli Yen hesitated. Secretary Lin, his name is Hai Wang. He's a bit stuttery, so. Jianjun Shin looked up at the sky, thinking. Don't doubt it. He's deliberately trying to take advantage of you. Secretary Lin was silent for a moment. His name is Hai Wang? Yan Mingli nodded and said, Yes, I heard he used to be a teacher, but things got too noisy, and now he's not very clear-minded, and his speech is a bit slow. Secretary Lin, don't worry about him. The old man, pretending to be serious, said sharply, This young kid is really mischievous. He's always finding ways to call me silly. The old man snorted and proudly called out to Secretary Lin, My name is Wang Wang. Call me Wang Wang Wang. Secretary Lin twitched his brow and silently looked at someone behind him. Seeing that person shake his head slightly, he withdrew his gaze and turned to Yan Mingli. Even if he's not very sharp, he still has to do his work. I heard from your team members that they've been working in the cattle shed. It doesn't seem like much work in there. They're not here for vacation. They're here for re-education. You must remember this. Let them work hard and learn well. Hearing this, Shun Jianjun nodded repeatedly. He was worried about how to get these people out of the cattle shed without causing trouble for himself. Secretary Lin's words came just in time. Although Secretary Lin's idea of letting them work outside was different from his own thoughts. But who cares? Shun Jianjun was in charge of Shishui village. As a commune secretary, he wasn't just sitting around doing nothing. He couldn't keep coming over to check on everything. Thinking of this, Shun Jianjun felt even more confident. Secretary Lin, you're right. I was mistaken before. I thought the work in the cattle shed was dirty, and keeping them here would teach them a lesson. Now I realize they should go out and work more, reflect properly, and create more value for the commune and Shishui village. Seeing how obedient he was, Secretary Lin happily patted his shoulder.
Good.
Comrade Shin, you're a good comrade. I think the leaders of other teams should learn from you. Shun Jianjun modestly smiled. Not at all. Other teams are also good comrades. Under your wise leadership, Secretary Lin, everything will get better and better. Secretary Lin was so pleased he felt like smiling. A group of people happily left the cattle shed. After walking a short distance, Secretary Lin suddenly brought up Lao Shin's family. By the way, I remember there was a comrade named Shun Heping who sacrificed himself. How are his family doing? Shun Jianjun was momentarily stunned. Yan Mingli was standing behind him, so he couldn't exchange a look with him. After thinking for a moment, he shared what everyone in the village knew. Secretary Lin looked a bit regretful and said, So, Shun Heping's wife is still being treated at the city hospital? I was hoping to visit and comfort her while I was here. At this moment, one of Secretary Lin's aides smiled and said, I heard from the villagers that Comrade Shin Heping's daughter is at home. Yesterday, she even competed with the children in the village and won first place. Such an outstanding child. We should meet her. Maybe in the future, she will carry on Comrade Shun Heping's revolutionary work and serve the country. Hearing this, Secretary Lin immediately clasped his hands together and laughed. Really? Then we must meet her. Shun Jianjun looked at this person. He was a well-educated man with glasses, clearly a capable young man. But for some reason, he didn't quite like this person at first glance. Sure enough, what he said now made him even less likable. Since the family had no adults, there was no reason not to visit. With so many people, they wouldn't scare the children. Although, Shin Danluo, with her fierce look, didn't seem to be afraid of people. But for some reason, Shun Jianjun always felt that this new commune secretary was not friendly. Since they had already brought it up, they couldn't refuse, so he nodded in agreement. All right, I'll lead the way. But first, Comrade Yen should go and inform them. Their family only has the elderly and children, and their second child isn't feeling well and hard to see. I'm worried about frightening them. Secretary Lin nodded with a smile. Of course, of course. So Yan Mingli went ahead to inform Shin Danluo's family. When Shin Danluo heard this, she immediately locked all the doors and went to old Shin's house. Uncle Yan, just bring them here. No one is home, and I stay with my grandma. Yan Mingli looked next door, understanding the situation, and went back to help Shin Jianjun bring the visitors to old Shin's house. When everyone arrived at old Shin's door, they heard a mournful crying sound. Mixed with the crying, there were also voices talking. Secretary Lin signaled everyone to stop and stay silent, listening to what was being said inside. Shin Jianjun and Yan Mingli felt reassured. They thought this Secretary Lin might need some practice. Sure enough, inside, they heard people crying and talking. Grandma, it must be because Uncle's secretary heard about our family's tragedy, so he came to help us. Sniff, yes, the new secretary is a good person. When he saw we were in trouble, he casually gave us 200 yuan. Now your second uncle needs a lot of money for treatment. Since he's here, do you think he might give us a few hundred? 300? 400? Second uncle is seriously injured, and without at least 1,000, he can't be treated. Maybe the new secretary can help us cover half the cost. That's really great. Later, you should cry properly, and the milk will be well taken care of. We will definitely make the new secretary willingly help our family. Yes, yes. All the previous secretaries helped us, so the new secretary will surely help us too. Don't worry, when I see the new uncle's secretary later, I will speak to him nicely. Secretary Lin cleared his throat. I just remembered I need to go to the next team for inspection. I might not have enough time, so I won't go in.
Please explain for me.
After saying that, he and his companions strode away quickly, walking faster and faster until they disappeared from sight. Yan Mingli and Shin Jianjun exchanged a glance, both smiling inside. They still wanted to follow, but they knew they had to see the person off completely to feel at ease. Meanwhile, while old Shin and Shin Danlu were scheming to scare Secretary Lin away, old Hai next door also woke up. He looked around the bright, spacious room, confused. Realizing he was not in the pigsty, he quickly sat up, wanting to rush outside but worried that impulsiveness might cause trouble for old Shin's family. He had no choice but to sit by the table. When his eyes landed on a first-grade book on the table, he froze. He rubbed his eyes hard, unable to believe what he saw. After staring for a long time with wide eyes, he tremblingly reached out and touched the book. He traced the characters on it, tears streaming down his face. Susu, is this my Susu? Shin Danlu didn't know that Grandpa Wang, whom she left at home, was crying loudly while holding her mother's textbooks. Right now, she and her grandma were pretending to look for the new commune secretary in the village. Grandma, have you seen the new commune secretary? No, I haven't, the old woman questioned suspiciously as Shin Danlu tugged her. Why are you looking for the secretary? Shin Danlu answered innocently. Secretary Yan said the new secretary would come to visit us. He probably heard about my second uncle's situation and is coming to give us money. But my grandma and I waited at home for a long time and didn't see anyone, so I came out to ask. If you see the secretary, remember to show him the way. The old woman's eyes lit up.
All right.
No problem. Then, after Shin Danlu and old Madam Shin walked away, she immediately turned around and went to old Sue's house. She didn't realize that after she left, Shin Madam and Shin Danlu came back. Shin Danlu asked Grandma, is it really okay to look for her? Shin Madam nodded. Of course. She's Sue's wife, and she's related to Sue's wife. Both are greedy and sharp-tongued. They won't fall for tricks. That's good. The two children looked at each other and giggled secretly, like small foxes, with a hint of scheming in the air. Sure enough, Mrs. Sue hurried to old Sue's house. As soon as she entered the yard, she raised her voice and called out, Hey, big uncle and second baby, have you heard? The new village secretary is going to give money to old Shin's family. The people at old Sue's house had just finished their chores and were sitting in the yard soaking their feet and cooling off. When they heard Mrs. Sue's words, they immediately stood up in surprise. Old Second Sue was even more anxious, knocking over the water basin in a panic, water splashing everywhere. He hurriedly asked what? Why is the new secretary giving money to Old Shun's family? Mrs. Sue looked annoyed. They say Old Shun's second son was injured. The new secretary came to visit and also brought money. I saw that big sister-in-law has been looking so miserable these days, her face all scratched up and her voice hoarse. She's not much better than Old Shun's second son. It turned out that in the past few days, Mrs. Sue had also developed some strange illness. At first, she kept scratching herself because of an itch, and no matter how hard they tried to stop her, she wouldn't listen. They took her to the clinic, but nothing was found. She had to endure it, scratching until her skin was broken. Finally, she calmed down a bit, but then her voice started acting up again. Last night, she was just chatting with her sisters-in-law about Old Shin's family, when suddenly, she could only make muffled sounds, no words at all. Scared, they took her to the clinic again, but still, nothing was found. Now, the family was worried about her. So when Mrs. Sue heard that the village secretary was visiting Old Shin's family and bringing money, she immediately became interested. She hurried to Old Sue's house to report, muttering with a dissatisfied look, "This new secretary is so biased. Why is he always thinking about Old Shin's family? Why doesn't he come to visit us?" Big Baby was injured helping the police catch bad guys. If he had died, wouldn't he be considered a hero? We're also considered the family of a hero, right? How could they not think of us for such good things? Old Second Sue quickly put on his straw sandals. Yes, Fourth Aunt is right. Our mother has been through so much. She should be visited and comforted too. Fourth Aunt, do you know where the new secretary is headed? Mrs. Sue thought for a moment. I think he's heading toward the village entrance. Old Second Sue raised his arm excitedly. Let's go, carry our mother, and go ask for some condolence money too. At the village entrance, Secretary Lin was saying his final farewell to Shin Jianjun and Yen Mingli, along with some others. You all work hard, lead the villagers to increase production. I will come to check on you from time to time. Also, he was about to continue with official talk when suddenly, a crying voice came from afar.
Wow. Secretary.
Please come look at my mother. My mother is really suffering. Her face is swollen, and her voice is hoarse. You should come to comfort her too. You can't just visit Lao Shin's family. You shouldn't only give them aid and ignore us. My older brother was also injured helping the police. Secretary Lin initially wanted to act polite, walk over, and ask what they were crying about, to show some concern. But hearing about Lao Shin's family and the aid, he immediately felt uncomfortable. He thought to himself, what's wrong with the villagers in Shishui village? Why are they so greedy? One or two want to take advantage of the collective resources. Their awareness is so poor. He glared at Xinjianjun and Yen Mingli. Your villagers need better ideological education. It seems there's something you need to handle over there. You should go now. I need to head to the next team. He then led his people onto a tractor, which immediately roared to life and sped away, as if chased by a ghost. Xinjianjun. Yen Mingli. This kind of trick was definitely thought up by Lao Shin's family. It scared Secretary Lin quite a bit. Yen Mingli chuckled and shook his head. I think Secretary Lin hasn't dared to come back to Shishui village for a while. Shun Jianjun smiled. Isn't that a good thing? Just then, Old Sue and Old Sue, carrying Su Laupa, hurried over. They only had time to take a deep breath of the dark, smoky air. They were stunned. Why did the secretary leave? Weren't they supposed to come visit us? Shun Jianjun and Yen Mingli exchanged glances and chuckled. Are you guys stupid? Why would the secretary come to visit you without reason? And also, the secretary didn't say he would visit Lao Shin's family. Where did you hear such nonsense? The secretary said your family's ideological awareness is poor. From now on, chores like manure spreading will be assigned to you. When your awareness improves, then we'll talk. The three from the Su family. Lao Shin's family, you really are a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Shin Danluo and Grandma Shin, who had been tricked, stood in their yard looking confused. Grandma, why is Grandpa Wang crying so sadly? Grandma Shin couldn't understand why the man was crying more miserably than a woman. Suddenly, she nervously shrank her neck. Could it be because we put a braid on him? Just as she finished speaking, the crying inside suddenly stopped. The door was pulled open quickly, and Hai Lao rushed out holding a book. Seeing him, Shin Donlu immediately reflexively apologized. Sorry, Grandpa Wang. We didn't mean to put braids on you.
Hai Lao, what buzz I?
He only then felt the heavy feeling on his head and noticed something behind his ears. He instinctively reached up and grabbed it. Looking down, he saw 2 large braids, like those women have. They had actually dressed him up as a young girl. Hai Lao was furious.
Shen, Dan, Luo. Oh my, that was terrifying.
Shin Donlu turned to run, but a dark object covered her head. What is this? What's that? Shin Donlu was about to pull off the thing covering her head, but was suddenly grabbed by the back of her collar and lifted up. Shin Donlu.
Wow.
She struggled, but Hai Lao's cold voice came from above. Be good. Shin Donlu felt frustrated. She thought, I'm just a carrot so they can just grab me. But they didn't ask for her opinion before doing this, and they even turned Grandpa Hai into a crossdresser, making her cry so sadly. Shin Donlu felt a bit guilty and obediently hung there, swaying with the wind. But she wasn't going to just wait to be punished. She wasn't the only one responsible for this mess. They couldn't just target her alone, right? Thinking quickly, Shin Donlu pouted and said pitifully, Grandpa Wang, no, Grandpa Hai, this isn't just my idea. You can't just blame me alone, right? Hai Lao looked at Shin Laotai beside him. Shin Laotai. Well, this was Donlu and her uncle's idea. It's not my fault. Look at this wig, so fashionable. I couldn't have come up with that. I'm going to cook. What would you like to eat? Shin Donlu. But Grandma, you're not loyal. Is this really her grandma? Why doesn't she recognize her? Shin Laotai ignored her and played her part perfectly. Today, someone sent tofu and small carp. How about some carp tofu soup? Hearing this, Hai Lao immediately salivated. He hadn't had that soup in years. He nodded, that would be great, thank you. Then, he took Shin Donlu into the house. Wow, they really only punished her? Shin Danluo didn't want to give up on the treatment. She immediately used her sweet little voice, humming softly. Her voice was so charming that it twisted and turned. Old Madam Shin still felt sorry for her granddaughter, so she quickly caught up and ordered food. Wang, old Wang, maybe I should make you some spicy scrambled eggs with chili. Be gentle when you eat. Old Wang turned his head to look at Madam Shin for a moment. He wasn't planning to hit the girl. What do these 2 grandkids think of him? Even if he was angry, he wouldn't hit them over fake hair. Besides, the girl might be. But old Wang said nothing. He simply nodded mysteriously, okay. When Shin Danluo heard this, she realized she could bargain like this. She immediately said, Grandpa Wang, let my grandma make you braised rabbit meat. Please forgive me this time, okay? Before old Wang could reply, Madam Shin already felt distressed. That rabbit was left by Qin Hua. She said it was a gift for you. It wouldn't be good to just eat it like that. Shin Danluo asked, Grandma, which is more important, Qin Huaijing's gift or your granddaughter? Madam Shin replied firmly, of course. The rabbit is more important. I was waiting for it to give me a nest. Shin Danluo said, Grandma, if you keep this up, you'll lose me. Madam Shin waved her hand quickly, slipping away. I can't hear. As long as I run fast, I won't hear anything. Shin Danluo felt depressed. She no longer loved her grandma. In her grandma's heart, she wasn't even more important than a rabbit. Seeing the disappointed girl, old Wang's eyes were full of amusement. It seemed she was doing very well in the Shin family. A child who isn't spoiled wouldn't be so free and lively. Just like his own Susu, who was also a bossy troublemaker when she was young. He carried the girl to the table and set her down. On the other side, he put down the book he was holding and pushed it in front of Shin Danluo. Whose book is this? Shin Danluo was annoyed as she pushed aside the wig on her head. She looked at it and said irritably, It's my mom's. Old Wang's hand under the table clenched tightly with excitement. He suppressed the joy that almost burst from his chest and tried to stay calm. Your mom's calligraphy is really good. Is there anything else? I want to see. Shin Danluo looked up. You like to see beautiful writing? Old Wang said calmly, yes, I like to study that when I have free time. Shin Danluo's eyes twitched. If I show you my mom's writing, you promise not to hit me? Old Wang. Does he look like someone who hits others? He looked speechless. As long as I enjoy it. Shin Danluo pushed her luck and said, then you can't hold a grudge against me. Hai Lao's face remained expressionless, but inside, he was excited. The way she shook her head and acted stubborn reminded him so much of Su Su when she was little. He held back his feelings and said, fine. Why is she so easy to talk to? Could she be hiding a big secret? Shin Danluo was suspicious and cautious. She turned around to look for her mother's teaching notes. She kept glancing back as she walked, but she didn't see the old man making any moves, so she felt safe to find her books. Soon, she found several books, including some with her mother's signature. She stacked them in front of Hai Lao and then moved to the farthest spot, staying alert. Hai Lao didn't pay her much attention. He suppressed his excitement and slowly flipped through the books, nodding in praise as he went. Not bad. Your mother writes very well. He appeared calm on the outside, but his mood was already stormy with excitement as he looked at the pages. This is his Su Su's handwriting. He had taught her especially the character for Hai in her notes, written in their family's unique style. He would never mistake it. That girl's mother is truly his little daughter, Hai Sua. His feeling was right. Ailian and the others really weren't dead. Hai Lao was so happy he almost cried, but he held back, and a new doubt arose in his mind. In their family, Sua couldn't have been a worker in the countryside. But Sua had indeed become a worker and married into the old Shin family.
How could that be?
She also mentioned her mother was from Haishur. But when the trouble happened, Sua should have been in Beijing with Ailian and the others. Hai Lao had countless questions. He wanted to see his daughter and ask her what really happened back then. He forced himself to stay calm, finished flipping through the books, and casually asked, what is your mother's name? Shin Danluo blinked and said, my mother's name is Su Qiushui. Su from Suzy. Qiushui means autumn water. Isn't it pretty? Hai Lao nodded lightly, thinking that her name had been changed. Could someone have helped her change her identity? Thinking of this, he dared not reveal the truth. Everything could only be decided after he saw his daughter. He pretended to be casual and asked, where is your mother? I didn't see her. My mother is pregnant now, but the doctor said her pregnancy isn't good, so she's in the hospital resting. Resting? Hai Lao's hand under the table clenched tightly. How bad must her condition be to need hospital care? He desperately wanted to rush to the hospital and check on his daughter himself. But his identity. Although old Hai told himself not to rush, his desire to see his little daughter and ensure she was safe overwhelmed everything else. Now good doctors are scarce and the medical skills in the hospital are just average. Since you helped me once your wife's pregnancy is stable, she can come back. I'll check on her to make sure she delivers safely. Shin Danlu looked at old Hai, then at the notebook he was holding tightly in his hand. She squinted slightly. Then she smiled sweetly, all right. This old man was so interested in her mother, she didn't believe there was no secret behind it. But what exactly was the secret? Old Hai didn't realize that Shin Danlu had already seen through half of his thoughts. When he heard he might see his little daughter sooner, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on his face. Shin Danlu narrowed her eyes, thinking, oh, this is getting interesting. Looks like there's a big secret here, and it's making this strange old man so excited. Just as Shin Danlu was thinking about how to ask more questions, Old Fourth's loud voice rang out in the yard. Danlu, are you there? Before Shin Danlu could respond, Old Hai grabbed a feather duster from the table and rushed outside. Shin Danlu, while she happily ran out and saw Old Hai agilely chasing Old Fourth, hitting him, causing Old Fourth to scream loudly. Old Fourth was almost crying out of frustration. But this man was a healer. He couldn't hit back for his second brother. He could only run desperately. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't escape because this old man looked thin but was surprisingly quick. His angles of attack were tricky, better than his mother's. Shun Donlu seriously suspected he had some training. There was no choice. Old Fourth could only keep running and shout, "What are you doing, old man? Can't you be reasonable? I'm just trying to help you." Old Hai was annoyed too. "Why didn't you talk to me earlier? Why the surprise attack? You knocked me out and made me look so strange. Am I that unreasonable?" Old Fourth. He couldn't say, he just wanted to see what the girl in the dress, called the female impersonator, looked like, whether a man disguised as a woman could fool people. So, he pretended he was practicing with the divine doctor. He was afraid if he said too much, he'd get beaten even worse. Fortunately, although Old Hai was fast and strong, he soon grew tired. He slowed down, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Seeing this, Old Fourth awkwardly approached and said, "Maybe I shouldn't run anymore. You can keep hitting me. Get lost." Old Hai glared at him irritably. "Go call your second brother. I want to see him." Old Shinsi. Watching the lively scene while eating melon, Shin Danluo exclaims. The surprise came so suddenly that she was caught off guard. Shen Danluo immediately held a piece of watermelon and ran over, handing it to Grandpa Wang. "Grandpa Wang, you should eat some melon." Then she kicked her still-stunned Uncle Shin Si with her little short legs. "Uncle Si, you should hurry and bring Uncle Air over. She really has no sense of observation." Finally, Uncle Shin Si, feeling neglected by his niece, snapped out of his daze and shouted toward the next room, second brother, come out quickly." Old Madam Shen was frying fish when she was startled by his loud voice, almost dropping the spatula. She angrily rushed out of the kitchen and glared at Shin Si. "What are you shouting about?" Shin Si wasn't stupid, but he dared not shout loudly about the miracle doctor. Instead, he excitedly whispered, "The miracle doctor agreed to treat second brother. I am so moved. I am touched to the heavens. I am touched to the miracle doctor. Mother, please give me some extra food." "What?" Old Madam Shen was so happy, she almost threw her spatula. She went with her second son to see what was happening. But then she remembered that the miracle doctor couldn't stay at her house for long, and she couldn't let anyone leave hungry, so she held back her excitement. "Hurry, you take your second brother over. Mother is cooking at home, and I'll prepare extra food for you all." Old Madam Shen turned around and looked at the rabbit she had just been reluctant to kill. "Braised rabbit is good. Let's cook it today." The rabbit. When the braised rabbit was served on the table, Shun Danluo felt sour inside and looked at her grandma with a complaint. "Old Madam Shen." She cleared her throat. "It's because Grandpa Wang worked so hard to see the second uncle. We should give him some extra nourishment." Old Shin ate without lifting his head. His cooking skills were really good, especially this meat dish, so fragrant he couldn't stop eating. It seemed his daughter still had good luck with food. Thinking of that, Old Shin ate even more happily. Seeing Old Shin enjoying his food so much, Shin Danluo pouted her little mouth and stopped. It was such a good deal to exchange a plate of braised rabbit for Grandpa Wang's dedicated treatment of her second uncle. Forget it. Shin Danluo, being generous, decided not to argue with her grandma. After dinner, Old Shin Si shared the results of his examination with everyone. His face bears years of wounds, with the skin completely damaged, making it almost impossible to restore his original appearance. His throat has been damaged by poison, severely affecting his vocal cords, and recovery is unlikely. His leg has a shattered tibia, which healed crookedly, resulting in a deformity. Additionally, the kneecap on that leg is missing half, the meniscus is severely injured, and the ligaments at the back are torn. Stop. Old Lady Shin couldn't bear to listen anymore. How much suffering has her second son endured? How could those scoundrels be so cruel? Old Fourth Shun's eyes were also red. Once the family matters are settled, he must go out and teach those a lesson. Shin Donlu's eyes were also red. "Grandpa Wang, tell me, is there any hope for treatment? Normally, there's no cure, but this person is her second uncle and also her relative. Even if there's no cure, he must be treated. Old Hei Shen took a deep breath. If second Shen can endure inhuman suffering, I can treat him. Inhuman suffering? Hearing this, Shen Donlu felt heartache. Has her second uncle suffered enough over the years? Does it mean he has to go through more pain? Old Lady Shen and Old Fourth Shen also felt distressed but hesitant. They didn't want Shen and Cheng to suffer anymore, but what if there's no treatment? What about the rest of their lives? Old Lady Shen was torn between love and worry. But Shen Heching was not hesitant. To him, pain was just everyday life. He could endure it, it would pass. As long as he didn't die from pain. So, he patted the table directly. Seeing everyone looking at him, he nodded immediately, signaling that he wanted treatment. Old Lady Shen's eyes turned red. He Cheng, have you decided? Shen Heching nodded without hesitation.
Good.
Old Lady Shen pounded the table heavily. We will treat him. Since He Cheng wants treatment, we will do it. Shen Donlu and Old Fourth Shen both held Shen Heching's hands. Second uncle, brother, don't be afraid. We'll be with you. Shen Heching squeezed their hands tightly, shaking his head to show he wasn't afraid. Old Haitian looked at the harmonious family and felt somewhat satisfied with his daughters-in-laws. If it had been 8 or 9 years ago, he definitely wouldn't have allowed his daughter to marry into the Shin family. Not to mention that his family has a long history of medicine. Just based on his daughter's own qualities, he thought no one could match her. His daughter has been clever and bright since she was young. Although she is the youngest at home, her learning ability is the strongest. By the age of 10, her medical knowledge was much better than her older siblings, and she had a great talent in traditional Chinese medicine. Originally, he planned to wait until the young girl grew up to inherit the family business. But unexpectedly, things didn't go as planned, and a few years later, the country fell into chaos. If he had known things would develop this way, he would have sent his family abroad early to keep them safe and come back once everything settled. But now, for a family like the old Shin family, it was the best choice for his daughter. Hearing this, Hai Lao couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Old Wang? Old Wang? Old Madam Shin waved her hand vigorously in front of Hai Lao's eyes, thinking, are all learned people so strange? Can they just sit and daydream? No matter how much you call, they won't wake up? Shen Danluo looked for a long time, then took out a small needle, intending to poke him, secretly taking revenge for being lifted like a small pumpkin. But Hai Lao, who had just snapped out of his thoughts, caught her in the act. Little girl, what are you trying to do? She blinked worriedly. Old Grandpa Wang, I thought you were silly. I called you so many times, but you didn't respond. Hai Lao, I'm thinking about something. He quickly snatched the needle from her hand. Little troublemaker, I won't tolerate this. I confiscated this needle. It was just a needle he used for mending clothes, which had fallen somewhere, and he considered it a gift from his granddaughter. Shun Danluo sighed. This old man is really bad. He even wants to take things from children. Seeing Hai Lao come back to himself, old Madam Shun hurriedly asked, Old Wang, what do you think we should do? Hai Lao shook his head. I can't treat him now. First, it's like trying to cook without rice. There's a lack of medicine and tools here. He will definitely need surgery. Do you think medicine alone can fix that? Second, his health is poor. He needs to be brought up to a healthy state. Otherwise, he won't survive the leg treatment. This cold water was poured over them, and the joy on the old Shin family's faces immediately faded, replaced with worry. Yes, they had been too happy and foolish. Old Wang was here for education, with nothing on him. How could he treat others? Shin Danluo remained calm. If conditions aren't available, just create them. What's there to fear? Before Qin Huaijing left, he left over 10 bamboo tubes of water. She didn't believe that after drinking all that water, her second uncle's health wouldn't improve at all. Even if it wasn't enough, she still had her powerful pills. It's just a matter of medicine and surgical tools. Shin Danluo looked at Hai Lao. Old Grandpa Wang, what kind of tools and medicines do you need? Can you draw them? We'll find a way to help you. Ebby glanced at Shin Danluo and thought to himself that this young girl was quite good at taking charge. However, since old Madam Shen and the others didn't object, he said nothing. Isn't it a joke? She's his granddaughter, and if she's happy to be in charge, why would he ruin that? So, old Ibby nodded obediently and carefully left a secret message under each piece of paper. Only his daughter could understand. He hoped his daughter would see these papers soon and recognize her father. Naively, old Ibby was unaware that Su Qiushui had no memory of him now and was secretly leaving messages for his daughter. But he had so much fatherly love that he didn't know how to show it. Just a few sheets of paper weren't enough for him. Thinking for a moment, he said, I have a set of strong and healthy boxing exercises. You all can learn them. They can be used for self-defense, especially second old Shin. He must practice hard every day and never miss a day. After some time, his health will improve a lot. When fourth old Shin heard this, he immediately patted his chest and promised no problem. I'll learn with second old Shin and never miss a day. Old Madam Shin's mouth twitched. This fourth old Shin was already unbeatable in the village. If he learned this, wouldn't he become a troublemaker? Wouldn't she be unable to catch him? That's not acceptable. Old Madam Shin straightened her back and said, All right, I'll learn too. Hearing this, fourth old Shin was quite happy. Mother, you're getting old, but you still want to join in? Okay, I'll bring you along. Old Madam Shin scoffed. Shin Danluo shook her head, too lazy to watch her fourth uncle act silly. She looked down at the drawings on the papers. When she saw that each one had a crooked, unreadable word, she raised an eyebrow and looked at old Ibby. Oh, so he's passing messages secretly? Most interesting, but who does he want to send messages to? Old Ibby didn't realize that his little granddaughter had already discovered his secret thoughts. She was happily drawing the 5 animal frolics, trying to hide her feelings in the pictures and send them to her father. That night, old Madam Shin saw Shin Danluo cutting the papers with small scissors, cutting and cutting. Curious, she went over to see and was surprised to find her granddaughter cutting the drawings old Ibby left behind. Danluo, what are you doing? She asked. Shin Danluo remained calm and unbothered. Grandpa Wang is wasting too much paper. There's still a lot left, so I'm cutting these to use later. Mrs. Shin, who always dreamed of becoming rich through frugality, heard this and immediately felt a pang of emotion. Yes, I also think Mrs. Wang wasted resources. I didn't dare to say it, but Danbao did a great job. Shun Danluo smiled happily and made a scissors gesture. Meanwhile, Lao Hai was unaware he had been tricked. He was currently dreaming about reuniting with his daughter, and his loud laughter in the middle of the night made his roommate think it was a ghost, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Late at night, Shin Danluo was suddenly awakened by a voice. Warning, warning. The main space of the subspace is in danger. The main space of the subspace is in danger. Please send help. Shin Danluo. What is this? Shin Danluo was confused. What is the main space of the subspace? Does her space have this? But no matter what it was, she needed to find out. She looked at her grandmother sleeping peacefully beside her. She turned slightly and sank her consciousness into the space. As soon as she entered, she was shocked by large red words scrolling across the screen. Subspace requests main space support. Shun Danluo. What is a subspace? And what is support? Could it mean she has to fight? Just as she had this thought, the scene on the screen changed. It looked like a TV showing another unfamiliar environment. But the main character inside was very familiar. It's Qin Huaijing. He was floating unconscious among wreckage, with a vast ocean stretching around him. Shin Danluo was startled. What happened to him? Then a large red message floated across the screen. The specific cause is unknown. The subspace has no permission to monitor the main space's external situation. Shin Danluo. All right, but the sky is clearly dark outside, so why can she see the endless ocean? Red text. This is the space's built-in night vision function. The main space and the subspace are connected. The main space's main, the subspace's main, is severely injured and unconscious, unable to autonomously enter the subspace. Please send rescue. Is the main space's main Qin Huaijing? Shun Danluo's eyes widened. What's going on? Suddenly, The red text on the screen flashed again. Please the main space's main authorize the subspace's main to be brought back to the main space. We will then provide further instructions. Shun Danluo squinted. This sudden red message seems to be bargaining, but saving Qin Huaijing is urgent, so she decided not to argue with it now. Then what should I do? Red text, I will request your authorization. You just need to agree. Shun Danluo nodded. Okay. Then a line appeared on the screen, detected that the subspace's main has lost consciousness. Please authorize the main space's main to retrieve him. Do you agree? Then a large character appeared on the screen asking, yes or no. Shun Danluo hesitated for a moment and pressed yes. Immediately, Qin Huijing in the screen disappeared, leaving only a vast sea filled with wreckage. Shun Danluo was surprised. Where is he? Red characters. The subspace master has entered the spirit spring pool for repairs. Please do not worry, main space owner. Shun Danluo. Is it really that simple? She thought she would have to cross mountains and seas to rescue the big boss, but she was quite excited just now. She didn't expect it was only to press a button. Red characters. Shun Danluo asked, can I go see him? Red characters. Yes. Her eyes lit up. She was finally excited to see what Qin Dalao's space looked like. Red characters. Once the main space upgrades to the highest level, the starry sky level, the main space owner can enter the subspace freely. Shun Danluo. Are you okay? The space levels start from beginner, then intermediate, advanced, platinum, diamond, and finally the highest starry sky level. In her previous life, she took over 30 years to upgrade to advanced because higher levels require more space coins. Just upgrading to advanced cost enough for her to buy several courtyard houses in the capital. Reaching the starry sky level, she didn't have that much money. Shun Danluo felt annoyed. Didn't you say this is my space's subspace? Why are there such strict rules? Red text. The subspace is subordinate to the main space, which is a lower space under the main space. The main space owner should decide who manages the subspace, responsible for livestock, planting, waste treatment, water recycling, and self-cleaning. Shun Danluo. Waste treatment, water recycling, she wondered where the space's trash went. It seemed to all end up in Qin Huijing's space. And helping with livestock and planting sounds like a landlord's farmhand. Although she wasn't happy with her space, thinking that Qin Dalao was her farmhand made her want to laugh out loud. Wait, why didn't she receive any information about the subspace in her previous life? Red large characters. When the space was activated, the subspace master caused you to accidentally trigger the space device. Blood was absorbed by the device, so the device passively granted him control over the subspace. Since the subspace master was not chosen by you, he can refuse anyone from visiting, including the main space owner. This is to ensure the safety of both space owners. However, when the main space is upgraded to the highest level, one can enter without the subspace master's approval. Of course, if the subspace master develops the intention for you to enter, the subspace will automatically unite with the main space, allowing the main space owner to enter freely. Shun Danluo understood. So, as long as she finds a way to make Qin Huijing agree to her entering the space, she can come and go freely between these two spaces. Oh, then shouldn't she start thinking of ways to trick Big Boss Qin now? Shun Danluo stared at the screen. Since the two spaces are disconnected, how can you come to find me? The red large characters paused for 2 seconds before typing. In your past life, you donated supplies to help tens of thousands of people. The main space decided to give you a second chance. However, returning you to this time point requires a lot of energy, which the main space lacks. To do this, it broke through the barrier and contacted the subspace master for help. I also came through that, otherwise, I couldn't ask for your help. Shun Danluo was stunned. So, the subspace master in my past life was also Qin Huijing? Remembering the time she gained the space before and after rebirth, she understood. Was that the time I fell into the water? Red large characters. Yes, after receiving the plea for help from the main space, the subspace master did not hesitate to help you. He voluntarily returned the subspace to the main space, including his entire lifetime's accumulation. Shin Danluo froze. So, I was able to be reborn thanks to him? Read large characters. Yes. And he was at sea, the vast ocean stretching endlessly. He's just a child. How can he come back? Could he have swum back? But now, she can't contact Su Gongin either, and she doesn't know what to do next. This space is the same, losing connection at a critical moment. At least leaving some coordinates or something for her would be helpful. She could think of a way. Shun Danluo irritably scratches her head. It's nothing. Grandma, after breakfast I want to go to the city. I want to see my mother, and also ask Grandpa Wang for some things he asked for. Shun Laozi was originally eating porridge nearby when he immediately raised his paw. Danluo, I'll go with you. After saying that, he winked at Shun Danluo. His big eyes seemed to say, make money and get rid of bad guys. Good niece. Shun Danluo. I don't really want to bring you today. But not bringing him is impossible. She's just a little girl, and Grandma Shin wouldn't let her go out alone. So Shun Laozi proudly took on the task of escorting Shin Danluo into the city. Before leaving, he didn't forget to earnestly remind his second brother to eat well, eat more eggs, and not forget to practice some kind of boxing. He sounded just like Shun He-Ching-Chin's dad, making Grandma Shin roll her eyes. Seeing her mother pick up a feather duster, Shun Laozi finally stopped nagging and pulled Shin Danluo away quickly. However, when they arrived in the city, Shin Danluo didn't go to the hospital first. Fourth uncle, let's go to the Public Security Bureau and see if Su Gongin and the others have come back. Shun Laozi didn't doubt him. Are you asking about Huaijing's news? Honestly, I didn't feel it when he was here, but now that we're apart, I really miss him. Not seeing him for a day feels like 3 years. It's been several years now. Shin Danluo didn't reply and hurried to the Public Security Bureau as fast as she could. Many people in the bureau knew Shin Danluo. When they saw her come in, some immediately avoided her gaze. Her heart sank a little, but she still smiled sweetly. Uncle police officers, I am Shin Danluo. I'm here to ask if Uncle Su Gongin and Brother Qin Huaijing have come back. Seeing her, a few police officers sighed. One of them crouched down in front of Shin Danluo. Comrade Shin Danluo, your brother Qin Huaijing has gone missing. It's very likely that he has already. Uncle, Shin Danluo quickly grabbed the police officer's hand. And Uncle Su Gongin? Where is he? The police shook their heads.
He's also missing.
Little comrade, you should go back now. If there's any news, I will inform you. Hearing this, Shin Danluo asked again, what about the other police officers? Are they okay? The police thought Shin Danlu was worried about the safety of other colleagues and didn't think much of it, so they said, it's okay, the other comrades are fine. Everyone else was safe, but only Su Kai and Qin Huijing had problems. At first, Shin Danlu thought it was a failed operation, but now she felt things were more complicated. She asked again, is Uncle Su's colleague also safe? The police officer hesitated. No, this time Su Kai cooperated with the city bureau's operation. To ensure safety, he didn't bring anyone along. If they came, why didn't they let him bring someone? Fearing suspicion, Shin Danlu didn't ask further. But Shun Laozi was not so cautious. What's going on? 2 people were just helping with the case, and now you're telling me they are missing?
Could it be?
Shun Laozi couldn't say the last words, his eyes red as he stared at the police officer. Why are only those 2 in trouble? Who was leading? What are they doing now? Are they saving people? The police officer sighed. We don't have all the details yet. When we get more information, I will inform you. Please be patient. Patience? No way. Tell me where they were when it happened. I'll go find them myself. The police officer suddenly stood up. Sorry, this involves operational secrets. I can't tell you. Shun Laozi clenched his fists in anger, ready to rush in to find the highest-ranking officer, but Shin Danlu held his arm. Uncle Si, don't make things difficult for the police. Let's go. Shun Laozi hesitated. Shin Danlu glared at him. Uncle Si, let's go. Shun Laozi sighed. Fine, we'll go. He followed Shin Danlu out of the police station, his face grim. Shin Danlu, you traitor. Shindanlu was speechless. Uncle Su said before leaving that the police chief had an accident. I guess he's probably in the hospital.
What?
Why didn't you say so earlier? Shun Laozi was overjoyed, picked up Shindanlu, and quickly ran to the hospital. They arrived at the hospital in no time. They were about to ask at the nurse's station which ward the police chief was in. Suddenly, Shindanlu felt a strange flutter in her chest. An inexplicable sense of panic overwhelmed her. She quickly patted Shun Laozi's arm. Uncle Si, don't go to the nurse's station yet. Go to my mother's ward first. Shun Laozi was confused, but seeing his niece's pale face, he immediately turned and ran toward the building where Su Qiushui was staying. Shindanlu clutched her chest.
Unkasi, Uri.
Faster. Old Shinsi. He's almost a flying fast runner, isn't that fast enough? Although he thought this, he pushed off again with all his strength and rushed upstairs at his fastest speed, straight into Su Qiushui's room. At that moment, a nurse was giving Su Qiushui an 4. Seeing the needle about to be inserted into her mother's hand, Shindanlu's heart pounded, as if it might jump out of her chest. Little auntie, stop her. She's going to hurt Mom. Shun Jiao, standing nearby, slapped the nurse to the ground and protected Su Qiushui, retreating to Shindanlu's side. Danlu, what's going on? Su Qiushui looked at her daughter with confusion and worry. Danlu? Shindanlu clenched her mother's hand tightly. Since her little aunt knocked the nurse down, the terrible feeling of palpitations she had just experienced disappeared. She knew her judgment was right. Feeling relieved and a bit lucky, she thought, it's a good thing I came to the city today, otherwise, something might have happened to Mom. Although it was a bit unethical, she was actually happy that Qin Huaijing had an accident last night. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so anxious to come to the city to help. Thinking about Qin Huaijing and Su Kai's current situation, Shindanlu's face grew colder. Mom, little Annie, the needle and 4 have problems. First, bring them over. The nurse, who had been dazed by Shen Jiao's slap, shrank her pupils and, holding her dizzy head, tried to get up and the needle and 4. She was closer to the 4 stand than Shen Jiao and moved faster. Shen Jiao saw this and became anxious. Suddenly, a small figure rushed over with a small stool, swinging it wildly at the nurse. While hitting, the little figure shouted, ah, repeatedly. The nurse was beaten so badly, she almost fainted from the pain, crying out for mercy, stop hitting me. Ouch! It hurts so much. Stop, please. The sudden appearance of this small person distracted her so much she couldn't focus on grabbing her things, and the crisis was instantly resolved. Shindanlu and old Shinsi, after seeing who was hitting the nurse, both widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison, "Oh my gosh!" Because the little person was none other than Shin Chang'an, who only knew how to say ahem. He had been sitting quietly in the corner playing, and maybe he understood what his sister said, realizing the nurse was bad, so he grabbed the stool and came over to hit her. Watching her younger brother swing the stool with great force, Shindanlu was speechless. How did he become so fierce in just a few days? Old Shinsi was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. It felt like his little nephew had been possessed by some animal. While the two were confused, Shin Jiao suddenly clapped her hands to cheer, and Bao did a great job. Yes, just follow what Annie taught you. As long as you don't hit the head, hit anywhere else. Hit hard, hit with force, smash her. Shun Danluo. Okay, case solved. It turns out her younger brother was influenced by his little aunt, Shun Laozi. He used to try to comfort and Bao, but she ignored him. Why is she listening to this fierce woman? Shun Laozi felt very bitter. Shun Jiao didn't care what they were thinking. She went over, collected the needles and 4 bottles, then moved to Bao's side to give technical guidance and hands-on teaching. She used resources very thoroughly. She beat the nurse so badly that she didn't dare scream, only whimper softly. Shun Danluo was speechless and looked at her mother with doubt. Su Qiushui held her forehead, giving her a look that said, I don't know what to say either. Shin Danluo could only say, seeing her brother still hitting vigorously, Fourth uncle, Go find the doctor. Hearing this, Shun Lao Si put down Shun Dan Luo, feeling bitter, and soon dragged the chief doctor over by his collar. His rough and fierce appearance shocked the patients, doctors, and nurses, who hurried over to check the situation. Seeing the nurse inside beaten so badly that she was swollen and bruised, everyone gasped and looked at the Shin family members with fear. Oh my! Earlier, when Shin Dan Luo's little kid knocked down the entire Shin family, they thought that was already fierce enough. Shun Dan Luo must be the most ruthless in the Shin family. But they were wrong. This old Shin family's kid was truly fierce. Because of this fierce impression, everyone only dared to watch and not speak freely, afraid that the fire might burn onto themselves. The chief doctor was angry when dragged over, but seeing the situation in the ward, he realized it was serious. He put aside his anger and asked with a frown what happened. The Shin family members stared at him for a few seconds, noticing that his eyes showed only confusion without any guilt or other emotions, initially ruling out suspicion. But they didn't dare to be careless. Shun Lao Si understood and said, "I'll report to the police," then turned and left. The chief doctor was stunned for a second. What exactly happened that it needs police involvement? Someone's life is at risk. Shun Jiao directly dragged the nurse over. "This person tried to harm my sister-in-law. Is she from your hospital?" The attending doctor carefully examined her. Although her face was swollen and bruised, he could still recognize her original appearance, so he immediately identified her. "Yes, she is our department's nurse, named Xiao Tian." "Xiao Tian, tell me, what exactly did you do?" The nurse called Xiao Tian looked at the chief doctor with a guilty but stubborn expression. "Dr. Li, they are framing me. I didn't do anything harmful." Hearing this, Dr. Li frowned and looked at Su Qiushui and the others. "This," Shin Dan Luo coldly said, "Doctor, please stop. Anyway, we've reported it to the police. Let them investigate." Just then, the loud voice of Shin Lao Si rang out from outside. "The police are here."
Huh?
Shun Dan Luo and the others looked at each other in surprise. How did the police arrive so quickly? They looked outside and recognized the visitors. It was the two officers, De Huang and Xiao Huang, who had helped find Shun Lao last time. Why are they here, and so fast? They instinctively looked at Shin Lao Si, who made a hand gesture, indicating they met in the corridor, and asked everyone not to make a fuss. Seeing this, Shun Dan Luo and the others immediately pretended not to know them. De Huang and Xiao Huang also nodded at them, and then looked seriously at everyone inside. "We received a report." What exactly happened? Shun Jiao stepped forward to explain, then handed over the 4-drip and needle. "This is it. This nurse tried to harm my sister-in-law with this." De Huang took the 4-bag, looked at Dr. Li with a serious expression. "Does the hospital have a place for drug testing?" Dr. Li replied, "Yes, I'll take you there." With police present, the hospital acted quickly. The results came out soon. The 4 contained a large amount of labor-inducing medicine and saffron extract. Dr. Li looked at the results, furious and angry. This dose would cause the pregnant woman to go into early labor and suffer severe bleeding, risking her life. "Tian Xiaohua, are you trying to kill someone?" Tian Xiaohua had been trying to hold back tears, but upon hearing the results, she burst into tears. "Sniff, Dr. Li, I didn't mean to do it. My family needed money. The person told me nothing serious would happen, just to make the pregnant woman give birth early. He promised me. I just wanted to earn some money. I really didn't want to kill anyone." Su Qiushui, clutching her belly, turned pale with fear. She almost lost her life. Thinking of this, she tightly held her daughter's hand. If her daughter hadn't arrived in time, Su Qiushui didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Shin Dan Luo gently hugs her mother, saying, "Don't be afraid. Don't worry. Mom, Dan Luo will protect you and your younger siblings." Su Qiushui nods and calms down, then sharply looks at Tian Xiaohua. "Who told you to use violence?" Shun Jiao rushes over and grabs her collar, lifting her up. "Tell me, who gave you the poison?" I don't know him," Tian Xiaohua stammers, scared and confused. "I don't know who he is either. He paid me 20 yuan at the time. I was so happy to see the money that I didn't look closely at him. Shun Jiao Jiao is furious. For 20 yuan you harm people? Do you think human lives are so cheap? Tian Xiaohua cries, tears streaming down her face. I had no choice. My family needs money, and he said no one would die. Shin Danluo kicks her hard.
Fool. Idiot.
You're so stupid. You don't even know who the other person is, and you dare to use the medicine he gave you? I don't believe it. You must be making this up. You're so mean. My mother didn't offend you. She's pregnant, carrying 2 babies. You've harmed 3 people with your actions. You're so wicked. People like you deserve to die. I won't let you go. Uncle, catch her. She's a murderer. Let her eat peanuts. Da Huang and Xiao Huang exchange looks and reply in unison. Okay. No. Tian Xiaohua panics at the thought of eating peanuts. She becomes anxious and scared, trying to recall details. I remember he covered his face with his collar. I didn't see his face clearly, but I know he's a man taller than me. Probably young. Yes, he was wearing leather shoes. The right shoe had some white paint on the front. Boo-hoo, that's all I remember. Please believe me, I really didn't mean to kill anyone. Leather shoes? Again with leather shoes? The last troublemaker with her mother also wore leather shoes. Hearing this, Shun Danluo feels especially annoyed. She glares at Tian Xiaohua. Is there anything else? Tian Xiaohua tries to recall all details but can't think of anything more, so she shakes her head. No, really, that's all. All right. Shun Danluo sees she can't get more information and turns to Da Huang and Xiao Huang. Please take her to the police station. Tian Xiaohua is stunned. I've told you everything I know. Why are you still arresting me? Little girl, you're so mean. Shin Danluo lowers her head to take off her shoes. If she doesn't discipline her herself, she won't learn. But someone moves faster than her. Smack. Su Qiushui slapped her and said, Is my daughter bad? If she hadn't arrived in time, I would be dead now. You can go and face the consequences, without saying a word. And you still have the nerve to say my daughter is bad? You are the truly heartless one. I can't understand how a hospital can hire someone as greedy and dangerous as you to be a nurse. Shun Jiao Jiao also slapped her in anger, saying, No one is as bad as you. You look human but act like you don't care. Don't pretend to be innocent. Do you really not know this stuff can harm people? I spit on you. Anyone with a brain can see there's a problem. Do you not understand? You just think that the risk of the baby dying is high, and if something goes wrong, you blame it on the mother's poor health. This hospital is really impressive. Such greedy people are allowed to work here. Dr. Li was so embarrassed, he couldn't lift his head. He had just wanted to protect the hospital's reputation and ask for understanding, but now he didn't dare say a word. Yes, it's true that Su Tongji wasn't hurt because of anything else. It was because she was lucky, and her daughter appeared to save her. Thinking about what could have happened if Shin Danluo hadn't shown up in time, Dr. Li shivered and turned to leave. He went to report the situation to the hospital director. Accepting bribes and ignoring people's lives, such things must be punished severely. The hospital staff need to improve their moral awareness. As he left, the Shun family members became even more reckless. Shun Jiao Jiao led the attack again, giving a big beating. Tian Xiaohua was so scared by the fierce Shun family that she froze. Seeing this, Shun Danluo also stopped wearing her shoes and took the chance to give Tian Xiaohua a sharp injection to her ankle. Her sister-in-law was right. Tian Xiaohua just wanted to make money from killing and pretend to be innocent to gain sympathy. She's no better than the mastermind trying to harm her mother. Such a person, she wouldn't take lightly. When Xiao Huang dragged the beaten Tian Xiaohua out of the room, she quickly slipped away, flying past the crowd watching the chaos. It was too terrifying. From now on, the Shun family was officially on the list of people you shouldn't mess with. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, De Huang was apologizing to Su Qiushui and the others. Sorry, we didn't do our job well. Captain Su assigned us to protect you, and we were very careful. We didn't expect the other side to attack from the nurses' station. It almost caused a big disaster. Shin Danluo and the others finally understood why the two police officers came so quickly. Captain Su had sent them to protect their family. Thinking of this, Shin Danluo was even more eager to rescue Su Kai and Qin Huaijing. Uncle Da Huang, do you know if Su Kai was hurt when you were at the hospital? Da Huang looked surprised and asked, did something happen? What's going on? Shin Danlu immediately realized he had no idea about Su Kai's incident, so she recounted what she had learned earlier at the Public Security Bureau. Da Huang quickly stood up, looking suspicious and angry. That can't be true. Captain Su is capable of handling 10 criminals easily. He's the best fighter among all of us, and no one in the whole city is better than him. I believe someone got into trouble, but I don't believe it was Captain Su. Plus, Qin is so strong, and not someone who would get into trouble easily. There must be something fishy here. As Da Huang spoke, he was about to rush out, but old Shin blocked him. Where are you going? Are you planning to go to the Public Security Bureau and ask them? I tell you, it's useless. I almost got into a fight with them just now. That's not quite it, Su Qiushui said. Comrade Huang is part of their system, so it's easier for him to find out information. But if there's really something suspicious, I worry you won't get much. It's better to go together and see if there are other places to check. Shin Danlu thought the same. She asked Uncle Da Huang, do you know where Uncle Su Kai and the others are supposed to be? Da Huang shook his head. Honestly, we came to the city, mainly to join a mission. But just before we left, the new commander kicked us out. Captain Su told us to protect your family first and stay as backup. We don't even know their location. How can we be backup? We were worried about that. We didn't expect anything to happen. Shin Danlu raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Uncle Su also sensed something was wrong before setting out? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to prepare. If so, he would have been cautious and wouldn't have been so easily caught in trouble. Maybe his disappearance was actually to protect himself. She looked at Da Huang. Does Uncle Da Huang know where the police chief lives? The police chief? Da Huang nodded. Yes, he lives in the cadre ward. His eyes lit up. Yes, the police chief was the original commander of the operation. He must know the location of the operation. Why didn't I think of that before? Su Qiushui looked at his daughter and said to Da Huang, then we split up. You and your colleagues go to the bureau to ask around, and we'll go find the police chief. Da Huang didn't oppose.
All right.
Since something happened on your side, we need to carefully interrogate that Tian Xiaohua and investigate the mastermind behind it. We'll stay at the bureau longer to gather useful information. After Da Huanggongan left, Su Qiushui hugged Shin Danluo. Daughter, thank you. You saved my life again. Mother, Shin Danluo affectionately nuzzled her mother, then looked up with a serious face. Mother, once everything is settled, we will go back to Shishui village. Grandpa Wang said he will protect your safety. I don't feel comfortable with you staying in the hospital. Su Qiushui and Shin Jiao both exclaimed happily. The divine doctor agreed? Really? Shin Danluo and Shin Laosi both made a shushing gesture. Quiet. Don't call him the divine doctor. Call him Grandpa Wang. Su Qiushui and Shin Jiao looked confused. Isn't his surname Hai? Why do you call him Grandpa Wang? Because someone wants to harm him. To protect him, we call him Grandpa Wang. We'll explain everything when we get back to the village. Su Qiushui nodded. All right, but what about Sanju? He just had surgery and needs to stay in the hospital for at least 2 weeks. Shin Danluo thought for a moment. Let's go home. The doctors at the hospital can't be as skilled as Grandpa Wang. They said Uncle Air couldn't be cured, but Grandpa Wang has a way. Shin Jiao also nodded. Yes, and we don't know why that person secretly wanted to hurt your sister-in-law. Is it someone from the Shin family? Sanju staying in the hospital isn't safe. We should go home and have the doctors prepare the necessary medicines. Otherwise, we'll cause trouble, especially since the hospital is at fault this time. Su Qiushui thought for a moment and agreed. I'm feeling okay now. Huaijing's water worked very well. I feel much better after drinking it. I can leave the hospital without issues. Sanju is recovering well, but he definitely can't take a bus. We need to arrange a car for him when he leaves. I remember there's a vehicle at the hospital.
I'll talk to them.
She was capable of persuasion and coercion. Besides, she was the victim now. If the hospital refused, well. In the office, the hospital director, loudly criticizing Dr. Lee for damaging the hospital's reputation and not trying to minimize the issue, suddenly felt a chill behind him. It was as if something terrifying was watching him. Once the plan to go home was settled, Shin Danluo felt at ease. Now, mother, you shouldn't use the hospital's medicine anymore. Brother Huijing left me plenty of mountain spring water, all hidden outside. You just drink that. I'll get some for you later. Shun Lao Si's eyes widened. That kid left us over 10 big bamboo tubes of water. Why did he leave some for you? Is the spring very big? Maybe I should go get some too. What a dream. Shin Danluo rolled her eyes at him. Fourth uncle, have you forgotten something? Old Shin scratched his head. Did I forget something? Su Qiushui rolled her eyes. Shin Jiao punched him gently. It's hard enough coming to the hospital. Why don't you go see your son and daughter? They've been worried about you for days. Old Shin. Oh no. He forgot his son and daughter. He quickly ran outside. Shin Danlu was speechless. She turned to continue talking to her mother, but someone grabbed her arm. She looked suspiciously and saw her younger brother, Ahung, staring at her with wide eyes. When she looked at him, he gasped loudly. Shin Danlu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Then she happily realized her little brother could say his third word. An bao, zu,
Zhu. Ang.
Shin Danlu's eyes widened. He can say Zhu now? When did he learn that?
Shukyushui chekel.
When he was fighting me for mountain spring water. I teased him, told him he could only have some if he said a new word. He had no choice and managed to say Zhu. Shin Danlu. Her brother really works hard for snacks. Seeing that he still hadn't brought out the fragrant water, and Bao became anxious.
Zhu. Ang.
Where's the water? Trickster. 15 minutes later, Shin Danlu comforted her brother and sneaked alone to the cadre ward area. But she didn't expect someone was guarding there. She was feeling stuck when suddenly, a tall, handsome man stopped in front of her. Are you Shin Danlu from Shishui village, Shun's family? Shin Danlu looked up at him, confused. Who is this? Shin Danlu looked up at him, with her small head. Uncle, who are you? I don't know you. The handsome man smiled slightly. Oh, I'm Su Xing. The two people in the name are Su, as in double, and Xing, as in walk. Su Kai's older brother. Shin Danlu almost got lost in his smile.
Wow, he's charming.
But she had seen even more charming people, so she quickly snapped back to her senses and stared at him. Are you Su Gang's uncle? But how do you know my name is Shin Danlu? I've never seen you before. Su Xing squatted down, his beautiful eyes narrowing slightly as he looked into her. Su Kai mentioned you. He said you're a clever 7-year-old girl in red, different from other girls. He paused, then continued. At first, I thought he was exaggerating. But now, seeing you, I realize you're quite special. Shin Danlu felt her heart pounding under his gaze. Is this really Su Gang's brother? Wow, what does he do?
His eyes are so sharp.
She blinked her big eyes cutely and said, Uncle, I am very well behaved. Please don't look at me like that. I am scared. Su Xing smiled gently, withdrew his gaze, looked around and saw no other adults, then turned back to Shin Danlu. Little clever girl, what are you doing here alone? This is the ward for officials. Usually no one else is allowed to come in freely. Shin Danlu pointed to herself, showing a worried and scared expression. I came to see Uncle Director of Public Security. I have something to ask him. Su Xing slightly squinted his eyes, looking for Director Tan. Is it related to my silly younger brother? Shin Danlu. That's terrifying. If he really is Uncle Su Public Security, I must stay far away from him in the future. Absolutely cannot play with the clever, weird one. She shook her head. I don't know if you're really Uncle Su Public Security's brother, so I can't tell you. Su Xing chuckled softly. You little clever girl, you're quite cautious. Don't you want to go inside? Shin Danlu's eyes lit up. Uncle, can you take me in? She turned her eyes. If you take me in, I'll tell you. Su Xing gently tapped her forehead. Don't talk to me about deals. Those who talk deals with me are strangers or enemies. Shin Donlu thought to herself, aren't we strangers? While she was thinking, Su Xing smiled and said, but since it's our first meeting, calling us strangers is fine. How about this? I heard your third aunt makes great food. Treat me to a meal today and I'll take you inside. Shin Donlu. If he really is Uncle Su Public Security's brother, then the news about his younger brother is less important than a meal. Shin Donlu felt sad for Uncle Su Public Security. Without hesitation, she agreed, deal. Su Xing stood up, picked up something nearby. Shin Donlu then saw it was a bag of apples, some canned food, and malted milk. Wow, these are the highest grade gifts now. Shin Donlu peeked and asked, Uncle, are you here to visit someone too? Yes, Su Xing glanced down at him. So, after I finish visiting the patients, I'll take you to see Director Tan. His place. I can't get you in without me. Okay, Shin Donlu had no objection. Just some delay. Seeing this, Su Xing took a step forward. Follow me. Shin Donlu obediently followed, and saw two guards respectfully salute this man, calling out, Hello, Secretary Su. Shin Donlu. Secretary? Isn't that person playing with the mayor and deputy mayor? Big, thick legs. Shin Donlu immediately reflected on whether she had offended anyone just now.
Did she?
It seems not, right? Since he said he would eat at her house, probably no offense was made. Shin Donlu felt excited. If this beautiful Secretary General Su is really Brother Su Gongan, then everything is easy. Just as she was feeling excited, someone tapped her forehead. Little clever, what are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and follow. Oh, okay. Shin Donlu smiled sweetly and followed, pretending to be friendly. Uncle Su, they call you Secretary General? What does a Secretary General do? Su Xing glanced at her. Serving tea, delivering water, sending documents, running around every day. It's tough, really tough. Remember to tell your third aunt to cook more delicious food for me. Shin Donlu. After a while, she followed Su Xing to a hospital room. Su Xing knocked twice and pushed the door open. Shin Donlu followed behind and saw an older man inside talking to a young man. The atmosphere seemed a bit tense. When they entered, both of them looked a little nervous, but quickly regained their composure and looked at them calmly. Su Xing also saw the momentary panic in their eyes and swept his gaze over the young man before smiling at the old man. Sorry, old Yang, we didn't mean to disturb you. Is this the person sent to take care of you? The old man named Old Yang smiled and said, No disturbance. We were just chatting. Secretary Su, this is Lu Hua, who came specially to take care of me. Just call him Little Lu. Su Xing nodded at the young man. Hello, Comrade Lu Hua, I am Su Xing. Hearing that the young man's surname was Lu, Shin Donlu instinctively started scrutinizing him like radar. Because of Jiang Huixing and Lu Tsuehua's relationship, she was especially sensitive to the surname Lu now. Lu Hua was a tall young man, not very old, wearing a white shirt and black pants, looking quite energetic. Looking further down, Shin Donlu saw he was wearing a pair of leather shoes, black shoes with a bit of white paint on the toe.